His expression shifted slightly, as if remembering something. He flipped his hand, taking out a large jade ceramic jar from his storage space, ancient patterns flickering with faint spiritual light. Bai Shaoxi sniffed her nose, her eyes shining, her face full of intoxication. Shizun, it smells so good.
Xiao Bai's family, come here, today I will teach you a great Dao technique. Bai Shaoxi immediately sat down seriously, her eyes sparkling, waiting to hear the supreme secret technique called tea making. The two masters and disciples began to get busy, one seriously rinsing the pot and washing the cups, the other carefully controlling the fire and boiling the water, each movement unhurried, no different than refining qi or concocting pills. When the tea was poured out, the color of jade flowed, and the fragrance gently spread throughout the small courtyard with the breeze. Far away, under the shade of the parasol tree, Hong Tianye was sitting in meditation, when suddenly his eyebrows furrowed, and he immediately opened his eyes, a look of surprise appearing in his pupils. This fragrance, impossible! He was like a red gust of wind, instantly appearing in front of the tea table, just in time to see Ye Junlin lifting a teacup. Hong Tianye's expression was serious, his voice slightly trembling. "Could this be enlightenment tea?" Ye Junlin replied unhurriedly. "Yes, it is." A word of confirmation made Hong Tianye feel as if struck by lightning, his whole body numbing, his eyes sparkling as if about to cry, "It's real, is it real?" This kind of tea is a rare treasure in the central region, regarded as a supreme guiding product. Even a bud is enough to make the great sects fight to the death. Years ago he was fortunate enough to drink a sip due to chance, and he would never dare forget it in his life. And now Shizun is brewing an entire pot. Ye Junlin waved his hand, poured another cup, and placed it in front of him. Here, this filial disciple is rewarded with a cup. Thank you, Shizun, for the tea. Hong Tianye raised the cup with trembling hands, gently sipping a mouthful. A second later, his eyes widened, his whole body shaking. His mind seemed to be opened up. The great Dapio was like a dream, appearing before his eyes in strands. Boom! A surging aura erupted, Hong Tianye's cultivation skyrocketed, the great perfection stage broke through to the early stage of the tribulation transcendence realm, then continued to the middle stage, late stage, peak, whoosh! His black hair flew like a waterfall, his scarlet robe fluttered like sunset clouds, his exquisite features were like sculptures, his skin was as white as snow, and his graceful collarbone outlined a demonic and seductive figure. A bright red flame mark shone between his brows and his pupils turned into bloodlight like a demon god descending. What the hell is this? Li Wuji ran over from afar, his jaw dropping at the scene before him. Just now, you, great senior brother, were only at the great perfection stage, but you directly increased to the peak of the tribulation transcendence realm. Was it really necessary to rush like that? Hong Tianye felt a force surging within his body like raging waves, rolling endlessly, as if he could shatter the sky and split the earth with a slight lift of his hand. A surge of mad confidence surged in his chest, and the corners of his mouth turned up maniacally. He raised his head and laughed loudly. "Ha, if I continue to cultivate like this, wouldn't becoming an immortal be within reach? I am invincible." "What the FCK are you laughing at, Smack?" A hand from behind slapped the back of his head like the heavens descending, shattering his demonic laughter. Hong Tianye's anger flared up and he turned his head sharply, his eyes full of murderous intent. "You!" But as soon as he made eye contact, he saw Ye Junlin standing there as elegant as usual, a smile on his lips that was not quite a smile. "If you have any opinions, speak them out." Their eyes met for a moment, and Hong Tianye shuddered all over, a vague and terrifying scene flashing in his mind. The old monk who was blasted into pieces with a single punch before his soul could gather, and the one who made the move was the man in front of him. The murderous intent immediately vanished, and he quickly knelt on one knee, clasping his hands, his voice trembling. "This disciple was reckless and impulsive, please forgive me, Shizun." Daring to provoke this person was no different from jumping into a boiling pot. The thorough lesson he received at Xuantian Sect back then was still deeply engraved in his heart. This person not only had unfathomable strength, but his long yi was also profound and unpredictable, cunning to the extreme. Now that he had reached the peak of tribulation transcendence, only one small step away from becoming an immortal, how could he be so foolish as to lose his life here? Endure. Must endure. Ye Junlin casually lowered his hand, his mouth leisurely. "Get up, remember to be more careful in the future." "Understood." Hong Tianye breathed a sigh of relief, slowly stood up, his heart still trembling with lingering fear. Ye Junlin waved his hand and called out, "Disciples, what are you still standing there for? Come here and taste it." All 4 disciples quickly gathered, each holding a cup of tea in their hands, the aroma of tea lingering, rich in all directions, making their minds feel light and dreamy. This disciple thanked Shizun for bestowing tea. "Shizun," Hong Tianye hesitated slightly, then carefully asked, "Enlightenment tea leaves, how much do you still have?" He did not forget. Just 1 cup had elevated his mind and allowed his cultivation to break through continuously to the peak of tribulation transcendence. If he could store away a few more portions, here it is. Ye Junlin casually lifted a large tea jar, and as soon as Hong Tianye saw the tea jar, his whole body stiffened, his hands trembling, his eyes widening as if about to fall out. A jar full of enlightenment tea leaves, not just a few handfuls, but an entire jar. This kind of thing could lead to slaughter in the central region with just a handful, yet Shizun was holding a large jar of tea. If he threw this into the central region, it would definitely cause the major immortal sects to launch a war, blood would flow like rivers, and the earth and sky would be dyed red. Ye Junlin frowned. looking at the absent-minded appearance of his disciple. "What's wrong? Are you worried there won't be enough tea to drink? If you want a drink, just help yourself." "Really? Thank you, Shizun." Li Wuji and Bai Shaoxi raised their teacups high as if receiving holy water, and without hesitation, gulped them down in one breath. At that moment, as soon as the tea touched their throats, their whole bodies trembled, their qi and blood boiled, and they felt as if they were being cleansed from the roots. In a moment of enlightenment, Li Wuji suddenly crossed the boundary of the Great Perfection Peak, forcefully breaking through to the early stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. His aura surged around him, and his sharp sword intent soared to the sky like a treasured sword drawn from its sheath, making it impossible to look directly at him. Beside him, a powerful aura erupted from Bai Shaoxi, her cultivation advancing directly to the late stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Her snow-white skin was like jade, her temperament was ethereal and otherworldly, her eyes were like gemstones, but her face was the bewildered expression of a little mouse who didn't understand anything. "What just happened to Shu Shu?" Turning to look at Ye Junlin, she exclaimed like a child being given candy, "Shizun, this tea is really delicious." Li Wuji stared with wide eyes, a hint of bitterness flashing in his heart. He thought his breakthrough was amazing, but who knew he was still left behind. "Fourth Shicidi, drink it quickly, it can help you gain enlightenment and improve yourself." The great Devil King raised his teacup with both hands, thinking to himself, "My senior brothers are all improving so much, but who knows if it'll work on us demon folks." After a bit of hesitation, the great Demon King finally downed the whole cup of tea in one go. The tea was instantly absorbed, and his cultivation base skyrocketed. Qi refining, foundation establishment, nascent soul, transformation, fusion. He blew through them like climbing stairs, straight to great perfection, being a rare breed and cultivating the Azure Emperor longevity art. Plus this top-grade Dao tea, the great Demon King's breakthrough was like snapping twigs. Li Wuji muttered from the side, "Good thing fourth bro's breakthrough was at least a little less insane, makes me look a little less pathetic as the senior bro." Feeling the surging power within him, the great Demon King couldn't help but tremble. What is this? With his cautious nature, he wasn't pleased at all. Instead, he was terrified, shaking like a leaf. Ye Junlin quietly frowned. "Why are you all breaking through?" he pondered, looking at the tea in his hand. "Should I drink it too? Why isn't anything happening? Is my comprehension that bad?" Unable to figure it out, he just sighed, shrugging. "Whatever, I didn't need to cultivate anyway." Right then, a ding sounded in his head. Ding! Seeing as the host's disciples are breaking through at lightning speed, congratulations to the host for achieving the renowned teacher accomplishment, activating a new quest. Question Xuankong Temple. Please proceed to Buddha Province to check in and complete the quest, and receive amazing rewards. Shaoli. Do you still have the shadow ball? Ye Junlin asked. Don't worry, Shizun, I'm keeping it safe. Li Wuji patted his chest, guaranteeing it. Then prepare to head to Xuankong Temple. I want to personally go there and demand an explanation. As soon as he said that, all the disciples were stunned. Then a storm brewed in their hearts. Xuankong Temple was a holy land of Zen cultivation, one of the top 10 immortal sects, ranked in the top 5 in the entire eastern region. Shizun was actually planning to barge in and demand answers. Wasn't this going to cause an earthquake? Even Hong Tianye, who never had much fondness for those monks, got excited instantly. Scene changed to Wu City, Yushan Nation, where a strange occurrence was unfolding. Zen cultivators in yellow robes, with strong physiques, were openly robbing, killing, and setting fires in a city. The local soldiers tried to stop them, but were beaten to death on the spot. Even the young, beautiful women couldn't escape their demonic clutches. Mommy, a child of about 6 years old, was grabbed by a burly monk. His mother knelt on the ground, tears like rain, begging for mercy. Namo Amitabha. The leader, a tall monk with a string of skulls around his neck and a scarred, fierce face, put his hands together and chanted a Buddhist prayer, his expression seemingly compassionate. At that moment, a sword light pierced the sky, carrying a chilling, killing intent. It slashed straight towards the monk. A group of elite soldiers rushed forward. Demonic monks of Xuankong Mountain, you have a lot of nerve. This is the territory of Yushan. How can we let you run rampant? City Lord Murong roared in anger, his sword energy shooting straight into the sky. Rumble, the tall monk opened his eyes, a brilliant light shooting out, and with just one roar, sound waves turned into a raging inferno that shook the surroundings. He sneered coldly. Even the nation's ruler wouldn't dare offend Xuankong Mountain. On the contrary, you, benefactor, have repeatedly gone against my wishes. My patience has its limits. These children are simply fated with Buddhism. They have the root of wisdom, and will be enlightened by our merciful sect leader, and in the future will achieve the great Tao, and attain ultimate bliss. You obstruct. And on the contrary, you are committing great treason. Hearing this, City Lord Murong jumped up and shouted, You're dogshit sect leader. He's an evil beast in a kasaya. And you dare speak of karma. Isn't he just putting those children in his belly? You, a mere mortal, are willing to be his dog, and you dare lecture me. His words were as sharp as thunder. The great monk's face twisted immediately. His hand coiled around his prayer beads, his fist clenched, and with a raging aura he shouted,
You dare insult our sect leader, today I will deliver you to the afterlife.
Murong Hai's expression turned cold, and he said each word through gritted teeth. You treat living beings like ants, allowing them to be killed, and you dare call yourself Buddhist. Azure ripple flowing water swordplay. City Lord Murong raised his sword to meet the attack, the sword's shadows glittering, the sharp edge seemingly tearing through space. The middle-aged monk swung his fists like thunder in a distant rain, each move carrying a violent, unyielding force. The two sides fought fiercely, sword energy and fist force colliding wildly, clouds swirling, and the ground disintegrating. Both were nascent soul cultivators, their attacks evenly matched, and it was difficult to tell who was winning.
City Lord Murong, I've come to help you. Suddenly, a shout like thunder descended, and a black-armored man holding a pair of daggers charged in from afar, his killing intent soaring.
Commander Yang, Murong Hai, was overjoyed, his spirits greatly lifted.
The newcomer was Commander Yang, of the city's Imperial Guard. Although his cultivation was a level lower, he was exactly what was needed at this crucial moment.
With Commander Yang joining, the battle immediately shifted to one side. Demonic monk, why don't you surrender? Murong Hai shouted.
The middle-aged monk suddenly laughed coldly, his voice full of meaning. Benefactor Yang, how long are you going to hide? A flash of light flickered in Commander Yang's eyes.
He suddenly turned and struck Murong Hai in the back.
Bang! City Lord Murong was sent flying, his body crashing through several rows of buildings,
tumbling into the ruins,
raising a cloud of dust. He knelt down, vomiting fresh blood mixed with shattered organs. You, Yang! Murong Hai gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger and resentment, unable to believe that the usually honest and open man had stabbed him in the back. Swish! Two figures landed in front of him. Amitabha, Murong Shizu, you look rather surprised. The middle-aged monk clasped his hands, smiling sarcastically.
Murong Hai, Commander Yang removed his fake mask, smiling faintly. You dare oppose Xuankong Mountain, you're asking for trouble. You colluded with the demon monk to kill the city lord. If the Imperial Court investigates, you won't escape implication either. Murong Hai roared angrily. Ha ha, how naive, Commander Yang burst out laughing. You think the Imperial Court doesn't know? Yue Shan Nation has long been infiltrated by Xuankong Mountain, even the ruler has to turn a blind eye. You, a guy who only knows how to wave a sword, dare to dream of acting on behalf of heaven.
He paused, narrowing his eyes. Want to know why several generations of city lords have died mysteriously?
It's because they didn't know their place and were dealt with by me in collusion with Xuankong Mountain. To this day, the Imperial Court still hasn't found me out, guess why? Hearing this, Murong Hai felt a chill run down his spine. So it was all arranged, and he was just a sacrificial pawn.
You, Murong, the middle-aged monk sneered. You were warned, yet you still opposed Xuankong Mountain, and even dared to curse the Mountain Lord. For this alone you die without injustice.
Murong Hai drew his longsword, murderous intent seething.
Old thief, I will die with you. The middle-aged monk sneered. Want to die? At the moment he was about to end his life, the sky suddenly shook, a thunderous roar, as if tearing through the clouds, murderous aura filling the sky. A surging pressure poured down from the void. Then a colossal creature appeared, swooping up from afar, its whole body like a giant whale, its huge wings covering the sky, whipping up a storm as it came. A roar echoed through the 9 heavens, piercing the clouds and shaking the earth, slamming directly into the minds of every living being beneath. It's a tribulation transcendence realm, supreme great demon. The middle-aged monk and Commander Yang both paled, their bodies shivering as if plunged into ice. They knew that it was the void immortal realm. One step into tribulation transcendence was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun and moon, with heaven-defying divine powers, and that great demon, if it wanted to, could swallow the entire Yushan nation with a single breath.
City Lord Murong's expression changed drastically, his eyes suddenly flashing with extreme shock. Could it be a Kun Peng? Legend has it that there was a divine beast in the ancient Kunlun realm, the king of the demon race, called Kun Peng, who had long since disappeared, but now it is actually appearing right above them.
Suddenly, a lazy voice filled with boundless killing intent echoed from the Kun Peng's back. A Kun, swallow those little fire starters down there for me. The entire scene was as if struck by lightning. A tribulation transcendence realm. Kun Peng is someone else's mount. A void immortal level mount. What level is that? Only to see the Kun Peng open its mouth like an abyss, immediately sucking up the monks below. Strangely, all the ordinary people were not affected at all. Only the yellow-robed demon monks were sucked straight into the sky. Spare me, senior, spare me! The middle-aged monk screamed in panic, his body being sucked up like a straw, struggling uselessly, no matter how hard he tried. In the shocked eyes of the people, all the demon monks were swallowed into the Kun Peng's belly, leaving not a trace of ashes. Commander Yang's whole body was frozen, his blood congealed, his mind trembling like never before. City Lord Murong swallowed hard, his heart filled with only one thought: this scene is unforgettable for a lifetime. Immediately afterwards, Ye Junlin and his 4 disciples descended in front of City Lord Murong. Ye Junlin opened his mouth and said, "What the hell is going on here? What kind of donkey is daring to openly burn, kill, and loot?
City Lord Murong immediately knelt down, trembling. Senior, this humble one is the City Lord of Wu City, part of Yueshan Nation.
Those demon monks just now were subordinates of Xuankong Mountain. This time, they came to forcibly steal 800 young boys and girls for the Mountain Lord to enjoy. Ye Junlin frowned slightly. Xuankong Mountain. Could this name be related to Xuankong Temple? Reporting to you, Senior, City Lord Murong seized the opportunity, quickly explaining. Xuankong Mountain was established 200 years ago in the far west. Outwardly it is a Buddhist sect, but in reality it is a den of monsters. The Mountain Lord is a black bear demon, with 4 great Vajras under his command, all of them demon races, leading more than 40,000 lesser demons. He also calls on wanted criminals, establishing a lay down the butcher knife, become a Buddha on the spot scheme, attracting evil cultivators and demons from all directions to join. In recent years, Xuankong Mountain has become even more arrogant, plundering young boys and girls from all 36 nations, and even Yueshan Nation cannot escape the disaster. Li Wuji turned purple with anger upon hearing this. Bastard, still willing to sell their lives for beasts, they are worse than animals. Ye Junlin's eyes darkened, his tone cold. Do the 36 nations just let Xuankong Mountain run rampant like this? Does no one think of joining forces to resist? City Lord Murong smiled bitterly. Senior, guess what? That black bear demon established Xuankong Mountain because he has a backer. His background is not simple. Rumor has it that the black bear demon was once enlightened by the abbot of Xuankong Temple, listening to Buddhist teachings and being supported by incense offerings, but later, for some unknown reason, he secretly left and established his own mountain gate.
Since then, countless young boys and girls have been harmed because of him. It's a shame that the countries know, but they all fear the background behind Black Bear Star, so they have to bow their heads and suppress their anger. In the past, several national leaders sent envoys to the central region, wanting to invite Abbot Xuankong of Xuankong Temple to take back his rebellious disciple, but all of them went and never returned, and even the envoys disappeared without a trace. Because of this, Xuankong Mountain no longer has any fear, becoming a gathering place for demons and monsters from all over the far west. Any criminals who break the law risk their lives to run there for protection. Over time, that place has turned into a den of iniquity, an indelible stain in the 36 countries. Hong Tianye crossed his arms, his voice as cold as ice. Humph, those swindling monks, I'm afraid the abbot is turning a blind eye, afraid of ruining the reputation of Xuankong Temple, so he secretly takes action, killing the envoys, chanting scriptures with their mouths, but behind their backs they are unscrupulous.
At this moment, Ye Junlin's eyes shifted to the side, stopping at the fleeing Commander Yang.
He stretched out his hand, pointing nonchalantly. This guy seems to be in cahoots with Xuankong Mountain.
Exactly. City Lord Murong clenched his sword hilt, his voice angry.
This beast colluded with Xuankong Mountain, assassinating several generations of city lords.
If it weren't for Senior's timely intervention, I would already be lying in the cold ground. Commander Yang's face was drained of blood, and he kowtowed like pounding garlic. Senior, spare me. I was momentarily confused. Oh, Ye Junlin narrowed his eyes, smiling coldly. If I'm not mistaken, that Black Bear Star is preparing to do something big recently, right? Otherwise, why would they take action with such a large-scale forced recruitment? Yes, the Mountain Lord. Ah, no. That beast is about to hold a grand birthday celebration, so he ordered his subordinates to urgently gather people. Commander Yang lowered his head, not daring to look directly, stuttering as he confessed. Just for one small city you demanded 800 children, so how many lives will Yushan country lose? And with 35 other countries, what is that number of living beings? City Lord Murong roared in anger, his eyes bloodshot. Commander Yang knelt down, unable to cry. I was possessed by a demon, but it's not my fault. Xuankong Mountain's power is too great. Who dares to resist? Ye Junlin shook his head slightly, his right hand lifted, and his finger lightly flicked. By a stream of invisible force pierced through the void. Commander Yang only felt as if he had been struck by lightning all over his body, flying straight into the sky, with only the sound of the wind roaring and tearing his eardrums. Immediately afterward, he saw a mouth as big as an abyss gaping open in front of him. The Kun Peng spread its wings, opening its mouth and sucking hard, swallowing the traitor alive. Ah, a miserable scream echoed, and then died down. A second later, it was as silent as a graveyard. Immediately afterward, the system rang out a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Check in at Xuankong Mountain to receive a special reward upon completion. Ye Junlin glanced down. Do you know the location of Xuankong Mountain? City Lord Murong immediately respectfully replied, Senior, it's more than 1,000 miles to the southwest, originally a remote mountain range called Suo Niaodong, but since Black Bear Star occupied it, it has been renamed Xuankong Mountain. Ye Junlin nodded. Okay, I'll go take a look later. As soon as he finished speaking, City Lord Murong was shocked and immediately prostrated himself. Senior's great kindness. The people thank you. You are a true great philanthropist. Your merits are immeasurable. Hearing this, Ye Junlin laughed. A great philanthropist? Huh. He's actually just doing it conveniently. Below, City Lord Murong hesitated for a moment, finally asking in a low voice. What is Senior's honored name, so that we may engrave it in our hearts and thank you for generations to come? Ye Junlin leisurely replied. Xuan Tian Sect, Ye Junlin.
Boom! A thunderclap sounded in City Lord Murong's head. His body stiffened, his eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open without uttering a word. Ye Junlin, that name. He had heard it no less than 100 times, from the bloody legends on the border to the strict warnings from Buddha continent, from the mouths of monks to children's rhymes. That person was a demon, a devil, an unforgivable existence, but today that person was the one who saved Wu City, saving the people. He had once believed that Xuankong Temple was a holy land of righteousness, saving people from suffering, but it was that place that tolerated monsters causing chaos, standing by and watching the people suffer without budging, and the rumored devil was the only one who dared to take action, the only one who dared to protect children, dared to kill evil and eliminate wickedness. Two names, two images, two opposing extremes of morality, were now completely reversed. City Lord Murong was shaken to the core. He trembled and muttered, "Who is the real devil?" "A Kun. Turn your head to Xuankong Mountain. Roar." The Kun Peng roared to the sky, its wings covering the sky, carrying the tornado, breaking through the sky. The vast airflow swept across the sky, and the overwhelming pressure also disappeared with it. Pitch black. The mountains are endless and boundless. The peaks are like knife cuts and axe chops. The mountain roads are winding like dragons. The mountain terrain seems to support the sky and trample the earth. Majestic and unparalleled. This is Xuankong Mountain. In a gloomy valley, amidst a pile of white skulls piled high like a small mountain, Mountain Lord Black Bear Star was sitting gnawing on an arm, annoyed by the shiny golden hoop. A figure wearing a 5-colored feather coat stepped out, the coat adorned with chicken feathers, with a sharp beak like a bird, respectfully said. Reporting to the Mountain Lord, the disciples have followed your orders to persuade the countries, believing that by the birthday banquet 5 days later we will definitely gather enough 666 boys and girls. That person was one of the 4 great Vajras of Xuankong Mountain. 5-colored chicken king, a figure like an iron tower, muscles bulging, a curved horn on his forehead, skin as red as flowing lava, glittering with killing intent, he said in a deep voice, the sound like thunder in spring, causing the rocks in the cave to tremble slightly. Mountain Lord, news just came back. The monk troop attacking Yueshan country was completely annihilated. It is said that at that time a giant flying beast appeared in the sky, swallowing all the monk troops in one gulp, and then swaggered away. He is Red Ox King, leader of the 4 great Vajras. Amitabha. Could it be that there is another great demon in this far west? Black Bear Star's voice was indifferent, neither happy nor angry. A cold, sharp light flashed, making anyone who looked at him not dare to meet his gaze. Red Ox King spat out 2 streams of white gas, saying in a deep voice, Mountain Lord, rest assured my 3 brothers and I have guarded this place for thousands of years, knowing every crack in the rocks and blade of grass, and apart from us we have never seen a demon with such a strong aura. 5-colored chicken king pursed his beak. Ack, 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 I don't think it's a local demon, it must be something from elsewhere. Black Bear Star frowned, his voice as cold as ice. Even if it is a demon from elsewhere, why doesn't it eat civilians but only swallow monk troops? This is clearly wanting to oppose my Xuankong Mountain. 5-colored chicken king was furious. That's right, are they blind? To dare to provoke Xuankong Mountain. Just then, a horrified shout echoed throughout the mountain gate. Mountain Lord, something big is wrong. A powerful expert of unknown origin has invaded Xuankong Mountain. You follow me out to greet them. What a long way you have come, fellow Taoist, to offer longevity wishes. Black Bear Star was calm, but in the depths of his voice was a hidden, bone-chilling killing intent. Understood. Red Ox King and 5-colored chicken king replied in unison, their killing intent rising and trampling through the air. At that moment, the entire Xuankong Mountain shook. And in the sky, a terrifying pressure was spreading. The dark light descending like an abyss, tearing the sky, creating a suffocating feeling of oppression. These beasts actually dare to use living people as sacrifices. Li Wuji's eyes were bloodshot, his divine sense swept over, and clearly saw every bloody scene at the foot of the mountain, his face as cold as Ashura. Ye Junlin stood on Kunpeng's back, his eyes like a god looking down from above, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Xuankong Mountain, from today onwards, your name is erased from the 3 realms. Kunpeng flapped its wings, the atmosphere shifted, the earth shook, and demonic energy soared. Below the mountain valley, Black Bear Spirit rode the clouds and arrived. HMPH, he dares to come, let him come and never leave. Ahaha, my boss is brave and unparalleled. 5-colored chicken king nodded in agreement. The 4 demon kings are all peak nascent soul, but Black Bear Spirit is a body integration. A demon emperor in this far west is the supreme existence. Above the demon emperor is the demon supreme. The great ascension realm is already a legend. But when Ye Junlin and Kunpeng appeared in sight, all the demons of Xuankong Mountain froze. One glance felt like thousands of blades were cutting into their souls. Mountain Lord, this. The 4 great demon kings, who were originally fierce, now had cold sweat pouring out, their whole bodies stiff as statues. Black Bear Spirit finally couldn't pretend anymore. Startled as he looked at those pupils blazing like the sun and moon, his scalp tingling, he trembled and said, Fellow Taoist, may I ask your esteemed name? This time you've come too.
He didn't finish speaking. Oomph! Kunpeng spread its wings, its full power erupted, and a terrifying pressure covered the entire Xuankong mountain.
Bam, bam, bam. All the 4 great Vajras were blasted away, falling to the ground like sandbags. Black Bear Spirit was no exception. Forced to fall from the clouds, his head spinning, he cried out in a cracked voice, "Demon, Demon Emperor, this is Tribulation Transcendence Realm. What the hell did this old man provoke?" Black Bear Spirit's heart was now shattered. He, as a body integration realm Demon Emperor, had carefully calculated every step before daring to choose this remote far west to raise his banner and claim hegemony. This place had no people, no immortals, no great powers, and even fewer ancient sects guarding it. It was the perfect place to establish a religion, spread teachings, manipulate the human race, and create a Xuankong mountain that was revered by 10,000 people, where all spirits would submit. He thought he had planned everything. But one wrong step led him to provoke a Tribulation Transcendence Demon Emperor, who was even the mount of a human powerhouse. If he had known that the outside world was so dangerous, how would he have dared to leave Xuankong Temple? Heavens have eyes. Why punish me like this? Black Bear Spirit trembled. Never in his life had he regretted anything as much as he did now. Just then, a golden light suddenly burst forth from between his eyebrows. Yes, his forehead, which was originally covered by a golden circlet, now emitted a dazzling light, containing divine might. What kind of weird shit is this? The gold band trembled and instantly shot out a terrifying undulation. In the sky, the phantom of an old monk wearing a kasaya gradually appeared, his face thin and compassionate, his hands twirling prayer beads, his mouth not speaking a word but carrying an aura that filled the sky. Boom! A force like a surging ocean surged, directly pressing down on Kunpeng, who was soaring in the air. Abbot, Black Bear Spirit was overjoyed. So that golden circlet was no ordinary object, but a wisp of soul imprint left behind by the abbot of Xuankong Temple to protect him in times of danger. Kunpeng sensed the danger, let out a soft cry, and retreated backward. That old bald donkey is still good at protecting his own. Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow, his eyes revealing a trace of coldness. At that moment, the phantom of the abbot raised his hand. In the palm of his hand, the golden symbol of Manhwa appeared, illuminating the entire sky. Buddha light shone brightly. The pressure was like suppressing the 9 hells, subduing heavenly demons, and with a boom a palm struck down. Within it were hundreds of millions of monks chanting sutras. It was a palm that suppressed the realms, a Buddhist technique for destroying demons. Li Wuji's expression changed drastically, and he blurted out, "The aura of a perfected tribulation transcendence." Kunpeng's whole body shook, not daring to resist, but Ye Junlin only raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Just a remnant thought, yet you dare to show off in front of me." He raised his hand, a heaven-defying punch blasted out. Boom! Space shattered. The fist carrying golden light shone brightly, like the heavens jointly descending punishment. The Buddha seal was instantly crushed, the Buddha phantom shattered, and the rebounding force shot out mightily, sweeping away all the little demons at the foot of the mountain. Miserable cries echoed through the heavens. The palm seal was dissolved, the phantom of the abbot trembled slightly, and then vanished, as if it had never existed. No, impossible. Black Bear Spirit's eyes widened, his face as white as paper, his lips trembling. He had regarded that imprint as a life-saving charm, but he didn't expect it to be shattered by that human single punch. Could this be the master of the Demon Emperor, a Tribulation Transcendence Demon Emperor, yet he is only a mount? Who could be more terrifying than this in the world? The 4 great demon kings were cold all over, lying prostrate on the ground, not daring to breathe heavily. In their eyes, Black Bear Spirit was already a top-tier existence, a body integration demon emperor, a hegemon of one side, yet today he was like a child, beaten until he had no power to resist. Just who in the world was that human? Black Bear Spirit trembled and stepped forward, his whole body drenched in sweat. "Senior, this little demon doesn't know what offense I've committed against you. Can you give this little demon a chance? Please spare my life." Ye Junlin floated down in the void, his white robes fluttering, his long hair flying, his eyes as cold as ice and snow, like a god descending. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for choosing the wrong place." His voice was like thunder, yet also like a gentle breeze. Black Bear Spirit knelt on the ground and hurriedly said, "Senior, I will immediately disband the dojo and retreat from the far west, never setting foot here again." Ye Junlin smiled softly, a smile as cold as the frost covering an ancient tomb. "Didn't you want to return to Xuankong Temple?" Black Bear Spirit was stunned for a moment, then nodded frantically like a chicken pecking rice. Yes, senior is absolutely right." Immediately, his heart stirred and he tried to force out a profound expression, and said in a deep voice, "Amitabha, I have a deep relationship with Xuankong Temple. If by chance I cannot return, I fear the temple will send someone to investigate. If senior has the opportunity, please visit the temple as a guest. The abbot enjoys discussing Zen with great powers like senior and would be extremely welcoming." His words were euphemistic, but each word struck Ye Junlin's heart, extremely clear. "I have backing, don't touch me." Indeed, Black Bear Spirit knew well that true great powers were figures above the order. If unnecessary, they would not offend the sect behind others. Just one sentence about being acquainted with the abbot was enough to make many people stop. He thought he had succeeded. "Sure enough," Ye Junlin smiled lightly. "Coincidentally, I also intend to visit Xuankong Temple as a guest. In that case, why don't I conveniently take you back for a trip?" Black Bear Star was overjoyed.
thinking he had escaped a calamity, secretly praising in his heart. As expected, the reputation of Xuankong Temple was useful. Even this great power gave face.
The 4 demon kings, upon hearing this, were filled with envy. Having a background really made a difference, even getting an escort all the way. However, little Ye Junlin said indifferently, "Chop off this stupid bear's head. I want to offer it as a gift to the abbot." His voice was as light as a spring breeze, but falling into Black Bear Star's ears, it was like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky.
"Yes, master." A cold light flashed, swoosh. Before he could even scream, a line of blood appeared on Black Bear Star's neck. The heavy head fell to the ground. Fresh blood spurted like a fountain, and the heavy body fell like an empty sack of meat. No one knew when. Li Wuji was already standing on the side, wielding his blade like the wind, as sharp as the grim reaper descending. He looked at the black bear's corpse and said with a faint smile, "Stupid bear. Still dreaming about getting away, ding."
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of destroying Xuankong Mountain. Reward, 9th grade Xuan artifact. Azure Abyss Sword. Azure Abyss Sword, a mysterious ancient flying sword, containing immeasurable power. Its quality increases with the master's realm. Its power is earth-shattering. Ye Junlin. Upon hearing this, his eyes quickly fell upon the rewarded treasure sword, and a few hints of curiosity also arose in his heart. Azure Abyss Sword, 9th grade Xuan artifact, and it can also be upgraded with the realm. Isn't this almost like immortal equipment? Gotta try out the feeling of using the real deal when I get the chance. Scene change. In the heart of Buddha continent, there is a country called Pure Land Kingdom, the most powerful country, a gathering place for the strongest meditation cultivators in the eastern region. Just because here, there is a world-renowned temple, Xuankong Temple. The national preceptors of each generation are chosen by this temple. Even the country lord must give 3 parts respect. There's even a saying passed down from the common people, is Pure Land Kingdom in chaos or not? Xuankong Temple decides. Today is an extremely special day. The entire royal capital is bustling. Monks in all kinds of attire, weary from travel, quietly gather towards the same direction, Brahma Mountain. With each step, they clasp their hands and prostrate themselves before continuing their advance. Like this, group after group, they quietly worship Buddha and pray. Many common people also follow closely behind, imitating the monks, trudging along, reverently heading towards the mountaintop. In Pure Land Kingdom, this scene is nothing strange.
On the summit, an ancient temple stands tall, majestic amidst the mist, carrying the aura of time's vicissitudes. In a quiet hall, a gaunt old monk is sitting cross-legged on a prayer mat. "Abbot, the Dharma platform is about to open. The disciples are ready," a young novice respectfully reported. The old monk slightly opened his eyes, his gaze as deep as the sea, and calmly nodded. Step back." The young novice bowed and quietly withdrew. A moment later, the old abbot sighed softly. Who exactly can dissolve even this old monk's methods? A few days ago, he suddenly sensed the mark on Black Bear Star's head being triggered, then lost contact. Clearly something bad happened. Just a desolate far west, yet a strong person took action. Or is it a Dalo friend from another Dalo continent who happened to suppress him? But if it is someone in Buddha continent, those who dare to indirectly oppose me can be counted on one's fingers. The abbot closed his eyes and frowned. That beast escaped from the temple and caused chaos. Now being suppressed is also karma. Just hoping the person who took action has moderation. Don't make a big deal. If it affects Xuankong Temple, it will surely invite disaster. Lately, his heart has been uneasy. Before, Elder Ran went out and died for unknown reasons. The news was sealed off and not revealed. Now adding this matter makes the abbot even more troubled. Amitabha. Softly chanting a Buddhist mantra, the abbot stood up and stepped out of the hall. Today is the day to open the Dharma platform, a major ritual. There can be no carelessness. But when he raised his head and looked up, seeing the red sun overhead, the abbot was slightly startled. The corner of his eye twitched repeatedly. Strange, why does this old monk have the feeling that something big will happen today? At this time, along the road, the scattered sounds of conversation rang out. Since the last time I listened to the Dharma, I have gained some true meaning about the golden body. Even facing a demon emperor, I should be able to use my physical body to withstand a blow.
The speaker was the great prince of Pure Land Kingdom. Tall in stature, with a strong presence, his hair stood up like steel needles, his eyes as bright as stars. Big brother is indeed of supreme comprehension. The second prince next to him fanned a folding fan, his appearance like a passing breeze, refined and courteous. Princess Mingyu smiled and said, "Teasing, second brother. Didn't you tell me the other day that you could suppress even the demon emperor?" She wore a purple dress, her black hair cascading down like a silken waterfall, her figure graceful, especially the upper part. Coughed. Well, it goes without saying that it made countless people turn their heads and stare blankly. The second prince broke out in a cold sweat, hurriedly waving his hands. "Little sister, you misheard. I only said I understood a little more about the 6 true words." The great prince frowned and patted his younger brother's shoulder. "Second brother, with such abilities, why didn't you say so sooner? Back home, let's spar around, big brother. Please don't. She's just talking nonsense. It seems you really look down on me." The great prince gritted his teeth, his fists crackling, as if secretly declaring, "No sparring is not allowed." The second prince fell into despair and sighed softly. "All right, spar then spar. Great. Truly worthy of being my good little sister," Mingyu whispered. "In 2 months, it will be our father's great birthday. I hope to be able to take this opportunity to comprehend more Buddhist principles." and bring joy to him." The crowd continued to quietly advance towards the summit, step by step heading towards the sacred temple. Monks stood in rows, clasping their hands and chanting, their faces solemn. On the lotus platform, Abbot Xuan Kong sat cross-legged, his hands forming a mudra, and chanted in a deep voice, "All bodhisattvas, subdue your minds like this. All sentient beings with form, without form, with thought and without thought, all enter nirvana and are extinguished." Why? Because they need bodhi. The aged voice was as calm as flowing water, seeping into every soul like a stream, washing away all worldly filth. Everyone listened as if in a dream. Some quietly shed tears, some clasped their hands in front of their chests, silently not daring to breathe heavily. Suddenly, a burst of chaotic sounds rang out from outside, noisy, as if someone was pushing and shoving to break in, only to see several figures descending from the sky into the temple courtyard as if entering an uninhabited place, led by Ye Junlin, his hand still carrying a signboard of Xuankong Temple. That signboard was a temple-guarding spiritual object, refined by generations of high monks, and having undergone countless years of incense offering, it contained magical power, and itself had almost reached the level of a spiritual artifact. A middle-aged monk immediately stepped out, his face stern, leading a group of monks blocking right in front of the door, releasing his fusion realm cultivation, and shouted loudly, "Esteemed benefactors, this place is Brahma Mountain, a sacred Buddhist land. If you do not abide by the rules, please leave. You are not welcome here." Ye Junlin tilted his head slightly and raised an eyebrow. "What did you say?" I said. Bam. Not waiting for him to finish speaking, Ye Junlin kicked as if playing ball, kicking the signboard straight into the middle-aged monk's head. The middle-aged monk went flying. "You think I need your face?" The collision echoed through the temple grounds. A group of monks immediately panicked. "Senior Brother Huide, who are you? How dare you cause trouble at Xuankong Temple?" Princess Mingyu's eyes widened, her voice trembling. "Oh my god, who is he? How dare he do that to Xuankong Temple?" The air froze, everyone just stood there dumbfounded, petrified. Who is this guy, daring to cause trouble at Xuankong Temple? The first prince's face darkened, he exclaimed angrily, "Big brother, absolutely don't act rashly." The second prince quickly spoke up, his voice tense. Just then, angry shouts rang out from within the temple. Where did this evildoer come from? Daring to barge into Xuankong Temple in broad daylight? Immediately after the shout, waves of figures in bright yellow monk robes surged out from everywhere, like a tidal wave, everyone with bloodshot eyes, as if they could burn the enemy to ashes with just a look. Anyone who dares to take half a step forward, dies. A chilling shout rang out. Li Wuji darted forward, his hand drawing his saber from its sheath. Swoosh! A bone-chilling streak of saber energy slashed down, the ground in front of them splitting open into a deep ravine. The ravine was filled with violent killing intent, like a natural chasm dividing two worlds. Sensing that terrifying killing intent, no one dared to take another step. All the monks immediately turned pale, not daring to act rashly. Li Wuji coldly sneered, "HMPH, so monks no fear too." The crowd standing outside also whispered, "That guy's saber intent is terrifying. I'm afraid he has reached an extremely high realm. He doesn't seem like an unknown person. Don't you think their aura is familiar?" I also feel like I've heard of them somewhere before." On the lotus platform, Feng Zhang still sat upright. His eyes flashed a hint of coldness, then immediately returned to calm. He had lived to this age and never seen anyone so arrogant. But today was the day of the Dharma assembly. Monks from all over the world were gathered here. At such a crucial moment, it was even more important to maintain face. He put his hands together and chanted, "Amitabha," then slowly opened his mouth, his voice neither sad nor happy. "I don't know if my Xuankong Temple has offended you benefactors in any way. I hope you can give us a clear explanation. Otherwise, please stay here and repent before the Buddha." Even though the situation was as tense as a drawn bow, he still displayed the demeanor of a high-ranking Buddhist monk. And indeed, everyone secretly admired him. Only Ye Junlin coldly laughed and said bluntly, without restraint, "Keep acting. You bald donkeys at Xuankong Temple are really good at acting." As soon as this sentence came out, the whole place exploded. All the monks widened their eyes, trembling with anger. Feng Zhang still maintained a calm voice. "Benefactor, it seems that you have a very deep misunderstanding of our Xuankong Temple, but worldly principles still need to distinguish between black and white. Today is the day of the Dharma assembly. I am spreading the Dharma to save all beings. You came here for no reason, and even beat people, destroyed a place of tranquility, and even used insulting words. So may I ask how you plan to explain this?" Ye Junlin coldly snorted. "Explain. Open your dog eyes and look carefully." He finished speaking and immediately signaled, "Li Wuji, bring out the image recording orb, clearly master." Li Wuji quickly took out a ball of light, pouring magic power into it. Whoosh! A screen of light appeared in the sky, clearly showing a recorded image. It was outside Yaowang Valley. In the frame, a monk wearing a kasaya was confronting a white-haired old man. Someone immediately exclaimed, "That's Elder Randang." Above the platform, Feng Zhang's eyes flashed with a sharp light, his hands clenched unconsciously, his heart was struck by lightning, so Elder Randang really died. The image clearly showed everything: the situation, the dialogue, the cause and effect were gradually revealed. It was the white-haired old devil Ye Junlin who wanted to snatch people from Yawang Valley. How could a crossing tribulation realm great power do such a degenerate thing? Fortunately, Shuangkong Temple sent a high-ranking monk to stop him. In the crowd, the anger towards Ye Junlin immediately erupted, and the respect for Shuangkong Temple was immense. What people didn't know was that Shuangkong Temple had secretly spread the news, guiding public opinion, making everyone in Buddha province hate Ye Junlin to the bone. Good, you monks take compassion as your foundation. Elder Randang's actions are actually very much in line with the consistent ideals of our Shuangkong Temple, but in his heart he roared, "Randang, you are really muddle-headed. Knowing that the other party is the white-haired old devil, yet you still dared to stand up for those low-level cultivators. Why didn't you know to avoid trouble?" In the image recording orb, the images continued to appear. Everyone saw clearly. After Grandmaster Randang knew the other party's identity, his eyes immediately changed, 180 degrees. Before he could say anything, he immediately took action, sealing off the entire area, imprisoning all the cultivators, and even plotting to kill everyone to silence them. Not stopping there, he even secretly suggested cooperation with Ye Junlin. Boom, the whole place was shaken. What, Randang wanted to cooperate with the white-haired old devil? Didn't he talk about the compassionate Buddha heart? A moment before, they had praised him to the skies, and the next moment everyone felt like they had swallowed a porcupine, stuck in their throats, unable to swallow, unable to spit out. The U-turn was too sharp, almost twisting their backs. Feng Zhang froze. He felt like he had been slapped in the face in front of the world, and each slap was distinct and clear. Princess Mingyu stood beside him, her eyes wide. Slaughtering the innocent, treacherous and cunning, hypocritical and deceitful. This is what they revere as an enlightened high monk, and even the highest-ranking high monk in the temple. But things didn't stop there. The final scene made everyone hold their breath. In the frame, Ye Junlin appeared. His fist was like a god descending to earth, crushing Elder Randang, rescuing all the imprisoned cultivators. That figure, that light was deeply imprinted in everyone's eyes, carved directly into the hearts of everyone present. Waves of cold gasps echoed throughout the square. Everyone stared blankly at the white-haired young man standing in the sky, his expression calm, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. Everyone's eyes began to change: surprise, fear, nervousness, and even awe. Princess Mingyu whispered, "So it's him, he is Ye Junlin." Instead of fear, a hint of inexplicable curiosity appeared in the depths of her eyes. "Little sister, quickly stand behind big brother." The first prince hurriedly pulled Princess Mingyu behind him, sweat dripping from his forehead, his voice full of urgency. The second prince felt like he had been electrocuted, his scalp tingling. "Is it necessary to immediately report to father?" Ye Junlin. This name was not someone their royal family could easily deal with. Feng Zhang looked closely at the person standing in front of him. His face suddenly stiffened. "It's you!" He couldn't believe that Randang's death was ended by such a fist, and even in front of so many eyes of all living beings. But what frightened him more was not Randang's death, but the 1,000-year-old reputation of Shuangkong Temple being trampled underfoot in broad daylight. HMPH. A furious snort exploded like thunder in the sky. Abbot finally rose, his voice low and menacing. "Yea, you demonic fiend, you are truly despicable. The illusory shadow orb, HMPH, it's clear you've tampered with it, fabricating a sham to smear our Shuangkong Temple. You think you can fool the world with such low-down tricks?" Everyone was stunned. Could there be a hidden story? Indeed, the illusory shadow orb could be faked. Difficult as it may be, it's not impossible. "You old baldy, still trying to weasel your way out of this?" Li Wuji stepped forward, eyes blazing with anger. Hong Tianye crossed his arms, sneering. "It's just as I expected. You Buddhist monks are full of scriptures on the surface, but your hearts are filled with garbage." At this, Ye Junlin chuckled coldly, and with a wave of his sleeve said, "Then look closely." Thump. A heavy object rolled across the stone ground. It was a black bear's skull, blood still fresh and reeking, its eyes wide open, unable to close in death. What, Abbott's entire body shuddered, as if struck by lightning? The image of the black bear demon in his mind conjuring countless chaotic thoughts. The moment the black bear demon's head hit the ground, the entire area fell silent. No one could utter a word. Every gaze froze, stunned. What did a skull represent? Could the Shuangkong Temple be related to this demon beast? Abbott stood frozen, his eyes fixed on the skull, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. His heart pounded. It's over. The black bear demon was the evil spawn I had secretly harbored to unleash a slaughter. When needed, I never expected Ye Junlin to annihilate him and drag his corpse here. Ye Junlin crossed his arms, a mocking smile on his face. "Old baldy, I brought back your lost pet. Aren't you going to thank me?" Abbott wanted to roar, "The hell!" But on the surface he tried to maintain a solemn facade. "Don't spout nonsense. This old monk has absolutely no connection with that vile creature." "Really?" Ye Junlin smiled faintly. "This black bear relied on you as his backing to establish Mount Shuangkong in the far west. For years he ran rampant, killing countless innocent people. You dare say you knew nothing?" Boom. As soon as the question was asked, the entire plaza erupted like a boiling pot. Could it be? Abbott is actually condoning evil creatures to do evil. I remember, years ago I saw a black bear in the temple. Could this be more than a coincidence? Great abbot, please give us a clear explanation. The crowd began to riot, many with bloodshot eyes angrily questioning.
The monks of Xuankong Temple hung their heads. No one dared to speak. Abbot took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. Ye, don't slander me. Our temple did indeed keep a black bear, but it died hundreds of years ago. What you're presenting is merely fabricated evidence, a blatant slander. Yes, it's slander. Ye, you are truly despicable. A group of monks immediately echoed, angrily shouting as if they had suffered a great injustice. Ye Junlin smiled faintly. Xiao Li. Let them open their eyes and take a good look. Understood, master. Li Wuji waved his hand, and a series of illusory shadow orbs whizzed into the air.
Instantly, images lit up in the sky. From City Lord Murong's account to the scene of annihilating the Black Bear demon, and the image of Abbot's phantom appearing within the blockade, everything was as clear as day. Gestures, expressions, every sound was recorded without missing a detail.
Ye Junlin clasped his hands behind his back, his voice cold. If you still doubt it's fake, go to the far west and investigate. For years the people there have lived worse than dogs, begging for help all the way here. And what did Xuankong Temple do? Ignored them? Not only did they not help, but they also secretly silenced them. Take a good look. This is the person you've been praising as virtuous, compassionate, and dedicated to saving the world.
Boom. The sound around the plaza exploded. Everyone's minds were shaken violently. People looked at each other, heads filled with doubt.
At this moment, a hoarse voice rang out from the crowd. Greetings, everyone. This one is an elder of the Celestial Design Sect. The entire area immediately fell silent. The Celestial Design Sect was renowned, specializing in creating puppets, flying vessels, and especially illusory shadow orbs, the elder slowly said. This one uses the reputation of the Celestial Design Sect to guarantee that all of these illusory shadow orbs are absolutely authentic, without any signs of being tampered with or faked.
Boom. One sentence stirred up 1,000 waves. The entire area was stunned. The Celestial Design Sect had stood up to guarantee it, so there was no room for denial.
I never expected the truth to be like this, the first prince muttered, all his strength drained as if he were a deflated balloon. We've been kept in the dark for so long, the second prince laughed bitterly, mocking himself. Princess Mingyu remained silent, her gaze quietly looking at the silver-haired youth. Is this person really Ye Junlin?
So Xuankong Temple, from beginning to end, is just a bunch of hypocrites hiding their filth under the cloak of righteousness. You are not worthy of being Orthodox Buddhism. Get out of the eastern region. Angry curses rolled like surging waves, roaring through the air, carrying the resentment accumulated for so long bursting forth in one moment. Every cultivator present trembled with anger. Their hearts felt betrayed, as if they had just woken up from a dream after being deceived for years. The monks of Xuankong Temple stood with their heads bowed, their faces stiff, extremely embarrassed. It was too humiliating. Abbot's face was flushed red as if he had been slapped repeatedly in public. No matter how thick-skinned he was, it was hard to swallow the humiliation of having all his deceit exposed before the world. The scariest thing was that if this spread, the centuries of reputation of Xuankong Temple would collapse in a single day.
Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow, his laughter cold and mocking. Old baldy. Anything else to say? Abbot's entire body trembled, his eyes bloodshot. He glared at Ye Junlin as if he wanted to devour him alive. It was all because of him, he exposed him, tearing apart his pretense of holiness. He gnashed his teeth in anger, his chest heaving violently. And then, with a boom, a heaven-shaking lion's roar erupted.
You damned sinners, shut your mouths for this old monk. The sound was like a raging storm, like heavenly thunder descending.
The entire Fantu mountain trembled. The ground shook violently. Even the sunlight above seemed to tremble from the roar. Ah! Countless cultivators hugged their heads and screamed, ears ringing, eyes blurred, their minds about to explode.
Master, this old baldy has gone mad.
Li Wuji gritted his teeth, his face cold. HMPH. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. Ye Junlin gently waved his sleeve, and a protective barrier instantly enveloped them, blocking all sound waves. The surrounding cultivators immediately rushed behind him, cupping their fists and bowing their heads. Thank you, Senior Ye, for saving our lives. After so many twists and turns, they had completely abandoned their faith in Xuankong Temple, leaving only anger and fear.
That was dangerous. I almost got roared to death.
The first prince gasped for breath, his face ashen. Was that an attempt to silence us? Princess Mingyu clutched her chest, her face pale. Let's go, there's no doubt about it, we must retreat immediately, the second prince shouted, his face pale. Yes, we can't stay here any longer. The first prince immediately pulled Mingyu away, and under the protection of their guards they began to retreat. Hurry, get out of here! The other cultivators also hastily fled, their faces panicked as they ran for their lives. Just then, a loud boom echoed, and golden light blazed across the sky.
Mount Fanda sealed off the void, reverberating with Buddhist chants and sutras echoing in all directions. A layer of grand formation had been activated. The mountain protection formation. Bald donkey, what do you want to do? Frantic shouts rang out everywhere. Everyone was both scared and angry. The abbot stepped forward, hands clasped in front of his chest, chanting a Buddhist prayer, Amitabha. Since you benefactors have entered this place, it means you have a karmic connection with Buddha, so please don't leave, obediently stay here, and allow me to guide you to enlightenment. Seeing this scene, anyone who wasn't an idiot understood their intentions. There was no more doubt. Xuankong Temple wanted to silence everyone.
Shameless. You are utterly shameless. A cultivator trembled as he roared, so infuriated he almost vomited blood.
Now that Mount Fanda is sealed off, what do we do? Princess Mingyu trembled, her face pale. The second prince looked up at the abbot's figure and shouted, "Evil monk, even if you kill us all, how will you report this to the outside world? Your Xuankong Temple won't escape the crime of mass murder either, no way." The first prince clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with fire. "Even if you try to deceive the heavens, you can't hide the bloodstains." As soon as he said that, cheers erupted from all around. Everyone understood that even if they were silenced, the outside world would definitely become suspicious. Because the people who came here today were cultivators from all over Buddha province, including the royal families of the Pure Land countries. If they all suddenly disappeared at Xuankong Temple, the consequences would cause a huge uproar in the eastern domain. The abbot clasped his hands and sighed softly. Good, good. Today this old monk opened the Dharma platform, spreading Buddhist teachings everywhere, but unexpectedly, Ye Junlin, the devil, came to disrupt things. The mountain protection formation had to be activated. This old monk exerted all his strength, joining hands with his fellow disciples, and finally managed to kill him. It's just a pity that all of you pilgrim guests were caught in the crossfire, Amitabha. The entire plaza felt a chill down their spines. If things really played out as he said, then there would be no evidence and no witnesses left.
At that time, not only would Xuankong Temple not be punished, but it might even be hailed as heroes who slayed demons and eliminated evil mentors.
Li Wuji laughed out of anger. This bald donkey was clearly planning to get rid of the people first, and then frame them with false accusations.
Ye Junlin breathed out softly, his eyes full of mockery. Heh, another orthodox traditionalist from Xuankong Temple. First, it was Rondeng, and now it's the abbot's turn. Could it be that the trick of pushing the blame onto others while running away has become a local specialty here? He raised an eyebrow, his voice as cold as ice. You think it's that simple, huh? You want to kill me and then frame me as a demon who harms people? Do you really think you'll succeed? The abbot was silent for a moment, before opening his mouth.
Ye Junlin, the devil, this old monk has seen your strength through the shadow recording orb, and it's indeed not to be underestimated. But have you forgotten? This is Xuankong Temple, this old monk's home turf. Under the blessing of the Grand Formation and the protection of countless monks, magical power, how much of a chance do you think you have left? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. The abbot wasn't exaggerating. If it were somewhere else, he might be wary. But at Xuankong Temple, with the mountain protection formation guarding it and layers upon layers of Dharma protection, he had enough confidence to enter a state of invincibility. Unless a true immortal descended. Otherwise, he would use blood to wash away the injustice, and use the Dakyo to slay the demon. Rumble. The mountain protection formation erupted, Mount Fanda shook, golden light surged, Buddhist sounds echoed through the heavens, and the entire sacred mountain suddenly transformed into a sacred and divine fortress full of killing intent. The entire king's capital stirred, people looked up towards Mount Fanda, horrified. What's going on? Could it be that Xuankong Temple is in trouble? Should we dispatch troops to rescue them? Amidst the chaos, a general rushed into the royal palace in a panic. Reporting to the ruler, the first prince, second prince, and princess are still inside Xuankong Temple.
What did you say? The ruler of the Pure Land Kingdom jumped up, his face ashen. Summon all the garrison troops, immediately seal off Mount Fanda, and prepare for rescue. But when the general left the hall, hidden in a dark corner,
he suddenly stopped, his lips curling into a cold smile,
took out an ancient token from his sleeve, poured magical power into it. Silver light flickered, as if sending a signal to some force in the darkness.
Back at Mount Fanda, Ye Junlin pointed and ordered, Xiaosheng, no need to waste time, attack now.
Finally, I get to unleash hell. Hong Tianyé's face revealed a look of madness. His red robes fluttered, and flames rose from the palm of his hand like a storm.
You came just in time.
I'll use you as a sacrifice, the abbot sneered. Shut your mouth, Hong Tianyé roared. Meanwhile, the aura of an ancient formation permeated the air, and the incessant chanting echoed directly into everyone's minds. Anaya, my head. Countless cultivators clutched their heads, screaming in pain, their Q and blood in chaos, unable to resist at all. Damn it, this formation is really insidious. Li Wuji gritted his teeth. Even I'm affected. But it's still too weak.
Hong Tianyé frowned, his eyes ice cold.
The abbot's body blazed. Golden light radiating brilliantly, a dazzling halo appearing behind his head. A palm shadow like a mountain came crashing down. The Dharma palm. Hong Tianyé's entire body seemed to be on fire, covered in a layer of flames. His power like a dragon's roar.
Boom! Palm and fist collided, the void collapsed, and chaotic air currents swirled. HMPH, the abbot snorted coldly. I didn't expect you to have reached the peak of the tribulation transcension stage, but there's nothing to be afraid of. Since you're so good at fire techniques, let's see whose is stronger. With that, the abbot clasped his hands together, and a stream of flames seeming to come from the nine nether hell erupted. Hong Tianyé formed hand seals, the scarlet Huangli flames bursting forth, resisting the abbot's attack. I didn't expect the flames of that bald old coot to contain the power of the nine nethers. You collude with the underworld race, and still dare to call yourself a Buddhist monk. You heretical demons don't know what true scriptures are. This is Buddhist karma fire, born to burn away evil spirits and exterminate demons like you. With an earth-shattering boom that tore through the sky, a massive figure, 10,000 meters long, broke through the clouds in the vast sky. Like a living mountain, its rolling aura enveloped the entire Brahma mountain. That "That's a Kunpeng," the abbot exclaimed, his expression drastically changing.
An ancient divine beast, the supreme of the demon race, a king among kings, actually appeared openly on Brahma Mountain. Moreover, its aura was clearly that of the tribulation transcension stage. There was no doubt, this was a true demon emperor.
The Kunpeng flapped its wings,
opening its mouth. A deep abyss. Countless energies crazily gathering into a terrifying beam of light.
Then, boom! The sky-piercing beam struck straight down at the mountain protection array,
a heaven-shattering bombardment.
Right on the Kunpeng's back.
A small figure with a big head and a small body excitedly raised its hand. "Master, Thirsty is here to help you." Beside it, a tall figure trembled. It was the great Demon King, his face pale, wishing he could disappear into the ground.
Underground, the abbot looked at the scene, his eyes almost popping out.
What? This Kunpeng's head is your mount? He had only seen it vaguely through image orbs before, never expecting the reality to be this ancient divine beast, such a tribulation transcension stage divine beast, willingly serving as a mount to a human. He couldn't understand it at all.
The Kunpeng was originally a king within the demon race's bloodline,
and once it unleashed its power, it would be absolutely world-destroying.
It used to just sweep the floor, but now that it had the chance to exert itself, it desperately unleashed its power. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of destructive light shot straight down, striking the mountain protection array, the tremors causing heaven and earth to shake. "Thirsty is here." Bai Xiaoxi waved a small fist, golden divine light exploding, chaotic energy gushing like a waterfall. The fourth disciple was called out, and even though reluctant, the great Demon King dared not disobey his senior sister, and had no choice but to circulate the Azure Emperor longevity art. Boom! A cyan beam of light slashed down, like divine lightning descending, striking straight into the formation.
The three of them attacked simultaneously. 3 streams of tribulation transcension stage power converging into a great bombardment.
Crack! The mountain protection array trembled violently, and then the surface suddenly cracked open. A gap appeared in the light screen covering Brahma Mountain. Immediately, those cultivators who had been suppressed by the formation, their heads aching as if about to explode, gradually awoke. Seeing the gap, they all shouted loudly, "Run!" Chaotic like a hornet's nest. Thousands of people squeezed and jostled to escape, screams echoing throughout the mountain. "Return! You all come back here for me!" The abbot's face was blood red as he angrily roared, waving a giant palm of Buddhist light down, intending to capture everyone running. Boom! The palm imprint was scattered by Ye Junlin with one hand, shattering into sparkling rays of starlight falling lightly in the air. Shocked, surprised, unexpected, Ye Junlin smiled faintly, his voice laced with sarcasm.
The abbot stood in mid-air, his face as dark as ice, murderous intent seething in his heart. He hated this brat to the bone. If Ye Junlin hadn't come to cause trouble, how could the Xuankong Temple have fallen into such a miserable state today?
And now that those people had escaped, if word got out, the Xuankong Temple's 1,000-year reputation would probably be ruined. "Good opportunity, run quickly," the first prince shouted, his eyes shining brightly as if seeing a path to survival.
"Little sister, don't be dazed, run quickly." Princess Mingyu was still staring blankly at Ye Junlin's back, until she was pulled by the second prince, and hurriedly ran with the guards. Rushing towards the path of life, waves of cultivators followed suit, fleeing Brahma Mountain.
"Look, people have escaped." The royal capital was instantly in turmoil, and the watching forces couldn't help but be shaken.
"What's going on? Is Xuankong Temple under attack by demons? Should we send troops to reinforce them?" A middle-aged commander hurriedly ran before the prince to ask for instructions. "Reinforce my ass," the first prince glared. "They are the demons in Buddhist robes." "What?" The commander paled in fear. These words were no different from exposing Xuankong Temple's true face to the world. To be accused of disrespecting Buddhism was a death sentence. Above the sky, as soon as the mountain protection screen cracked, a small figure shot down from the Kunpeng's back like a shooting star. "Master, Thirsty is here." You're just in time," Ye Junlin smiled, waving his sleeve. "Follow your master, and teach these baldies a lesson they'll never forget."
"All right." Bai Xiaoxi immediately charged into the battlefield,
her snow-white hands clenched tightly. Each punch landed like thunder, the resulting shockwaves sweeping across the area. One by one, figures were sent flying, crashing to the ground, covered in blood.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The great Demon King waved his hand, and dozens of emerald green vines shot out like steel whips, piercing through the elders, splattering blood everywhere. Holy crap! The cultivators who were about to encircle and capture him couldn't turn around fast enough, their scalps tingling with fear. At this moment, the great Demon King transformed into a demon god, his vines coiling around the battlefield like divine serpents, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. The entire battlefield descended into chaos. Even though Ye Junlin only brought a few people, they were all genuine Tribulation Realm experts. As soon as they made their move, the Xuankong Temple suffered heavy losses. Ye Junlin smiled faintly. "Old bald donkey, looks like things aren't going so well for you, huh?" The abbot's face turned green, his body trembling slightly. He truly didn't expect this devil to not only be strong himself, but for all of his disciples to also be in the Tribulation Realm. The abbot forced himself to stay calm, his eyes as cold as ice. "Yeah, you think the Xuankong Temple only has this much to offer? With that, he turned his head and looked deep into the temple, his voice deep. "The two of you, please make your move. Today, let's join forces and kill this devil." With an earth-shattering boom, two sky-high auras erupted from deep within the Xuankong temple, surging like a vast ocean.
From the sky, two dazzling magical artifacts shot towards them. One was a staff with black and white intertwined segments, and the other was a golden bracelet, both being 7th grade profound artifacts, passed down through the temple for over 1,000,000 years. Subduing demon staff, Vajra bracelet, an elder exclaimed in shock. These two artifacts were the sacred weapons of the temple, part of the 3 great sacred treasures of the Xuankong temple.
Swish. The two artifacts drew a beautiful arc in the sky, as if possessing sentience, simultaneously striking towards Ye Junlin.
Ye Junlin frowned, raised his right hand, and with 2 fingers joined together pointed straight at the sky. Get lost? Boom! The sound was like thunder. The subduing demon staff and Vajra bracelet groaned as they were knocked back, swirling quake, returning to their masters. In the sky, on the left, was a tall, middle-aged monk, with golden rings in his ears, his blood energy like the ocean, holding a staff, his eyes like lightning. On the right was a young monk, with a white halo behind his head, a red dot between his eyebrows, his face serene, without joy or sorrow, the bracelet floating in the palm of his hand, shining like gold stars.
"Who are those two?" a young novice whispered. The senior brother next to him had turned pale. "It's Elder Longxiang and Elder Qingjing. They were once known as the Xuankong Three Saints, on par with Abbot Shu Yun back then." Boom! The entire place exploded. The names of the Xuankong Three Saints were like thunder in the eastern region. Back then the 3 of them joined forces and swept through the area, each of them invincible in their realm, and when the 3 of them combined they also cultivated a special kind of technique, which could unleash double the destructive power. It was thanks to these 3 that the Xuankong temple rose to the pinnacle of Buddhist cultivation in the eastern region. Although the 2 of them later went into seclusion, leaving only Shu Yun to inherit the position of abbot, their reputation still remained, causing countless cultivation forces to fear the 3 words, Xuankong. 3 saints, now Longxiang and Qingjing, have reappeared, and the Xuankong temple monks burst into emotional cheers as if they had seen their idols again.
In the distance, Shu Yun forced a smile. "The 2 of you, it's been a long time."
Elder Longxiang held his staff, his eyes sharp as knives, his voice as loud as a bronze bell. "Su Yun, what kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into? That kid blew away both my and Qingjing's magical artifacts with his bare hands." Elder Qingjing's eyes were filled with pity. "It's sad. The Xuankong temple hasn't suffered such heavy losses in many years. Su Yun, how can you face the late abbot?" Hearing this, the corners of Shu Yun's mouth twitched slightly. His old face suddenly darkened, then turned cold, his mood changing unpredictably. If he hadn't been forced to the end of the road, he really wouldn't have wanted to see those 2 again. His eyes were bloodshot, and Shu Yun glared fiercely at Ye Junlin.
Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes flashing. Those 2 don't seem to be on the same page as this old monk. Ha, looks like you don't like him much, huh? His casual tone was full of sarcasm. Elder Longxiang and Elder Qingjing were startled. Shu Yun, is what he's saying true?
Shu Yun flew into a rage. "Devil, don't try to sow discord."
With that, he immediately began chanting, as if summoning something extremely dangerous.
Boom! From deep within Mount Fantuo, a shockwave resounded.
An ancient staff broke through the dust, floating in the air, wrapped in the light of Buddhism, its aura suffocating. "Ah, that's the Tongtian staff," a monk exclaimed in shock. A 9th grade profound artifact, the supreme treasure of the Xuankong temple.
Shu Yun held the staff, one hand raised in front of his chest, and said coldly, "You forced me to use this. Even if you die, it will be worth it." The Tongtian staff is a 9th grade profound artifact, almost only 1 step away from becoming an immortal artifact, its power unmatched, and today he has brought it to the battlefield. Shu Yun glanced at the other 2 and said in a deep voice, "The 2 of you, don't blame me. The current situation doesn't allow for hesitation. For the sake of our Dao lineage, we must join forces."
HMPH. That makes sense. Longxiang nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the subduing demon staff smashed down like thunder. "Devil, accept your fate." The shadow of the staff was like a mountain, crashing down, swift.
From the other side, a dazzling golden light tore through the sky. The Vajra bracelet descended like heavenly thunder, carrying ancient swirling patterns, striking straight towards Ye Junlin's head. "Evil spawn, meet your death," Elder Qingjing shouted coldly. The 2 great experts attacked from both sides. Shu Yun wielded the staff, his body radiating Buddhist light. Behind him the illusory image of the Buddha appeared, his aura like a god descending. The 3 great completion tribulation realm experts, the 3 supreme forces, descended at the same time.
Facing that vast pressure, Ye Junlin didn't move. He raised his hand, passing it over his head, summoning an ancient flying sword. The sword body covered in runes, the light pale like the vicissitudes of time.
As soon as the sword light appeared, everyone's eyes were immediately dazzled. Shengyuan's sword, a 9th grade profound artifact. Ye Junlin casually swung his sword
drawn like thunder, its sharp edge exploding, a streak of cold light cutting through the sky.
Shu Yun cried out in alarm. "How do you also possess a 9th grade Xuan Qi?"
Ding! Xuankong temple check-in detected. Does the host wish to accept the reward? The system's voice sounded at just the right moment. Ye Junlin glared, cursing inwardly. "Good heavens, you're only telling me now. Where did you swallow the previous rewards? He angrily roared in his mind. Check in, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Reward, supergrade swordsmanship. 6 Immortal Sword Manual. A flood of information poured into his mind. Without even thinking, Ye Junlin instinctively swung his sword. The Kang Yuan sword tore through the wind, howling. A sky-filling killing intent, murderous aura, killing intent and killing thought converged on the tip of the sword, transforming into an earth-shattering sword strike. The entire world seemed to turn blood red. A single sword strike seemed capable of decapitating even immortals in the heavens. What? Zhu Yun and the other two's expressions drastically changed. Boom, boom. A beam of fiery red swordlight slashed straight down, carrying power as if to destroy heaven and earth. That force surged, sending shivers down the spine. The 3 high-ranking monks of Xuankong Temple were forced to combine their strength. And after a long while, they barely managed to neutralize that one sword strike.
Zhu Yun was startled, his face turning pale. Demonic cultivator, you, what kind of swordsmanship is this? The sword move just now was far too ferocious. It carried an unyielding killing intent, as if wanting to destroy even gods and Buddhas. If it were someone with a weak mind, that single sword strike would have been enough to shatter their soul, turning them into an idiot on the spot. Fortunately, all 3 were high-ranking monks proficient in meditation, but even so, they had just been in an extremely difficult situation.
In mid-air, Ye Junlin stood there, his silver hair fluttering, his eyes cold, his killing intent seemingly materialized, holding his longsword, his figure proud, like a devil descending upon the world. He smiled faintly.
Listen carefully. This swordsmanship is called donkey killer, specially used to chop shameless old balds like you.
Sinful wretch, daring to speak such wild nonsense. Elder Longxiang roared, tightening his grip on the demon-subduing cudgel, his figure sweeping across the void like lightning. A shocking clang resounded. Elder Longxiang was pushed back several steps, his hands numb.
Longxiang angrily shouted, "What are you two still spacing out for?" Just watching, Zhu Yun secretly took a deep breath, separated to occupy a position, and joined forces to encircle and attack him.
Elder Xingjing also nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. Immediately, the 3 moved, forming a triangular formation, tightly surrounding Ye Junlin in the middle, from 3 directions. 3 attacks were launched simultaneously. But facing that offensive, Ye Junlin only placed one hand behind his back, holding the Kang Yuan sword in the other, calmly responding. Each sword strike dissolving, each attack, each step back of his was stable, each move was full of killing intent. The sound of metal colliding echoed throughout Mount Fumo. Qui waves surged, the sky and earth were hazy, but even with 3 people besieging him, they couldn't gain half an advantage. Elder Longxiang gritted his teeth. Damn it, back then, when the 3 of us roamed the eastern region, we had never encountered such a difficult opponent. What era is he a monster from? Elder Qingjing sighed. Zhu Yun, I told you before, don't make enemies randomly.
You nodded readily back then, and now look, you've dragged us all into trouble. Zhu Yun became even angrier upon hearing this. Shut up. He looked at Ye Junlin, his eyes revealing a heavy killing intent. This demonic cultivator cannot be judged by common sense. Then he shouted, Ye Junlin, you want to see the true foundation of Xuankong Temple, don't you? Fine, let me show you. Finishing speaking, he began to chant incantations. From deep within the earth of Mount Fumo, a stream of sacred light slowly rose. The 3 of them were simultaneously bestowed with a strange power, golden light covering their entire bodies. They were as if the Buddha had descended and blessed them. Each of their auras strengthened several times over. This is, Ye Junlin frowned slightly. Li Wuji's face turned pale. Not good. Master is in danger, Hong Tianye whispered. This is the power of incense, the strength accumulated from tens of thousands of Xuankong Temple's believers over countless generations. Once activated, it can make the person casting it as if they've transformed into a saint. In the high sky, a Buddhist proclamation echoed, Amitabha. The sound of chanting sutras was like a great bell reverberating throughout the sky. An old monk wearing a kasaya clasped one hand in front of his chest, the other hand holding a glittering golden staff, his old face revealing a few traces of compassion, as if grieving for the world, but the depths of his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Damn it, I originally intended to accumulate more incense power, waiting for the opportunity to break through to the true immortal realm, but unexpectedly I was forced to burn it all on this demonic cultivator. The old man gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Even if we can kill him, gathering the incense power again will be many times more difficult. Moreover, the reputation of Xuankong Temple has been shattered by him. Thinking of this, Zhu Yun's heart was filled with even more hatred. He had originally intended to kill all the outsiders, rather kill the innocent than let one go, all to silence them. To maintain the reputation of Xuankong Temple, if the truth were to spread, who would offer incense anymore? Without people making offerings, the incense would also run dry. For the Buddhist sect, that would be a fatal blow, and the one who caused all of this was the one standing in front of him on the other side. Ye Junlin stood in mid-air, holding his sword, his silver hair fluttering, his eyes blazing with sharp light. He looked at the 3 people opposite him, his aura not at all fearful, even a little excited. Is that all you've got? Demonic Ye, you've reached the end of the road, Zhu Yun snarled, then suddenly raised his staff. The other 2 attacked at the same time. Boom boom, all 3 figures exploded with energy, surging power spreading out, dust filling the sky. If it weren't for the Great Mountain Protection Array, Mount Fumo would have shattered long ago. Let's see how long you can hold on, Zhu Yun said coldly. The power of incense accumulated over tens of thousands of years, when bestowed upon the 3 of them, created an extremely terrifying force. In just a short moment, Ye Junlin began to fall into a state of encirclement. Even if magic is used, it will be dispelled. Just then, a sharp screech echoed from afar.
Kun Peng, who was circling outside, saw his master in trouble, and immediately broke through the formation and rushed inside. It opened its mouth and spat out a beam of destructive light, sweeping straight towards the three high monks.
Rumble, dazzling light burst forth, the aura of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth,
but Shu Yun only snorted coldly. "Evil beast!" He waved his hand to dispel the light, then grabbed straight towards Kun Peng. A giant golden hand appeared, carrying the swastika symbol, filled with divine aura.
Kun Peng tried its best to resist but was inevitably suppressed. The hand transformed into 5 mountains, pressing down on it, making it unable to move. "You have a predestined relationship with Buddhism. I will convert you later and make you the guardian sacred beast of Shuangkong Temple." Zhu Yun looked at the divine bird, a look of greed flashed in his eyes. This is Kun Peng. If he can subdue it, today's losses are not significant.
At this moment, Ye Junlin's cold voice sounded, "Old Baldy, how dare you touch my Akun?" Akun, Shu Yun almost choked on the spot. "What a lousy name," he sneered. "So what, do you think you can threaten me?" Now he has absolute confidence in victory, but at this moment, try this. Ye Junlin immediately cast a spell, his whole body glowing brightly. At the same time, from both sides of his body, 2 figures exactly like him stepped out. Boom! The 2 clones threw a punch, cooperating with the main body's sword moves, forcing the 3 high monks to retreat. What is this?" Shu Yun was horrified. The 3 of them stared blankly at the 3 figures standing towering in the air, each with an aura exactly like the original body. Ye Junlin felt the connection from the 2 clones, frowned and murmured, "How interesting, this is one chi, transforming into 3 pure ones, 3 figures, 3 strengths, 3 dominations." The clone on the left, carrying the coffin of celestial burial on his shoulder, has a wild aura. The clone on the right, holding the longevity flute, has the temperament of a god. In the middle, Ye Junlin held his sword straight, a cold smile blooming on his lips.
"Continue," Elder Qingjing said in a deep voice. "Shu Yun, why don't you cooperate with me and Longxiang to perform an ultimate move from the past? If it's just one move, I believe we will have a very high chance of winning." Elder Longxiang also nodded. "That's right, back then the 3 of us joined forces to unleash our ultimate move, Unstoppable, dominating the world. Now this devil is too strong, I'm afraid we have to use that move to suppress him." Hearing this, Ye Junlin raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh, the 3 of them still have a move they haven't used." But contrary to expectations, Shu Yun roared angrily. "Shut up, don't even think about Lei Lao not cooperating." His attitude suddenly became agitated, as if he was reminded of some unpleasant memories. Longxiang and Qingjing could only shake their heads. "You really are," Qingjing sighed softly. At this time, Shu Yun turned abruptly towards Ye Junlin, his eyes full of murderous intent. "You think you can resist the 3 of us with just 2 clones?"
Ye Junlin smirked. "You'll know if you try." After saying that, he swooped up, a sharp swordlight slashing straight towards Zhu Yun's Yintang point. Zhu Yun was startled, hurriedly raised his treasured staff, and used all his strength to block it. A loud bang rang out. Being violently shaken, Shu Yun retreated dozens of zang, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face pale. He was horrified. Before he had 2 companions to help, now facing him alone he had already fallen into a disadvantage. "Evil creature, don't be arrogant," Longxiang shouted loudly, wielding the subduing demon cudgel to attack. But as soon as he made a move, an ancient bronze coffin appeared out of nowhere, blocking the attack. With a bang, the cudgel collided with the coffin, emitting an earth-shattering vibration. A cold figure appeared. It was Ye Junlin's clone. "Your opponent is me." Longxiang was shocked, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. "Longxiang, let me help." Elder Qingjing rushed over. The Vajra Pestle tore through space, slashing straight towards Ye Junlin's clone. Its power was so strong that even a person undergoing tribulation could be crushed into minced meat. Suddenly, a flute sounded. The sound like flowing water and floating clouds. Sound symbols appeared in the air, blocking the path of the Vajra Pestle. With a bang, the Vajra Pestle was blocked. Unable to advance even an inch, Elder Qingjing looked in surprise at the flute. A silver-haired youth, holding a flute in his mouth, was walking towards him, his eyes full of teasing. Ye Junlin smiled faintly. Before it was 3 against 1, now it's 1-on-1, that's fair. Then, he suddenly drew his sword, a fiery red swordlight slashing straight towards Zhu Yun. Not good, Zhu Yun panicked, and hurriedly poured all his magic power into the Tongtian staff. Buddha's light shone brightly. A violent shock rang out, the 2 collided, and the shockwaves spread like waves. Zhu Yun tried his best to resist, his face in pain, sweat dripping from his forehead. Ye Junlin sneered again. "How many more moves can you block?" He waved his hand. The swordlight covered the sky, and the murderous intent turned into a blood cloud hovering above his head. Pufed. Finally, Zhu Yun couldn't bear it, and spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling, his face pale. The other 2 wanted to help, but they were also being pushed to their limits. Longxiang got slammed by the funeral sky coffin and went flying, spitting out blood. his internal organs severely damaged.
Ye Junlin's clone carried the funeral sky coffin, pressing forward step by step, his aura like a demon god descending.
On the other side, Elder Qingjing wasn't doing any better. His Vajra pestle was locked down by the Yin talisman, forcing him to give up casting spells and attack the person playing the flute, but the flute's sound surged even more intensely, the sound echoing like thousands of soldiers and horses charging. The sound of hooves, shouts, and clashing swords filled the air relentlessly. Elder Qingjing's face changed. What? He felt pain all over his body as if stabbed by 10,000 knives. Aha! A miserable scream rang out. Long Xiang looked over, his face pale. Qingjing, what's wrong with you? He saw the other man acting like he was going crazy, clearly untouched by anyone, yet clutching his head in pain, harming himself. Ye Junlin's clone sneered, maybe you should worry about yourself first. With that, he lifted the funeral sky coffin and smashed it straight down on Longxiang. Boom! The demon's subduing staff shook violently as if about to break. Elder Longxiang was bleeding from all 7 orifices, his face as white as a sheet, his heart a turbulent sea. He was utterly despairing. Can't win at all. Just how strong is this devil? When Ye Junlin used 1 qi transformed into 3 pure ones, all 3 of them, once the famed 3 saints of Shuangkong Temple in the eastern region, were overwhelmed and couldn't react in time. The situation completely reversed. Squelch, Xu Yun spat out a mouthful of red blood, grinding his teeth, struggling to hold on. At this point the kasaya on his body was in tatters, his whole body covered in wounds, with not a trace of the demeanor of an enlightened high monk. Looking at the silver-haired youth holding the sword before him, his heart trembled. If it weren't for the blessing of the power of incense, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Xu Yun lowered his head and mocked himself. This is the real difference between people. He was the abbot of Shuangkong Temple, revered as the #1 high monk. But if he were to die just like this, what meaning would all his previous efforts have? The thought churned in his mind. Xu Yun recalled the years of enduring cultivation, climbing step by step to the peak, enjoying the glory of 10,000 monks prostrating before him. At this moment his eyes turned bloodshot, his face gradually becoming ferocious. Boom! An enormous aura erupted from his body. Tearing through the clouds, Xu Yun shouted loudly, "You two, give me a hand!" Longxiang spat out more blood, cursing with a laugh. Amitabha, this little brat, if he had woken up sooner, Qingjing and I wouldn't have had to suffer so much. A second later, the two simultaneously chanted incantations and formed hand seals, then transformed into 2 streams of black and white light, rushing straight into Xu Yun's body. Aha! His shout echoed throughout Brahma Mountain. Ye Junlin paused, a look of surprise on his face. Before him, a strange figure was gradually forming. 3 heads, 6 arms, a body merged from 3 people, Xu Yun in the middle, the other 2 heads being Longxiang and Qingjing. 3 arms on each side held 3 magic treasures, the Tongtian staff, the demon subduing staff, and the Vajra pestle, his whole body radiating earth-shattering energy. It was a 3-headed, 6-armed being, Ye Junlin frowned. Unlike the legends, this is a true merging of 3 people. We've finally reunited in one body, Longxiang shouted from the left side, Amitabha. Back then, the 3 saints of Shuangkong Temple used this move to dominate the eastern region. Qingjing also sighed from the right side. Shut up! Xu Yun in the middle was dripping with sweat, his face twisted in pain. This move is strong, but the pain is indescribable. Especially with 2 souls merging into his body, every second that passes is a torture. That's why, unless he was desperate, Xu Yun would never use it. Unfortunately, today has come. The 3 magic treasures lit up simultaneously. The 3 pairs of arms formed hand seals. The aura suppressed the entire world. Ye Junlin slightly raised an eyebrow. Why does this old monk look so uncomfortable? But immediately afterward he sensed an extremely terrifying energy rising before him. For the first time, Ye Junlin became serious, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, pouring magic power into the sword's body. The sword trembled violently. Then a burst of power shot out like a tidal wave. Whoosh! The 2 clones simultaneously appeared on either side, their eyes as sharp as swords, looking forward at the same time. Xu Yun roared, unleashing his strongest attack. Today, either you die, or I perish. A destructive aura spread throughout Brahma Mountain, causing the earth and sky to shake, heaven and earth to turn upside down. The scene was extremely terrifying. Ye Junlin, in coordination with his 2 clones, simultaneously swung his sword, a heaven-splitting sword tearing through everything. He shouted, "Kill! Boom, boom, boom!" In everyone's eyes, there was only a white expanse. Their ears were ringing. The entire world seemed to fall into silence. Time and space seemed to freeze. Master has made his move. Li Wuji stood stiffly, his whole body numbed. Is this the battle between top powerhouses? He shouted. Master, Bai Shaoxi reflexively covered her eyes, squeaking, "Squeak, squeak, I'm going blind." The great devil trembled, exclaiming in horror. Humans are so scary, Hong Tianye gasped, his eyes shaking. As if trying to verify something, he asked, his voice hoarse, "What's the result?" At the point of impact, bursts of power exploded one after another. Anyone with a cultivation level below the Tribulation Transcendence realm, if they were near the center, would be crushed into dust. The other cultivators fled in panic. Screams echoed throughout Brahma Mountain. "I've never seen such a fierce battle." Another cultivator shouted as he ran, "Run, don't say any more. If you talk too much, you won't make it." A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, like a waterfall cascading down to the human world. everything below seemed to be turned to ashes.
The energy storm gradually dissipated. The scene that appeared before their eyes was ancient temples turned into ruins. The surviving elders and disciples looked up, their hearts filled with hope. But just a second later, that hope shattered instantly. They were filled with despair, exclaiming with grief, "No." The three saints of Xuankong Temple, who were once high and mighty, were now kneeling on the ground in disarray, their bodies stained with fresh blood. Only Ye Junlin and his two clones stood tall in the sky. He slightly raised his chin, his voice echoing indifferently across the sky. "You've lost." In that brief moment, both sides had clashed with all their might. But in the end, the three saints of Xuankong Temple couldn't withstand it and were forced to dissolve. Their spirits were exhausted, and their injuries were severe. Although they were transcending tribulation stage experts who could regenerate limbs, their magical power and true essence were completely depleted. Just as Ye Junlin had said, they had lost. And not just lost, but lost completely. Xu Yun only felt a chill run through his body, as if he had just survived a disaster. In his heart, he roared in despair. How can there be such a terrifying transcending tribulation stage expert in this world? He had to know that he was fighting right on his own turf, using every means to enhance his strength, even exceeding the limits of the transcending tribulation stage. Under such conditions, he should have been able to perform to the maximum, yet, in front of this devil, he still suffered a crushing defeat. The opponent's suffocating power made him completely despair. Elder Longshang excitedly shouted, "Devil, don't be too complacent. With the contributions that our Xuankong Temple has made, there will definitely be fellow cultivators who will stand up to act on behalf of the heavens and eliminate you immediately." Elder Qingjing, wounded, sighed, "Alas, who would have thought that the Buddhist Holy Land that once saved the common people would encounter such a calamity? We are truly sorry to the past sages. We have failed to protect this pure land
and let down their efforts." Ye Junlin spoke. "Why are these guys acting like they're the victims, and I've become the heinous devil?" He raised an eyebrow and sneered, Hey, you two old geezers, stop acting. Just the dirty deeds that your Xuankong Temple has done are enough to make heaven and earth indignant. So many innocent people have died tragically at your hands. If we really settle the accounts, I'm afraid you'd have to go down to hell to repent." Elder Longxiang almost lost control. He felt that he had been severely insulted and shouted, "Devil, don't talk nonsense. Since ancient times, Xuankong Temple has always taken saving the common people as its responsibility. Every disciple must go down the mountain to train, eliminate evil, and do good everywhere. We understand the principle of the winner takes all, but before killing us, you still want to smear the reputation of Xuankong Temple. I despise this kind of behavior from the bottom of my heart. Damn it. You're too disgusting." Ye Junlin sneered. "Ha! You make it sound so real." Qing Jing roared angrily, his face full of grief, like a gentleman being humiliated. "Damn it, what do you mean? Back then, the three of us went down the mountain to subdue demons, protect the weak, and countless Xuankong Temple disciples have done good deeds to help the world. There's still clear evidence of those things to this day. How can a devil like you casually slander us?" The smile on Ye Junlin's lips gradually disappeared, and his eyes turned to the current abbot of Xuankong Temple. He saw that the Buddhist leader was still silent. Ye Junlin said coldly, "Old Baldy, it seems that your two fellow disciples still don't know anything. Do you dare to tell them about the things that Xuankong Temple has done?" The two elders also gradually realized something, and immediately turned to look at Abbot Shuyun. What was he saying? Shuyun lowered his head, his heart in intense turmoil, his lips trembling. Don't ask anymore." Ye Junlin smiled coldly, and reached out his hand. A mysterious light flashed in his palm. "You don't want to say, or you don't dare to say? Then let me give you a hand." Xu Yun felt that a part of his memory was being plundered and copied, and he immediately shouted in horror, "No, don't!" He wanted to resist, but in his current state, Xu Yun simply didn't have the qualification to do so. Ye Junlin flicked his finger, and two beams of light immediately flew straight into the space between the eyebrows of the other two. "You two, see for yourselves." In just an instant, the shady things that Xuankong Temple had secretly done, along with the entire cause and effect of this matter, appeared clearly and completely in their minds. Elder Longxiang's eyes were bloodshot, and his lips trembled. Why is it like this? How could it be like this? Everything was completely contrary to his memory of Xuankong Temple in the past. Qing Jing was in pain, and 2 lines of tears rolled down his cheeks. "Xu Yun, you are a damned beast. How many innocent people have been implicated and lost their lives over the years? But is this something that people in the Buddhist faith should do? Are you worthy of the expectations of the previous abbot? If I had known earlier, I would definitely have eliminated scum like you, sin." From generation to generation, whenever Xuankong Temple encountered danger, it did its best to stand up and take responsibility, and therefore was respected by the world. But now, because of you, that reputation has completely collapsed. Xu Yun, what face do you have to face your ancestors? Have you forgotten the great vows you made before the abbot? Hearing the two people's angry accusations, Xu Yun gradually became annoyed, and finally, the anger that had been building up for a long time erupted. He roared, "Enough!" Suddenly he spat out a stream of black energy and shouted, "Everything I did was for the reputation of Xuankong Temple." The purple flame around Xu Yun's body burned fiercely, and he continued to roar, "I am here to realize my dream of becoming an immortal, but that dream is also what I think of.
For Xuankong Temple, Zhu Yun laughed like a madman and continued, I'm afraid the immortal realm is about to be destroyed. 2 years ago, a senior in the immortal realm used supreme secret techniques to transmit a dream to me, informing me that the situation in the immortal realm is getting worse and worse. Many immortals have fallen in the starry sky, and even the immortal realm supreme is hard to protect his life. As a result, many lower realms have been destroyed or fallen into the hands of foreign races. Soon, the Kowloon realm will also be affected. He told me to quickly prepare and lead the monks of Xuankong Temple to find a way out. First, Longxiang and Qingjing, the two were shocked, transported magical weapons in front of them, and shouted in unison, What? Are you also a traitor who colluded with the underworld race in secret? For so many years, none of us has paid attention to them. Xu Yun continued to go crazy, his body burning, rushing towards Ye Junlin, and shouted, Now I will light the first fire for the underworld realm army to conquer the County-Lun realm. Let's be reborn together. Ye Junlin just stood there and muttered, Oh, there's a hidden move. This posture looks quite scary. He gently raised his hand, and a stream of blue air emanated from his palm. He whispered, Salvation. Suddenly, the light from the sun shone directly on Zhu Yun's body. He fell face up in the air, and the black energy around him was washed away by the sunlight, and his mouth roared in pain. No, Ye Junlin. It's useless even if you kill me. The underworld realm will live forever. Longxiang, Qingjing, and the Xuankong Temple monks standing below watched, and one person sighed, Amitabha. Thank you, Benefactor Ye, for stopping him in time. Otherwise, his collusion with the underworld race to do evil would lead to immeasurable consequences. Longxiang Elder lamented with a voice full of sorrow. If this is true, where will the myriad creatures of the Kunlun realm go? The space was silent, and a gloomy atmosphere pervaded everywhere. But there was one exception. Ye Junlin smiled lightly, sighing, It seems that the sky is really about to change. This time it's even more interesting. Combined with what he had witnessed before, the creatures of the Stargate from Mingyuan and the unexplained anomalies, Ye Junlin vaguely felt that it all might be related to the Great Tribulation of the immortal realm. He turned around indifferently, intending to leave. Done. Longxiang Elder was extremely surprised. This outcome is completely contrary to the expectation in his mind. Just letting us go like that? Qingjing Elder also asked loudly. Ye Benefactor, what do you mean? Ye Junlin walked away while scratching the back of his head, and said indifferently, What's so surprising? Anyway, I am also a person who has gone through 9 years of compulsory education, a high-level intellectual, and can still distinguish basic right from wrong. Moreover, you are not the mastermind, not even accomplices, just vaguely involved. Now that old prick is dead, and Xuankong Temple has paid the price, the rest is up to you to deal with. Well, bye. Hearing this, both of them were stunned. The 9 years of compulsory education or high-level knowledge they didn't understand, but the meaning behind it was clear. This person didn't intend to vent his anger on them, but clearly distinguished right from wrong. Whoever caused the trouble bears the consequences. Now that Xu Yun is dead and Xuankong Temple has suffered heavy losses, consider it retribution. Watching his carefree back, Longxiang and Qingjing put their palms together in front of their chests and exclaimed emotionally, Amitabha, Ye, Benefactor, you subdue people with virtue. We are truly not convinced. Sarcasm. Ye Junlin called out softly, Kun. As soon as Kun Peng recognized the caller as its master, it immediately, obediently flew over silently. Then the whole group quickly climbed onto Kun Peng's back. Below the foot of the mountain, the three brothers, the great prince, and their younger sister were also struggling to follow the mountain road down. At this time, people outside were watching the situation at Fantuo Mountain. The princess looked up and pointed in surprise. Look, what is that? Could that be a transcending tribulation stage mount? It seems that the great power has left. The great prince also said. So that means the battle is over. What I am most concerned about is whether Xuankong Temple has been completely destroyed. On the top of Fantuo Mountain, the monks mournfully cleaned up the battlefield. First, this battle caused countless fellow disciples to die, and the Nails also suffered heavy losses. This is the biggest blow since Xuankong Temple was established. But at this point, no one has any words to complain. It was all self-inflicted. An elder comforted the disciples. Everyone, although the abbot has passed away, as long as Longxiang Elder and Qingjing Elder are still here, I believe that Xuankong Temple can still restore its glory. The atmosphere was still heavy. Longxiang Elder sighed. Restore its glory, easier said than done, Qingjing Elder replied bitterly. It seems that we are going to be busy again this time, yes, but we have to swallow this bitter fruit. In fact, they are also responsible for Xuankong Temple falling into today's situation. They shouldn't have left everything alone, and just focused on closed-door cultivation. Longxiang Elder shook his head. It's too late to say anything now. Suddenly, Longxiang felt something unusual. His eyebrows twitched continuously, and a dangerous aura rose in his heart. He immediately shouted loudly, his shout reverberating like the lion's roar of Buddhism, causing dust to swirl violently. Who's there? Come out now! Qingjing Elder also immediately felt something unusual, both surprised and angry. Someone dared to take advantage of the chaos to sneak into Fantuo Mountain. More importantly, the number of intruders is not just one. Judging from the aura detected, some have even reached the transcending tribulation stage. Waves of ripples appeared in the void, and figures stepped out one after another,
all dressed in uniform black clothes, wearing hats to cover their faces.
The leader was a middle-aged man. The black-clad protector crossed his arms behind his back, his voice deep and magnetic. Ha ha! The three saints of Xuankong Temple, once famous in the eastern region, now only two are left, truly the creation of trickery. Longxiang elder roared angrily, holding the demon-subduing staff tightly, puffed out his chest and stepped forward. What kind of riffraff dare to come to Xuankong Temple to show off? The black-clad man just smiled faintly. Grandmaster Longxiang, your temper is still as fiery as ever. Remember when the Eastern region held a high-level conference of the top 10 immortal sects? You loudly advocated morality on the spot? Looking back now, it is truly a sea of change. The scenery of people is lost.
Longxiang's pupils contracted. Who exactly are you? Being able to appear in the conference that year, you must have met. And you were also a high-level figure in the immortal sect. The black-clad man smiled coldly, forming a seal in his hand. A huge gray bone screen immediately covered the entire Xuankong Temple. Immediately afterwards, the black-clad people behind him acted, rushing straight towards the remaining monks in the monastery. A cold killing intent surged, spreading throughout every corner. Longxiang elder and Qingjing immediately wanted to stop them, but were suppressed by the power of the middle-aged man in black. The two could only kneel on the ground, trembling all over, gritting their teeth in anger. Now they no longer have the strength to resist, they can only let people kill them.
Miserable screams and painful cries echoed throughout Fantuo Mountain, but under the gray bone screen blockade, all of them could not be transmitted to the outside. The remaining elders and disciples of Xuankong Temple were mercilessly slaughtered by the black-clad people. Blood stained the ground red. The scene was no different from the underworld hell. Longxiang and Qingjing still roared, furious to the extreme. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Have we offended you?
The middle-aged man in black shook his head, his voice even. Not because of hatred, we were even allies. It's just that, in the next plan, your existence is too obstructive. We can only take this opportunity to eliminate you, Al.
Allies. Both Longxiang and Qingjing were struck by lightning, their heads spinning, turning quickly. The one who can be called an ally with Xuankong Temple at this time, there is only one. The words were not finished. The two of you, together with that self-righteous old man, set off on your way. Boom! A loud noise shook the sky. Two figures were shot through the forehead and fell to the ground, completely, without any signs of life. On Kunpeng's back, Ye Junlin suddenly frowned and snorted coldly. Hong Tianye hurriedly asked, Shifu, what's wrong? Ye Junlin glanced at him and replied casually, It's nothing, I just smelled the stench of an acquaintance. Perhaps the Ming clan has made a move earlier than expected. The scene changed to the Pure Land Kingdom. In the attic, the two princes were speaking in a deep voice to the middle-aged man in front of the emperor. Father, the incident that happened at Xuankong Temple this time, do we still need to regard them as a respectable sect? I am afraid that the world's Buddhist sects will soon form an alliance against Xuankong Temple. Your two sons believe that the Pure Land Kingdom should prepare a plan as soon as possible. The great prince next to him clenched his fists, his voice resounding with momentum. That's right, father, the name of the Holy Land of Buddhism has been ruined by those monks. Senior Ye just left. It seems that Xuankong Temple has failed in this battle. In my opinion, while they are weak, arrest all those monks, imprison them and slowly try them. In their hearts, Xuankong Temple was originally a noble holy land, and no one dared to offend it. But now that perception has completely collapsed. Those who survived and returned, seeing Xuankong Temple showing signs of being suppressed, wanted to take the opportunity to counterattack and avenge their hatred. Looking at his two precious sons excitedly, the ruler of the Pure Land just shook his head slightly and said, You guys are thinking too simply. At this time, Princess Mingyu stood on the corridor, observing the movements at Fantuo Mountain from a distance through a crystal ball. She found that the top of the mountain was covered by a layer of gray mist, as if it was completely isolated from the outside world. That unusual scene made her unconsciously have an ominous premonition. Suddenly, strange noises came from outside. Princess Mingyu looked up, immediately horrified, feeling as if all the hairs on her body were standing on end, and a cold air rushed straight from her spine to the top of her head. Out of nowhere, black-clad figures swarmed the Imperial Palace airspace like locusts, their killing intent a palpable pressure, echoing all around. Intruders in the Imperial Palace, stop them! Alarmed cries erupted as guards rushed to intercept the black-clad figures, weapons drawn. Leave no one alive. The icy command reverberated like a chilling draft from the abyss. The black-clad figures were powerful, their magical artifacts extraordinary. They completely overwhelmed the palace guards. A bloody massacre began. Ah! Ah! Heart-rending screams echoed incessantly. Corpses littered the palace grounds, rivers of blood flowing freely. Father, what's happening outside? The crown prince and second prince stared in disbelief. The Jingtu kingdom's ruler was both terrified and enraged, countless possibilities flashing through his mind. A rebellion or a foreign invasion. Boom! A five-colored beam of light pierced through the clouds. The Jingtu kingdom's ruler, adorned with a lapis lazuli crown, robes billowing, appeared in the Imperial Palace's airspace, his voice thundering with rage. Who dares to invade the Imperial Palace and commit such atrocities? Simultaneously, his eyes blazed with golden light, the kingdom's immense fortune silently empowering him, his cultivation instantly leaping from great ascension perfection to tribulation realm mid-stage. A terrifying pressure blanketed the entire Imperial Palace. Many of the black-clad figures fighting below were immediately suppressed by this aura, nearly immobilized. Just as the ruler was about to strike, intending to eliminate them all on the spot, A similar aura suddenly erupted nearby, several intense killing intents locking onto him.
Impossible. The Jingtu Kingdom's ruler was shocked, cold sweat pouring down his brow.
The enemy had 4 Tribulation Realm cultivators. Such a lineup was definitely not a local force, they were likely true overlords from the eastern region. But what exactly had our Jingtu Kingdom done to offend them? Rumble.
The sky darkened as 4 black-clad figures, swirling with murderous intent, appeared from all directions, surrounding the Jingtu Kingdom's ruler. Beneath their hoods were icy faces, radiating killing intent. The ruler suppressed his fear, gritting his teeth and shouting, "I advise you to withdraw immediately. The Holy Land of Buddhism is still within the royal capital."
His words were intended to use the Xuankong Temple's name to deter the enemy, as it was still a highly influential holy site. Unfortunately, he was met with mocking laughter. Xuankong Temple, from today onwards, will cease to exist.
Buzzing, the ruler's mind reeled as if struck by lightning. This news was a fatal blow. Why waste words with him? Kill. A bloodbath in the imperial palace is enough to complete the mission, a black-clad figure said coldly. Right, attack.
Immediately the 4 Tribulation Realm experts simultaneously unleashed their magical arts, besieging the Jingtu Kingdom's ruler from all directions. Not good, the ruler was forced to defend. Golden runes appeared all over his body, Buddhist chants echoed and Buddhist light illuminated the void. The Jingtu Kingdom was deeply influenced by Buddhism, so its cultivation methods followed that path. With the kingdom's fortune empowering him, the ruler barely managed to withstand the assault for a while. But the advantage was gradually slipping away, and he couldn't hold on much longer. HMPH. Relying on the kingdom's fortune to resist, what a nuisance. A tall, black-clad figure snorted coldly. Put more strength into it. His kingdom's fortune is being depleted. Soon, no one will be able to stop us. Ah. The ruler groaned, his entire body under immense pressure, excruciating pain coursing through him, blood already trickling from the corners of his mouth. Father. The crown prince and second prince witnessed this scene with their own eyes, crying out in despair. How can this be? Princess Mingyu burst into tears, her tears rolling down her cheeks like shattered pearls. Retreat, leave the Jingtu Kingdom, go as far as you can, the ruler roared, using his last strength to shout madly.
Divide and pursue, kill them all, leave no one alive. The tall black-clad figure ordered, Hey, don't mention the sect master outside, if he finds out we're as good as dead. Someone beside him quickly reminded, the other sneered, Don't worry, they definitely won't have the chance to survive. Swish, swish, swish. Upon receiving the order, a group of black-clad figures immediately rushed out.
Hurry, listen to father, we have to retreat now. The second prince's eyes were red-rimmed, tears glistening as he spoke, forcefully pulling his elder brother and younger sister. The crown prince clenched his fists, his jaw grinding, but he ultimately restrained himself, leading his family in retreat. A streak of purple light flashed, and upon closer inspection it was a glowing purple flying carpet. On it, 2 males and 1 female rode the wind. Princess Mingyu bit her lip tightly, continuously forming hand seals, consuming her magical power to control the flying magical artifact, its dazzling starlight shimmering, magnificent yet resolute. Chase them, absolutely don't let them escape. The black-clad figures roared in anger, their murderous intent surging as they gave chase like a storm. At this moment the flying carpet swiftly sped towards a location within the imperial palace.
Below is a teleportation array. I have the command token, I can activate it. We'll teleport away from the Jingtu Kingdom immediately, the second prince said, taking out the command token. Who exactly are these hateful people? Once I escape, I will definitely reveal the truth to the world, the crown prince said resentfully. Just as the flying carpet entered the teleportation array, a barrage of magical arts roared towards them from behind. Explosions erupted everywhere, causing the flying carpet to be overturned. The 3 were sent flying. Not good. In the chaos, the second prince fell into the enemy's hands. In a desperate situation, he poured all of his magical power into the command token and threw it forcefully into the teleportation array. Instantly, light burst forth, and the formation began to activate. About to die, and you still want to play tricks? A black-clad figure grinned maliciously, unleashing a magical artifact that blasted the second prince, turning him into a mist of blood in the air.
Second brother, Princess Mingyu, screamed in agony, her heart feeling as if it were being cut by knives. Little sister, run now, the crown prince roared, flinging the princess towards the teleportation array with all his might,
like an arrow piercing the wind.
Second brother, big brother, is coming to accompany you. With that, the crown prince's body ignited with flames, the blood within him burning fiercely. Golden light poured out from the cracks, and he charged towards the black-clad figures like a mad beast. Damn it! He's going to self-destruct. A terrified shout rang out. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred, light enveloping the heavens and earth. Princess Mingyu was like a soulless person, blankly watching everything vanish in the sea of light. Then, in the dazzling light, she disappeared, teleported away from the Jingtu Kingdom. At that very moment, the Jingtu Kingdom's ruler, who was struggling to hold on, had blood flowing from all 7 orifices, turning into a blood-soaked figure. His eyes gradually became blurry, his voice barely audible as he struggled to speak. Who exactly are you? What do you want to do with this nation? A black-clad figure replied coldly, his voice full of bitterness. Blame yourself for your bad luck, the gateway is here.
Another one chuckled, his voice like a ghost wailing from hell.
Once we've slaughtered you all, the underworld creatures will seize the opportunity to launch an attack. This nation will soon be occupied. Don't worry, the common folk here still have value to be exploited.
Gate. The national leader's eyes widened in shock. He didn't understand what gate they were talking about, but one thing was certain. These people had gone mad for profit, colluding with the underworld to kill their own people and destroy their homeland. And behind them was likely a top-tier force notorious throughout the eastern region. This was a huge conspiracy. The last thought flashed through his mind, and his body was instantly torn apart by a crazed force. In the blink of an eye, his body turned into dust and vanished into the air. Deep within the royal palace, a surge of evil energy erupted. Immediately afterward, creatures covered in heavy yin energy passed through the gate deep within the Pure Land Kingdom. They were the creatures of the underworld. 4 months later, in the vast sky, a massive treasure ship sailed against the wind. Inside the cabin, groups of cultivators looked gloomy, their eyes full of worry. Damn it, the world is getting more chaotic by the day. Yeah, I just escaped from Luozhao. My hometown was invaded by the underworld. Resistance was suppressed, and the rest were captured like livestock. Damn it, the underworld army is unstoppable. So many sects have been razed to the ground. Do those high and mighty immortal sects just plan to sit around and wait for death? In the old days, there were immortal sages suppressing them, and the underworld didn't dare to come near the eastern region. Now, after so many years, they're raising their banners again. If this continues, the eastern region will be destroyed. But now that we're divided, who will step up and take responsibility? Everyone discussed with grief, worrying, and hating the chaotic situation and the monsters from the underworld. At this moment, in a hidden corner, a middle-aged man with a saber at his waist and a wide-brimmed hat quietly leaned against the ship's wall, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's, listening to everything, only frowning slightly.
News, get your news. The Cultivation World Daily, the hottest news here. On the deck, a girl shouted, holding a stack of freshly printed newspapers. Kid, give me one, he said. 2 low-grade spirit stones. After the transaction, the middle-aged man with the wide-brimmed hat picked up the newspaper and disappeared on the spot in a blur. Ling Wuji landed on the ground and said respectfully, "Master, as you instructed, I've brought the latest newspaper." In front of him, a silver-haired youth lay sprawled on a chair, his posture completely undignified, only humming comfortably. Beside him, Hong Tianye gritted his teeth, kneading the youth's back incessantly, both embarrassed and serious. His hands were heating up, light smoke rising. Combined with the healing function, Ye Junlin squinted his eyes in comfort, enjoying it as he said, "Little Hong, your technique has become more and more skillful lately. You have talent." Hong Tianye gave a stiff smile. "As long as Master is satisfied, I'm content." However, in his heart, he cursed Ye Junlin's ancestors for 18 generations. At this moment, Ye Junlin glanced at Li Wuji and said slowly, "Little Li, read the contents of the newspaper. We can't fall behind the international community." "What's the international community?" Li Wuji's mind was confused, but he understood the previous words clearly. Ahem. He opened the newspaper, carefully examining it. When he read a certain passage, his eyes widened immediately, almost thinking he had misread, and he stopped reading. "Master, they said you destroyed Xuankong Temple. In a fit of rage, you even implicated the Pure Land Kingdom, not only bloodily cleansing the royal palace, but even wiping out the royal family. Now the Pure Land Kingdom has been occupied by the underworld army." Ye Junlin, who was relaxing on the chair, opened his eyes wide upon hearing this, and a bone-chilling cold light shot out from his eyes. "You said Xuankong Temple was destroyed." "Yes. As of today, that lineage no longer exists." Li Wuji tried to maintain his composure, not daring to look directly into his master's eyes. Ye Junlin narrowed his eyes, his voice low. "I just left and someone started causing trouble. Most importantly, they dare to frame me. Who are these dogs?" He felt truly helpless. Xuankong Temple was destroyed, the royal family implicated, and then the underworld conveniently occupied the Pure Land Kingdom. It seems the mastermind has been plotting for a long time, and I'm just the fuse in that plan. He calmed down and stroked his chin, analyzing. "Master, they're probably aiming for the gate." Li Wuji suddenly remembered the events in the Great Zhou dynasty and said in a panic, "That's right." Ye Junlin's eyes flashed. Everything revolves around the Stargate. Combined with what Abbot Xuankong revealed, it can be inferred that the extraterritorial forces have run out of patience. They want to use the Stargate to enter Kunlun realm. "Master, while on the ship, this disciple did some scouting and found that many people are fleeing. According to them, most of the eastern region has been invaded by the underworld, and the situation is extremely dangerous." Li Wuji gritted his teeth. "Those disgusting beasts. I'll kill one if I see one. Is there any other information?" Ye Junlin asked. "Let me check again." As he looked, Li Wuji's expression immediately changed. "Master, something happened to Huang Zhao. Even Xuantian's sect is in trouble." "Oh." Ye Junlin reached out and snatched the newspaper, bowing his head to examine it carefully. It turned out that Huang Zhao had been flooded by the underworld army. Xuantian's sect stood up to resist, leading the other sects in rebellion. Initially the battle went smoothly, but then the other side saw the appearance of a top expert and the situation was immediately reversed. Now Huang Zhao has fallen into enemy hands, and Xuantian's sect can only defend passively, besieged for many days. It seems the distance is too far and the sound transmission jade slip could not transmit. Ye Junlin frowned. He had previously thought Xuantian's sect was safe, but little did he know everything had changed. "Master, the sect is in trouble. We must return immediately." Li Wuji was restless. After all, that was his home. Now that his home was about to be robbed, how could he sit still? Kun, turn back to Huang Zhao, Ye Junlin ordered.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the check-in mission. Proceeding to Huang Zhao. Completing the check-in will reward the divine power law, the celestial phenomenon. The system rang. Not bad, Tongzi. Your eye for opportunities has improved lately, Ye Junlin smiled. Ding! It's only natural.
Hey. Kunpeng understood the urgent situation and flapped his wings hard. His speed soared, and the surrounding scenery turned into after-images in an instant. Huang Ziu. Groups of underworld creatures appeared, riding chariots and swaggering everywhere. Pulling those chariots weren't spirit beasts, much less rare exotic beasts, but the human race cultivators themselves with flesh and blood. Their shoulders were pierced by black chains, fresh blood flowing, each step enduring bone-piercing pain, gritting their teeth and struggling forward, their eyes only filled with suffering and fear. On the chariots, the underworld creatures wore hard bone armor, their eyes emitting a cold green light. They whipped the people pulling the chariots as if they were beasts, laughing loudly and jarringly. Faster, go faster. From today onwards you will be slaves of the Bone Clan for generations. The underworld army occupying Huangzhou was led by the Bone Clan, one of the 5 strongest races in the underworld 100 clans. Their bodies were naturally incredibly defensive. Now Huangzhou had become the Bone Clan's domain. They freely torture and massacre the human race for amusement. How infuriating. Is our Huangzhou destined to never see the light of day? Back then, Senior Zhu Feng displayed formidable power, causing the great Dao provinces of the eastern region to be wary. Could it be that after only a brief period of peace, chaos has returned? Now even the Xuantian sect is struggling to protect itself. Even if Senior Zhu were to appear, I fear he wouldn't be able to change anything. Well, everyone just pray for themselves. In the tea house, discussions buzzed incessantly, the atmosphere heavy and gloomy. Suddenly, a person rushed in from outside, shouting, "Everyone, hurry outside and see! The bone race is about to publicly execute a resisting cultivator again." It's said that this time, it's Zhao Lingder, the fairy of the Xuantian sect. What? The entire tea house was shaken, and everyone hurriedly left their seats and rushed out to see. At the execution ground, the surroundings were heavily guarded by bone race soldiers. They held sharp spears, their eyes emitting a ghostly green light, their faces cold and emotionless. The people gathered in a dense crowd, their faces gloomy and unsightly. Because each public execution was a slap in the face of the entire Huangzhou, they were powerless, unable to do anything but watch their compatriots be slaughtered. Look closely, this is the fate of those who dare to resist. On the platform, a bone race general nearly 3 meters tall roared. Behind him, a young woman in blue was suspended by Shuan iron chains, blood streaming down, her breath weak. I heard you hold a very high position in the Xuantian sect, haha. Even your elders don't dare to step out of their mountain gate, yet you dared to sneak away. Where did you want to go? The young woman in blue was Zhao Lingder, the daughter of Wei Dai, of the great Wei dynasty. Years ago she was brought to the Xuantian sect by Ye Junlin to focus on cultivation. Because she possessed an extreme-grade water spiritual root, the peak master of Tiangxiang Peak brought her into the Sun Pavilion to cultivate for 3 years. 3 years in the Sun Pavilion was only 3 days in the outside world. When she emerged, she was already at the peak of the transformation god realm. No longer the naive girl of yesteryear, but a stunning beauty, with a graceful figure and extraordinary strength. When Mingyuan invaded, she fought tirelessly with the elders. The water techniques in her hands were divine, and she was respectfully known by her fellow Taoists as Fairy Zhao. However, after many fierce battles, the Xuantian sect grew weaker, the sect leader was injured, and the sect was forced to retreat into its mountain gate. Zhao Lingor secretly left because she heard that the Wei kingdom had been occupied and her father's fate was unknown. On the way there, she encountered a patrol of the bone race. After a fierce battle, she was finally suppressed by a fusion realm general and now hangs on the execution platform. Zhao Lingor's face was covered in blood, but her eyes still burned with anger. The bone race general sneered. In the entire Huangzhou, only your Xuantian sect is stubborn. But it doesn't matter. This time my Bone King will gather the entire army, tear apart your mountain gate, and slaughter you all. Hearing this, Zhao Lingor hissed through gritted teeth. If you dare to do that, as long as Zhu Feng Peak Lord returns, he will surely leave not a single one of your bone race alive. Bold! The general roared, the sound waves reverberating. Zhao Lingor immediately bled from all 7 orifices, her head throbbing as if it were splitting. HMPH. Ye Junlin, the white-haired god of slaughter. In my eyes he is just a vain name. I'm afraid he is now cowering like a dog. How dare he return for revenge, he said contemptuously, his words full of sarcasm. Below, the bone race subordinates also burst into laughter, the laughter full of ridicule and complacency. You are not allowed to insult Zhu Feng Peak Lord, Zhao Lingor shouted angrily, her whole body trembling with indignation. She could never forget the figure descending like an immortal in the Wei kingdom years ago. The first time she saw Ye Junlin was also the moment that determined her fate. Even after so many years, her heart still surged with emotion whenever she recalled it. That person was the strongest person she respected and admired most in her life. Now that the bone race general dared to utter insults, Zhao Lingor was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Below the execution ground, the cultivators present clenched their fists, their faces sullen. Ye Junlin was the #1 powerhouse recognized by Huangzhou, an idol admired by countless people, and now he was being humiliated by a foreign race in public. How could they not be angry? Everyone, please don't act rashly. A soft voice sounded in everyone's mind. It was an old man in grey robes with an air of immortality. It was Ouyang Feng, the old ancestor of the Panshan sect. In those years he was a prominent talent who had once been eager to break through the transformation god realm. However, after witnessing Xu Feng's strength with his own eyes, he was completely convinced and shed his arrogance. After experiencing the Luo Tian's secret realm, he obtained an opportunity and has now reached the Transformation God Realm perfection stage, only one step away from the Fusion Realm. Even so, in the current situation, the Transformation God Realm couldn't change anything. That Bone Race General was a true Fusion Realm expert. Even if he risked his life, he would not be a match. Seeing that Zhao Ling'er was about to be executed, Ouyang Feng's heart was both anxious and sorrowful.
At the same time, he hated so much that he gnashed his teeth. Over time, the Mingyuan army swept through Huangzhou, and the Panshan sect could not resist, and was forced to disband.
Other sects also retreated to the high mountains, except for the Xuan Tian sect, which still held out to the end, but even they were gradually running out of strength.
Above the execution ground, the Bone Race General's eyes were cold, his large hands covered in white bones, exuding an aura of gloom. Several sharp bone spurs gradually appeared in the void, quietly piercing Zhao Ling'er's body.
Fresh blood flowed along the bone blades, the intense pain causing her to sweat profusely. But she still bit her teeth and didn't utter a single groan. The scene was silent,
the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. Some people had a sore nose, some people had red eyes. The Bone Race General frowned.
This was not the effect he wanted. He wanted to hear pleas for mercy, he wanted to hear painful wails, he wanted to crush people's wills. But she did not speak. Not satisfying at all. He continued to exert force.
The bone spurs in his hand emitted a scorching heat, burning the wounds on Zhao Ling'er's body. White smoke rose, the smell of blood fishy and pungent. Ugh! Her face turned purple, her veins bulging, her teeth clenched as if they were about to shatter. The pain was worse than death. But she still looked straight at the enemy, not crying, not begging, just silently enduring. The Bone Race General's face gradually became unsightly. He did not expect this girl to have such a strong will. If she were allowed to survive, she would surely become a great enemy in the future.
Such a good treasure is about to die at the hands of those traitorous bastards. Ouyang Feng's eyes were red, his hands clenched and trembling, his heart filled with sorrow. Could it be that from now on the cultivators of Huangzhou would have to live under the yoke of foreign races, have to bow their heads and be slaves? Senior Shu, Huangzhou needs you. Everyone's emotions surged, and they all called out a name in their hearts, the person who was once invincible, who once shocked the eastern region. How meaningless.
The Bone Race General waved his hand coldly, and the bone spurs immediately flew over,
intending to pierce through Zhao Ling'er's body. Is this finally the end? Zhao Ling'er closed her eyes slightly, and a sense of relief rose in her heart. But at that moment,
a vast aura like the sea suddenly descended. The entire heaven and earth trembled. Everyone gasped,
their hearts beating wildly, their whole bodies stiff, not daring to move. What's going on? The Bone Race General felt a chill down his spine, his eyes widening. This aura, could it be a king in the race?
A second later, the entire Huangzhou shook, and a mythical creature 10,000 meters long descended from the sky with a world-destroying aura. Where it passed, the light went out, the sky and earth were dark, and even the sun was completely covered. Tribulation Transcension Realm, it's UD.
Ouyang Feng was shocked, his whole body trembling, unable to speak. Everyone's faces were ashen, their eyes full of despair. First there was the Mingyuan invasion, and now UD has descended. Could it be that Huangzhou is at its end? Suddenly, a huge divine sense fell on Zhao Ling'er. A voice from the void sounded, gentle and strange, with a familiar feeling. We have met before. A figure stepped out of the void and appeared in the middle of the execution ground, wearing a black cloak embroidered with gold, with a noble aura, silver hair and eyes as bright as stars. The domineering aura of, I am the only one supreme. It was Ye Junlin.
Zhao Ling'er thought she was about to die for a moment. Opening her eyes and seeing that figure, her originally dim eyes suddenly lit up. She trembled, hardly daring to believe it. Is that really you, Peak Lord? Yi? Zhao Ling'er trembled, her heart filled with fear.
She was afraid this was just a hallucination before death, afraid that the figure was just an illusion in despair.
Yeah. Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow slightly. The way she addressed him told him she was likely from the Xuan Tian sect. Ye Junlin waved his hand. The jet-black chains binding Zhao Ling'er's hands shattered into dust.
She fell into his arms, blood soaking her. Ye Junlin calmly asked, "What's your name? What's your status in the Xuan Tian sect?" He could see that she was already at the peak of the transformation god stage. Back when he was still in the sect, that was a high level of combat power. But it had been over a year since he returned, and he was no longer clear about the situation inside the Xuan Tian sect. So you've forgotten me. Zhao Ling'er felt a slight sense of loss, and respectfully bowed and replied, reporting to Peak Lord Ye, this junior's name is Zhao Ling'er. Years ago you brought me from the Wei Kingdom to the Xuan Tian sect, and I later joined the Tiangxiang Peak under your command. I am currently a true disciple. Zhao Ling'er, Ye Junlin was stunned, then immediately remembered. No wonder he didn't recognize her. She was a naive and lively young girl back then, but now she had blossomed into a charming woman. With so many changes in her appearance and demeanor, he could only vaguely recognize a bit of familiarity in her eyebrows. Tsk, tsk, she's really grown up. He stroked his chin, assessing the blue-clothed girl. Nonsense. Grown up where? Zhao Ling'er blushed, lowered her head, and muttered to herself resentfully. Senior, this is such a public setting.
How can you say such embarrassing things? I'm talking about age.
Ye Junlin chuckled, replying naturally. Based on his perception, he could clearly see that Zhao Ling'er was over 300 years old. She must have used the power of the sundial to cultivate, otherwise how could she have changed so much in just 1 year? Of course, for cultivators, age isn't really an issue. Some people cultivate for a long time and have a long lifespan, but their mentality remains young, while others are old from the inside out. Zhao Ling'er was petrified. She absolutely didn't think the growing up he was talking about was that. Haha. Then your age is even greater than mine now. Ye Junlin smiled, lightly adding another blow. Boom. A thunderclap seemed to explode in Zhao Ling'er's head. She clutched her chest, her heart feeling pierced. Too cruel. Ye Junlin looked at her blankly, feeling down, tilting his head slightly, not understanding what he had said wrong. Swoosh. A stream of magical power transformed into endless wood energy spreading out. A vibrant green life force constantly pouring from his hand into Zhao Ling'er's body. The wounds on her body quickly closed at an unimaginable speed. Life force surged, and her pale face gradually regained its rosy color. At this moment, on the other side of the execution ground, the Bone Clan general's entire body was icy cold, his mind as if falling into an abyss. This is the person they're calling the white-haired demon god, Ye Junlin. This unfathomable aura can only be felt from the peak rulers of the Bone Clan, and even seems stronger, too strong, so strong that he can't even muster a trace of resistance. Around the execution ground, all the Bone Clan soldiers were as silent as cicadas, cold to the bone, fear spreading throughout their bodies. Is this the human race? It's Senior Ye! Senior Ye has returned! Ouyang Feng excitedly shouted, rushing onto the stage, kneeling and clasping his hands, bowing his head loudly. Senior Ye, this junior is Ouyang Feng, sect leader of the Pan Mountain. Sect, I don't know if you still remember me. Ye Junlin looked at the old man in front of him and smiled, nodding. I still remember you? If he hadn't appeared back then, perhaps the title of the #1 in the Barren Continent would have belonged to this person. It's a pity that he had to compete with him. Ye Junlin had always admired Ouyang Feng. Back then, the old man didn't submit to humiliation and dared to face the foreign races alone, with great courage and extraordinary boldness. Hearing Senior Ye say that he still remembered him, Ouyang Feng's face was covered in tears, all the pent-up grievances, humiliation and resentment accumulated over time bursting into choked sobs. Senior Ye, please take charge for the Barren Continent. These nether abyss alien races casually humiliate and slaughter the human race. We beg you to uphold justice. Beg Senior Ye to uphold justice. The shout resounded like thunder, and all the cultivators present knelt down in unison, their eyes filled with hope. That black robe in their eyes was a celestial being, descending to earth. Ye Junlin frowned slightly. From the remaining aura around here, he could clearly feel that the Barren Continent had been plunged into chaos recently. His gaze slowly shifted to the Bone Clan general, and then he suddenly roared, "Don't you know this place is under my protection? How dare you swagger around here?" An invisible pressure surged out, like a tsunami rushing forward. The Bone Clan general was as if struck by lightning, his entire body violently shaking, continuously retreating several steps. Then he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The thick bone armor cracked, and streams of green blood oozed out from the cracks. He raised his head, his eyes wide, his pupils filled with extreme panic. Standing before this silver-haired youth, his heart sank into despair, like a tiny insect facing a celestial being descending to earth. Trying to steady himself, he hissed, "My clan already has a king descending to guard this place. I advise you to be sensible and surrender. If you dare to act rashly, what awaits you will be unavoidable destruction." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Junlin only chuckled coldly, his voice resounding like thunder. "There has never been anyone stronger than this old man who has lived long." With that, he lightly waved his sleeve. Just a casual movement, but it caused the Bone Clan general to turn into dust before he could even beg for mercy. Vanishing in the wind as if he had never existed, the surrounding Bone Clan soldiers were no different. In an instant, all of them were wiped from the face of the earth. Ye Junlin swept his eyes around, his voice deep and resounding. "Listen carefully, with me here, even if the sky falls, it won't reach this barren continent." Rumble. The sky seemed to be split in two, the clouds dissipated, and streams of brilliant golden light poured down, illuminating the entire region, making the figure of the silver-haired youth extremely dazzling, like a god descending to earth, with inviolable majesty. Ouyang Feng, with red eyes, knelt on the ground, choking out a loud shout. Senior Ye's divine might is unparalleled. Behind him, thousands of cultivators also knelt down in unison, roaring like thunder. Senior Ye's divine might. Senior Ye's divine might. The sound resounded between heaven and earth, stirring the heart. Zhao Ling'er stood there in a daze, her eyes filled with light, unable to contain her excitement. "So handsome." On the back of the Kunpeng, Li Wuji rested his chin and sighed. "I didn't expect Master to have such a deep reputation in the barren continent. I sincerely admire him." Hong Tianye on the side curled his lips slightly, snorting softly. He started showing off again. The earth-shattering shouts seemed to tear apart the clouds. The scene was like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. With 10,000 people welcoming one person, Ye Junlin remained in the same posture, one hand pointing to the sky, his long silver hair fluttering in the wind, his expression indifferent. But in his heart he felt extremely refreshed, thinking to himself, "Comfortable, it really feels great. Is this the feeling of being admired by countless people, being revered by generations? No wonder those celebrities in my previous life were so arrogant they couldn't help but show off." Suddenly Ouyang Feng seemed to remember something, his expression both uneasy and full of anticipation. He bowed and carefully asked, "Senior Ye, this junior has some doubts in cultivation. I wonder if I can presumptuously ask for guidance." guidance. In his eyes, Ye Junlin was a tribulation-transcending realm expert, and must have a thorough understanding of the Great Tao, and understand every step of breaking through realms. If he could get guidance, who knows, he might be able to take this opportunity to break through to the fusion realm. After all, with the current situation, the transformation god realm is just a small soldier, only the fusion realm has the qualification to turn the tide. Zhao Linger, standing next to him, also looked at him full of anticipation, her face shining. If Peak Lord Ye is willing to lecture on the Tao, then she, a transformation god cultivator, could greatly benefit, and even avoid thousands of years of groping. The scene became silent, and all eyes focused on him. Everyone held their breath, ready to listen to an earth-shattering lecture. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Ye Junlin was stunned for a moment, then inwardly roared, "This old geezer, are you trying to force me to embarrass myself at the height of my glory? Especially since I don't understand anything about cultivation. He only knows how to fight, get beaten up by other experts, and absorb their aura to increase his cultivation. He doesn't understand a single word about principles, insights, or bottlenecks, but if he refuses now, wouldn't he be personally shattering the perfect image he just built up?" Just then, the system's voice rang in Ye Junlin's head. "Bing! Congratulations to the host for entering the barren continent area. Would you like to receive the check-in reward?" He almost blurted it out, cursing inwardly. "Tong Zi, you're pulling tricks at a time like this. I'm about to lose face. Hurry up and think of a way to save me." The system replied in a sweet, coquettish voice. "Sniff sniff, don't be mad, host. Accept the reward. This time I'll unlock the mantra incantation skill for you. It'll help you deal with the current situation. Consider it a small compensation." Hearing this, Ye Junlin's eyes lit up. "Hurry up and give me the reward. Ding. Marking complete. Rewarding the divine power. Heaven and earth phenomenon effect. Body becomes supersized, greatly increasing overall strength. Note, only the body gets bigger. Don't get the wrong idea. Where's the incantation? Unlocking it right now. For the next 2 minutes, every sentence you speak will be imbued with Taoist blessings, making it easier for listeners to gain enlightenment." Ye Junlin stood still for a moment, feeling that he was still the same, and questioned, "Are you sure? Does it really work? Damn it, it only works when I open my mouth." Seeing Ye Junlin remain silent, Ouyang Feng's expression gradually dimmed, thinking, "Oh no, perhaps the senior doesn't want to give guidance, or his Tao is so high that I can't comprehend it." Just as the atmosphere began to cool, Ye Junlin cleared his throat, straightened his back, looked into the distance, and slowly said, "I've never been too interested in cultivation. Sometimes I can break through just by resting for a while. Bottlenecks have never existed in my eyes. As for insights and Tao principles, if you understand, you understand. If you don't, I won't bother trying to explain." In that instant, heaven and earth fell silent. The wind stopped blowing, and the space was as quiet as a pin drop. All the cultivators gaped, staring blankly at each other. But at that moment, Ouyang Feng suddenly blanked out for a few seconds, then his eyes lit up, and he shouted, "I understand, I get it now, I understand Senior Ye's meaning." Ye Junlin's eyes widened. You really understand." Little did he know that those casual remarks just now had inadvertently activated the mantra incantation effect bestowed by the system. Thanks to the Taoist blessing, those seemingly simple words became incredibly profound, carrying the essence of the great Tao, making the listener feel like they were being initiated from the crown of their head, their souls shaken. In that moment, Ouyang Feng felt that all his years of cultivation insights were connected. His mind exploded with light, his cultivation broke through to the transformation god stage, advancing straight to the integration realm. A loud bang resounded through heaven and earth, his entire body's aura erupted, his hair flew wildly, his blood boiled, his eyes shone brightly, his expression was uncontrollably excited, and his heart was filled with reverence, thinking, Senior Ye is truly a saint reincarnated. He can convey such complex Tao principles with just a few simple words. He used to wonder why those who were accepted as disciples by Senior Ye could break through so quickly. Now he understood everything. Zhao Lingzhe also exclaimed, "Ah, I understand too. So that's how it is." In an instant, her cultivation soared, stepping from the transformation god stage into the integration realm. Her whole body radiated light like jade, and a mysterious aura spread out, captivating everyone. "Senior Ye, we understand too." Shouts rang out everywhere, echoing from within the crowd. All the cultivators present felt as if they had awakened from a dream, gaining enlightenment of their original hearts, and their cultivation levels soared accordingly. Even a stray dog on the roadside barked happily after hearing it, as if shackles were broken within its body, breaking through to the qi refining stage in one breath, officially embarking on the path of cultivation. Above the Kunpeng, Li Wuji nodded repeatedly, admiringly saying, "The deeper the Tao, the simpler the explanation. As expected of my master, one word can resolve 10,000 years of hard work. So profound." In his heart, his understanding of the Tao of the sword took another step forward. Hong Tianye, on the other hand, gritted his teeth, feeling that something was off. This guy was clearly just talking nonsense, but for some reason, it sounded logical. Seeing the unbelievable scene before him, Ye Junlin stood there with a complex expression. In his heart, he shouted. They all broke through. But at this moment, he absolutely couldn't reveal any flaws. He had to appear even more calm, even more unfathomable, so that he could maintain his dignity. "It's good that you understand, I ask you. Do you know where the main camp of the Mingyuan army is located?" Ye Junlin put his hands behind his back and asked with a very serious expression. Ouyang Feng's eyes lit up immediately, his expression excited, and he shouted inwardly, "Senior Ye, is this going to officially declare war? So badass, Senior Ye. Those beasts are stationed at Black Demon Ridge," he shouted loudly, his eyes burning with fire. Ye Junlin nodded slightly, then turned to Zhao Lingzhe. "Zhao Lingzhe, if you have personal matters to attend to, settle them first. I will return to the Swantian sect very soon." Zhao Lingzhe was shocked in her heart. What? This person is planning to attack right now? She almost blurted out to stop him, but thinking about it, Senior Ye is such a powerful figure, what does he need her to worry about? Moreover, now that she had just broken through to the integration realm, her flying speed was much faster than before.
It wouldn't be too late to stop by the Wei Kingdom to visit her royal father to confirm that he was safe, and then rush to Black Demon Ridge to assist. Let's go, Ye Junlin jumped onto the back of the Kunpeng and patted it gently. Ah, Kun, set off, Black Demon Ridge.
The Kunpeng flapped its wings once, excitedly crying out. Its voice echoed for 90,000 miles, and its huge body soared into the sky, breaking through the wind and heading towards the horizon. Rumble, the entire ground shook. Looking at this scene, everyone standing in place was speechless, swallowing hard in unison. In their eyes, respect could not be concealed. They were convinced, truly convinced. A tribulation transcending stage demon emperor was willing to be Senior Ye's mount. Wouldn't that further prove how strong Senior Ye was? Hurry, send the message immediately. Senior Ye has returned, and is on his way to Black Demon Ridge to start the war. Ouyang Feng's face was flushed, shouting like thunder.
In an instant, everyone was ignited with passion. Some controlled their flying swords, others sent out communication talismans, doing everything possible to spread the news as quickly as possible. Soon, the entire wasteland continent was shaken, and major tremors occurred in places far and near like dominoes. Senior Yi has returned and is now going to Black Demon Ridge. The great battle that will determine the fate of the wasteland continent is about to begin. Fellow Taoists, time waits for no one. Hurry and set off to join the battle. Holy crap. To fight alongside Senior Yi this time, even sacrificing my life would be worth it. To fight shoulder to shoulder with Senior Yi is a great honor in life. Whoever arrives late will definitely regret it for life. Everywhere, no matter what they were doing, no matter what their identity, as long as they heard this news, they would explode with passion, going crazy and setting off, all heading towards Black Demon Ridge.
Swish, swish, swish. In the sky, countless five-colored rainbows tore through space, flying straight towards Black Demon Ridge, leaving long streaks of light across the horizon, a truly shocking scene. After all, the people of the wasteland continent had been living extremely hard during the past period, oppressed by foreign races, enduring all kinds of grievances. Now that Senior Yi had stood up to lead them, they were like a swarm of bees, bursting with momentum, only hoping to rush into battle quickly, avenge their hatred, and have a hearty bloodbath.
At this time, at Black Demon Ridge, the mountains here were black and gloomy as ink. The terrain was treacherous, forming a series of winding mountains, with a vast and boundless area, and a dark and boundless aura like the sea. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, yet this place was covered in dark clouds and not a single ray of light could be seen. This was the main base of the Manhwa army in the wasteland continent. Inside the White Bone Hall, a tall figure wearing cold white bone armor, radiating a mid-tribulation transcending stage aura, was standing upright and motionless. The face was an ugly skeleton with two eyes flickering with eerie green light, cold and terrifying.
He was the leader guarding Black Demon Ridge this time, Bone King Bahat. According to the original plan, our army should have already broken through all the remaining forces at the Stargate. Currently, most of the wasteland continent is already in my hands, and only the Swantian sect is the most difficult to deal with, stubbornly resisting in a strategic location. If he hadn't personally appeared and seriously injured the sect leader of the Swantian sect and many peak lords, the Manhwa army would have found it difficult to occupy the wasteland continent so smoothly. But the problem is that the other party gathered all their forces to defend the sect, and with the blessing of the Great Mountain Protection Array, countless attacks have ended in miserable failure. What was initially thought to be as easy as flipping a hand had now become a protracted war. And even a single nail like the Swantian sect was enough to make him furious. Fortunately, I have requested reinforcements from within the clan. If there is nothing wrong, my brothers will arrive today, he whispered. Bahat had a total of 6 close brothers who had shared hardships together. They were known as the 6 heroes of the Bone Clan, 6 top powerhouses all in the tribulation transcending stage. In the dark world they had a resounding reputation, wielding great power, and even those complete stage powerhouses had to fear them, because they possessed an extremely powerful natural protective technique, and now that he had run out of patience, Bahat decided to invite all 5 of his brothers to join the battle, joining forces to level the Swantian sect. Big brother! A shout rang out, accompanied by whistling yin winds. 5 figures appeared in the main hall, their auras heavy and powerful like mountains collapsing. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother. You have finally arrived. Bahat happily stepped forward to greet them. Bro, we're bros to the core, right? If you're in trouble, ain't no way we're just gonna stand by and watch, old second, Banji chuckled. Exactly, old third chimed in seriously. You said there was a human force holed up in this sect, tough to crack. The elders think it's a big deal, so they sent us to help. ASAP, haha, with you guys here, the Shuan-Tian sect is totally screwed, Bancha laughed heartily, then his voice turned grim, his eyes flashing with cold light. I heard the Shuan-Tian sect has this ridiculously OP dude, killed a bunch of Tribulation Realm cultivators, they call him Makefeng, God of Slaughter. I invited you guys mainly to deal with him, God of Slaughter, sounds kinda cocky. Old second, Benji, smirked. No matter how strong he is, if he dares to show up, he's gonna die a gruesome death. Bansha frowned slightly. Second bro, check this out. Old second pulled out 6 purple pills, radiating an eerie aura that sent chills down your spine. Could these be the nether origin pills bestowed by the envoys? Bacha was shocked, suddenly remembering the several mysterious, ghost-like envoys, and he couldn't help but shudder. That's right, 1 for each of us. Plus our secret techniques. Unless a true immortal descends in person, ain't nobody gonna stand a chance, Old second said smugly. Good. Great! Bagransha exclaimed.
murderous intent blazing in his eyes. If that's the case, let's roll out right now and crush the Xuantian sect. Boom! A earth-shattering explosion erupted from outside, shaking the entire Black Demon Ridge. The ground trembled like an earthquake, and agonizing screams echoed incessantly. My lord, my lord. Disaster. A powerful human cultivator has invaded the camp. A Bone Clan soldier frantically rushed in to report. What? The 6 fiends of the Bone Clan turned to look at each other in unison, their eyes filled with shock. At that moment, the Black Demon Ridge suddenly shook violently. A blade light, as if spanning the entire firmament, slashed down from above, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, causing mountains to break and crumble. Countless swirling blade energies churned, and many Nether Abyss soldiers were killed in tragic cries before they could even react. Don't panic. Quickly set up the battle formations. The 12 Bone Clan commanders roared, both frightened and enraged.
As expected of a well-trained army, even under a surprise attack, the Nether Abyss army immediately stabilized its formation, quickly dividing into multiple battle arrays. They joined forces to condense their primordial energy, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, forming a turbulent torrent of energy. Boom! One after another, towering figures like Rakshasa appeared. Each one was thousands of meters tall, with ferocious forms,
releasing intense, murderous aura.
Those are the law idols. The condensed power of the entire formation.
Each law idol has reached the great perfection realm,
standing tall in the sky, like gods and demons descending to the world. The 12 commanders shouted loudly.
The entire formation immediately began to operate.
Tens of thousands of soldiers and generals joined forces, controlling the law idols to begin their attack. Rumble. Black fist imprints filled the sky, wanting to suppress the stars, shaking the heavens and the earth, carrying a power that chilled the heart.
But at that moment, Li Wuji just smirked.
Swinging the dark blade, he slashed out a dazzling blade light. Yin and yang reversed, the sun and moon tilted, and all the fist imprints shattered like bubbles. The blade energy, like a firestorm, swept across all directions. The blade's power was unstoppable. Before they could even attack, each law idol was annihilated. The formations were in chaos, and the Nether Abyss soldiers panicked. Some were crushed into dust, and others had their bones and flesh smashed. It was utterly tragic.
The 12 commanders had cracks all over their bodies, spraying blood non-stop. Looking at the middle-aged man wielding the blade in front of them, all that remained in their eyes was fear.
This is the aura of the tribulation realm. One person trembled as he blurted out.
Li Wuji raised his blade again and was about to slash down when a destructive aura emanated from within the Black Demon Ridge. An overwhelming murderous intent caused his blade force to temporarily halt. He frowned slightly.
6 figures stepped out of the void, covered in yin and evil energy, standing tall in the air. It was the 6 fiends of the Bone Clan. Their eyes were all as cold as ice, focused on him. You are the god of slaughter, Ye Junlin, Badcha spoke, his voice as cold as ice.
No. Li Wuji said softly, I am his disciple. The 6 brothers changed their expressions in unison. Even Ye Junlin's disciple is already in the tribulation realm, HMPH? Sending a disciple to fight, how insulting. Does he not care about his reputation anymore? Baja said angrily, gnashing his teeth. Bro, I think that Ye Junlin is scared, and just sent his disciple to test the waters, Old Second chimed in sarcastically. Li Wuji sneered. With the likes of you, you're not worthy of my master. Lifting a finger, swish. With a sound, the blade light, like divine punishment, illuminated the entire world. The 6 brothers felt their whole bodies turn cold, as if they had fallen into an abyss.
Stop him, Bacha exclaimed in dismay, hurriedly striking out with his bone scepter. The evil yin energy covered the sky. The remaining 5 brothers also simultaneously unleashed their secret techniques, erupting with tribulation realm power. Boom! With a earth-shattering sound, the light erupted like an ocean, swallowing everything. The ground was torn apart. The mountain range turned into flat land, smoke and dust swirled up, and all vitality was completely extinguished.
Run! The 12 commanders panicked. They tried to flee, but before they could retreat far, they saw human cultivators surging in like a flood, holding magic treasures in their hands, the brilliant light illuminating the sky, their momentum overwhelming. Slaughter all these beasts. With earth-shattering cries, the cultivators charged forward without hesitation, unleashing fierce attacks. The remnants of the underworld could only weakly resist before being crushed into mush one after another. The 12 commanders, trapped in layers upon layers of encirclement, were both furious and terrified, covered in wounds, and had no strength left to resist. This old man will send you to your deaths. With a loud roar, an earth-colored swordlight descended from the Kunshan sword, directly cleaving a commander in 2, sending flesh and blood flying. Ouyang Feng, with disheveled hair, held the Kunshan sword, his eyes burning with excitement, a feeling of exhilaration spreading throughout his body. He had just killed a great Ascension Realm commander. How could he have dared to imagine such an opportunity before? The remaining commanders roared, filled with grief and indignation, feeling like a tiger fallen on the plains, despised by dogs.
They roared, their killing intent erupting, charging straight at Ouyang Feng. Don't rush, one by one. To die under my sword is an honor for you, Ouyang Feng laughed loudly, brandishing his sword as he charged in, slashing horizontally and vertically, causing the commanders to be heavily wounded, fresh blood spurting out, being forced back step by step. Surely after this battle, no matter how much time passes, that Panshan sect old ancestor will hold his head high with pride, recounting to his descendants the heroic feats of that day, proudly boasting that back then your ancestor, with only a combination realm cultivation,
actually overwhelmed 11 Great Ascension Realm Bone Race commanders alone, truly invincible and awe-inspiring.
On the other side of the battle line, as soon as they clashed, 6 Bone Race powerhouses were severely injured. The leader, Baza, was extremely horrified, fresh blood constantly gushing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes looking at the young man wielding the blade in disbelief. He couldn't understand why, even as a mid-tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivator with the support of 5 early tribulation Transcendence Realm brothers, he couldn't withstand a single blow from the opponent. Could it be that Ye Junlin's disciples are this terrifyingly strong? If not for the Bone Race's innate powerful defense, some would have already died. Li Wuji sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. I told you before, dealing with you guys doesn't even require my master to take action himself. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 Bone Race powerhouses felt deeply humiliated. Since their birth in the underworld, they had never been looked down upon so much. Human, you will pay the price. With that, he immediately took out a Mingyuan pill and swallowed it straight into his stomach.
A moment later, a sinister light like lightning shot out from his eyes, and an extremely strong yin-killing aura erupted from his entire body, covering the entire region. The tattered bone armor on his body also immediately recovered, even showing countless bizarre runes, like tadpoles twisting and swimming around, emitting a strange dark light. His cultivation base rose from the mid-tribulation Transcendence Realm to the peak.
The remaining 5 brothers also simultaneously took out Mingyuan pills and swallowed them. After a resounding boom, all 6 emitted terrifying auras. Their cultivation bases soared to the late tribulation Transcendence Realm, and a raging yin-killing aura spread like a storm, their large figures straddling the sky, their power suppressing the 9 heavens. Bazha felt the surging power in his body, the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer, secretly exclaiming, "The Mingyuan pill bestowed by the envoy is indeed a divine item." He immediately locked his eyes on Li Wuji, roaring, "Human, prepare to die!" Before he could finish speaking, countless huge bone thorns intertwined and rushed over, as if wanting to pierce Li Wuji in mid-air. But Li Wuji was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he became even more excited. He shouted, "Came at the right time." The blade in his hand swung, a full-powered strike slashing down, countless bone thorns instantly disintegrating into segments, a faint black shadow flashing past, his wrists slightly twisting, his saber techniques changing like drifting clouds and flowing water, the saber energy rampant and boundless in power. Seeing this, Bazha roared angrily, "Die for me!" Bone thorns surged from all directions, dark light flashing, runes filling the sky, the destructive force causing even space to twist. His brothers also joined the encirclement one after another. The 6 attacked simultaneously, the situation becoming suffocating, the fighting extremely fierce. Li Wuji remained fearless, displaying his saber techniques like flowing water and drifting clouds, layers of dense saber shadows covering the sky. He alone facing 6 opponents, without showing any weakness. The more Bazha fought, the more frightened he became, muttering in disbelief. "Impossible! Ye Junlin's disciple could be this strong!" he roared angrily. "Bone race profound meaning, bone imprisonment kill." Instantly, the entire surrounding space suddenly became cold, the blood in Li Wuji's body seemingly freezing. Countless bone thorns engraved with runes tore through the void, condensing into a square prison, imprisoning him within. Banziha sneered, his right hand clenching, the entire prison emitting a dazzling bloodlight, the runes moving as if wanting to crush Li Wuji into bones and blood. The brothers outside sneered, "Big brother is truly powerful. With this move, that guy will definitely not survive." Inside, Li Wuji felt an imminent danger, his entire body's bones trembling. Even lifting his blade was difficult. But strangely, he was not panicked at all. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth curled into a crazy smile, each heartbeat like the sound of a war drum resounding, strong and rapid. The blood in his body boiled, the veins on his forehead bulging, his black hair disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, his face becoming ferocious, black energy surging around him. The demonic bloodline had finally awakened. He panted, the idea of killing occupying his entire mind, the blade in his hand swinging wildly, each strike like a ball of destructive light, slashing straight ahead. A earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the bone prison instantly shattered like dust. Now, Li Wuji truly deserved the title of Blade Devil. The aura of an ancient demon king erupted on his body, a sense of oppression like a mountain collapsing and a sea roaring, his eyes shooting out blood-red light, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Li Wuji's black hair was disheveled, his face distorted as if going mad, his eyes bloodshot. He stomped forward, wildly wielding the blade in his hand, the boundless blade light spreading like sea waves, tearing the void into pieces. "You're just an early tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivator. How strong can you be?" Baziha angrily rushed forward, his hand waving to grab, a palm covered in cold dark light, runes wrapped around it. Boom! The 2 sides collided fiercely. Li Wuji roared, his entire body focusing its strength on the blade. The blade light carried a destructive aura,
crimson lightning surging.
Ba Zaha felt a sharp pain in his arm, his heart shocked, clearly having reached the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, and even having the Mingyuan pill for support, yet he was still openly blocked by this person, even vaguely fallen into a disadvantageous position.
Li Wuji shouted as he slashed. Kill! 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 The blade light spread all over the sky, the saber energy surging like a tidal wave. The entire sky seemed to be torn apart.
Ba Zaha spit out fresh blood, his back turning ice cold. Even he was being forced to this extent, let alone the others. They were being slashed, their bone armor cracking piece by piece, wailing incessantly.
At that moment, a beautiful female figure appeared, her red robes fluttering, her body blazing with dazzling flames like constellations revolving around her.
Hong Tianyé's appearance caused the surrounding temperature to soar, her temperament extraordinary and refined. She looked at Li Wuji, who was madly hacking and slashing, clicking her tongue and saying, "How embarrassing, it's taking you this long to deal with these guys. Master was afraid you would fall too deeply into demonic possession, so he sent me to take care of it for you." Peak Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Is this woman also Ye Junlin's disciple? Banzha's heart was in turmoil, his fear of the legendary name deepening even further. Li Wuji's face contorted, eyes bloodshot like a wild beast, as he roared at Hong Tianyé. "Scram! There my prey, you dare say that again?"
Hong Tianyé glared coldly, his face full of rage. As the most senior disciple, with the highest status among them, he couldn't tolerate this madman's disrespect. Li Wuji, while swinging his blade and suppressing the 6 Jibone clan members, angrily cursed, "Yeah, you, with that stinky ladyboy face, keep bothering me and I'll hack you to death." Boom. The curse was like a hammer blow to Hong Tianyé's head, making his head buzz.
He was stunned, unable to believe he had actually been cursed at, especially those 3 words, "stinky ladyboy face," which pierced his heart like sharp knives. "Very well," Hong Tianyé said, his hair flying wildly, a terrifying glint in his eyes. He laughed out of anger. "I'd like to see just how strong you are." Swoosh! A pair of violet wings appeared behind him, flapping powerfully, violet flames surging everywhere. Red-hot flames swept across the area, turning the roadside rocks and soil into dust. The true flame violet phoenix wings manifested. Hong Tianyé transformed into a streak of light, his wings beating to send violet flames scattering, stirring up a blazing light. At this moment Hong Tianyé suddenly attacked, a dragon palm full of flames striking down, forming a massive palm print, its power enough to destroy all living things. The great flame palm descends.
Even with the demonic bloodline affecting him, Li Wuji still sensed the approaching threat without hesitation. His eyes bloodshot, he roared maniacally. "Bring it on, swoosh!" A blade slashed across the sky, pitch-black light tearing through the heavens, darkness enveloping the world. Boom! A deafening explosion, shaking 90,000 miles, energy spreading everywhere, chaotic air currents rising and churning. Hong Tianyé flapped his wings, standing in the sky, looking down arrogantly. "Surrender yet, or not, brat? You think I can't subdue you?"
Li Wuji was covered in blood, his aura chaotic, his bloodshot eyes glowing, his whole body trembling, as he burst into unrestrained laughter. "Ha ha! So exhilarating, so damn satisfying. Stinky ladyboy face, come again, let me see how tough you really are." Hearing that provocation, Hong Tianyé's eyes twitched uncontrollably, his mind like a volcano erupting, anger burning in his chest, plumes of green smoke rising from the top of his head. "You insolent fool! I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." Swoosh! Hong Tianyé flapped his wings, transforming into a streak of light, soaring forward, the sky filled with violet flames and scorching air currents. "Roar!" Li Wuji roared, veins popping all over his face, saliva flying everywhere, demonic energy swirling around him, his black hair a wild mess like a beast. Rumble. The two continued their fierce battle, heaven collapsing and earth shattering, a scene like the end of the world.
"Boss, how did they start fighting like this?" The remaining 5 brothers stood blankly, their souls flying out of their bodies from the intensity of the battle. Utterly terrified, Bazaha swallowed hard, regained his senses, and said angrily, "They're sidelining us. Is this them looking down on us? We, the 6 Bone Clan fiends, have never suffered such humiliation." The second, Banji, gnashed his teeth and continued, "That's right. I think it's time to use our true strength to let those human cultivators know what real power is," Baziha said in a deep voice. "If that's the case, then one move is enough." Just then, the surrounding cultivators were stunned, both astonished and confused. Someone muttered, "What's going on here? Those 2 seem to be disciples of Senior Ye. That's right, why are they fighting?" On the Kunpeng's back, Bai Zhaoxi hurriedly shouted, "Stop fighting, please stop fighting, don't fight anymore. Senior brother Hong, junior brother Li, calm down a bit." Ye Junlin looked at the battle in front of him, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "You've got to be kidding me, why are they fighting each other now?" Initially he just wanted to slack off and let his disciples take care of the task of eliminating the Underworld Abyss army, who knew that after going back and forth the situation would turn out like this. Just as he sat up, a sudden change occurred. The 6 Bone Clan fiends simultaneously formed hand seals, a mysterious aura erupting from their bodies, a brilliant purple light enveloping them, their bodies beginning to crack and shatter. Banzaiha asked in a deep voice, "Everyone ready?" Behind him, the other 5 answered in unison. Ready, Banzaiha shouted. Then I'll be the head.
In an instant, his body transformed into a streak of light, condensing into a massive, terrifying skull.
The others also transformed, one by one, each speaking in turn. I form the body, I form the right arm, I form the left arm, I form the right leg, I form the left leg. A dazzling light, like a great sun, burst forth. A colossal figure like a demon god standing tall, towering 500,000 meters high, standing proudly between heaven and earth. Compared to its massive body, the Dharma aspects of the underworld abyss army in front were nothing more than ants. The entire body of this monster seemed to be formed from mountain rock, its meridians bulging, its powerful aura reaching the peak of the late tribulation stage. With a mere lift of its hand, heaven and earth would collapse, the sun and moon would dim, its might overwhelming all things.
Wu Yangfeng and the others felt their scalps go numb, their mouths dry, their faces full of fear.
A voice rang out from the giant's body, its sound majestic and soul-stirring. Are you two done fighting yet?
Hong Tianye, having just blasted Li Wuji away,
saw the colossal figure standing in front of him,
its eyes burning with eerie green flames, coldly looking down.
Even Hong Tianye felt immense pressure, his expression immediately becoming serious. On the other side, the Kunpeng widened its eyes in panic because it had never seen a creature larger than itself. Bai Shaoxi shouted, "Wow, so big!" Ye Junlin, on the other hand, clicked his tongue in admiration. Interesting, very interesting indeed. The aura of the giant formed by the 6 fiends combined was not inferior to the 3 saints' mysterious void, and even in some aspects was somewhat stronger. At this moment, the colossal body of the giant bone being stomped on the earth, its head reaching the clouds,
standing tall in the sky like a god or demon descending to earth, its aura overwhelming, its pressure covering all directions. Before it, all living things became pitifully small, not even as big as an ant, like a speck of dust in a storm.
Hong Tianye felt an extremely strong pressure, a deep sense of fear appearing in the depths of his eyes. Ba Za laughed loudly, full of self-satisfaction. After their 6 brothers combined, not only did their cultivation break through, but their strength also fused and skyrocketed. With the underworld origin pill helping them, the effect was like a tiger growing wings. He believed that with their current combined power, anyone below the true immortal level would not be a match. They could beat whoever they wanted, and no one could stand against them. That was absolute confidence. Hong Tianye sneered. HMPH, I've seen countless opponents, let alone how long you can maintain this state.
Hearing this, Banjia's face turned purple with anger. He had grown up so much, yet this woman still dared to look down on him. He shouted furiously, "Rotten woman, die for me!" As the thought crossed his mind, he swung his hand and slapped down, the sound deafening, the air exploding. This one palm was enough to destroy an entire country. Hong Tianye's expression immediately changed, fully activating the true flame violet phoenix wings. Her body morphed into a blazing crimson streak, moving at unimaginable speed, and in an instant, she dodged that attack.
Baza snorted coldly. Pretty quick on your feet, huh? But his gaze stayed locked on his target. He raised both hands and slammed them down with immense force. A resounding boom and a terrifying wave of pressure radiated out. Hong Tianye gritted her teeth, holding on as her violet flame wings flapped furiously behind her, propelling her madly upwards. Baza grew slightly impatient, his voice dripping with disdain. "Little fly, no matter how fast you buzz around, you're still going to end up squashed by me."
Those words instantly infuriated Hong Tianye. She was an immortal, for crying out loud, standing above all living beings. Now, to be called a mere fly by this dark creature, how utterly humiliating, how could she possibly tolerate it? She immediately unleashed her Violet Emperor true flame wings, her 2 wings churning violently, as heaven-engulfing purple divine flames surged forth. Their heat was enough to melt thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, their power absolutely terrifying.
In an instant, the colossal bone giant's arm was engulfed by the divine flames, continuously emitting crackling sounds and scorching heat. Hong Tianye asked coldly, "How's that taste?" Bazaha frowned, but then a strange smile spread across his face, the corners of his mouth curving into an exaggerated grin. "Oh, super warm." Hong Tianye was slightly stunned. This was completely not the reaction she expected.
The Bone Clan naturally possessed formidable bodies, their bone armor extremely sturdy. Now that they had fused into one being, their defensive power had reached an astonishing level. Enraged, Hong Tianye roared, "There's no way I can't shatter your defenses!" She held nothing back, going all out in battle. Massive flame palms, each carrying heaven-engulfing crimson flames, continuously rained down like a torrential downpour, their surging power making the sky rumble with explosions. The giant's upper body immediately erupted in uneven bursts of light, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. At this moment, Banza also sensed feedback from the consciousness of his brethren, and his expression instantly changed. Glaring fiercely at Hong Tianye, he roared in fury, "You rotten hag, how dare you injure my brothers!" His furious roar echoed through the clouds as he gathered power into his fist. Striking out with a punch like a falling sun, its awe-inspiring power shattered each layer of flame palms before him. Not good. Hong Tianye felt her scalp tingle, and she hurriedly activated the purple flames of her wings behind her, transforming them into a streak of light that coalesced before her, forming a purple flame protective ward, whose light constantly flowed. BOM. The purple flame protective ward shook violently, the colossal fist blocked just outside. Hong Tianye gritted her teeth, her forehead beaded with sweat. Bazaiha sneered, "Just die already."
His fist's power surged like a tide, continuing to press down.
C-Rack. A terrifying surge of energy collided and exploded, piercing through the purple flame ward. In an instant, a phantom afterimage flew thousands of meters away. Hong Tianyé's body plummeted like a falling comet, crashing into a mountain, stirring up thick clouds of dust and smoke as a towering mushroom cloud appeared, filling the air with dust. From the rubble, a figure shakily stood up, coughing up blood, her face pale. Unless I make another breakthrough, stepping into the Tribulation Transcendence Perfection stage, and cultivating a more powerful fire-type divine ability, there's no way I can stand against this monster. Hong Tianyé's gaze grew serious as she looked towards the colossal skeletal giant, clearly sensing the immense power disparity. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Oh, Senior Brother Hong, what a coincidence, you're here too." Hong Tianyé tilted her head to look, only to see Li Wuji awkwardly waving, his face full of embarrassment. Turns out Li Wuji had gone berserk earlier due to demonic possession, and it was getting blasted away by Hong Tianyé that actually snapped him back to his senses. He'd then been meditating, relying on his will to fight off the demonic influence, and now, the moment he stood up, he saw Hong Tianyé getting blasted over here too. His mood at this moment was truly indescribable. Hong Tianyé's mood wasn't great to begin with, and now meeting the guy who had attacked her before, her expression turned even uglier. She asked coldly, "Junior Brother Lai, looks like you're awake. Do you remember what you said before?" Li Wuji stiffened, scratching his head with an awkward laugh. "Don't make it hard for me, Senior Brother. I really don't remember anything from back then. If I said anything disrespectful, I hope you can be magnanimous and overlook it," although he didn't want to admit it. In his heart, he vaguely remembered something, but he absolutely couldn't reveal it. Hong Tianyé narrowed her eyes, staring at him, trying to find any traces of deceit. Li Wuji, feeling guilty, quickly changed the subject, shouting, "Whoa, what's that monster, Senior Brother? Did it blast you away?" Hong Tianyé's face turned as black as a pot. She replied coldly, "That's right, surprised."
Li Wuji continued, No, Senior Brother Hong is so amazing, you must have let it go on purpose, right?"
Hong Tianyé struggled to suppress the urge to attack, thinking to herself, this guy's words could seriously make someone die of anger. Suddenly, Li Wuji's expression changed, and he cried out, "This is bad. That monster is heading towards Master. Looks like it's about to make a move." Hong Tianyé immediately looked, eager to see how Master would deal with this terrifying entity. Its defense seemed invincible, its power enough to flatten thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. She couldn't see any weaknesses at all. Bai Zhaoxi, nestled in Kunpeng's arms, her soft body trembling, shouted, "Master, it's coming!" Kunpeng also felt uneasy. If its master hadn't given a command yet, it would have long since turned tail and fled. A deep voice echoed through the 9 layers of clouds, like the ringing of a bronze bell. "Ye Junlin, you are truly too arrogant. Do you think you can suppress us with just those 2 disciples?" The monster's 2 eyes emitted an eerie, dark green light, piercing through space and making people's minds tremble. SWOSH. 2 gloomy green beams of light shot out, locking onto Ye Junlin. "Now it's your turn," Baozaha roared loudly.
Only then did Ye Junlin slowly stand up, looking at the monster with a faint smile. "I know you're eager, but don't rush it." He stretched his body, extending his arms and legs, casually doing a little warm-up. Baza's face turned purple with rage, but in his heart, a strange sense of danger arose. A feeling like he was about to face something completely unpredictable. Ye Junlin looked straight at it with a cold smile. "So, you think you're hot stuff in a brawl, huh?" "Why wouldn't I be?" Bazha looked down from above, laughing disdainfully, and treating Ye Junlin like mere dust. Ye Junlin lightly snapped his fingers, saying each word clearly. "Remember that arrogant look on your face right now, because in just a moment, you'll be on your knees, crying and begging me for forgiveness." Baozha was stunned. Then towering rage flared within him. This human is seriously out of his mind. As it was about to make a move, the figure before it suddenly moved. Ye Junlin glided like the wind, his figure lightly rising from the back of the heaven-earth manifestation Kunpeng. Following an ice-cold bang that echoed in all directions, Ye Junlin's figure suddenly soared, instantly becoming unbelievably large. A booming sound reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. At this moment a colossal body appeared between the earth and sky, long silver hair fluttering like fallen stars, eyes blazing like 2 suns hanging high, gaze majestic and profound like the starry sky, faintly revealing the universe's constellations, dazzling to the extreme. Seeing Ye Junlin towering over him by 2 heads, Ba Cha couldn't help but panic, his voice trembling as he said, How can you be like this?" After casting heaven and earth transformation, Ye Junlin looked down at the small mountain ranges and winding rivers, a novel feeling arising in his heart as if he were standing in the midst of the world. Seeing the supergiant skeleton now a bit shorter than him, the corner of his mouth slightly curved, revealing a smug smile, his eyes arrogantly saying, "See, I'm bigger than you." Bacha felt that these words were a bit off, but it was clear that the other party was provoking him. It became so angry that it lost control. "So what if you're big?" With that, it swung its fist, the fist wind surging between heaven and earth, sweeping down countless ancient trees. Ye Junlin only smiled slightly, then also threw a punch to meet it. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, like 2 comets colliding, the energy waves spreading, the ground shaking and cracking, mountains collapsing, and rivers boiling. Baksha was shaken back dozens of steps, his eyes revealing obvious fear. The right arm where it merged with Lao Er's second brother's muscles let out a painful groan. He said, "Second brother, try to endure it. We must work together to defeat him." Ba Cha glared angrily ahead, shouting, "Ye Junlin, don't get too cocky."
Ye Junlin shook his head slightly. "No, my name is not Ye Junlin, it's Ye Wen." He put one hand behind his back, the other hand raised in front of his chest, in the standard pose of Wing Chun, and said in a deep voice, "Wing Chun Ye Wen, seeking guidance." Ba Cha was petrified, his mind skipping a beat, not understanding what the other party was doing. It roared, "I don't care what you're called, now I want to beat you to death."
A bang resounded, rocks and soil splashing. The supergiant skeleton shot up like lightning, kicking out like a twisting dragon, aiming straight at Ye Junlin, but he simply and easily deflected the attack to one side, and in the blink of an eye rushed close to his opponent. Wing Chun's continuous punches raining down like a storm. Boom boom resounded, the supergiant skeleton taking hit after hit, cracks appearing in its bone armor, blood flowing from its body. Ba Cha roared while spitting blood, frantically retaliating, but every punch was diffused. Ye Junlin said sternly, "I told you, call me Ye Wen or Master Ye." He skillfully took and parried moves, his fist techniques clear and concise, his movements neat, possessing a high degree of artistry. For a tribulation-transcending cultivator like him, these mundane fist techniques had become deadly weapons, because he had deduced and perfected them to a higher level.
Ye Junlin had broken all the rules, shattered their beliefs, beating Ba Cha's body until it cracked, blood flowed all over, the runes on his armor dimmed, almost extinguished completely. In everyone's shocked eyes, that huge figure was like a god descending to earth, smashing everything with every punch.
At this moment, Ba Cha was beaten into something akin to a dog with a broken leg, his spirit in utter chaos. Inside his consciousness echoed the groans of the remaining 5 brothers, each screaming in agony. "It hurts so much, stop hitting. Big brother begs you to stop, I really can't take it anymore, I'm about to die." The heart-rending cries seemed to explode in his head. Ba Cha's heart churned with turbulent waves, fear clearly written on his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. Could there really be such a powerful being among the human race? If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have foolishly volunteered to suppress such a remote Daozo province. At this moment, Ba Cha roared, unleashing his strongest ultimate technique. 6 bones, 1 heart, profound bone sacrifice. 6 bones, 1 heart, profound bone sacrifice was a wicked technique originating from ancient times, buried in the forbidden texts of the Xuanyu sect's deep domain. Once cast, it required 6 people with interconnected bones and unified minds to sacrifice their entire bone marrow together, forming a blood-bone sacrifice formation. As the formation operated, the sky and earth dimmed, the sun and moon lost their light, countless white bones emerging like shackles binding the mortal world. Thunder and lightning exploded, wails echoing from the void, as if 10,000 spirits were forced to sacrifice their souls. Ye Junlin snorted coldly. "Receive my fist of justice." His eyes flashed with divine light, his fist gathering earth-shattering power, striking fiercely at the head. Ba Cha, without an earth-shattering explosion, the head shattered on the spot. Big brother is dead. The remaining 5 brothers panicked at the same time, their spirits shaken, filled with fear and despair. Because, according to the Bone Clan's secret technique, when the big brother fell in a state of connection, the rest had to be buried with him. Immediately, the spiritual fluctuation was completely buried, the headless supergiant body falling heavily, then slowly transforming into a majestic area of mountains and rivers. This was the terrifying consequence of the Bone Clan's unique secret technique, Sao Kiet, where once the leader fell, all brothers had to be buried together. At this moment, countless gazes of awe focused on the tall figure that seemed to support the heavens and tread the earth. "We won! We won!" Everyone cheered joyfully, the shouts resounding like ocean waves. Wave after wave surged, as if immersed in an ocean of victory. Kunpeng happily cried out,
swaying its body and flying in front of Ye Junlin, affectionately rubbing its big head against the giant's arm. Ye Junlin gently stroked its head, sighing softly. "Akun, do you understand my mood right now?" His tone carried a bit of melancholy. Being invincible is really too lonely. Since his debut, he had never been defeated. Hong Tianye couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, do these words sound like something a normal person would say? Looking at the figure comparable to the sun and moon, Li Wuji had nothing to say, only knowing to bow to the ground, respectfully exclaiming, "Shizun, you are truly both big and bad." Soon, Ye Junlin returned to his normal form again. He could defeat the Bone Clan's 6 fiends in a combined state, because he was blessed by the Supreme Bone, and additionally because he cultivated the Undying Overlord body technique, making his body possess extremely strong defense and power. After casting Heaven and Earth transformation, the power on that foundation increased exponentially, so he could easily defeat the Bone Clan's 6 fiends. Amidst the resounding cheers, Ye Junlin leisurely walked towards Kunpeng. Hong Tianye and Li Wuji also quietly came to his side, proactively apologizing for the unnecessary conflict just now. "Shizun, we have embarrassed you," they said in unison. Ye Junlin angrily spoke up. "Tell me, you are fellow disciples, yet you keep fighting each other. What is this called? Fratricide? What kind of system is this if it gets out? At critical moments you still have to let Shifu take action." Being reprimanded by Ye Junlin in front of them, Hong Tianye and Li Wuji only knew to lower their heads, not daring to have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Amidst the resounding cheers of the cultivators,
Kunpeng left Black Demon Ridge, quickly flying towards the Xuantian sect.
At this moment the sect's great mountain protection formation was open, all the disciples hiding inside, completely unaware of what was happening outside. When Kunpeng's magnificent figure appeared, the originally strict atmosphere of the sect immediately became turbulent, someone panicking and shouting, "What the hell is that monster?" Someone else recognized it. "Don't talk nonsense, that's Peak Lord Ye's mount, named Kunpeng." Then another person cheered, "So Peak Lord Ye has returned." The news spread like wildfire. The entire Xuantian sect was shaken. The Peak Lords, elders, and sect leader Xu Yunyan rushed out to greet him. Seeing Ye Junlin, emotion was written all over Xu Yunyan's face as he choked out, "Junior brother Ye." Ye Junlin smiled and replied, "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters, I'm back." Xu Yunyan was so happy he teared up, saying, "As long as you're here we won't be afraid even if the Mingyuan army invades." Xu Yunyan had already reached the Great Ascension completion stage, something he had waited over 3,000 years in the sundial to achieve. Without that cultivation, he couldn't have led the Xuantian sect through the previous war. It wasn't until Bazha appeared that the war became unpredictable, but, thanks to their willpower and unity,
they managed to protect the sect, until today. The other Peak Lords stepped forward one by one, all choked with emotion as if they hadn't seen him in years. Ye Junlin's eyes turned red, filled with emotion. The Peak Lord of Tiangxiang Peak, with her graceful figure and slender waist, giggled teasingly. "Junior brother Ye, so you've secretly cultivated to the tribulation stage. You didn't say anything before because you were afraid we'd be jealous," Ye Junlin replied calmly. "I'm really not interested in cultivation, I just let things happen naturally. That realm, it's just floating clouds in my eyes."
At this moment, sect leader Xu Yunyan turned to Ye Junlin and said seriously, "Junior brother Ye, your return is timely. The Mingyuan army is still stationed in Huangzhou, led by a bone race king whose cultivation is also at the tribulation stage. Even though you're strong, you need to be extremely careful." All the Peak Lords nodded in agreement, their faces still worried, but Ye Junlin said, "Sect leader, you don't know yet.
The Mingyuan army was just annihilated, and that bone race king was killed by me. Huangzhou is now liberated." Everyone was shocked.
The sect leader and Peak Lords all stared at Ye Junlin with wide eyes, asking in trembling voices,
"Ye, junior brother Ye, is that true?"
Ye Junlin shrugged and smiled. "Yeah, it's just a piece of cake." Hearing this, everyone's faces showed a special expression. If anyone had dared to say that before, they would definitely have been taught a lesson. But now the one who said it was the man in front of them, so they let it go. Xu Yunyan laughed loudly and said, "Junior brother Ye is really capable. You brought a huge surprise as soon as you returned." During this time as sect leader, he was filled with worry, always afraid that the Xuantian sect would be breached by the Mingyuan army. At that time, everyone would only have a dead end, and such an end was only a matter of time. But now it's different. The crisis has been resolved. "Oh right, this is the new disciple I accepted," Ye Junlin said slowly. Li Wuji cheerfully clasped his hands and said, "Li Wuji greets you. Joining the Xuantian sect is a great honor for me." "Are you the Blade Devil Li Wuji? I've heard of you." The Peak Lord of Kanjian Peak immediately returned the greeting. "Haha, looks like I have a bit of fame." Li Wuji scratched his head with a grin, his face beaming. Hong Tianye saw how pleased he was and felt uncomfortable, so he said coldly, "Don't be so narcissistic, that's just notoriety spreading far and wide." The Kangjian Peak Lord hurriedly urged everyone to make way for junior brother Ye to enter, and everyone couldn't wait to hear what interesting things he had encountered in the past year.
Then Ye Junlin began to recount his journey over the past year, from the birthday banquet incident, the great Zhao dynasty, Longmen Inn, to the Yawang Valley. Everyone sometimes burst into laughter and sometimes sighed with emotion. When they heard about the Duangshuan empty temple, everyone fell silent. The Kangjian Peak Lord couldn't help but lament that junior brother Ye lived such a wonderful life, while he could only dream about it. The Tiangxiang Peak Lord asked with a stern face, "If both the Xuankong Temple and the royal Pure Land of the Jing State were destroyed, and it wasn't done by junior brother Ye, then who exactly is behind all this? It's clearly trying to frame him." Ye Junlin shook his head, and said that when there's a dark hand stirring things up, it's hard to avoid the flames from igniting, and no one can stand by. Everyone then talked about the Stargate. Xu Yunyan said that the Xuantian sect also has one. Ye Junlin nodded in confirmation, saying that the Stargate connects to the myriad realms. From ancient times, cultivators have used it to travel to all parts of the universe. Its strategic value is unimaginable. The Kangjian Peak Lord was startled, and exclaimed that if it were really like that, then it would be terrifying. Xu Yunyan sighed and said, "The higher the cultivation, the more I feel that the Kunlun realm is like a cage. How wonderful would it be if we could go out and see the vast world?" According to records from ancient books, the outside world has a vast universe, beautiful and magnificent rivers, and countless realms. But even today, even though Kunlun realm cultivators can fly to the sky and escape underground, and move mountains and overturn seas, they still can't leave this world. The only way is to ascend to the immortal realm, but that path makes so many people only dare to dream about it, and not dare to take the step, Ye Junlin said. "I understand what you're thinking, but considering the current situation, the closure of the Kunlun realm may not be a bad thing. If the Stargate opens, it's no different than letting wolves into the house. At that time, I'm afraid the flames of war will spread everywhere, and living beings will suffer greatly." He didn't say that the immortal realm was in danger of destruction, to avoid increasing everyone's worry and confusion. At the Yuhua Gate, in the sacred forbidden area, a golden pillar of light 100 zang high suddenly burst forth, its powerful aura seeming to burn the heavens and earth. Torrents of heat swirled like firestorms. From within the light, a young man in a golden Taoist robe stepped out, his skin glowing like molten gold, his eyes shining with golden light, containing a power that could change the world, each step leaving behind dazzling golden footprints, divinely unmatched.
It was none other than Chen Xiaobang, the Yuhua Gate's holy son.
The elders, hearing the news, hurriedly rushed over, simultaneously clasping their hands in greeting, loudly shouting their welcome.
During his seclusion, Chen Xiaobang, with his steadfast will, refined the solar true fire that fell from the immortal realm, perfectly integrating it into his body, becoming the rare solar immortal body, breaking through all the way to the mid-stage tribulation realm. At this moment he stood tall like a god, his eyes cold and sharp, his aura one of unrivaled dominance, his heart overflowing with a sense of disdain for the world. Recalling the humiliation he suffered before 10,000 people, a murderous intent flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes as he gritted his teeth and muttered in his heart, Hong Tianye Ye Junlin, if I don't avenge this, I swear I won't be human. He once looked up to Ye Junlin like an insurmountable mountain, but now everything was different. Leaving only the thought of trampling him underfoot, Chen Xiao raised his head high and said arrogantly, I am the one who laughs last, because I have the destiny to become an immortal. He clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes swept over the elders who were bowing and greeting him, and he asked with a faint smile, Zhu Yang, where is he? Why hasn't he come to see me? I can still show some regard for our master-disciple relationship, and give him some pointers to break through and achieve the false immortal realm. His words were full of arrogance, but the elders exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. Finally, someone reported. Reporting to the Holy Sun, not long after you went into seclusion, Zhu Yang broke through to the tribulation realm and became a true false immortal. Chen Xiao was slightly surprised, but then he sneered. After all, he was already in the mid-stage tribulation realm and possessed the unparalleled solar immortal body. Facing an early-stage false immortal was as easy as crushing an ant. He snorted softly,
saying that he was disappointed that his master didn't come to congratulate him, only to receive a chilling reply. Zhu Yang couldn't come, because he's already dead.
Chen Xiao was stunned, and horror flashed in his eyes.
He asked urgently, who dared to take action? Who in the world dares to attack the Yuhua Gate? The answer was the Xuan Tian sect, the person named Ye Junlin. Chen Xiao was terrified. Could it be that he has broken through? Wasn't he just at the great perfection stage before? How could he kill an earthly immortal? He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and roared with hatred. The old feud hasn't been avenged, and now I've lost my master. This hatred is irreconcilable. But the elders all spoke up to dissuade him, saying that Ye Junlin was probably far beyond his imagination, and not someone he could deal with.
We misjudged before. Ye Junlin is actually a master at concealing his strength. He's not at the early stage of tribulation transcendence, nor the late stage, but a law-enforcing tribulation transcendence expert. Elder Tang sighed sorrowfully. These words were like a thunderbolt from the blue. Chen Xiao's head was buzzing, and his face was as white as a sheet. He asked in disbelief, how is that possible? He's really at the tribulation transcendence great perfection stage. Tribulation transcendence great perfection. That's the peak realm of the eastern region's cultivation world, a level just one step away from the legendary immortal realm. Chen Xiao never expected that the greatest enemy of his life was already standing tall at that peak, looking down on all living beings. Yun Tan peak, impossible, I don't believe it. Do you have proof? Chen Xiao's eyes were red, and his voice trembled with agitation. Law enforcing. Elder Tang sighed and slowly replied. Half a year ago the Xuankong temple was destroyed, and the person behind it was Ye Junlin. The three saints who once shook the eastern region were stationed at the Xuankong temple at that time, all three being at the tribulation transcendence great perfection stage, but they were still defeated by him.
This person is really that scary. Hearing this, Chen Xiao felt the world spinning, and the fire of anger rising made him cover his chest. His face was a mixture of green and white. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood.
His body swayed and then collapsed. He was full of enthusiasm when he just left the forbidden area. Now, in less than half a day, all his beliefs had collapsed. He felt like a joke, foolish and ridiculous. Holy Sun, you must not give in. Especially now that this is an era of unprecedented change in 10,000 years, it is even more necessary for you to maintain your spirit and lead the Yuhua sect to glory. The law-enforcing elder held Chen Xiao's hand and said with a slightly trembling voice.
Chen Xiao slowly raised his head, his eyes showing doubt. What do you mean? Has something major happened in the eastern region? The elder nodded and began to recount the whole situation. After listening, Chen Xiao's eyes shot out golden light, and huge waves rose in his heart. I didn't expect things to have reached this point. It seems I should prepare early in case the Ming Yuan creatures continue to invade.
The elder continued, Holy Sun, with your current cultivation and strength, you will surely shine brightly in the upcoming battle. Once your reputation reaches its peak, you will surely be the successor to the sect leader of the Yuhua sect. At that time, you can mobilize resources at will with your monstrous talent.
Achieving true immortality is only a matter of time.
Hearing this, Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes, and a goal was already set in his heart. He wanted to become an immortal.
Only by becoming an immortal could he avenge his hatred. Only then could he reach the peak of his life.
Afterwards, the news of the holy son Chen Xiao, emerging from seclusion, immediately spread throughout Qingzhou. With the operation of the Elders, he successfully became the youngest commander of the Righteous Alliance. From then on, he led his army to fight everywhere, winning every battle and rescuing countless people from the rule of the Ming Yuan.
His reputation spread far and wide, and his prestige grew higher and higher. Some even praised him as the youngest righteous leader in history.
Meanwhile, in desolate Zhao in the Xuantian sect, Ye Junlin was leisurely leaning on a lounge chair, with his second disciple massaging his shoulders behind him and his eldest disciple offering him blood grapes. Life was easy and carefree. Li Wuji coughed a few times and said loudly, "Master, this is the latest news from the cultivation world. Let me read it to you. The holy son of the Yuhua sect, Chen Zhao, is winning consecutive victories in Nanzhao, forcefully pushing back the Ghost Race's army, rescuing tens of thousands of people, and at the same time announcing that he will continue to advance north to support the continent gate." Stop. Ye Junlin frowned, took a sip of milk tea, and couldn't help but say, "Why do I always see this name lately?" He felt his ears were about to develop calluses from hearing too much news about Chen Zhao. Li Wuji smiled bitterly. "Master, he is the most prominent person now, and he is also the commander of the Righteous Alliance, with brilliant achievements, and is loved by countless cultivators." Li Wuji had also heard that Master seemed to have taken action against Chen Xiao's father back then, and then killed his master as well. This blood feud is really deep.
But Ye Junlin just shrugged, not caring much. After all, it was those people who brought disaster upon themselves. Who could they blame?
Right, what happened in Gongzhou? Ye Junlin asked. He remembered correctly that An Yao Yao's sect, the Wendao sect, seemed to be located in Gongzhou as well. Ye Wuji flipped the newspaper and continued reading. According to reports, the three major underworld races, Shadow Clan, Darkness Clan, and Night Clan, have joined forces to attack Gongzhou, and many Tribulation Transcendence Realm experts have fallen. Sect leader An Zizai of the Wendao sect is seriously injured, and the situation is extremely dangerous. Ye Junlin was startled, and just as he was about to say something, a familiar voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the check-in mission. Head to Wendao sect in Gongzhou to complete the check-in. After successful check-in, the Kang Yuan sword will be upgraded to the immortal grade. An immortal artifact. This is no joke, I haven't even become an immortal yet and I already have an immortal artifact. Wouldn't it be as easy as killing chickens when I meet Tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivators later?
Prepare yourselves. We're setting off for Wendao sect. Li Wuji was stunned, his eyes revealing respect. He couldn't help but sigh. As expected of his master, he knows there are tigers in the mountain, yet he still ventures in. He's going to Gongzhou himself to rescue his compatriots.
You have to know that Gongzhou is currently shrouded in darkness due to the invasion of the dark races. Skilled assassins are targeting Tribulation Transcendence Realm powerhouses, causing the major forces to be exhausted and morale to waver. Even the leading immortal sect, Wendao sect, has suffered heavy losses. In such a dangerous situation, his master is willing to step forward and decisively set off to provide support. This is truly acting for the greater good. Because people always admire the strong, but above strength is the morality and character of the strong, which makes people even more deeply respected. Li Wuji was moved and muttered to himself, Li Wuji didn't follow the wrong person. Hong Tianye was also momentarily stunned. He didn't expect that this usually glib-tongued person could have such a heart. Perhaps he had misjudged him before. But Ye Junlin had no idea that a simple action of his had caused his two disciples to self-brainstorm a series of emotional plots. For him, a transmigrator saving the world or not was secondary. Having fun was the main thing. Going to Wendao sect to check in and, if possible, conveniently getting an immortal artifact and eliminating the disaster would be perfect.
"Akun!" Ye Junlin shouted. Immediately, from the lake behind the mountain, huge waves rose, and a gigantic creature resembling a blue whale leaped out of the water, flapped its wings, and flew straight into the sky. Its body grew larger, and a kingly aura spread across the sky. It was Ye Junlin's Kunpeng mount. Having been nurtured with high-grade spiritual medicines, Kunpeng's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm, and with its divine beast bloodline, its combat power was enough to make even peak cultivators wary. "Let's go," Ye Junlin said softly.
The group stepped onto Kunpeng's back, and it let out a sky-shattering screech before soaring straight up. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a vast airflow swept away countless branches and leaves, creating a huge tremor. The cultivators in Xuantian's sect looked up and discussed animatedly. "Damn, it's Peak Lord Ye's mount. This posture. Is he going out again? Can you guys feel it? This mount seems even stronger than before. Good heavens, some people cultivate their whole lives and still aren't as good as it, and it's just a mount. This is the level of a big shot." Inside the main hall, sect leader Shu Yunian was slowly raising his enlightenment teacup, taking a sip, his solemn face revealing a relaxed and intoxicated expression. "This time, junior brother Ye has revealed a lot of information from the outside world to us, but I can see that he's still hiding something, perhaps not wanting us to worry too much. Based on his talent, he will surely embark on a path that no one has ever walked before. As for us ordinary people, just being able to follow behind him and watch is lucky enough." Suddenly, a transmission talisman vibrated. Zhu Yunian frowned slightly, then relaxed, and said in a deep voice, Junior brother Ye wants to go to Wendao sect again. With his current strength, there's nothing to worry about." Gongzhou, Wendao sect. In the sky, huge battleships floated,
and patrolling cultivators were densely packed, with strict defenses everywhere. White bones lingered around the jade pavilions and exquisite towers, with carved columns and upturned eaves, displaying extravagance and grandeur.
In the main hall of the forbidden area, a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe with graying hair at his temples looked solemn, with a slightly pale face, dark lips, and a weak aura. Even though he was trying to circulate his cultivation technique to suppress it, it was still obvious that he was suffering from severe poisoning. He was none other than sect leader Anzizai of Wendao's sect. In front of him, a young girl in a yellow dress stood with her arms crossed, her skin as white as snow, her features delicate, and her big round eyes shining brightly. She tilted her chin, looking directly at her father, her eyes full of stubbornness and determination. Anzizai's face turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "HMPH, have your wings hardened? Now you dare not even listen to your father's words." An Miaoyi didn't answer, only glared and gritted her teeth, her expression clearly showing resentment.
After more than 10 seconds of silence, Anzizai sighed, his voice softening. "Miaoyi, don't be like this anymore. Listen to your father this time. Meet Chen Tongshui. Get to know him a little. It will be very beneficial to you in the future. Would your father ever harm you?"
Unexpectedly, An Miaoyi immediately covered her ears, her voice high-pitched. I'm not listening, I have no feelings for him at all, and I don't want to actively interact, let alone try to please him." Hearing his daughter's increasingly outrageous words, Anzizai was so angry that he trembled, his fingers shaking as he pointed at her, but before he could say anything, he coughed violently, his face instantly turning paler, and a bizarre black blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. "Father, what's wrong?" An Miaoyi panicked and hurriedly rushed to support her father, her eyes revealing obvious worry. "It's nothing, it's not a problem." Anzizai tried his best to circulate his cultivation technique, suppressing the toxins surging in his body, his voice hoarse and full of fatigue. A few months ago, Gongju was simultaneously attacked by the Night Clan, Darkness Clan, and Shadow Clan. These three major alien races are good at stealth assassination, and they are ruthless and cruel, specializing in targeting human cultivators with high cultivation levels. In a short period of time, they have seriously injured or even killed many Tribulation Transcendence Realm experts, and even more Mahayana Realm cultivators have suffered countless losses. Wendao's sect is the strongest force in Gongzhou, so it naturally became the biggest target. As the sect leader, Anzizai almost lost his life in a meticulously planned ambush. Fortunately, he managed to survive, but he was poisoned by a strange poison that repeatedly flares up and is difficult to eradicate completely. Even the other Tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivators in the sect are helpless. Anzizai was furious in his heart but helpless. In these chaotic times, what worried him most was his only daughter. He hoped that she could find a true place to rely on and survive in this chaotic world. Unexpectedly, his daughter was so stubborn, refusing to interact with that young Chen Tongshui. This made him, as a father, extremely sad. "Miaoyi, listen to your father," Anzizai persuaded, his voice deep and sincere. "The situation is getting worse, you have to consider your future path. Chen Tongshui is already at the Tribulation Transcendence Realm at a young age, and he is also the holy son of the Feather Transformation sect. He will definitely become the sect leader in the future, and even has the hope of becoming an immortal. If such a person is willing to protect you, then I can leave in peace." His voice sank, carrying a hint of pleading. "I promised your mother that I would protect you for the rest of your life, but now I'm seriously injured and also targeted by the alien races. If something unexpected happens, who will take care of you? Will you listen to your father?" "Father." An Miaoyi's eyes welled up with tears, her voice choked. Although she had a strong personality, she found it difficult to refute in the face of these earnest words. After her mother passed away, her father was her only relative, always loving and protecting her with all his might. But did she have to abandon her beliefs and force herself to be with someone she didn't like just to seek peace? She felt bitter. In the past, she always believed that as long as she worked hard, she could achieve anything. But now, even her father had become helpless and humble before fate. So what could she really do? "Father, I really can't do it. I'm still young, I can still improve, I still have a chance, please give me more time." An Miaoyi bit her lip, clenched her hands tightly, and tried to maintain her determination. Seeing his daughter's resolute appearance, Anzizai suddenly seemed to see the image of her mother from back then. His nose tingled, and he sighed softly, shaking his head. "It's too late. This is an unprecedented great change in tens of thousands of years, and the fate of the entire eastern region is unknown. I'm afraid that before you have time to grow up." Just then, a deep and steady voice rang out from outside. "Sect leader, Chen Tongshui requests an audience." Fan Dezheng entered, cupping his hands in a report, his eyes glancing at An Miaoyi, who was still red-eyed, and he sighed softly. Without asking, he could guess what had just happened. "Quickly invite Chen Tongshui in," Anzizai said, then turned to his daughter, his voice stern. "You stay there, don't leave, father." An Miaoyi stomped her foot, angry but not daring to disobey. Immediately after, a figure clad in golden armor strode into the hall. It was a handsome young man, with a majestic bearing, wearing a red robe over his shoulders, his eyes shining like the sun, and his steps as powerful as waves. Sect leader An. "I had some matters to attend to earlier, please forgive me." Anzizai smiled, his voice full of friendliness. "Thank you very much, Commander Chen." "Why is Sect leader An being so polite?" Chen Xiao sincerely replied, and then glanced at Anzizai's weary expression. "How has your health been lately?
If it's still not well, I can go to the Feather Transformation Sect and ask for a few stalks of medicinal kings to help detoxify and heal your injuries. The news of Anzizai being poisoned had long spread throughout the world, and there was no longer any secret about it. If possible, I would be extremely grateful. Anzizai happily cupped his hands to thank him, his heart even more satisfied with the young man before him.
Strong, good-natured, and with impeccable character, truly the best choice. Such a young generation is worthy of being the leader of the righteous path in the eastern region. Very willing, very easy to talk to, Chen Xiao smiled on the surface but sneered coldly in his heart. The old man still thinks I really want to help him, wanting to pay a few stalks of medicinal kings to prolong his life. The sooner he dies the better. To put it bluntly, even if the Feather Transformation Sect had an antidote, he would definitely not take it out. The few words just now were nothing more than polite words.
Anzizai smiled and pointed to the girl standing beside him, saying, "This is my daughter, Miao Yi. You must have met her when you arrived. She admires Commander Chen very much. I wonder if Commander Chen can spare some time to tell her about your heroic deeds." And Miao Yi bit her lip tightly, her heart full of resistance.
"Father," Anzizai pretended not to hear, still smiling brightly, his voice gentle but clearly coercive. "Daughter, don't be shy," Chen Xiao said solemnly with a straight face. "Since Miss Anne is interested, I must tell her everything clearly." In his heart he was grinning smugly. From the moment he arrived at Wendao's sect, countless female disciples had looked at him with admiration, and even the older female elders had hinted at him. But who was he, Chen Xiao, the holy son of the Feather Transformation Sect? How could he care about those ordinary people? But now it's different.
The daughter of the sect leader of Wendao sect, one of the 10 great immortal sects, has also been conquered by his charm. If he could marry her, it would be like seizing the entire treasure trove of Wendao sect. In the future, when he becomes the sect leader, with a powerful force backing him, whatever he says, who would dare to disobey? Seeing that the situation was stable, Anzizai tactfully withdrew, smiling and saying, "I suddenly remembered I have something to do. Please excuse me, you two can chat freely."
Chen Xiao politely nodded. "Sect leader An, please take your time." Only the two of them were left in the quiet flower garden. Chen Xiao clasped his hands behind his back, standing as straight as an upright spear, appearing relaxed and at ease. With his current status and prestige, he thought he didn't need to do anything. Just standing there was enough to make women take the initiative to approach him, especially now that the situation is critical. Any smart woman will find a strong man to rely on. And An Miaoyi's father is injured and his position is shaky. If she wants to maintain the situation, doesn't she only have the option of relying on him? Therefore, Chen Xiao had already seen through Anzizai's intentions and thought to himself, "Come on, just come and rely on me. As long as you know how to serve me properly, I am willing to save your whole family." At this moment, only Chen Xiao can save the ants. But half a minute passed, and there was still no movement. Chen Xiao began to panic. What's wrong with this girl? Isn't she going to come and please me? I am the commander of the Righteous Path Alliance, the solar immortal physique, the holy son of the Feather Transformation Sect, a top-quality man. Can't you see that?
The atmosphere turned awkward. Chen Xiao tilted his head for a glance, then froze on the spot. He saw An Miao Yi with her back to him, casually tending to the flowers and plants, as if he didn't exist. Chen Xiao was furious. This woman, what's her deal? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Then he gradually calmed down, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Playing hard to get, huh? A little interesting. If you're going to be so reserved, then I'll take the initiative. Miss Anne, you seem very interested in flowers and plants. When the time is right, I will scour the entire world for rare and exotic flora, and personally bring them to you as a gift. How does that sound? Chen Xiao said gently. An Miao Yi didn't even bother to turn her head, simply replying softly. Oh. Chen Xiao frowned slightly. What's with this attitude? Miss Anne, are you perhaps not in a good mood? If there's anything that's bothering you, just say it, and I'm willing to ease your worries. Oh haha, Miss Anne is truly interesting. Or, how about we take a stroll?
This time I came to Guizhong in a rush, and haven't had the chance to appreciate the scenery here.
Oh, Chen Xiao stood there petrified, screaming internally, "Oh my ass! Besides, oh, do you know how to say anything else?" He felt incredibly embarrassed. Everywhere he went he was surrounded by adoring fans, with beauties fighting over him, so why was he failing so miserably this time? Could it be that this girl is deliberately feigning indifference to further entice him? Chen Xiao started to overthink things. While An Miaoyi didn't bother to pay any attention to him, from the start she felt that this person had wicked intentions, making her extremely uncomfortable. Plus, her father was forcing her to interact with him, so naturally, she wasn't going to be pleasant. Suddenly, An Miaoyi seemed to sense something, and she raised her head, a trace of shock flashing in her eyes. A colossal demonic beast, blotting out the entire sky, was flying towards Wendao sect, its aura overwhelming, and its immense pressure causing the heavens and earth to tremble. "He's here!" An Miaoyi exclaimed excitedly, instantly recognizing the familiar mount. "What is that thing?" Chen Xiao's expression also changed. The aura of a demon emperor permeated the air. Could it be that a true demon emperor was rushing over? Inside the ancient grand hall, Anzizai said slowly, "Elder Farron, I know what you want to say. You think what I'm doing is not right, don't you?" Farron Dezhang said awkwardly. "Sect leader, I just feel that with Mrs. Personality like this, forcing her might be a bit too much." "Am I forcing her?" Anzizai shook his head slightly. "As a father, of course I want my daughter to have a good place to rely on, especially given the current situation. As you can see, Chen Xiao is young and has achieved incredible things. What's wrong with me offering her to him?" "But," Fan Dezhang hesitated, unable to say anything else. Anzizai sighed. "I've been poisoned by the alien race, and I'm afraid my time is running out. Once Tianzhen falls, who will Miaoyi rely on? She can't continue to be so willful."
Hearing this, Fan Dezheng was filled with worry, feeling both sad and pained. He had followed An Zizai for many years, and these words only filled him with bitterness.
At this moment, urgent exclamations rang out from outside the hall. Sect leader, a demon emperor, is approaching. An Zizai immediately appeared in midair, looking towards the distance, his aura solemn. That's a Kunpeng. He was shocked, immediately recalling the records in the ancient texts, finding it hard to believe.
It really came,
Fan Dezheng followed behind, his expression changing. You know this creature? An Zizai frowned and asked. Fan Dezheng gave a bitter smile. Not only do I know it, it's Ye Junlin's mount, the peak lord of the elusive Xuantian peak of the Xuantian sect. A mount, An Zizai almost exclaimed aloud. Something so awesome as just a mount. Are you kidding me? In that case, that man is here too. An Zizai's expression was uncertain.
Just then, a cold voice echoed across the 9 heavens like a god descending, directly transmitting into the hearts of everyone. I, Ye Junlin, have come to pay a visit to your esteemed sect. Boom! The entire Wendao sect trembled, exploding like a disturbed hornet's nest. In the eastern region, who hadn't heard of Ye Junlin, the one who annihilated the Xuankong temple, reasonizing the Buddhist Holy Land that had existed for tens of thousands of years, and even slaughtered the Jingtu kingdom's royal family, which, after losing its support, immediately became a playground for the alien races. Now this figure, like an evil god descending, had suddenly come to visit Wendao sect. What could be the reason? Countless disciples and elders were uneasy, their hearts on fire, constantly speculating. An Zizai immediately ordered, no impoliteness is allowed. Quickly dismantle the Great Mountain Protection Formation and invite Taoist Ye in. Since they've already arrived at our doorstep, how could we dare refuse them entry? If we dare, the consequences are unimaginable. Just that demon emperor mount alone is enough to give Wendao sect a headache, let alone the person himself making a move. Wendao sect withdrew the Great Mountain Protection Formation, and the ancient aura immediately fell into silence. Rumble. The Kunpeng flapped its wings and flew in, bringing with it vast air currents that stirred the sky. Countless gazes were focused on the legendary divine beast, emotions intertwined between shock, worry, reverence, and bewilderment.
So this is Wendao sect. Li Wuji sighed with emotion. Before them were overlapping mountain peaks, white clouds swirling around, and a red afterglow filling the scene, like a heavenly paradise in the mortal world. The sect leader of Wendao sect, An Zizai, stood silently in the void, cupping his hands in greeting, his voice gentle and respectful. I am An Zizai. Congratulations on Taoist Ye's grand arrival. Only now did he clearly see that on the Kunpeng's back was a colossal island floating in the air. The sight made his heart race. Good heavens! Is he really using a divine beast as his home? Swish, swish, figures flashed from afar and approached. Sect leader An, you are too kind. Ye Junlin stood at the forefront, returning the greeting with cupped hands, his calm voice echoing. An Zizai observed the silver-haired youth before him. His unfathomable aura made him tremble involuntarily. No wonder he could destroy Xuankong Temple. He was indeed a terrifying figure. Just as he was about to speak, a clear voice rang out. Young Master Ye. An Miao Yi darted over like a small bird, her face radiant with joy, unable to hide the delight in her heart. An Zizai almost popped his eyes out. Miao Yi. He didn't expect his precious daughter to be so intimate with Ye Junlin. The scene stunned countless people, with many wondering if they were hallucinating. Ye Junlin smiled softly. Miss Anne, we meet again. In his heart, he still remembered her dazed look from the other day, and looking at her now, it seemed like that condition hadn't completely cleared up. An Miaoyi hesitated, expectantly trembling. Young Master Ye, did you hear that Wendao sect was in danger and come to help, or did you come specifically to see me?
Ye Junlin touched his nose and coughed softly. Ahem, both reasons apply.
Actually, it was because the system's check-in point was activated here, but he waited for a long time without seeing any feedback, so he dropped by on the way.
Hearing this, An Miaoyi's face immediately turned red, and she lowered her head shyly, her heart filled with emotion. Believing that she was very important to him, Ye Junlin looked at her blushing face, frowning and thinking, why is she blushing? I was just saying it casually. Behind them, An Zizai stood frozen, muttering, Elder Farron, is that really my daughter? He remembered clearly that his daughter had a stubborn and forceful personality, somewhat violent, yet today she was so shy like a young girl, making the father both surprised and jealous. Farron Dezheng chuckled. Doesn't the sect leader see it clearly? Miss Haiyan has long had feelings. An Zizai sighed inwardly. The one she had feelings for, of all people, was Ye Junlin. Remembering the rumors about what he had done, his heart turned cold. Fan Dezheng said in a deep voice, Immortal Ye is a very magnanimous person, just a little unlike mortals. Just then, an extremely indignant voice rang out. Ye Junlin. All eyes simultaneously looked up, only to see Chen Xiao appearing from mid-air, his eyes blazing with fire, his expression frosty, his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. He didn't expect to meet Ye Junlin today, and he was even more furious to witness An Miaoyi being so intimate with the other party. Why isn't she looking at me? Chen Xiao suppressed his anger, trying to appear composed, and said with a cold smile, Ye Junlin, you came here deliberately, didn't you? Don't think these little tricks can shake me. Now
the world is in danger, and I hope you also know to think of the bigger picture and contribute together with the human race.
Everyone was shocked, their faces turned pale. They never expected Chen Xiao to lecture Ye Junlin right to his face. An Yaoyi was worried, afraid that Ye Junlin would lose control and get angry. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, acted righteous, standing on moral high ground, intending to embarrass Ye Junlin, and was extremely smug in his heart. The entire arena held its breath, waiting to see how that killing god would respond.
At this moment, Ye Junlin frowned, looked at Chen Xiao, stroked his chin as if in deep thought, and suddenly spoke after a while. "Who are you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Hong Tianye froze. Feeling the silence so thick you could hear a pin drop, Li Wuji cried out in his heart, "Good heavens, these words don't do much damage, but they are incredibly humiliating." Chen Xiao stiffened on the spot, his face blank as if turned to stone, almost doubting that he had misheard. What did that mean? Could it be that the other party really had no impression of him at all?
Chen Xiao tried to suppress his anger, his expression almost out of control, and gritted his teeth, saying each word, "Are you done pretending? You really don't remember who I am?"
Ye Junlin frowned and asked indifferently, "Where did this little punk come from? Why should I remember you? Acting like we're so close." Chen Xiao stared at Ye Junlin, realizing that the other party really didn't remember anything, and his mind exploded, his mind shattered, feeling like a punch into cotton, powerless to the point of madness. He clutched his chest, his breath heavy, realizing that from beginning to end he was just a supporting character that no one cared about, and just now, his self-performance was no different from a clown.
The anger in Chen Xiao's heart erupted like a volcano. His whole body was smoking, the veins on his forehead bulged in bursts, and he shouted angrily, "This is outrageous! My father is Chen Wenhai, the sect leader of Feng Lei Sect, who died in your hands, and my master Zhu Yang was also killed by you. You dare say you don't remember those things?" The voice echoed everywhere, shaking the mountains and forests. Ye Junlin dragged out the sound, clicked his tongue and said, "Now that you say that, I remember a little." Although only more than 2 years have passed, Ye Junlin has been living a carefree life, without worry or thought, and old things have long been blown away by the wind, and his memory is not enough, especially for unimportant things. Moreover, Chen Xiao's current temperament and image are too different from the past, so it's normal not to recognize him. But now he remembers, it's that guy, the Holy Sun famous throughout the eastern region. Once on the front page of the Tuzhenji Daily, now also the commander-in-chief of the righteous coalition forces, Chen Xiao gritted his teeth, his voice full of resentment. "Ye Junlin, don't you feel ashamed? You clearly have the strength, but you attacked a small sect. What right do you have to call yourself a hero?" He thought that Ye Junlin had hidden his cultivation in the past, so that the Feng Lei Sect thought they could occupy the Xuantian Sect, but they were ambushed and counter-killed. And that kind of attack was really no different from a big shot playing the pig to eat the tiger. Li Wuji shamelessly retorted, "Who told your father to be bewitched and want to swallow the Xuantian Sect? My master was just defending himself. Even though I didn't witness it with my own eyes, I heard a lot about it in the Xuantian Sect. Who told you to be greedy? You deserve to die." Chen Xiao heard this, his face was even uglier than eating something dirty. A great power of crossing tribulation realm deliberately lured a golden core realm to cause trouble, and then ran to the place to personally deal with it. What kind of person with a perverted hobby would do that? Chen Xiao even thought that if his father under the 9 springs knew that he was killed by a big shot, he wouldn't know whether to cry or laugh. "What about my master Zhu Yang? You killed him too, how do you explain that?" Ye Junlin replied indifferently. "You're talking about the guy at Xiejia's banquet who mocked me, wanted to kill me, and was counter-killed as a result. Tell me the truth. If someone wants to take your life, would you sit and wait for death, or strike immediately?" Li Wuji immediately shouted, "That's right, fellow Taoists, please judge fairly. My master was just self-defense." To Li Wuji, the master is sacred, without flaws. Even if there are shortcomings, he will bend them into advantages. Ye Junlin glanced at him with admiration, secretly nodding in his heart. Indeed a worthy disciple, unlike some people. He glanced slightly to the side. His eyes flashed past Hong Tianye, who was standing indifferently. Hong Tianye trembled in his heart. Knowing that he needed to say something, he forcefully straightened his chest. His voice resounded deafeningly, and solemnly said, "Well said. There is no law in the cultivation world that stipulates that strong people are not allowed to hide their cultivation. Those who have no eyes and arbitrarily cause trouble, and finally are counter-killed, who can they blame? In terms of reason and emotion, this pot of water cannot be put on other people's heads." You guys. Chen Xiao was so angry that his whole body trembled. Could it be that the outcome could only be that he would have to admit that he was unlucky? An Zizai saw that the situation was tense and stepped forward to mediate, saying kindly, "Both of you are illustrious powerhouses of the human race and are the pillars of stability in the eastern region. Why not put aside your conflicts for the time being and join hands to resist the alien races? This is the most important thing." Hearing this, apart from the Wendao sect family, many famous clans who were invited to Shangyi also nodded in agreement. After all, one side is the commander-in-chief of the righteous coalition forces with outstanding achievements, and the other is the killing god famous throughout the world, and no one wants to see these two people clash. "Shut up! It's not your turn to speak here." Chen Xiao shouted angrily.
Anzizai was humiliated on the spot.
Before he could react, he coughed violently, and black blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He immediately covered it with a handkerchief and coughed violently. Dad, An Yao Yi rushed to support him, and shouted angrily at Chen Xiao, "You are such a jerk, how dare you talk to my dad like that?" The surrounding elders' faces changed, and they were extremely angry. This is the territory of the Wen Dao sect, and the sect leader was scolded on the spot. Isn't that a slap in their faces?
The Holy Sun is just temporarily confused. I hope you fellow Taoists will be generous.
An old man in gray clothes stepped out from the team of Yuhua men, clasped his hands and sighed, his body exuding a powerful aura. "Holy Sun, let's go."
At this time, Chen Xiao was extremely uncomfortable, feeling that he had been made a joke of from beginning to end. He had clearly prepared carefully, and could even compete with the killer of his father, but the result disappointed him miserably. What? You all want to go against me? His mind was as chaotic as weeds. His eyes were red, his face was distorted, and the aura on his body was extremely chaotic.
Holy Sun, the old man in gray clothes named Liu Lao immediately felt uneasy, and put his hand on Chen Xiao's shoulder, using his strength to suppress him. His whole body burst out with momentum. He was a complete crossing tribulation powerhouse. Since Chen Xiao left the customs, this supreme elder has personally protected him, which shows how high his status is. Liu Lao, I am not convinced, Chen Xiao roared angrily. Liu Lao said in a deep voice, "Where did your previous arrogance and self-confidence go? Now you have become like this. Don't hurry up and retreat with me. Don't lose any more face." Chen Xiao struggled desperately. But with Liu Lao's strength, he was no different from a chicken being grabbed by the neck, unable to move at all.
Not convinced? So what? Ye Junlin said indifferently, his eyes still as calm as water. A word like igniting the anger in Chen Xiao's heart, he roared, "Ye Junlin, you are shameless, dare to hide your cultivation to deceive so many innocent people. If you have the guts, suppress your realm. I want to have a fair competition with you." Since refining the Taiyang true fire, Chen Xiao firmly believed that he had reached the perfection of the true meaning. His body was without flaws, his magical powers were powerful, and as long as he was at the same realm, he believed that he could crush the opponent. Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow. "You think you're worthy to compare to me? Who am I? Who are you? And you dare to shout so loud?" Chen Xiao smiled faintly, replying coldly, "Looks to me like you're scared. Brat, dealing with you doesn't even require my master to take action. This daddy here can chop you into calling for your own." In just one strike, Li Wuji tightened his grip on his blade, a furious grin spreading across his face. "Don't try to show off with your disciple in front of me. If you've got the guts, face my challenge head-on," Chen Xiao roared. Ye Junlin shook his head, bored. "Fighting you is beneath me." He pointed to the sky. "You're only worthy to fight Aka Kun right now." "Who's A Kun?" Chen Xiao asked suspiciously. Above, Kun Peng roared with an earth-shattering cry, its golden eyes burning like scorching suns, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Chen Xiao froze on the spot, his expression stiff, his voice cracking. You want me to fight your mount?" The words nearly made him explode with shame and anger. With his noble status, was he only worthy to fight a beast? "What are you looking at? That look is underestimating my A Kun." Ye Junlin's face showed displeasure, his voice sinking with pressure. Kun Peng was also extremely angry, its huge eyes blazing red, fiercely staring at the young man in golden armor standing proudly opposite him. Chen Xiao sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Don't embarrass yourself by bringing out your mount. I, Chen Xiao, am a hero of my generation, and you want me to compete with your mount. Wouldn't that be a disgrace to my reputation?" Ye Junlin chuckled mockingly. "If you're scared, just say you're scared, no need to make excuses. Back then you couldn't even beat my disciple, and now you want to challenge me. You're only worthy to fight my mount, you." Upon hearing this, the veins on Chen Xiao's forehead immediately bulged. The humiliating defeat from that year felt like a knife to his heart, and now Ye Junlin was bringing it up in front of everyone, tearing open a wound that had barely closed. Pain and humiliation surged simultaneously. Hong Tianye stood nearby with his arms crossed, the corners of his mouth curving into a cold, disdainful line, his eyes sweeping over with sarcastic implications, as if to say, "You really are useless." Before countless sympathetic gazes, Chen Xiao was so angry that he couldn't restrain himself, roaring as if he wanted to tear the sky apart. "A Kun, is it? Let's fight." Rumble. A golden ring of scorching yang rose, illuminating the entire sky. Golden light flooding everywhere, shining as if to burn the space itself. Within that dazzling light, Chen Xiao's figure appeared, golden armor gleaming, long hair flying, his entire body radiating an inviolable divine aura, like a living sun descending to earth. Ye Junlin nodded slightly, his voice sounding serious. "Hey, Kun, you've been with me for 2.5 years, now's the time for you to show them what you've got." Kun Peng roared excitedly, its sound echoing through the heavens and earth, causing many disciples and elders to feel their heads buzzing. With a flap of its wings, a violent burst of airflow erupted, carrying unparalleled power, enough to sweep across 10,000 mountains. "Holy Sun, be careful, this beast is a descendant of the ancient divine beast Kun Peng," an elder warned anxiously. "Even in its immature state, its destructive power is not something humans can easily imagine. Fighting above its level is practically a daily occurrence for it." "Great Sun Fist," Chen Xiao shouted. his fist emitting a dazzling light, carrying the heat to scorch the earth. He had cultivated this heaven-rank fist technique to the realm of transformation, and coupled with his solar immortal body, its power was earth-shattering. Rumble. The two sides collided like thunder. Energy surged turbulently, and the spreading airflow seemed to destroy everything. Countless witnesses were stunned. To witness two Tribulation Realm experts exchanging blows at such close range was a visual shock to the extreme. "You're a beast. Let this holy sun see how long you can last," Chen Xiao roared angrily, his hands rapidly forming hand seals. Countless golden mirrors appeared in the sky, the light in the mirrors condensing into streams of light, creating a killing aura that enveloped Kun Peng's entire massive body. Mirror Scarlet Kill. A cold shout echoed, and each mirror simultaneously projected countless golden beams like 10,000 zang of soft silk, relentlessly strafing towards the target. Explosions erupted in succession, the brilliant light like fireworks bursting in the sky, illuminating the entire area. Chen Xiao sneered. "How does that feel? Your huge body is your weakness. Let's see how long you can withstand this." Knowing that he had gained the upper hand, he continued to unleash Mirror Scarlet Kill, countless mirrors continuously converging light, wave after wave of attacks engulfing Kun Peng, the pressure increasing every second. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the sky, streams of light exploded fiercely, like countless suns detonating simultaneously, the dazzling light so intense that people couldn't open their eyes. As expected of Chen Commander, who campaigned in all directions, his power alone makes countless alien races tremble at the mere mention of his name. Too powerful, he can even suppress the descendants of ancient divine beasts. Truly a model hero, Holy Sun is invincible. The cheers roared wildly, nearly breaking through the sound barrier. Faced with that overwhelming power, many people were completely convinced by Chen Xiao's strength, especially his entourage, who simultaneously burst into loud cheers. "Master, Dai, Kun is in danger," Bai Shaoxi called out anxiously. "Don't worry, Dai, Kun is fine," Ye Junlin replied with a smile. Kun Peng was a mount bound to him by the system, so he could sense its life force at any time. Based on that, he clearly felt that Kun Peng's life was still intact, only its state was fluctuating a bit. Inside the exploding ball of light, the massive body seemed to disappear, as if it had been swallowed by nothingness. Chen Xiao circulated his divine sense to search but found no trace of Kun Peng. Could it be that I've blasted it to pieces? He was surprised and delighted, his heart swelling with pride, believing that his strength had become so great that he could bury even the bloodline of a divine beast. "Ye Junlin, sorry, looks like I accidentally killed your mount, haha." Chen Xiao threw back his head and laughed loudly, his laughter carrying 7 parts arrogance and 3 parts mockery. "Oh, really?" Ye Junlin smiled faintly, his face full of amusement. Just then, a small figure suddenly appeared, extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it stood before Chen Xiao. It was a young boy with a center part in his hair, a cute fair-skinned doll face and bright jewel-like eyes, looking harmless and very adorable. "You jerk, taste my Kun fist." A clear but firm childish voice rang out. The boy threw a punch, simple and natural but carrying an ancient and vast aura like the great Tao. The fist force directly slammed into Chen Xiao's stomach. Bang! Chen Xiao's body was struck as if by a meteorite, flying away like a shooting star, smashing through several mountain ranges. Dust and sand filling the sky in a truly shocking scene. "Damn it, I was careless." Chen Xiao struggled to get up, his throat felt sweet as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, his eyes filled with fear. "You, who are you?" he managed to ask. The young boy stood high above, looking down at the young man struggling at his feet. Though he had a childlike appearance, his entire body radiated a ferocious aura, and within him was hidden an earth-shattering explosive force. Facing the question, the boy raised his head high and replied with a proud voice, "Don't you recognize me? I'm Kun. I've been by Master's side for 2.5 years. You know." Chen Xiao glared at the boy, his heart surging like a stormy sea, and said angrily, "So, you're not dead, HMPH, you're the one who deserves to die." The boy snorted coldly, spitting unhappily, his face full of discomfort. A loud explosion rang out, and the ground caved in, forming a spiderweb-like crater. Chen Xiao shot back up like a comet, his hair standing on end, turning into a golden color like a raging flame. A sun symbol appeared between his eyebrows, and golden light shot out from his golden eyes, shaking the void. His aura surged like a storm, with sand flying and rocks scattering, making him extremely terrifying. He had unleashed his strongest battle state, roaring, "You bastard, how dare you play me!" A fist carrying terrifying power was unleashed, a dazzling golden light stretching 10,000 feet, collapsing the void, and its aura was astonishing. The boy yelled, "I'm not afraid of you," and then threw a punch to meet it, his small body erupting with overwhelming power, his Q and blood boiling like he wanted to overturn the heavens. Before, his huge size made him vulnerable to attacks, but now that he had transformed into a human form, he became agile, and his combat power was further unleashed. Loud explosions rang out continuously, energy filled all directions, and the two figures were entangled in a tense battle, causing everyone to hold their breath. Bai Shaoxi cheered loudly. Kun, go for it." An Miaoyi also clenched her fists and shouted, Kun, you're the best, beat him hard." Chen Xiao was now the person she hated the most, so she didn't hide her bias at all. Someone exclaimed in shock,
The Kunpeng descendant is so strong, how dare he fight against the Holy Sun? Liu Lao's face was ugly, but he couldn't intervene now, and could only hope that the Holy Sun could overwhelm his opponent. In fact, he didn't know that this boy was the authentic Kunpeng, with pure bloodline, and the power of his treasured technique had reached its peak. He even had a talent comparable to the Kunpeng ancestor, that is, an existence comparable to the 5 strongest powerhouses of the primordial era. Therefore, even though Chen Xiao was very strong, he was still insignificant compared to him. At this moment, the boy's body was filled with bright blue runes containing infinite mystery and radiating a brilliant light. The more Chen Xiao fought, the more shocked he became. Thinking that his opponent was just Ye Junlin's mount, his heart collapsed even further. Could it be that I, the holy son of the Feather Transformation Sect, am going to lose to a mount? He roared unwillingly, and then summoned a golden holy sword with a sun symbol on it. Slashing down fiercely, the sword light was scorching and violent. The boy shouted, "Watch my Kun fist," and then threw a punch that tore through the sword light, causing Chen Xiao to panic and quickly raise his sword to defend. With a loud explosion, fresh blood spilled from the corner of Chen Xiao's mouth and he was sent flying away. Before he could stand firm, he saw a fist coming at him, making him suffocate. He quickly waved his sword to resist, but each time they collided his arm ached and trembled, and his kia and blood surged uncomfortably. The boy fought more and more fiercely. Sometimes his fist power was like a huge wave, sometimes like a heavy mountain, constantly breaking Chen Xiao's sword stance. And finally, the golden holy sword was shattered by a punch. The boy rushed forward like a humanoid beast, colliding violently, and his shoulders trembled, containing some kind of strange law. One blow caused Chen Xiao to spit out fresh blood. His internal organs were torn apart. A scream rang out and his bloody body flew out like a torn rag doll, crashing down on a mountain, and a mushroom cloud rose high. Holy Sun! A scream tore through the air, and the followers widened their eyes in disbelief. The war god who had led them to conquer everywhere, winning every battle, had now suffered a crushing defeat, a complete defeat, and the one who defeated him was just someone playing the role of a mount. This shock was too great, but it still hadn't stopped. In front of everyone, the boy immediately took off his pants, naked, aimed straight at Chen Xiao lying in the pit, and directly peed on him. A stream of yellow liquid poured down like rain, and the pit, several meters deep, quickly filled with urine. The pungent smell of urine rose, and the whole place was in an uproar, countless people stunned by the blatant humiliation. The boy put his hands on his hips and asked with a teasing voice, "How does it taste?" Chen Xiao was seriously injured and unable to struggle, almost suffocating in the foul liquid, even swallowing a few mouthfuls. His mind went blank, and the teasing laughter echoing above him made him think of being humiliated in public. His self-esteem shattered, his mind exploded, and his eyes darkened. Everyone had strange expressions. As expected of Senior Ye's mount, Kun Kun won, Bai Shaoxi cheered, and An Miaoyi was provoked by this scene to hold her stomach and laugh, tears welling up in her eyes. Ye Junlin clapped and praised, and Li Wuji complimented. Hong Tianye covered his nose and complained about the bad smell. At this moment, an old voice rang like thunder, filled with anger. "You wicked thing, how dare you humiliate the holy son of the Feather Transformation Sect!" Liu Lao appeared in the air, his sleeves fluttering, his aura vast, his cold eyes staring at the boy who had defeated and humiliated Chen Xiao right in front of everyone. For a proud person, this was even more unbearable than death. Liu Lao said in a somber voice, "You have no manners. This old man must teach you a lesson." In the void, countless dark black shackles covered with incomprehensible runes exuded an ancient aura. The shackles rushed forward at the same time. The boy stiffened, felt a terrifying pressure, and exclaimed in surprise, "You stinky old man, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Ye Junlin appeared in front of him. He snorted and waved his sleeve. Terrifying power erupted, and the shackles were blasted away. Ye Junlin flicked his fingers, his voice full of meaning. "Can't afford to lose. You even dare to touch my Akun, or do you want to test your strength against me?" The atmosphere in Yangon was tense, and countless people swallowed, looking at the two figures. One was the supreme elder of Yuhua sect, and the other was a killing god famous in the eastern region. If these two fought, the consequences would be unpredictable. Elder Liu squinted, remembering what the other party had done, his eyes showing fear. A hoarse voice echoed in his head, telling him to retreat temporarily. Seeing his master stand up for him, the boy was overjoyed and boldly made a face at Elder Liu. "Liar, liar, poo-poo head, beat me if you dare." Elder Liu lowered his voice. "Fellow Taoist, Ye, this old man has no intention of being an enemy. I apologize to you, and your little friend behind you. I will visit another day. Farewell." Then he endured his disgust, used magic to fish Chen Xiao out of the puddle of urine, and took him away. The Yuhua sect team also lowered their heads and ran away.
From arrogance to embarrassment and panic.
The boy cheered excitedly. Master is so majestic, chasing away the stinky old man. But before he finished speaking, the silver-haired youth turned around abruptly, his expression serious, his eyes fixed on him. Master. The boy trembled in his heart, wondering what he had done wrong to anger Ye Junlin. A second later, Ye Junlin stretched out his hands and grabbed the boy's face. Ever since he saw the Kunpeng transform into a human, he had had the urge to do so, but he had to endure it because the situation was inconvenient at the time.
Now that he finally had the chance to do it, he would naturally not let it go. His face was as soft as noodles, as elastic as a bullet, and was distorted in various ways, looking both funny and strange. Not bad, this feeling is not bad at all, Ye Junlin praised. Unexpectedly, his mount, originally a huge body, would be so cute when transformed into a human. The boy's face was kneaded until he burst into tears, feeling extremely aggrieved. Master, stop it, it hurts, you've had enough fun. Ye Junlin finally stopped. Let me. An Miaoyi ran over, eager to try. The boy turned away with a serious face. Humph, no way, how can his face be played by anyone? An Miaoyi clasped her hands together, her voice like a prayer. Kunji-e, I beg you. One Kunji-e made the boy feel refreshed. Call me a few more times, and I'll consider it. Kunji-e, Kunji-e, Kunji-e. An Miaoyi repeated without any shyness, her mouth repeating like a machine. Okay, Kunji-e, I'll give you a chance. The boy crossed his arms, pretending to be profound. Good. An Miaoyi immediately reached out and rubbed the white, soft face, feeling extremely suppressed and comfortable. Her technique was much gentler than Ye Junlin's, causing the boy to squint his eyes in enjoyment. The atmosphere suddenly became cheerful, and everyone burst into laughter. An Zizai looked at his daughter, the corners of his lips slightly smiling, only hoping that she would always be so innocent. But then a stabbing pain from his chest made him cough violently, as if he wanted to cough up his lungs. Cough, cough! Black blood dripped on the ground, full of sinister energy.
Father, An Miaoyi ran over in panic. Sect leader, what's wrong with you? The elders surrounded him. An Zizai felt the strange poison in his body and sighed. This poison won't kill me immediately, but it tortures me every hour and every moment, making my body weak. Now I'm no different from a sick cat. I can only hide in the Wendao sect and prolong my life. Damn alien races. The cultivators in the sect looked at the once magnificent sect leader, now haggard, their hearts filled with bitterness. Father, you will get better. An Miaoyi hugged his hand, her voice choked with sobs. Suddenly an untimely voice rang out. What's the big deal? Can it be cured? The sorrowful atmosphere immediately froze. Everyone turned to look at the silver-haired youth who had spoken. An Zizai was stunned and then smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist, Ye doesn't know, this poison is extremely evil. It keeps growing like a curse clinging to me. I've tried so many methods, but it recurs. Even more serious, I have accepted my fate. Ye Junlin smiled. Fate can be changed. How can cultivators accept fate so easily? An Zizai's heart moved slightly. Fellow Taoist Ye, you mean? Zhao He. Detoxify sect leader An. Ye Junlin ordered. One of his 4 disciples who cultivated the Qingdi longevity art, the highest wood element, could easily eliminate all kinds of poisons, as long as he took action. Who is Zhao He? An Miaoyi wondered. That name sounds like a dog. Coming. A trembling voice rang out. From the crowd, a teenager hiding behind Bai Shaoxi slowly stepped out, his forehead sweating. Everyone's eyes made him tense and stiff. This is fellow Taoist Ye's new disciple. He seems a little awkward, An Zizai observed, curious about what ability this teenager had to dare to take on the task of eliminating the stubborn poison in his body. 4th junior brother, don't be nervous, just do as usual. Even if you don't succeed, Shifu won't blame you. Bai Shaoxi comforted. Ye Junlin deliberately threatened. That's right, it's not a big deal. At most we'll eat stewed chicken with mushrooms tonight. Hearing this, the teenager's hair, as stiff as a pot lid, twitched. His face as if he was about to cry, struggling in his heart for a while, and finally reluctantly stepped forward in front of An Zizai, took several deep breaths to adjust his breathing. His hands formed a seal, mobilizing the magic power in his body, performing the Qingdi longevity art. Vast wood element essence poured out from his palms, and a stream of azure energy continuously poured into An Zizai's body. An Zizai had never felt so comfortable in his life, and couldn't help but utter a sound, as if releasing a part of his hidden instinct. But in the next second his pupils suddenly contracted. Because he felt that the strange poisonous mass in his body was being quickly eradicated, the hidden ailments of many years had also disappeared, and an unprecedented vitality surged, as if he had been reborn. Leng Keng. The sound of bones and joints rang out. An Zizai twisted his muscles and bones. His appearance and spirit immediately brightened, and his eyes sharpened back to their full state. Good, the great devil murmured. An Miaoyi asked anxiously, Father, how do you feel? Everyone waited attentively for the answer. An Zizai, with a ruddy face, laughed. I'm fine, really fine. Thank you, little brother. Looking at the shy teenager in front of him, he excitedly grabbed his hands and kept saying, Thank you, you're so amazing, everyone exclaimed. Even the great powers of the Wendao sect had been helpless against this kind of poison, but this teenager easily eliminated it.
The great devil paused, feeling the joy of helping others for the first time.
Ye Junlin stepped forward and rubbed Zhao Hei's head in praise.
Anzizai turned to Ye Junlin, his face full of admiration. To have such a disciple. Fellow Taoist, Ye is indeed a great master, Ye Junlin said sternly. It's just a little achievement, not worth mentioning. I always strictly teach my disciples, because I myself am a person who works hard constantly. Only by urging myself can I be qualified to step onto the peak of the great Tao, Anzizai nodded respectfully. Because behind every excellent disciple there is often an extraordinary master. A famous master will surely produce outstanding disciples.
You have come from afar to help me out of trouble.
You are the benefactors of this, Anzizai. As such, I have decided to hold a banquet with the highest standards to entertain you, Anzizai said warmly.
Highest standard banquet. An Miaoyi widened her beautiful eyes, her expression full of surprise. As the sect leader's daughter, she had never witnessed a banquet of this level since she was born. The highest standard banquet only appeared twice in history, and each time it was of great significance, enough to change the fate of the sect. She thought it only existed in rumors, but she didn't expect to witness it with her own eyes. In her lifetime, Ye Junlin raised his eyebrows, thinking in his heart, could this banquet be having some kind of special performance? If that's the case, as an outstanding youth who transmigrated from the new century, I must resolutely resist this unhealthy trend, but of course, I have to watch it first before resisting. Sect leader An is too kind, Ye Junlin said with a smile. He wasn't in a hurry to leave anyway, he was planning on grabbing some rewards first, and now he'll just stay and enjoy the hospitality. Haha, Taoist friend, Ye's too kind, please follow me into the hall, let's discuss important matters together. Anzizai laughed loudly,
leading Ye Junlin and the others to the most luxurious building of the Wen Dao sect. At this moment, more than 1,000 meters away from the Wen Dao sect, on a mountain peak, the team that had just left the Yuhua sect was stationed. Liu Lao was treating Chen Zhao. Holy son, what do you think?
Chen Zhao was lost in thought. The scene of his defeat flashed in his mind, and then he fainted in the puddle of urine. A sense of humiliation washed over him. Liu Lao, I'm really trash, he said hoarsely. Liu Lao said in a deep voice, holy son, don't underestimate yourself. If even you are trash, then what are those who are not as good as you? Chen Zhao grabbed his head, almost shouting. But I couldn't even beat Ye Junlin's mount. He collapsed. Feeling his life sink into darkness, Liu Lao said sternly,
holy son, please cheer up. But Chen Zhao only thought about his reputation and the attitude of the world. Now he was not only defeated but also humiliated. If the matter spreads, his prestige will plummet, becoming a laughingstock. What if that doesn't get out?
What do you mean?
Chen Zhao raised his head. His pupils contracted, because in his eyes, that wrinkled face suddenly became terrifying.
Liu Lao curled his lips. His eyes once again turned to the Wen Dao sect.
Holy son, just wait and see. The good show is about to begin.
Inside the hall,
Li Wuji was eating and drinking gluttonously, his mouth full of grease.
Bai Xiaoxi's cheeks were puffed up,
as she ate non-stop. The great devil lord meticulously ate small bites, while Hong Tianye slowly savored the food, his face cold, creating a sense of detachment. And Kunpeng, transformed into a little boy, don't look at his small stature, his appetite is super big. He swept away the food on the table like a whirlwind, scaring many elders witless.
Anzizai smiled, speaking in a friendly tone.
Taoist friend? Ye, I heard that you and my daughter have known each other for a long time. It seems that you have a great destiny. What do you think of my daughter?
An Miaoyi's face flushed red.
Why is father asking young Master Yi about this? My matters are for me to decide. At that moment Ye Junlin spat out the mouthful of water he had just taken into his mouth. He said with a smile,
Miss Anne is a good girl, as cute as my little sister. So, in young Master Ye's heart, I'm just a sister zone kinda girl. She felt a slight loss in her heart, and a bit of confusion. If the other person doesn't like me, then there's no need to know. As long as I like him is enough. If I make it clear and fall into an awkward ending, then what's the point?
On the side, Fan Dezhang shook his head and thought to himself, the hardest thing in the world is love. I hope the young lady can think it through.
He slowly poured wine, then raised his glass to Ye Junlin. Senior Ye, that day at the Longmen Hotel, I saw that you were different from ordinary people, and then at the Medicine King Valley you saved me and the young lady. The kindness before and after is hard to repay. Today I toast you a cup, he said, and drank it all.
But at that moment, Fan Dezhang suddenly dropped the cup, causing everyone to look over, only to see him suddenly jump onto the table, take off all his clothes, disregarding his image and dancing a very abstinent dance. What's wrong with me? Fan Dezhang's mind buzzed, his heart extremely confused. What's wrong with this guy? Ye Junlin felt itchy. I have no grudges against you. Why do you want to hurt my eyes like this? This kind of talent is really unnecessary. Li Wuji's face was slightly red from the wine. He stood up abruptly, applauding loudly, his voice loud and full of strength. Good, great dance, really disgusting.
Hong Tianye frowned in disgust, goosebumps all over his body. Wow, this guy is so brave. The great devil lord with social anxiety secretly sighed. A sense of respect arose in his heart.
Uncle Fair and you, An Miaoyi's eyes were full of surprise. Was this the man she had known since childhood? Sect leader Anzizai's eyes widened, his mind seemed to freeze for a dozen seconds before he reacted, anxiously shouting, "Farron, what kind of wind are you stirring up? Even if you want to thank someone, you don't need to dance this degenerate dance. Stop it now. This is a banquet, so many eyes are watching, and there are guests from various forces everywhere. If this matter spreads, where will the Wendao sect's face be?" Fan Dezheng was sweating profusely. Compared to dying socially on the spot, what he feared more was that he could not control his body at all. "Sect leader, I can't stop. I feel like some kind of power is controlling me."
In his shadow, something seemed to be wriggling, making a strange laugh. Who was causing trouble here after all?
Anzizai angrily shouted. Only now did he realize that Fan Dezheng was being controlled in secret. After all, with so many years of friendship, he knew that he could not have done this himself. The one behind the scenes must be hidden in the shadows. And moreover, to be able to control a great completion stage cultivator without anyone knowing, his strength must be at the tribulation stage.
Fan Dezheng's shadow began to boil. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared, filled with evil aura. "Don't be impatient. The good show has just begun." As soon as he finished speaking, many disciples and elders also began to struggle under their feet, then suddenly rushed into a chaotic fight. The banquet fell into chaos, screams ringing out one after another. "What's going on, senior brother? Why are you hitting me, senior sister? Don't do that. You grabbed the wrong place. Help, someone save me."
Anzizai angrily shouted. "You must be from the Shadow Clan, one of the 3 major clans skilled in assassination that once invaded Gong Prefecture. Indeed, I've seen it today, Sect Leader An. Nice to meet you." From within Fan Dezheng's shadow, a short, fat, pitch-black figure emerged. A pair of blood-red eyes shone with mockery, its aura clearly at the peak of the tribulation stage.
"The one who ambushed you before was the Shadow Clan King. Unfortunately, it was unsuccessful, but today we will take your life and turn the entire Wendao sect into a dead zone." The short, fat Shadow King sneered.
Anzizai shouted at the short, fat Shadow King. "You think you can destroy the Wendao sect with just the Shadow Clan? You underestimate us too much." The short, fat Shadow King said coldly. "Don't worry, we also have allies. Everyone, show yourselves." Rumble. The sky above the Wendao sect, which was originally clear, instantly turned into a dark night.
In the thick darkness, countless figures in bizarre armor emerged, wielding cold glaives, their murderous aura filling the sky.
"Haha. Gong Province, which you find so offensive, will be wiped clean today." Several Night Clan kings descended, their hair flying wildly, a ring of jet-black light hanging behind them like lords of the night. And that's not all. Cracks tore open in the dark void, and countless demon-like figures squeezed out, their monstrous killing intent making people tremble. A dark clan leader riding a dark beast appeared, wearing a hideous bronze mask, his cold eyes swept around, the corners of his mouth twisting into a cruel smile.
"I'm back here again." Anzizai wanted to tear his eyes out. It was this very being who had ambushed him in secret, with extremely ghastly and disgusting methods. So you guys had already infiltrated. But since when? He thought carefully, but was still terrified. Only when the sect opened its grand mountain-protecting formation was there a loophole to exploit. The dwarfish Shadow King laughed meaningfully. "Of course, someone is cooperating with us. He probably wants to start acting too." At this moment, the Shadow Clan, Dark Clan, and Night Clan's 3 major clans joined forces to invade the Wendao sect, plunging the sect into an unprecedented crisis.
Outside, Liu Lao narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent clear. "Haha, it's finally starting."
The original plan was to create chaos from within, causing the sect to disintegrate. But something happened halfway, so he had to temporarily withdraw. Fortunately, the plan is still proceeding smoothly, and he can take the opportunity to cooperate with the foreign races from within and start a great slaughter.
Chen Zhao also noticed the abnormality. Looking into the distance where the Wendao sect was shrouded in a cloud of black gas, and a sense of unease surged in his heart. "Liu Lao, what's going on? Why are there beings from the dark abyss invading?" Liu Lao smiled grimly. "Holy Sun, do you want to avenge your hatred?
Do you want to bury the entire Wendao sect with you?"
Hearing this, Chen Xiao's hair stood on end, feeling that what was happening before his eyes had overturned his understanding. "Liu Lao, you dare collude with dark abyss beings? This is treason that the human race spits on. What will you do if the sect finds out?" Suddenly, he stared at Liu Lao's smile, and an idea flashed in his mind, sending a chill down his spine.
So the sect already, he didn't dare to continue speaking. Tongzi trembled, only finding this matter too absurd. The Eastern region's #1 human race holy land, the Yuhua Gate, was actually colluding with dark abyss beings, and even more shocking was that the Orthodox spirit mine was very likely set up by them, and from beginning to end, it was all a self-directed and self-acted show. He couldn't understand why the Yuhua Gate would benefit from letting dark abyss beings prosper. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble?
Liu Lao said, "Holy Sun, you will know later why the sect wants to do this. This is the inevitable direction. You must believe that we are right. But I am the commander of the Orthodox Allied Forces, and I used to resist dark abyss beings, helping the human race reclaim a large amount of territory."
"Now you want me to betray the human race?" Chen Xiao gritted his teeth, clenching his fist and trembling, his heart filled with bitterness.
Liu Lao shook his head. "The reason you won so easily before was because we created the conditions, didn't you see? Every campaign was unusually smooth, and the foreign race armies easily collapsed and retreated. Even if there were losses, they were only the bottom layer used as cannon fodder. How many real foreign race experts have you killed?
Boom. Hearing this, Chen Zhao was struck by lightning. Recalling his previous experiences, his heart turning ice cold. It was one thing for Ye Junlin to tease him, but even his own people were playing him for a fool. What exactly did I, Chen Zhao, do wrong? Why does heaven treat me like this? Seeing the youth looking lost and doubting his life, Liu Lao said in a deep voice, "Holy son, you care too much about those vain things like fame and gain. The truth is not so heavy. The important thing is how you want to reach a higher position." Chen Zhao smiled miserably. "You mean you want me to follow you in colluding and doing evil, leaving a bad name for eternity?" He couldn't understand what the sect was doing. It was clearly the #1 cultivation holy land in the eastern region, so why would it lower its status to cooperate with Dark Abyss beings?
Aren't they afraid that exposure will lead to other forces jointly attacking them?
Liu Lao slowly said, "Holy son, you don't know everything. The sect's cooperation with the Dark Abyss is only to connect with the forces behind the scenes. The so-called human race righteousness is all illusory before life and death. The world is about to face a major change, and we must make plans early to inherit the Yuhua Gate's Dao lineage." Chen Xiao's breathing stagnated. Those words contained too much information, and thinking carefully, he only felt fear. Could it be that the sect was really doing this for that reason? His heart was constantly wrestling, making it difficult to choose.
Liu Lao shook his head. "You have a lot of potential. Those above also appreciate you. In the future you will rise to great heights and go further and higher. Why limit yourself in this small world? When you become an immortal and establish a sect, looking down on all living beings, you will see that fame and gain are only like fleeting clouds. Only power is the truth. I have said everything that needs to be said. You just stay here and wait. Now, I want to start a great slaughter." Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from his body. The surrounding rubble disintegrated. His hair flew wildly, his deep eyes contained a murderous intent that filled the sky, and his figure suddenly shot straight up. The surrounding mountains collapsed as he transformed into a blazing stream of light, rushing straight towards the Wendao sect. "Ye Junlin, your opponent is this old man." Inside the Wendao sect, the Dark Clan leader smiled coldly, swallowing a dark abyss pill.
Boom! His aura erupted like a volcano, his cultivation leaping to the great perfection of tribulation transcendence. His eyes shot out dark purple light, and his face was extremely ferocious. More than 10 Night Clan and Shadow Clan kings also swallowed pills at the same time, their roars shaking the sky, and their bodies were filled with terrifying auras, all reaching the great perfection of tribulation transcendence.
At this moment, Ye Junlin was extremely annoyed. "You guys, you Dark Abyss beings, if you don't want to live, don't ruin my mood. Can't you see that I'm still eating?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in at the Wendao sect. The Kang Yuan sword has successfully advanced to the level of immortal artifact. At that moment, the system's reminder sounded in his mind.
Ye Junlin pretended to be enthusiastic, and asked, "Tongzi, did you sleep well?" The system replied, "Ding! Thank you for the host's concern. I slept well." Ye Junlin snorted coldly. "Do you really think I care about you? Are you waiting until I'm in trouble before you leisurely appear and say hello, right?" The system replied aggrievedly, "Ding, woo wu, I'm so heartbroken. Why does the host think that way? I will definitely be on time next time. I swear." Ye Junlin only laughed coldly. Listening to that untrustworthy promise, he thought to himself, "You can deceive others, but don't deceive yourself." Just then, the Dark King roared, and a violent aura erupted. His figure, like a ghostly shadow, rushed straight at Ye Junlin. But at that instant, the void trembled, and the Kang Yuan sword was already in his hand. A cold sword light tore through space, without hesitation stabbing straight through the Dark King's chest. A thunderous explosion, surging sword light, and fresh blood spurted out. The Dark King's eyes widened. His body trembled violently, terrified to the extreme, as if he couldn't believe that in just a breath, he had been pierced through the heart by a sword. Immediately afterwards, Ye Junlin swung his sword. The Kang Yuan sword in his hand shone brightly, its light like a heavenly river pouring down, carrying the majestic aura of an immortal artifact, slashing horizontally at the Zen seat. The Dark King let out a miserable scream. His body trembled. The sword light pierced through, slashing straight through his body. In an instant, the life force in him was drained, like an oil lamp suddenly extinguished in a cold wind. Right now, Fatty Shorty Shadow King was trembling all over, finally kneeling on the ground, his face filled with fear as he stuttered. "This is the aura of immortal energy." In his sight was a golden flying sword, shimmering with immortal light, floating and spinning around the silver-haired youth like a blazing sun, radiating an inviolable divine will. Ye Junlin shook his head. He hated being disturbed while eating the most. It was extremely clear, they had violated a taboo. Fatty Shorty Shadow King felt his head explode. He never expected to meet a true big shot. This was the legendary immortal energy, who below an immortal could compare. He trembled, begging for forgiveness, confessing to a death sentence 10,000 times over, asking to leave, and never set foot here again. But Ye Junlin coldly replied, "Too late." With a slight wave of his sleeve, Kang Yuan's sword immediately flew out, its fiery sword light like divine punishment, carrying unmatched power. A miserable scream rang out and then died down. Fatty Shorty Shadow King was instantly annihilated. That was the power of immortal energy. Hung Tianye took a deep breath. As an immortal, he understood the terrifying power of immortal energy. Those in the Tribulation Transcendence realm had extremely tenacious life forces. As long as their bodies hadn't collapsed, they could recover no matter how badly injured. But if they were injured by immortal energy, the wound wouldn't heal, and they could even lose their lives in an instant. Immortal energy was extremely rare in the lower realms. Even immortals in the central region rarely had it, which was why he was so horrified. A Night Clan king, Jiyu Zhenjing, called for a joint attack, hoping to seize the immortal energy. The Mingyuan army immediately unleashed its power like surging black clouds, wanting to swallow the golden ancient sword, but Ye Junlin only sneered. The magical power in his body was hundreds of times stronger than a perfected Tribulation Transcendence cultivator, enough to drive immortal energy for a long time. Kang Yuan's sword unleashed an astonishing swordlight, tearing apart the black mist, followed by resounding screams. Millions of Mingyuan creatures had their blood splatter across the sky. The Tribulation Transcendence realm kings didn't even have time to escape, dying in despair under the swordlight. Liu Lao, who had just entered the Wendao sect intending to slaughter, witnessed this scene, and was so frightened that his soul scattered. He turned and fled like a rabbit, cold sweat pouring down, his lips trembling. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. Chen Xiao looked at the heaven-shattering swordlight, feeling his chest constrict. Liu Lao didn't allow him to ask anything, grabbed Chen Xiao, and fled, the Yuhua sect cultivators panicking as they followed. The swordlight tearing apart the sky, causing all the cultivators in Gongzhuyao and other provinces to look up, utterly terrified. This was unforgettable for life. Kang Yuan's sword gradually dimmed, and the energy fluctuations became quiet. Ye Junlin waved his hand and retrieved the sword. Under normal circumstances, even a perfected Tribulation Transcendence realm expert would be extremely strained when activating immortal energy, let alone maintaining such power as before. It was like a newborn trying to wield a heavy guandao, yet he was as relaxed as could be. The alien race had been completely wiped out, the crisis averted, and the Wendao sect cultivators stared at each other in a daze. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was just a dream. The main hall was silent, everyone stunned. It was over so quickly. Ye Junlin sternly asked, "What are you still spacing out for? Continue the music, continue the dancing," An Zizai asked with a dry throat. Does Ye Daoyu usually carry immortal energy with him? This kind of supreme treasure only exists in legends and is hidden in holy lands or top ancient sects. I never expected this young man to casually take it out and casually massacre everyone. It's truly unbelievable. Ye Junlin only replied, "That's right, is there a problem?" Hearing this, An Zizai felt even more that he couldn't see through this person. Perhaps that was why his daughter was so infatuated. An Zizai sighed that after this battle, Gongzhou's crisis had been resolved, and Ye Daoyu's prestige would reach its peak, causing a stir in the entire Yuhua sect. Chen Zhao, bah! Li Wuji scornfully said that the Chen surname wasn't worthy of being compared to his master. Ye Junlin pretended to cough and then said seriously, "It's all just empty fame. I've never cared about fame and fortune." Those words made everyone even more admire him. Only Hong Tianye glanced sideways as if to say, "Keep pretending." The banquet continued, laughter echoing throughout the main hall, as if what had just happened was just a fleeting illusion. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, it was time to leave. "We'll meet again in the future." Ye Junlin waved his hand. Xiao Sa turned around. An Zizai led the Wendao sect cultivators, collectively seeing Ye Junlin and the others off. Agu immediately transformed into a giant rock, letting out a joyful cry, its wings creating surging air currents. "Young Master Ye," An Miaoyi murmured as she watched his figure disappear into the distance. Feeling a void in her heart, "Miaoyi, work hard. That kind of man is the goal for you to pursue, but it's also possible that you'll never catch up in this lifetime, so be mentally prepared." An Zizai sighed. "There's no other way. Who told you to choose such a man?" An Miaoyi softly muttered. "I don't ask to be able to catch up with his footsteps, just being able to follow behind and look from afar is enough." As for the origin of the heaven-piercing swordlight, the entire eastern region was frantically trying to find out. It wasn't until the truth was revealed that countless people trembled in their hearts. What, Senior Ye wiped out the Mingyuan army with one sword and more than a dozen Tribulation Transcendence realm kings died on the spot? Too exaggerated. Could this be a sword immortal reincarnate? It said that he used immortal energy. Immortal energy, he actually possesses such a supreme treasure. Discussions were rampant everywhere. Ye Junlin's prestige soared and the previous rumors vanished. As for Chen Xiao, he was said to have suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Kunpeng, his reputation plummeting to the bottom, mockingly called the man soaking in a puddle of piss. At the Yuhua sect, because the Holy Sun had lost all face externally, many disciples and elders were depressed, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Behind the mountain, a blessed cave heaven was opened, and an old man and a young man were walking deeper inside. This small world had no light or vitality, only gloomy death energy. Liu Lao, where is this? Chen Xiao asked uneasily, sensing the cold yin energy around him. Ever since he learned that the Yuhua sect's higher-ups had betrayed the human race and colluded with the Mingyuan creatures, his faith had been severely shaken. Unable to accept everything here, Liu Lao calmly said, "There's been a change in the situation. I want to take you to meet some important figures." Important figures? Chen Xiao trembled. In the deepest part
A majestic middle-aged figure stood firmly, wearing the highest-ranking clothes of the Yuhua sect, his eyes as bright as the stars, his aura boundless. Sect leader. Chen Xiao was shocked, not expecting the sect leader to be here as well. The Yuhua sect leader nodded. You are the only holy son in history. You are qualified to enter this place.
If it were before, Chen Xiao would have been overjoyed. But at this moment he only felt uneasy. Damn. Right then, pairs of narrow eyes cracked open all around,
icy and indifferent, staring intently at the group.
Chen Xiao immediately felt an immense wave of terror crashing down, his body hair standing on end, his face pale as he stammered, trembling. Sect leader, what kind of demonic entities are these?
These bizarre eyes were boundless, piercing through every micro-world, making those who were stared at feel like tiny specks of dust, with no secrets that could be hidden. The pressure was indescribable.
The Yuhuamen sect leader said solemnly, "Mind your manners. These are the 5 Grand Elders of Yuhuamen." With that, he bowed respectfully towards the void, paying respects to the Grand Elders. "We have brought him. He is the seed of potential that I mentioned." Chen Xiao's heart was shaken violently. Even the sect leader had to perform such a ceremony, coupled with the unprecedented oppressive feeling, causing a thought to flash through his mind. Could it be that these 5 Grand Elders have reached the legendary immortal realm? A voice echoed from above. This child has extraordinary talent, great perseverance and determination. He can even refine the true solar fire. It seems he has developed the solar immortal physique to the extreme. Not bad, not bad. The vast, snow-white eyes shone like 2 soul-snatching stars. The sect leader immediately introduced, "This is Grand Elder Tianhong, the leader of the 5 elders." Chen Xiao regained his senses, clasped his hands in thanks, but then his voice dropped. This junior was defeated by a beast, and his future path of cultivation is bleak. I hope the Grand Elder can enlighten me. His voice grew softer and softer, his strength fading away, with no trace of his former arrogance or belief. Since leaving seclusion he had originally thought he would be invincible, but he was defeated by Ye Junlin's mount and severely humiliated. The darkness covered his heart, causing him to doubt himself. Grand Elder Tianhong raised an eyebrow slightly. Chen Xiao felt a throbbing in his head as if his sea of consciousness had been invaded, and then he heard the elder exclaim, "Strange, this world actually has a Kunpeng. Moreover, its bloodline is so pure, even the leader of the 5 elders couldn't maintain his composure, because the Kunpeng clan had unlimited potential. When fully grown they would become immortals, with amazing combat power, especially the orthodox bloodline. From childhood, they were already in an initial form of power."
Unexpectedly, in the current environment of the Kunlun realm, this kind of divine beast still appeared. And, even stranger, it voluntarily became a mount for a human. "Truly unimaginable," Grand Elder Tianhong said in a deep voice. "There's something very strange about this Ye Junlin,"
the Yuhuamen sect leader said.
"He is the Feng Lord of the Xuantian sect. His strength is unfathomable. He only appeared in the last 2 years.
Rumors say that the Xuantian sect is a hidden sect from ancient times or even earlier." Grand Elder Tianchong sneered. "Baseless rumors. I have been in the eastern region for many years and have never heard of this sect." Grand Elder Zijiao, who was second in command, said, "That's precisely because it is hidden that you have never heard of it." Tianchong was speechless. That made perfect sense.
Elder Liu spoke up. Reporting to the Grand Elder, "I intended to kill my way into the Wandao sect that day, but Ye Junlin took out immortal artifacts and killed many Mingyuan kings." Now this news has spread throughout the eastern region. The 5 elders were shocked. Immortal artifacts? Can a cultivator in the Tribulation Transcendence realm use this level of magic treasure at will? It seems this Xuantian sect is not simple at all.
Grand Elder Tianchong suppressed his shock and snorted coldly. "We also have immortal artifacts. Why boost others' morale and crush our own prestige?" The snort echoed, causing the entire minor world to tremble as if the heavens were enraged. Elder Liu broke out in cold sweat. Grand Elder Tianchong continued, "Currently, the Xuantian sect is the biggest variable, especially Ye Junlin." Speaking of this, the Yuhuamen sect leader narrowed his eyes and said with caution, "This person has vast divine powers. I personally saw him suppress the 3 saints of the Xuankong Temple alone. He can be called invincible in the same realm." That's right. The middle-aged man in the black robe at the head of the mysterious team during the appearance at the Xuankong Temple was the Yuhuamen sect leader himself. Before that, he had arranged an internal mole in the Pure Land country to closely monitor the changes there. Later, when he learned that a major change had occurred in the Xuankong Temple, he personally led people to destroy the Xuankong Temple, Bloodbath, the Imperial Palace, and help the Mingyuan army successfully occupy the Pure Land country. Grand Elder Tianhong chuckled coldly. "It doesn't matter. No matter what methods he has, he can't stop the general trend of the world. Before irresistible true strength, he will be crushed sooner or later." His words were full of contempt, clearly not taking Ye Junlin seriously and treating him as nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. The Yuhuamen sect leader suddenly remembered something and cautiously asked, "Grand Elder, what's happening on the immortal realm side? Does the founding ancestor have any new news?" The founding ancestor he was talking about was the Yuhuamen's founder, the creator of the Yuhua Ascension art. After countless years of development,
Yu Huamen also has a lineage in the immortal realm. It is said that the scale is not small, and this founding ancestor is already a powerful figure, with a prominent reputation, Grand Elder Tian Hong slowly replied.
The founding ancestor secretly sent a message back that the starry sky defense lines built in the immortal realm were repeatedly destroyed. Extraterritorial alien races are gradually closing in. Fortunately, he cooperated with a major force and repeatedly provided intelligence in exchange for trust. If the immortal realm is destroyed in the future, he will be promoted to the new leader. At that time, Yu Huamen will also flourish, leading countless cultivators in the Star Sea. The Yu Huamen sect leader breathed a sigh of relief and said with admiration, "The founding ancestor's move is truly brilliant. He took advantage of the immortal realm's impending destruction to find support and advance. Not only did he preserve the lineage, but he could also become many times stronger." Grand Elder Tianhong nodded slightly. The founding ancestor also instructed that we must cooperate well with the extraterritorial emissaries and help them occupy more passages, because this is related to the battle for the lineage and cannot be taken lightly. The Yu Huamen sect leader replied, "Please rest assured, Grand Elder. Currently, half of the eastern region's stargates are already in our hands. Next, we will continue to operate secretly and help the Ming Yuan seize more stargates."
At this time, beads of sweat as big as beans were forming on Chen Xiao's forehead. He was stunned by the information-filled words. He felt his previous understanding being shattered and his spirit taking a huge hit. If possible, he really didn't want to hear these things, because the more he knew, the more miserable his death would be.
Grand Elder Tianzhong looked at him and said with dissatisfaction,
"You, this junior, why are you so afraid of everything? Aren't you the holy son of Yu Huamen?"
Sensing the terrifying power emanating from the vast, snow-white eyes above his head, Chen Xiao trembled and hurriedly said, "Grand Elder, please calm your anger. This junior was rude." Grand Elder Tianhong said indifferently, "It's not wrong for you to lose to the Kunpeng, but if you continue to wallow in despair like this, then you are foolish. You have just heard the inside story. This is the secret of Yu Huamen, and you are qualified to know that the great battle is about to begin. The Kunlun realm is about to become a battlefield for all races. Don't you want to show your brilliance in Sword of the Sky?" Chen Zhao hesitated. "But, do we really want to cooperate with alien races? What about this land beneath our feet? As long as the benefits are great enough, anything can be exchanged. Moreover, this world has long been targeted by extraterritorial forces. Sooner or later it will be divided up. Why not actively surrender to win a better future? Thinking of the previous humiliation, the enemy who killed his father, the opponent who ridiculed your incompetence, your weakness, join us, we will unlock your potential, give you greater power." The vast and majestic voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, carrying endless attraction and ambition. Chen Xiao's eyes gradually turned red, and his breathing became rapid. Those words swirled in his mind, stirring up the desire that was eroding his last boundary. The figure of a silver-haired youth fluttering in the wind appeared in his mind. Chen Xiao gnashed his teeth in hatred, his rage consuming his reason. He roared, "You're right, I must become stronger. What righteous cause of the human race, what reputation, is all bullshit. All I need now is power." Old ancestor Tianhong smiled contentedly. "The young are easily taught. History is written by the victors. You'll stay here for a while and we'll guide your cultivation, unlock your potential, and help you ascend to immortality soon." Sect leader of the Feather Transformation Sect said sternly. "What are you spacing out for? Why aren't you kowtowing to old ancestor for his benevolence?"
Chen Xiao knelt down, excitedly saying, "From now on, Chen Xiao will wholeheartedly serve the Feather Transformation Sect like an ox or a horse."
Seeing his subservient appearance, completely tamed, old ancestor Tianhong and the others exchanged glances, a sinister laughter faintly escaping. "Hey, the solar immortal physique is truly useful." In Desolate Province, before the mountain gate of the Xuan Tian sect, a purple-clad woman suddenly appeared that day. A long purple dress hugged her curvaceous figure, her chest full and rounded, her posture captivatingly charming, yet her delicate fair face revealed deep-seated fatigue. She whispered, as if weeping without tears, "Xuan Tian sect, I've finally arrived." She was Princess Mingyu, the daughter of the Jingtu Kingdom's ruler. Ever since she was teleported away, she had begun her days of fleeing. In disguise, she traversed hundreds of millions of miles to reach Desolate Province, just to seek refuge under the wings of the Xuantian sect. Seeing her noble bearing despite her worried expression, two disciples guarding the mountain gate stepped forward and asked, "This young lady, who are you looking for?" Princess Mingyu replied, "I wish to see Senior Ye." The two were momentarily stunned before quickly understanding. Senior Ye was naturally Ye Junlin, the Peak Lord of Piaomiao Peak. In their hearts they thought, another woman infatuated with Peak Lord Ye. They secretly transmitted their voices, gossiping about how she was indeed the most beautiful female fan they had ever seen, then sighed at their fate of being stuck on guard duty instead of being like the other senior brothers. Seeing that they were still not acting, Princess Mingyu hurriedly said, "The two of you, can you let me in?" But the taller one replied sternly, "I'm sorry, we can't." She then added, "I am a survivor of the Jingtu Kingdom's royal family, here to beg for the protection of your esteemed sect," and took out a royal token to prove her identity. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock.
She thought that now that her identity was clear, she would surely be allowed in. But unexpectedly, the two burst into laughter, bending over, saying that she really knew how to make up stories, because countless women had used excuses to meet Peak Lord Ye before. Some even came with large bellies, claiming to be pregnant with the Peak Lord's child. But claiming to be a princess of the Jingtu kingdom was the first time they'd heard of it. Princess Mingyu froze, then angrily stamped her foot, asking why they didn't believe her. The tall disciple sternly said that the Jingtu kingdom had already been occupied by the Dark Abyss army. How could there still be a princess? If there was, she would have been killed long ago.
The short, thin disciple laughed while inviting her to leave and come up with a more believable excuse next time. Biting her lip, she was unwilling. All her efforts to reach this place were blocked right at the gate. Thinking about it, she felt humiliated, and she secretly resolved, "No, I must get inside."
Then, she clasped her hands in apology, immediately unleashing her nascent soul realm aura, intending to force her way into the mountain gate. But at that moment, two even more terrifying auras erupted. The two disciples, who were originally smiling, now became cold and gloomy, their eyes like ice, warning, "Girl, don't make a mistake."
Princess Mingyu trembled, sweat dripping down her cheeks, feeling like a bucket of ice water had been poured over her from head to toe. Fear erased her intention to barge in. She realized in horror that these two were transformation god realm great cultivators. In the Jingtu kingdom, this level would be a general guarding the army, and in Azure province they would be elders with high authority, yet here, they were just guarding the gate. It was truly unimaginable. She understood the strength of the Xuantian sect even more. The two warned her once again, their tone heavier. If she still insisted, they would immediately take action and kill her on the spot. Because the dignity of the Xuantian sect did not allow for insults. Her face turned pale as she repeatedly nodded and apologized, then turned and left, her eyes dim. Just then a stream of blue light appeared in the sky, flying over with an extremely powerful aura. The two disciples immediately withdrew their pressure, clasped their hands and saluted. "Greetings, Senior Sister Zhao." This was the direct disciple of the Heavenly Fragrance Peak Lord, whose status was even higher than many elders. Zhao Linger wore a green dress, her ink-black hair cascading down her back, her skin fair and soft, her appearance pure and otherworldly. The gentle sway of her dress made her look even more charming. She asked in a clear, oriole-like voice, "What's going on?" The tall disciple replied, "Senior Sister Zhao, she's one of Peak Lord Ye's pursuers, wanting to find an excuse to enter the sect, but we stopped her." The short, thin disciple chimed in, amused, especially since she even said she was a survivor of the Jingtu kingdom's royal family and claimed to have insider information to reveal to Peak Lord Ye. "We didn't give way, so she planned to forcefully break in." Princess Mingyu was so angry she wanted to cry. Holding the royal token in her hand, anxiously stamping her foot, "I'm telling the truth, I have the token." Zhao Linger reached out and took it, carefully examining it. The two disciples hurriedly reminded, "Senior Sister Zhao, don't pay her any mind. This must be something she bought casually at some stall." Zhao Linger's eyes narrowed slightly. This token had intricate runes engraved on it, completely unlike something from a roadside stall. She then looked at the purple-clad woman before her, who indeed carried an indescribable noble air, an air that only someone who had lived in the royal family for many years could possess. Princess Mingyu recognized that Zhao Linger had a noble position in the sect, and earnestly pleaded, "This immortal, please believe me." Zhao Linger smiled and returned the token. "Let's go, I'll take you to see Peak Lord Yi." Princess Mingyu was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. "Thank you." The two disciples were dumbfounded but didn't dare to say anything, silently stepping aside to make way. On Piaomiao Peak in the courtyard, Ye Junlin sat cross-legged on a prayer mat, leisurely making tea, enjoying a peaceful day. Bai Xiaoxi had already finished making snacks and laid them out beside him. Hong Tianye stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. Xiao Shang asked, "How does it feel, Master?" Ye Junlin cheerfully replied, "Not bad, not bad." Suddenly, Li Wuji rushed in from outside the courtyard, urgently reporting, "Master, Junior Sister Zhao has brought someone seeking an audience. It seems they've been waiting for quite a while." Ye Junlin was slightly surprised. "Oh, then let them in." Behind him, Hong Tianye immediately released his hands from his shoulders, standing with his arms folded, serious, thinking to himself, "My modest image must absolutely not be spread outside the Xuantian sect." Before long, Zhao Linghue led Princess Mingyu in, respectfully saluting, "Peak Lord Ye, this is Princess Mingyu of the Jingtu Kingdom." Ye Junlin was slightly surprised to hear this. The Jingtu Kingdom, wasn't that place completely destroyed by the Dark Domain? Princess Mingyu gently saluted, softly replying, "Senior Ye, this little girl was originally from the royal family, and also the only one fortunate enough to survive the catastrophe." Ye Junlin's eyes narrowed slightly. "The world all says that I bloodbath your palace, but only you know the real truth." Princess Mingyu recalled the tragic scene of that year, her eyes turning red, her voice trembling. "Yes, that day the palace was attacked by a mysterious army.
Only thanks to my 2 elder brothers protecting me was I able to escape, and they were stuck there forever. After I was teleported out, I learned that the entire Pure Land Kingdom had fallen into the hands of the Great Abyss Army. The world mistakenly believes it was your doing, but only I understand that the situation isn't that simple. A force capable of mobilizing so many experts you could count them on one hand in the entire eastern region. Mingyu's face was filled with resentment. She gritted her teeth and said, "What's worse is that after the tragedy the Pure Land Kingdom was immediately seized, proving that someone within the human race colluded with the Great Abyss. This is blatant betrayal. That night I witnessed them using the feather transformation sect's techniques. My father and brothers became sacrifices in this struggle." Princess Mingyu took a deep breath, suppressed her grief, and bowed sincerely, pleading, "Senior Ye, I've come this time to seek refuge with your sect, and to expose the truth to the world so everyone understands that there are traitors within the human race. When the storm has passed, I will return to make the Pure Land Kingdom loyal to you. Please, Senior, accept this humble girl." Ye Junlin gently helped her up, and said in a deep voice, comforting her, "Stand up, they framed me. A crime deserving 10,000 deaths, and colluding with the Ming race is an unforgivable crime." His face was dark and cold at this moment, and he muttered, "Feather Transformation Sect, just you wait." After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. "All right, you can stay here and help me manage the trivial matters on Misty Peak." Princess Mingyu bowed gratefully. "Thank you, Senior." Ye Junlin waved his hand generously. "All right, drink some tea, have some snacks to fill your stomach." Princess Mingyu blushed, thinking in her heart, Senior Ye is so thoughtful. Bai Xiaoxi gently brought over a tray of cookies, smiling and saying, "These are cream-filled cookies made by Mousy Mouse. Please try them, Princess." Zhao Lingyu both took one. As soon as they took a bite, the flavor melted in their mouths, and they both revealed a look of satisfaction at the same time. So delicious. Mingyuan, a mysterious and dark place, devours all light from the outside world. In this world where there is no sun forever, heavy dark clouds cover everything, and darkness and nothingness stretch endlessly. The vast land is barren, with not a single blade of grass, only the faint blue-white moon hanging high, illusory and unreal, giving people a feeling of haziness. This is the lair of the Mingyuan creatures. Over the long years, hundreds of tribes have multiplied and existed here, sometimes fighting, sometimes making peace. Large and small cities stand tall. The architecture is dark and gloomy, and the air is filled with thick yin energy, making the space even more oppressive. In the city, shops are lined up, and countless humanoid creatures can be seen walking on the streets. But since the wars have broken out one after another, the once bustling scene has become desolate and lonely. A loud voice like a bronze bell spread throughout the front line, warning, "The king has issued a mobilization order. All those above the 9th level of Qi refining must participate in the holy war." Immediately afterwards, teams of soldiers in dark red armor appeared, holding bright, cold spears, forcing the humanoid creatures to obey obediently. Many people who heard the news of being drafted had even uglier faces than if they had lost their parents. There was a soft sigh. It seems that the combat situation is becoming more and more critical. It is said that many small cities are now empty. It can be seen how much the military force has been transferred. Another voice responded softly, with resentment. "In the past, when the war first started, we won victories one after another, but as a result we suffered heavy losses in a short time. If we had known this, we should have opposed it from the beginning. Wouldn't it be better to stay in Mingyuan in peace? Why bother dreaming of taking over the outside world? Trisk, be careful of causing trouble. If the city lord's soldiers hear you, you'll probably be arrested and tortured." Two small tribe creatures sitting in the tavern whispered and complained, suppressing their fear, their eyes filled with sorrow. In the center of Mingyuan, a huge palace stood tall, reaching into the sky in a space where day and night could never be distinguished. It emitted an eerie, cold light. It was the royal capital, the center of supreme power, the residence of the Yang clan's leader. In the vast hall the Mingyuan kings gathered, their faces gloomy and heavy. One of them spoke, his voice full of resentment. "It won't work if we continue like this. I don't know how many years it will take to recover after this battle. The loss of clansmen this time is too great," another person responded. "If this continues, the 100 tribes of Mingyuan will probably only exist in name," someone sighed. "But if we stop now, we won't be willing, because this is the last chance to turn the tide." Then a question rang out. "Na Uwang, can you guarantee that we will win this campaign? If we fail, you will be nailed to the pillar of shame in Mingyuan, and the entire Yu clan will have to bear the responsibility." The words were full of anger, and every ray of indignation turned into a sharp point, pointing straight at the royal seat, where a majestic figure sat upright. The turquoise hair was braided into countless braids, draped loosely over the shoulders and chest. A piece of bright scales with dim light stood out on his forehead. His middle-aged face was resolute and handsome, and his thick eyebrows exuded an overbearing aura that was difficult to hide. He was the strongest ruler of Mingyuan, the leader of the Yu clan, Na Uwang. Na Uwang's face was unsightly. He tried to suppress his anger and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, please rest assured and don't be impatient. We can still gamble once." But as soon as he finished speaking, a Bone Clan king, Ji Qin, with a scepter, stood up and sternly criticized him without showing
showing any respect, laughing. In the past, the human race used immortal weapons. What do we have to gamble with them? Are we just relying on the few Ming Yuan pills that the envoy gave us? It's ridiculous. He admitted that the elixir was indeed magical. It could increase cultivation and strength in a short period of time, but it was useless against a sword of an immortal artifact. Those words were immediately echoed by many people. Indeed, when the immortal artifact released its terrifying aura, even those who were stationed in Ming Yuan were shaken. That power was too desperate. It was simply not something that the so-called crossing tribulation realm could resist. Na Wang fell silent, recalling the threat from that sword, which made his heart beat faster, and his whole body feel as cold as if it had been frozen. He knew that there was a reason why his ancestors had been driven back to Ming Yuan, because struggling was useless against that power. But the current situation made it impossible for him to turn back. He still held hope that those mysterious envoys would turn the tide. After all, they came from a force outside the territory, and their background was immeasurable.
At this moment, a cold laughter filled with a thick aura rang out, making the noisy hall instantly fall silent.
6 figures in black robes suddenly appeared, and a vast and bone-chilling yin wind rose up. Their faces were hidden under dark brims, and their figures hovered in the air like ghosts. The Mingyuan kings immediately fell silent, and cold sweat poured out. Because every time they faced these 6 envoys, they felt suppressed to the core, and they felt that these 6 people were the real masters of Ming Yuan. Even Na Wang had felt it before. He quickly stood up and respectfully explained, "Please don't blame us, 6 god envoys. We have absolutely not underestimated the divine pills, but the situation has changed. The human race's powerful being sacrificed an immortal weapon which caused us to suffer too much shock, so we wanted to ask for advice on how to deal with it." A tall and thin man in black sneered, sarcastically. "The reason is just that you are not firm enough and are still afraid of failure, right?" Na Wang's face stiffened, but before he could answer, that cold voice rang out again, saying, "Even if we have to risk all the creatures in Ming Yuan, there is nothing to regret, because you must obey unconditionally. Simply put, you do not have any right to choose." Hearing this, the faces of the Ming Yuan kings changed, the anger in their chests erupted and killing intent surged. They were originally arrogant, and if it wasn't for their obscure origins and immeasurable aura, they would not have bowed their heads to these 6 people. Now that they were humiliated, everyone felt angry and murderous. The atmosphere in the hall was so suffocating that it trembled, and the aura of slaughter covered every inch of space.
As the strongest king, Na Wang was also furious. He said angrily, "Although we want to ask for your help, aren't you also borrowing our strength? Please pay attention to your words, Ming Yuan, and you are just cooperating, and in some ways we are equal. At worst, we can end the cooperation. You can either leave Ming Yuan or stay here forever to atone for your sins." As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body exuded a terrifying aura, like a demon king descending, causing the entire royal palace to tremble violently, and the cold aura of death covered the area within 1,000 miles. With that strength, he could kill 6 fused Bone Clan elites with just one hand, enough to prove his immense power. Na Wang was indeed a hero.
Faced with 6 extraterritorial envoys with great origins, he dared to expose their faces and even wanted to force them to stay. Of course, the main reason was that he had never seen these 6 people truly unleash their strength.
So he dared to have such bold ideas. At this time, the tall and thin envoy was not panicked at all. Instead, he let out a teasing laugh, sarcastically saying, "Do you, a bunch of slaves, dare to attack your masters?" Then he looked straight at Na Wang's rising fighting spirit and said meaningfully,
"Do you really think that the Young Clan is the ruler of Ming Yuan?"
Na Wang narrowed his eyes, his voice sinking as he asked, "What do you want to say?" "The Young Clan is the leading royal family recognized by the entire Ming Yuan. That status has existed for tens of thousands of years. It is an undeniable fact." But hearing the envoy ask back, he immediately felt a bad premonition in his heart. The tall, gaunt envoy sneered, "Let these lowly servants witness with their own eyes who they should truly be loyal to." The other envoys nodded in unison. Then the black robes on their bodies slid off, and a surge of dark purple qi roiled out like an endless sea of mist.
At that moment, all the kings of the underworld races were shaken, their pupils contracted, and they felt as if they were being crushed by Mount Tai. They all knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly, their hearts trembling uncontrollably. Only Nang Wang tried to maintain some dignity, kneeling on one knee, veins bulging on his forehead, clenching his teeth fiercely. But deep fear was still evident in his eyes. This wasn't suppression by aura, but rather a restraint from within their bloodlines, as if they were born to bow their heads. What exactly was going on?
Nang Wang gritted his teeth and asked, "Who exactly are you?" The tall, gaunt envoy chuckled coldly, saying, "It doesn't hurt to tell you, so you can understand your true identities and positions." Then his long purple hair fell down on both sides, and 2 sharp horns protruded from his forehead. His pupils shone with a strange purple light, his appearance was sinister, and his tone was extremely cold. He declared, "We come from the Ming clan, the true rulers of the underworld. This small world you inhabit was originally opened up by the Ming clan's ancestor. Your ancestors once bowed down in submission, willingly being branded with a bloodline imprint. Since then, facing the Ming clan, you can only obediently obey. Over countless years, life after life, you have all been servants of the Ming clan. So do you remember the fear of being controlled?" Nang Wang was shocked, his long-held perceptions collapsing.
So what the clan elders had told him since he was a kid was true. The Yu clan had never been the true masters of the underworld, because from the very beginning, the real rulers were the Ming clan. But the problem was, why did the Ming clan, who created the underworld, eventually become an extra-regional force?
The tall, gaunt Ming clan envoy looked down with arrogant eyes. Before him was Nang Yuang and a group of underworld kings listening respectfully. He slowly opened his mouth.
You must be very curious as to why the Ming clan, who once founded the underworld and ruled the 100 clans, suddenly disappeared from the flow of history, only to reappear as outsiders. As your master, I can reveal a secret to you slaves.
The Ye Junlin realm you see now is only the surface. Its true flourishing period was in the ancient past, when there was no immortal realm, and there was no concept of ascension, because the heaven and earth there far surpassed what you now call the immortal realm.
Hearing this, Nang Yuang remembered something and asked doubtfully,
Wait, then how did you enter the Ye Junlin realm? Why are only 6 of you here, HMPH, you fool? Do you think the Ye Junlin realm is a place you can enter as you please? The Ming clan envoy snorted coldly, a flash of fear in his eyes. As an indestructible great world from the ancient era, even in decline, the laws of heaven and earth here are still terrifying. If outsiders forcibly invade, they will be completely wiped out, body and soul. Moreover, since that upheaval, the heavenly Tao will of the Ye Junlin realm has switched to a defensive state, making it difficult to penetrate, even for the beyond realm. Speaking of this, he clenched his fist, a look of unwillingness on his face.
If it weren't for that, why would we need to borrow the power of you slaves? The 6 of us are strong enough to break through the 14 eastern domain prefectures and kill all resistors.
His tone was full of arrogant madness, but the underworld kings below didn't show any doubt. The young clan leader spoke up. So that's how it is. But there's a difficult problem now. A pervert named Ye Junlin has appeared. He uses immortal energy to destroy many of the Ming clan's experts, causing us heavy losses. We simply have no way to resist the immortal energy, another king added anxiously. That's right, in the Battle of Gong Prefecture,
he destroyed the main force of the Ming clan with just one sword strike.
Hearing that name, the Ming clan envoy's eyes immediately flashed with 2 beams of divine light, overflowing with killing intent. HMPH. Only those who can truly use immortal power can unleash the full power of immortal energy. That Ye Junlin hasn't reached that level yet, so what he's emitting is only less than 1/10 of its true power, the Yung clan leader exclaimed in shock. 1/10. If its full power is released, wouldn't heaven and earth be destroyed?
The envoy laughed coldly, and suddenly summoned an object, his tone low.
This time, we've come to bestow upon you a secret treasure to deal with Ye Junlin. With that, he took out an ancient black lamp, with a flickering purple flame. The flame contained layers upon layers of terrifying seals. Nang Yuang was shocked at first sight, his whole body trembling, and a feeling of insignificance rose in his heart, even wanting to kneel again immediately.
This thing is our clan's specially made dark energy. It is a one-time use item. Once the seal is opened, it can release layers upon layers of supreme dark power. Even a true immortal would have difficulty avoiding their fall. We cannot use it easily now, so take it, and find an opportunity to deal with Ye Junlin.
Nang Yuang tremblingly accepted the ancient lamp, looked at the flickering dark purple flame, his throat dry, swallowed, and his heart was both fearful and shocked. It turned out that he held in his hand a means that could kill immortals. The Ming clan was indeed terrifying. The Ming clan youth's eyes flashed, saying that there were also people from their clan in the human race's camp to provide assistance, and Nang Yuang needed to cooperate closely. He looked up in thought, saying, According to the deductions of the elders in the clan, the Ye Junlin realm will soon enter a period of recovery. Countless natural treasures will erupt, and all kinds of secret realms and relics will appear one after another. If we can take the initiative to occupy them first and prevent other forces from outside the realm from following, then the Ming clan's return to its old nest this time
will surely soar smoothly like a kite in the wind. His voice revealed an ambition that could not be concealed. Nang Yuang immediately knelt down and shouted loudly, All the creatures of the underworld will await your orders, master. He knew that he had a solid backing, and from now on there was nothing to worry about, bowing his head with utmost respect. The Ming clan youth and his companions exchanged glances. The corners of their mouths curled into a cold, smug smile. Sure enough, as they said, the Ye Junlin realm began to erupt with immortal opportunities, and blessings filled the people. In the central domain, the center of the Ye Junlin realm, strange changes in heaven and earth shocked many hidden immortals, and they had to personally come out of seclusion to investigate. The great ancient Holy Lands also realized that this was the moment for a reshuffle. All forces abandoned their peace agreements and frantically sent cultivators to compete for resources. Violent conflicts erupted everywhere, hostility filled the air, and even immortal Tao lineages wanted to extend their claws to the 4 great domains, seeking new opportunities. The once glorious world was now like a withered tree meeting spring, once again exuding vigorous vitality, and hundreds of millions of living beings would be sublimated because of it. Eastern Domain. Desolate Prefecture. In the sky, a huge rift suddenly appeared, the clouds rolling like waves, and the energy surging like roaring rivers and mountains. The booming sounds were endless, and countless golden lightning bolts shot down,
each one carrying enough power to shatter 100 miles.
Ye Junlin was awakened from his bed, lazily removed his sleeping mask, and frowned irritably. Li Wuji stood beside him anxiously, cold sweat beading on his forehead, gripping the handle of his blade tightly. He had a premonition that if he recklessly entered he would be blasted into dust by the golden lightning sea. Bai Xiaoxi fearfully burrowed into Ye Junlin's arms, her eyes filled with tears, her small body trembling. Ye Junlin gently patted her back, soothing her, while his eyes, cold as swords, pierced straight at the crazy scholar. Hong Tianye, in his bright red robes, exclaimed, "This is definitely a celestial trace, and the scale is unprecedented. It far surpasses everything that has ever appeared in the central region. Compared to this, the previous appearances were just insignificant dust." Celestial trace? Ye Junlin frowned slightly, carefully recalling that things had indeed been extremely unusual in the past few months. Natural treasures had been appearing continuously, and dongfus and relics had emerged one after another, leading to countless cultivators fighting over them. Opportunities that were rare to encounter in thousands of years were now appearing in rapid succession, making people both happy and fearful, considering it a gift from the heavens. But now, in the remote Huangzhou of the eastern region, a celestial trace had unexpectedly appeared. This matter was truly extraordinarily bizarre. Rumbling explosions echoed across the sky, golden thunder roiling, its force incredibly layered. Amidst countless shocked eyes, a colossal island squeezed out from within a spatial rift. The entire island was enveloped in radiant celestial light, carrying a sense of divinity, unconsciously inspiring reverence in people's hearts. The golden lightning gradually dissipated, the sky returning to silence, leaving only the island floating, like a sacred ground watched by all.
Around the island were layers of dazzling celestial light obscuring the sun, and on the surface of the light, countless interwoven runes revealed their divine mystery. Old ancestor Ouyang Feng of the Panshan sect cried out in a daze, "Could this be the Immortals' Island left behind in legends?" Just then, the sound of a grand bell echoed throughout the heavens and earth, each ancient and incomprehensible syllable transforming into divine thoughts that poured directly into minds, making everyone understand. "I am the island master of Fallen Immortal Island. This place is an inheritance left from ancient times. After 10 days the trial will open. Anyone who passes will receive a reward. The ultimate victor will become the new island master, possessing all cultivation resources, and bear the responsibility of guarding the Junlin realm." A dignified voice resounded. This news set Huangzhou ablaze. The legend of an immortal leaving behind an island and an unparalleled inheritance had now become reality. Even just a little bit of the leftovers was enough to make countless cultivators risk their lives to fight over it. Not to mention such a powerful sacred ground. Hong Tianye furrowed his brows but immediately perked up, muttering to himself, "This island master must be an extremely powerful ancient immortal. If I can obtain his inheritance, and even recreate his glory, this seat will definitely become an unparalleled great immortal." With his experience of once attaining immortality, he understood that there were myriad differences in the ranks of immortals, and just the previous phenomenon alone was enough to prove that the value of this inheritance was immeasurable. That island master was definitely a top-tier immortal. In his heart he secretly calculated that if he could seize Fallen Immortal Island, everything would change. The corner of his eye glanced at Ye Junlin, the corners of his lips curving into a wicked smile. He believed that Ye Junlin was so strong only because he possessed some massive immortal treasure, which allowed him to constantly take out rare and exotic treasures and cast strange spells. Thinking of this, jealousy raged in his heart, complaining that the heavens were unfair for favoring that moocher. But now, his opportunity had finally arrived. Ye Junlin only snorted coldly, annoyed at being disturbed from his sleep, and leaned back into his chair, not even bothering to look at Fallen Immortal Island. Only, he felt a little strange, because the dignified voice contained a trace of sadness at the end. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. "Congratulations to the host for refreshing the sign-in location. Entering the interior of Fallen Immortal Island to sign in will grant you a massive amount of golden fortune." Ye Junlin slightly raised his eyebrows, information about fortune flashing through his mind. He knew that every living being had their own fortune. Those with great fortune would have smooth sailing in everything they did, turning danger into safety. Those with low fortune would choke even when drinking water, fall even when walking, and even die from eating. Fortune was divided into the ranks of white, red, blue, purple, and gold. Just a single point of golden fortune in the mortal world was enough to become a founding figure, and in the cultivation world it was enough to become a great power, not to mention that this time the reward was a massive amount of golden fortune. Ye Junlin suddenly became interested, curious to know what kind of situation would be triggered if his fortune was so heaven-defying that it reached its extreme. Soon news of Fallen Immortal Island's appearance in Huangzhou spread like wildfire throughout the major provinces of the eastern region. Countless cultivators surged over, not stopping their horses, just hoping to see it with their own eyes. Although opportunities had been appearing continuously recently, there had never been a grand spectacle like this, enough to prove that the inheritance hidden behind Fallen Immortal Island had many layers of depth. In particular, the news that whoever passed the trial could become the island master, possessing massive ancient resources, made the world green with envy. In a few short days, foreign cultivators poured in, not hesitating to spend large amounts of resources to open teleportation formations to enter Huangzhou. When they sensed the dense spiritual key here, they were all shaken to the core. Someone exclaimed in shock, "Anyone who says Huangzhou is backward, step forward. This old man will beat him to death."
Someone else blurted out. It's a world of difference compared to when I came here before. Cultivating in Huangzhou now is even better than in Qingzhou.
The foreign cultivators were all stunned. They had always thought that Huangzhou was a remote and backward place, but now that notion had become a thing of the past. The native people of Huangzhou, hearing this, were extremely proud, walking past with their chests puffed out, the corners of their mouths unable to conceal their smiles of pride, because they had finally become the object of others' envy. In the crowd, a middle-aged scholar reminded them sternly, "Everyone, absolutely do not cause trouble in Huangzhou. There's still him sitting guard here."
Hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. After a few breaths, someone cupped their fists in thanks and the others nodded in agreement, echoing each other. He is Ye Junlin. Everyone knew that Huangzhou was now under his protection. The Ye sect came looking for trouble here before and suffered a crushing defeat. Coupled with his earth-shattering achievements, he had forged an unparalleled reputation. Who would dare to offend him, as that would be no different from courting death? Therefore, despite their fiery momentum,
the foreign cultivators who came here were all as well behaved as kittens, not daring to act recklessly, only knowing to wait patiently for the moment when Fallen Immortal Island opened, the atmosphere unconsciously becoming harmonious. On a mountainside, an old man and a young man stood tall.
The young man, draped in a black cloak, revealed a handsome face with a hint of evil, his eyes containing indescribable emotions. He was Chen Zhao. His heart was extremely complex. He was originally born in Huangzhou and used to consider this identity a shame, wanting to abandon it because this place was too backward. Who knew that this time when he returned, he would see his hometown undergo a tremendous transformation, with spiritual ki as abundant as Qingzhou and even surpassing Qingzhou in reputation thanks to Fallen Immortal Island. Seeing his fellow villagers proud and arrogant, he suddenly felt an indescribable joy welling up in his heart. Because this was also his hometown, the protector Liu Lao sighed with emotion. The Holy Sun has made great progress recently. It's clear that the 5 ancestors have put in a lot of effort. Chen Xiao only shook his head. He won't be at peace until the day he becomes an immortal. This time, Fallen Immortal Island is a rare opportunity. Regarding Luo Li Island, even the old ancestors were shaken, guessing that this might be the inheritance of a top-tier grand immortal, but in the end, they had to give up, because their age was too high and their potential was exhausted, not qualified to enter. The most suitable person is Chen Xiao. Therefore, the Ye sect decided to bring him out of the small world early to Huangzhou to compete for the supreme immortal destiny. Liu Lao nodded, praising the Holy Sun as the most perfect successor. Even though he himself was an elder, he could only bow and flatter him. Suddenly, Chen Xiao's gaze focused, stopping on a white-clad figure embracing a sword, his whole body cold, his hair standing on end.
Liu Lao's expression changed, exclaiming in shock, "That's Shui Wugan, the legendary sword cultivator of the Xuanji sword sect. 5,000 years ago, he was already recognized in the eastern region as a top-tier sword cultivator. His mastery of the sword Dao was godlike, unrivaled under the heavens. Later, he went into seclusion to cultivate, but now he's been drawn out again by the allure of the Fallen Immortal Island," Liu Lao warned in a low voice. "This is the biggest target to watch out for, because the Xuanji sword sect is the second-ranked immortal sect in the entire eastern region. It's because of them that the 5 ancestors still don't dare to act arbitrarily." Chen Xiao was stunned, a sense of indescribable fear rising in his heart. He realized the eastern region wasn't as simple as it seemed. He used to wonder why the 5 ancestors, with their powerful strength, didn't personally help Ming Yuan seize the Stargate, but now he understood. It's likely there are ancient beings secretly observing. Once the 5 ancestors show themselves, it will inevitably lead to fierce resistance from other powerful forces, especially the Xuanji sword sect, the second-ranked immortal sect in the eastern region, whose hidden strength is second to none. Just then, under the locust tree, a figure in white robes and a black cloak, with a cold, arrogant demeanor, was none other than Shui Wuhun. His hands tightly held a sword, his eyes containing endless sword intent, making anyone who met his gaze feel dazzled. In everyone's eyes he was proud, cold, arrogant, and invincible. When they learned this was the legendary sword Dao expert from 5,000 years ago, many couldn't help but feel awe and respect. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out in the distance, and everyone turned their heads in unison. They saw in the void a figure in black, with long silver hair flying, hands clasped behind his back, stepping down, like a celestial being descending to the world. It was Ye Junlin, here to wait for the Fallen Immortal Island to open. He looked around, then casually sighed. Compared to the previous Luo Tian secret realm, this time it's much more lively. In the crowd, Ouyang Feng, the old ancestor of the Pan Mountain sect, immediately flew out to greet him, respectfully shouting, "Greetings, Senior Ye." As soon as the words fell, it was as if an explosion had gone off in all directions. Male and female cultivators enthusiastically shouting, "Greetings, Senior Ye! Greetings, Senior Ye!" The shouts shook the earth, making the foreign cultivators terrified, secretly thinking, could this be a multi-level marketing scheme? And Ye Junlin is the supreme leader.
Chen Xiao, seeing this scene, was extremely jealous. He was originally from Huangzhou, a peerless prodigy of this land, yet now he had to hide in the shadows, not daring to admit his identity. He gritted his teeth. All this glory had been stolen by Ye Junlin. Ye Junlin, hearing the shouts, simply nodded in praise. Very spirited. The disciples behind him, like Liu Wuji and Hong Tianye, each had a different expression, some proud, some secretly comparing it to the past.
Meanwhile, under the locust tree,
Shui Wuhun coldly narrowed his eyes. His sharp aura burst forth as he walked straight towards Ye Junlin, sword in hand.
Immediately, the foreign cultivators fearfully moved aside, clearing a path, sweat pouring down their foreheads, feeling uneasy.
Could he be planning to attack Senior Ye? Wu Yanfeng and the others were also tense, seeing those eyes filled with sword intent, a chill running down their spines. Hong Tianye, rarely showing a serious expression, said, "This is an extremely powerful sword cultivator. Even in the central region he could be ranked among the top immortals." And below, Li Wuji, on the other hand, had already placed his hand on the hilt of his saber, just waiting for the other party to show the slightest disrespect before drawing it out to strike. Ye Junlin looked straight at that cold face, feeling a little puzzled. Could I have accidentally offended him before? Whatever. If he dares to provoke me, I'll just kill him.
The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Countless eyes watching, holding their breath, waiting for an earth-shattering showdown to erupt.
Liu Lao even sneered, secretly hoping the two would fight. Because if Ye Junlin really used immortal energy to kill Shui Wuhun, then the Xuanji sword sect would definitely retaliate at all costs. At that time, the Yuhua sect would be able to reap the benefits like a fisherman.
But, before the eyes of 10,000 people,
Shui Wuhun walked up to Ye Junlin, silently staring. His icy face suddenly cracked into a stiff smile,
as if he hadn't smiled in a long time, making it look extremely awkward. He clasped his hands and sighed, his eyes filled with expectation, even a hint of longing. His deep voice rang out, "Senior Ye, can you teach me how to wield the sword?" Today's episode ends here. Thank you for watching. If you like it, remember to subscribe to the channel and leave positive comments to give me more motivation.
In that instant, all the cultivators present had their eyes wide open, their brains seemingly shut down, so shocked they couldn't believe it. What did they just hear? One of the top-notch sword cultivators famous throughout the eastern region was actually setting aside his pride to ask Ye Junlin for guidance on how to learn the sword. It was truly astonishing.
The entire plaza immediately gasped a breath of cold air. All eyes focused on that silver-haired youth, their expressions changing rapidly. Ye Junlin was slightly stunned, his face strange, and he slowly asked, "Then what makes you think you need me to teach you how to practice the sword?" Actually, he wanted to curse outright. Does he need me to hold his hand to teach him how to sword fight?
Zhu Wuyan's eyes shone brightly, his expression resolute. "You don't know. That day you unleashed a sword strike, it deeply shook me. From that moment, I knew that you had gone much further than me on the path of the sword. For so many years I have cultivated in solitude, sitting day and night before the sword steel, pouring all my heart and soul into tempering myself, originally thinking that nothing could shake my sword heart, until that magnificent sword radiance tore through 9,000 miles of clouds, opening a path in the sky.
At that moment, my sword heart felt like it was about to crack. That was a sword strike that was hard to find in ancient and modern times, peerless and unmatched. So unbelievably awesome. Later, I learned that the sword radiance that shook the entire 14 states of the eastern region was your masterpiece, Ye Junlin. Now that I have seen you in person, I can't restrain the excitement in my heart, setting aside all pride, only wanting to get closer, only hoping to receive guidance in a move or two. In my heart, I have long regarded you as the eastern light illuminating the path of the sword. Ye Junlin was slightly stunned, helplessly waving his hand. "Oh, so you're talking about that matter, but I was just improvising. I really can't teach you." Zhu Wuyan showed a forced smile, stubbornly shaking his head.
"I don't believe it, because I understand clearly that in that sword strike, there was not only the power of immortal energy, but also hidden sword stance, sword intent, sword energy, so exquisite that it was flawless. This is definitely the creation of a true sword cultivator. It couldn't possibly just be improvisation." Ye Junlin got angry listening to this, cursing inwardly. "Whether you believe it or not, I said I won't teach, and I won't teach." He flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Li Wuji's eyes widened hesitantly, thinking to himself, "Is it okay for Master to do that? Isn't that Shui Wuyan, the white-robed sword, immortal famous throughout the eastern region?" All the onlookers held their breath, fearing that Zhu Wuyan would become enraged and draw his sword to strike. But on the contrary, that cold face slowly revealed a hint of grievance. He thought to himself, could it be that my attitude was not respectful enough, making Senior Yi unhappy? In fact, Shui Wuyan was extremely eager to take another step forward, regretting that he was already at the highest threshold in the eastern region. For many years, he had been cultivating in seclusion in the Xuanji sword sect, pondering the sword stebbles of the predecessors year after year, never finding a way out. Now, he suddenly encountered someone whose attainments in the path of the sword far surpassed his own. That feeling was no different from seeing a ray of dawn in the endless darkness. Even if he was treated coldly, even if he didn't receive a good look, he wasn't angry at all.
On the contrary, he felt that this was the true temperament of a sword cultivator.
Just a second later, before the unbelievable eyes of countless people, Xue Wuyin grabbed his sword and chased after him, going straight to Ye Junlin's side. His cold face suddenly became earnest, and he pleaded in a low voice, "Senior Ye, please teach me, I beg you, Senior Ye." The entire plaza petrified. So many cultivators felt the image of the white-robed sword immortal in their hearts suddenly shatter.
Ye Junlin frowned, impatiently waving his hand like shooing away flies. "Are you annoying? I already said that I won't teach you." However, this not only didn't diminish his enthusiasm, but also made Xue Wuyin even more determined. He assumed that this was a test, desperately clinging on, constantly shouting, "Senior Ye," showing a persistence and perseverance that no one expected. Lin Wuji sighed from behind, truly a sword fanatic. Originally a knife enthusiast himself, he not only didn't look down on him, but instead felt touched. Because if he put himself in that situation, unable to break through for the rest of his life, and suddenly a major figure far surpassing him appeared,
just a word of guidance would be enough to change everything. He probably wouldn't be able to remain calm either.
Sword fanatic? "I think you're just a simp," Hong Tianye said with disgust. Ye Junlin glanced to the side, seeing Xue Wuyin forcing a stiff smile, his face usually cold and serious, but now smiling like a pervert. The more he looked, the more uncomfortable he felt. He cursed inwardly. "I said I won't teach, why are you still clinging to me, so pissed off?" Li Wuji looked at the scene, and because they shared the same goals, he transmitted his voice quietly. "Master, why don't you just give him a little guidance? And in the eyes of your 3 disciples, Master is the most skilled at enlightening others. Remember that year at the execution ground? Just a casual sentence made so many cultivators feel like they had been enlightened, their realms greatly increasing. Now, facing Shuju Wuyin's shameless pleading, just say something perfunctorily, it'll be fine." Ye Junlin's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, "Guide your sister. You really think the random things I say can fool people?"
Xue Wuyin's eyes were filled with anticipation. "Senior Ye, I beg you."
Ye Junlin was annoyed by the entanglement, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. "Fine, you forced me to do this." He pretended to cough a few times, appearing profound. "Since that's the case, then let me give you some guidance." Ye Junlin gently raised his hand, and a forgotten dry branch on the ground flew up with a whoosh, falling into his hand. It was 4 feet long, bare, and unremarkable, clearly intending to use the branch as a brush. Then he turned around, facing the majestic mountain in front of him, his expression calm, his eyes deep and waveless. His whole person exuded the temperament of a transcendent expert, shocking the crowd. He slowly said,
"Look carefully. I will write my understanding of the sword path into a word on this mountain. You must comprehend it yourself. How much you comprehend depends entirely on yourself."
Xue Wuyin was excited, his eyes blazing with fire. "Senior Ye, please proceed, just one word. What kind of word will it be that contains the comprehension of the sword path?"
Li Wuji was excited. "It's coming. Master is about to write." Hong Tianye was worried, not knowing how true it was. Boom! As countless eyes converged, Ye Junlin's aura suddenly became as sharp as a peerless divine sword leaving its sheath. He held the branch and wrote with vigorous strokes, each stroke wild and unrestrained. Each line of the brush seemed to contain a sword stance, immediately changing the color of the sky and earth. Thunder rumbled, wind and thunder surged. A gale roared, as if the entire sky couldn't bear the appearance of this word. The crowd was shocked. Many people paled, feeling extremely dazzling, unable to see clearly. As the huge word on the mountain gradually appeared, a domineering aura rushed straight into their hearts, shaking people to the point of trembling. After finishing, Ye Junlin casually tossed the branch aside and said nonchalantly, "All right, go figure it out. I've done my part, the rest is up to you." Amidst the rumbling thunder, dazzling light swirled around the massive character, dominating the 10,000-meter mountain. It was truly an earth-shattering masterpiece. Everyone's eyes widened. What exactly did Senior Yi write that was so dazzling at first glance, even making them want to kneel and worship? Xu Wugen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and strained to see clearly. When he finally saw the character, his pupils trembled violently, his face filled with horror, and he cried out in disbelief, "Grass?" To be clear, Xu Wugen wasn't actually swearing, he was just reading out the character he saw. That's right, the character was indeed grass. Countless people were stunned, their eyes fixed on the domineering character that soared into the sky. A million thoughts flooded their minds. What exactly is the hidden meaning behind Senior Ye's writing this character? What profound intention does it hold? Xu Wugen muttered repeatedly, "Grass, grass, grass." His eyes were glazed over, and his whole body trembled. Everyone knew that grass was just a plant, but he believed that Senior Ye Junlin would never write randomly. There must be a deeper meaning behind this character. What exactly was he trying to express? A dozen seconds later, Xu Wugen suddenly roared, "Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Ah!
His emotions spiraled out of control, completely losing the composure of a peerless expert.
He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried.
Ye Junlin had said that this character contained a lifetime of insights into the way of the sword, which... Was he really so incompetent that he couldn't understand even a little bit?
At this moment he strained his brain, his eyes bloodshot, sweat drenching his forehead, staring intently at the character, wanting to find a trace of mystery within it.
Ye Junlin panicked and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. It's okay if you can't see it. Don't push yourself too hard."
But he underestimated Zhui Wugan's stubbornness. He didn't expect that just a casually written character would fascinate this person so much. Zhu Wugan gritted his teeth. "No, I can't give up." The great Daddio was right in front of him. He sank deeper and deeper, his whole body trembling, still trying to find the truth hidden in that character.
The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. Some said that this character was nothing special except for being big. Someone shouted,
"Nonsense! This is Senior Ye's swordplay enlightenment. You don't understand because your realm is too low."
Li Wuji was extremely admiring. "Master is indeed amazing. Just one character has left so many people clueless." Even Zhui Wugan, a top sword cultivator, is scratching his head in frustration. Hong Tianye frowned, thinking, "This character is just big and intimidating. There's nothing mysterious about it. He's definitely just pretending to write randomly to show off."
Just as everyone was discussing, Zhu Wugan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had grasped something. He murmured, "Grass is not only a plant but also a symbol of resilience. Even when trampled on, abused, it still quietly grows. Regardless of wind and rain, regardless of wildfire, it revives in the spring."
Senior Ye,
"I understand. You want me to realize the truth from life and death? Break, and then establish? This is the true meaning of the sword?" In that instant, Zhu Wugan entered a mystical state. His eyes shone brightly. His soul trembled, like the final piece of his swordplay had been put in place. The sky suddenly rumbled, dark clouds surged together, and terrifying lightning flashed.
"It's tribulation clouds." Ye Junlin looked up in shock. "What the hell is going on?"
Li Wuji trembled and asked, "Could it be that he wants to?"
Hong Tianye swallowed. His phoenix eyes reflected extreme shock, and muttered, "Impossible.
Could it be tribulational transcendence to become an immortal? An aloof immortal?
If he succeeds, he will be completely different from mortals.
The two realms are as different as heaven and earth. In the vast central region, immortals are extremely rare. Each one is the support of countless forces, let alone in the eastern region, where there are almost no immortals. But today, a single word, grass, has brought Zhui Wugan to the threshold of becoming an immortal.
Seeing Zhu Wugan directly attain enlightenment, summoning the tribulation clouds, everyone around was dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Someone cried out, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" Just a simple word allowed Zhu Wugan to gain the opportunity to become an immortal. What status does Ye Junlin really have?
Old Liu's scalp went numb. His pupils trembled violently. His emotions were like a stormy sea. For many years he had been stuck at the perfection of the tribulation crossing realm, never having even a trace of feeling about the tribulation clouds, as if he was separated from the immortal path for life, because he had never found his own Dafo. To become an immortal through tribulation, one must attain enlightenment first. Without the key, how can one open that door? Chen Xiao also muttered, "Someone has taken a step ahead of me."
His face was full of shock, his hands trembling, his eyes fixed on each wave of the exploding tribulation clouds.
In his heart he only hoped that one day he could be like that too. Amidst the attention of the crowd, Zhui Wugan had regained his cold expression. His eyebrows revealed invincible confidence, and his eyes were full of surging sword intent, like two dazzling suns. He looked up. "Come on, let me experience how powerful the lightning tribulation is." Without fear his white robe fluttered, his cloak billowed. He drew his sword and raised it straight to the sky. Sword chi instantly surged for tens of thousands of miles, sweeping across the heroes. The glorious sword light flew straight into the firmament, striking directly at the tribulation cloud. Rumble. Each mass of tribulation clouds roared like thunder, as if provoked by him, continuously striking down countless devastating bolts of lightning, tearing apart the sky. The white sword light like a waterfall collided with the lightning, erupting with terrifying energy. Normally, a perfection of the tribulation crossing realm would have been coughing up blood just from defending in this situation. But Zhui Wugan directly waved his sword to shatter it. His strength was so great that even the thunder and lightning could do nothing to him. After a few waves of lightning tribulation, the dark clouds gradually dissipated, the sky brightened, and a brilliant ray of immortal light shot straight up, covering the entire sky with 5 colors. In countless shocked eyes, Zhui Wugan's figure descended, bathed in immortal light. His posture was ethereal. His temperament was extraordinary. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and an immortal majesty emanated from his body, causing all things to submit. He murmured, "This is becoming an immortal. The magic power in my body has transformed into surging immortal power. It feels like just casually waving a sword is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. The so-called tribulation crossing realm is just a joke compared to a true immortal, like a firefly before the moon, completely incomparable." Amidst countless astonished gazes, the figure of Zhu Wuhen, bathed in celestial light, descended slowly, his form ethereal, his aura otherworldly, his eyes as deep as the starry sky, radiating a celestial majesty that compelled all creation to submit. He murmured, "This is becoming an immortal. The magic power within my body transforming into surging immortal force." He gently raised his hand, unleashing a seemingly casual sword strike, yet in that instant, heaven and earth trembled, the sword's brilliance flashed like the sun and moon, and surging immortal power erupted, transforming into lightning that shattered the void. A single, effortless sword slash cleaved through towering mountains 10,000 feet high, shattering boulders and scattering clouds, and this sword strike was merely 70% of his full power. Lai Wuji muttered in fear, "Is this the power of a true immortal? It feels like the tribulation transcending realm is a joke compared to a true immortal, like a firefly before the moon, utterly incomparable." "Master, you actually enlightened an immortal?" The old ancestor Ouyang Feng of the Banshan sect trembled as he whispered, "I have witnessed the birth of a sword immortal with my own eyes." A voice rang out from who knows where, "Congratulations, senior, on attaining the Dao and becoming an immortal." Immediately, congratulations like a landslide and tsunami resounded across tens of thousands of miles, shaking heaven and earth. Countless cultivators bowed respectfully, for this was a true immortal, an existence capable of suppressing the world. Hong Tianye was stunned, suddenly remembering something. His eyes turned towards the silver-haired youth, and confusion arose in his heart. Could it be that I really misunderstood him? While the crowd was still reeling in shock, Ye Junlin was dumbfounded. Even he didn't understand what was happening. He had just written a character on a whim, yet that guy actually comprehended it and attained immortality on the spot. Is this too OP? He raised his head to look at the large cursive character before him, his brows furrowing, thinking to himself, does this character really possess such divine power? Zhu Wuhen's heart was surging with emotion at this moment, extremely excited. Senior Yi truly did not deceive me. This single character contains endless mysteries. As long as one calms their mind and explores it, they can comprehend the true essence of the sword Dao. He walked up to the silver-haired youth, not bearing the slightest arrogance of an immortal. He clasped his hands in salute, respectfully saying, "Thank you, Senior Ye, for your guidance. That I could attain immortality is all thanks to your guidance." A true immortal, addressing a tribulation-transcending cultivator as senior, was unprecedented. Yet it had truly happened today. Ye Junlin stood there dumbfounded, staring at the white-robed man, thinking to himself, how about you slash me with your sword too, so I can become an immortal on the spot? Zhu Wuhan had no idea what Ye Junlin was thinking at this moment. He was already a true immortal, and his perception could naturally see through Ye Junlin's realm. Although the two were now worlds apart, Zhu Wuhan did not turn his back on his benefactor. On the contrary, he felt this opportunity was extremely precious, his heart filled with gratitude, and his attitude was especially humble. Ye Junlin couldn't find any fault in his demeanor, nor was it convenient to make excessive demands. Although he felt surprised and speechless at this turn of events, there was no point in dwelling on what had already happened. It was better to admit it casually. What you comprehended is precisely what I wanted you to see. He clasped his hands behind his back, a profound smile appearing on the corner of his lips, and softly said, It's good that you can understand my meaning." Zhu Wuhen immediately used this to further confirm the hypothesis in his heart. As expected, Senior Ye is using profound and good intentions. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. Tap tap tap. Ouyang Feng beside him also frowned, mumbled repeatedly, and then helplessly shook his head, lamenting, Senior Ye only wrote down a single character, and it allowed an unparalleled sword immortal to attain the Dao. Such a method is unprecedented, leaving people utterly convinced. Everyone nodded continuously upon hearing this, their gazes towards the silver-haired youth filled with admiration. It was imaginable that very soon, the story of Senior Yi using a single character to enlighten an immortal would spread throughout the world, becoming a topic of conversation in tea houses, and that the stone wall with the inscription would definitely become a scenic spot of Huangju, attracting countless cultivators to admire it. However, Chen Xiao grew angrier the more he thought about it, clenching his fists until they cracked, his handsome face twisted.
On one hand, he was terrified that Ye Junlin could actually enlighten Zhu Wuhen and turn him into an immortal, but on the other hand, he resented that Zhu Wuhen didn't directly kill him.
How could an immortal allow others to humiliate him? Have you forgotten your humble appearance when you sought guidance earlier? You could have easily taken Ye Junlin's life with a casual sword strike. Why leave behind this humiliation?
Chen Zhao was filled with resentment and incomprehension. If it were him, he would have killed everyone who had offended him to vent the hatred in his heart. Even if someone said something afterward, so what? After becoming an immortal, one ascends to the heavens in a single step. The difference between an immortal and a mortal is vast. Who would dare to gossip? At this moment, he both hated that Ye Junlin was still alive, and hated that Zhu Wuhen did not follow his wishes. Liu Lao's expression was ugly. Zhu Wuhen was, after all, a member of the Xuanji sword sect. His becoming an immortal would put immense pressure on the feather transformation sect. Moreover, a sword immortal who cultivates the sword Dao has even more terrifying killing power. But at that moment, the fallen immortal island, gently floating in the sky and enveloped in brilliant immortal light, suddenly emitted violent movements, violently shaking the heavens and earth. Countless people felt a tightness in their chests and looked up in alarm, only to see several massive pillars of light, each 20 zang wide, erupt from the fallen immortal island, soaring into the sky. Runes flowed across them, clearly forming a teleportation formation. A shout rang out, "The trial is open!" Immediately, countless excited cultivators rushed towards the pillars of light, vying to enter. However, very quickly, many people discovered that they were blocked by a light barrier outside and could not enter. Someone angrily shouted, "I can't get in! It's unfair! Why are some people allowed to enter? I beg for just one chance. Just one chance in this life is enough." Many cultivators who were blocked outside pounded on the light barrier, their faces filled with grief and indignation as they watched those who had been teleported away, gnashing their teeth as if they wanted to bite them to pieces. Li Wuji frowned. He saw that among those who were blocked, there were both high-level and low-level cultivators, completely mixed up, and he couldn't discern any pattern. But Hong Tianye narrowed his eyes and softly said, "It's selecting based on potential. Some cultivators have high cultivation levels, but only achieve them through accumulation. Others have low cultivation levels, but are in a stage of explosive growth. More potentials. It seems that this trial is not based on cultivation level, but is testing other aspects, not just the usual hack-and-slash path. Let's go." Ye Junlin dashed away like a gentle breeze. He still wanted to go inside and mark his territory. "Ha, I'm going in too." Li Wuji laughed loudly, his laughter unrestrained. Hong Tianye only snorted disdainfully. "What's so worthy of pride? Isn't this a normal operation? If you don't even have the qualifications to enter, you might as well find a piece of tofu and bash yourself to death with it." Zhu Wuhen's heart was filled with trepidation until he was acknowledged by the pillar of light. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. He had just attained immortality. If he had been blocked outside, he would have truly doubted his existence. Liu Lao looked at the holy sun, embarrassedly saying, "You go in, I'll wait outside. I know that I have exhausted my potential. Forcibly entering would only bring self-inflicted humiliation. It's better to honestly stand guard outside." Chen Zhao glanced at the gray-robed old man without a word, and immediately transformed into a stream of light, dashing straight through the light curtain at extreme speed, his eyes blazing with anger, as if he was certain that he would not be stopped. Sure enough, he entered smoothly, breathing heavily within the light curtain, his teeth clenched. The image of Zhu Wuhen becoming an immortal just now had stimulated him to the extreme, making him eager to become the master of the fallen immortal island, so that his own realm could explode and sublimate. At this time, countless trial participants had been teleported into the fallen immortal island, immortal mist swirling and covering all sides. Everyone stood in a vast square, before a majestic mountain wall, with mysteries hidden beside the mountain. Everyone began to express surprise, with some shouting, "Why has my cultivation been suppressed to the Qi refining realm?" Others exclaimed in panic, "Oh, me too!" Some clapped their hands and laughed loudly. "Good, this is fair. Everyone is at the same realm, there's no more distinction between high and low." Those who were originally weak now felt even more at ease, because even the big shots had been dragged down to the same realm as them. Lei Wuji frowned slightly and muttered, "Shizun, this situation is just like before in Yawang Valley." Hong Tianye looked up at the sky of Vantiandao, his eyes pensive. It's the power of rules again. This is a mystical method of immortals, capable of imposing rules upon an area, causing flowers, plants, trees, and even living beings to exist in accordance with that will. This time, it's clearly to ensure fairness, regardless of cultivation level. Ye Junlin just shrugged. To him, cultivation level was no longer important. He glanced to the side, seeing Zhu Wuhen draped in white robes over black, his face dazed,
as if he couldn't believe his cultivation, which had just reached true immortal, was forcibly suppressed to foundation establishment. It felt like a joke. He sighed and muttered, "So many years, and the power of the rules left by the predecessors is still so strong. Clearly, if he kept his original cultivation, he would be 10 parts sure to pass this trial, but now it's not as easy as he thought." Rumble. The cliff in front of them shook, slowly splitting open, dust billowing, with great momentum. Everyone was stunned for a moment. When the scene became clear, everyone's expression changed. Before them were golden fields, icy glaciers, blazing volcanoes, lush grasslands, various terrains interwoven to form a bizarre board game, divided into paths stretching into the distance, with squares at the end. Inside were treasures, magical artifacts, or even stone statues. Amidst everyone's astonishment, a bronze bell rang, and the rules echoed. Each person must use dice to determine their steps. There will be various surprises along the way, but you must overcome them within the time the hourglass counts down. Whoever reaches the destination first will be qualified to enter the next round. If you feel danger, you can call it quits and be teleported out immediately. As soon as the words finished, a giant golden hourglass appeared in the sky. Fine sand slowly fell, and the paths lit up, signaling the trial was about to begin. At each starting point, a dice the size of a palm appeared, its numbers sparkling with golden light, carrying a strange energy.
This is the dice of fairness. The result depends entirely on luck.
Hong Tianye frowned and muttered, "I've never seen this kind of trial." Lei Wuji laughed loudly. "Time is tight, let's start quickly."
Everyone immediately rushed to their own path, picked up the dice, rolled them, and moved according to the number.
Ye Junlin alone paused, looked at the scene before him, pondered for a long time, and then muttered, "Good heavens, isn't this freaking Snakes and Ladders?" The first round of Van Tian Dao is Snakes and Ladders, except mutated to accommodate countless people, and a game turned into a deadly adventure. The trial participants set off one after another, and a faint light separated each path, so no one could disturb or sneak attack others, ensuring absolute fairness. A sound rang out, and the dice stopped. Zhui Wuhen saw a 5, satisfied in his heart, and took 5 steps straight to a bronze treasure chest. He opened it, and a golden light exploded. Inside was a card, and ancient characters appeared in his mind. Perform a monkey dance for 8 seconds on the spot, and you can immediately jump 70 spaces. If you pretend you didn't see it, you will be immediately sent back to the starting point. Shu Wuhen was stunned, the corners of his mouth twitching, secretly cursing the person who set the rules. To be the revered Bai Yi Sword Immortal, yet have to pretend to be a monkey in front of everyone, is nothing short of humiliation. But thinking that if he gave up he would fall behind, he gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness, and finally looked up and roared, his hands beating his chest, his body dancing, his mouth screaming like a wild beast. Who? The nearby cultivators were all horrified, their eyes full of embarrassment, and quickly turned their heads to the other direction, afraid of being remembered by this Bai Yi Sword Immortal. Shui Wuhen could only comfort himself. This is just a trial, it doesn't affect the overall situation. As soon as the humiliating performance ended, his figure was immediately teleported 70 spaces, leaving most of the trial participants far behind. On the other side, Hong Tianye rolled a 6, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a smug smile, and strode to the designated square. A golden treasure chest appeared before him. His phoenix eyes lit up. He opened it. A bright card flew up, floating into his hand, and the content immediately appeared in his mind. Use all your strength. Shout 6 times, "I need a man to love me," and you can jump 250 steps. If you give up and pretend you didn't see it, you will be forcibly stopped for 90 turns. The smile on Hong Tianye's face immediately disappeared, his hand trembling, the corners of his mouth twitching, unexpectedly encountering this kind of absurd requirement. What was the predecessor who set the rules thinking? Did he think he was very funny? He was extremely opposed in his heart, but giving up was tantamount to being eliminated. A reminder appeared in front of him. Please make a choice quickly, otherwise it will be considered a forfeit. He broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes changing, and finally gritted his teeth, roaring softly. What level of character is I? How can I just give up like this? When I ascend to the great Tao in the future, all living beings will be floating clouds. Do it. Immediately afterwards, the square echoed with a frantic shout. "I need a man to love me! I need a man to love me!" 6 times in a row. The shocking sound caused many male cultivators to turn their heads and look, their mouths agape, unable to believe what they had just heard. Before them was a woman in red, with skin as white as snow, a slender figure, peerless beauty, black hair draped down, and a noble and cold temperament. Yet she was clenching her fists, shouting the kind of words that made people dizzy. Hong Tianye endured the shame, but immediately after completing it, her figure was teleported more than 200 steps forward, her position far ahead of the others.
Although the distance to victory was within reach, she was really not happy, because the price to pay was too high. He turned his head and looked back, only to find Ye Junlin still standing still, as if observing. He sneered coldly in his heart. Ha ha ha, I don't know what he is thinking, but this can be considered one less strong opponent. At that moment, Ye Junlin stroked his chin, his eyes interested. Trisk, interesting. It seems that this round tests luck, courage, and state of mind. The system immediately sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for entering the landmark, rewarding a massive amount of golden Q luck. Ye Junlin was stunned, his face full of weirdness. Tongzi, I don't feel anything. You're not lying to me, are you? Ding! Heaven and earth are my witness. My system is absolutely professional. Q luck cannot be seen or possessed in the first place. Now that the host is carrying a massive amount of golden Q luck, he can be called the #1 person since ancient times. He casually tossed the dice, just wanting to test his luck. A flash of light. The dice stopped. Ye Junlin's eyes widened in disbelief. The score wasn't 6, but 60. Dazzling golden light. While everyone on the island was busy participating in the trial, the illusory figure stood on the top of the mountain in the courtyard, quietly watching the lake reflecting the scene. It was a Taoist priest about 40 years old, wearing a dark blue Taoist robe, with a goatee beard, sword-like eyebrows pointing straight up, and eyes as deep as the sea, with an air of immortality about him. It was the first island owner of fallen immortal island, Liu Huangshu. But this was not his real body, but just a wisp of his remaining divine soul, to maintain the spiritual trial. Unless the new island owner was determined, otherwise it would always exist. At this time, Liu Huangshu stroked his beard lightly, carefully observing the scene in the lake, occasionally praising. He muttered, Indeed, I had long foreseen the difficulty of cultivation for future generations, but I didn't expect the cultivation level of the trial participants to be so low. Fortunately, when setting the initial rules, I didn't take the realm as the standard. The trials I left behind may seem difficult at first glance, even a bit ridiculous, but if a person doesn't have enough willpower, only cares about saving face, and clings to their pitiful self-esteem, how can such a person be qualified to inherit fallen immortal island, and lead the Cullen realm to overcome adversity and become strong? It seems that there are still quite a few people willing to put aside their face and move forward. This makes me very satisfied. Speaking of this, he suddenly noticed a special figure. His smile gradually faded, replaced by deep surprise. It was a handsome young man with snow-white hair, walking leisurely as if strolling in his own backyard, not in a hurry at all. But every time he shook the dice, it landed on 60 golden points. Liu Huangshu's eyes widened, because he himself had left a trick back then, a 1 in 1,000 chance to select someone with great luck who could roll 60. But this young man gets 60 every time. This is no longer ordinary luck, but heaven-defying. 60. 60. The dice spun and stopped. Still 60. Liu Huangshu even suspected that there was something wrong with his trial mechanism. Meanwhile, Ye Junlin sighed calmly. 2 is okay. No matter how many poses I change, the result is still 60. The surroundings had already turned into a world of ice and snow. The cold wind was piercing, and the snow was flying everywhere. Ye Junlin stepped forward again to open a golden treasure chest. A white light burst out, a creature with a snow-white body, long wings, ice crystal scales, 2 horns soaring high, and a dragon-like head, let out a dragon roar, and flew out. It was an ice-scaled winged dragon, and words appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, this is a flying pet that can help trial participants pass through the snowy mountains. The dragon obediently lowered its head, inviting him to step on its back. Ye Junlin chuckled. There are such perks, how generous, how generous. He jumped onto the dragon's back, and gently patted its head. Let's go! The dragon's roar resounded, and its huge wings flapped powerfully, carrying him up, rushing forward, and speeding past countless barriers along the way. Ye Junlin stretched out his arms and shouted loudly, Yahoo, take off! Shui Wuyin was shivering in the snow and wind, looked up, and saw the ice-scaled winged dragon flying past, with a silver-haired youth on its back, his figure straight, his appearance handsome, his hair fluttering in the wind, and his aura was shocking. But at this time, Shui Wuyin was still fighting the Snow King, a tall monster with a golden crown on its head, sapphire blue eyes, and a long carrot nose, fiercely attacking. But under Zhu Wuyin's barrage of ice-blue fistprints, the Snow King was caught off guard, his crown shattered, and finally his body fell, turning into starlight and dissipating. Zhu Wuyin sighed and looked forward, frowning slightly, only to see the ice-scaled winged dragon rushing away, as fast as lightning, flying across the snowy mountain, and then turning into spots of light, and disappearing into the distance. Above the flame mountain, large and small ravines intertwined,
with red-hot lava flowing down and scorching heat engulfing the space, making anyone who set foot in it feel unbearably hot. Black smoke billowed all around, mixed with the surging heat, and those who participated in the trial here were choked with smoke and their eyes stung. Thick dust and heat that rushed into their throats made them look as embarrassed as stray dogs. Some people cursed loudly. What the hell is this so hot? But this place was too harsh, and cultivators in the Qi refining realm couldn't stand it. Cracks suddenly burst into flames under their feet, making people unable to guard against it. Ye Junlin, on the other hand, was just strolling around, leisurely walking and rolling the dice as he went. Like flowing water and drifting clouds, he was carefree and unaffected. Just then, Ye Junlin stepped on a bright square, and a Yang treasure appeared before his eyes. Upon opening it, he found a card with a few lines written on it. Just shout, retreat, retreat, loudly, and the road ahead will open smoothly. Without hesitation, he pointed straight ahead and shouted 3 times. His voice seemed to contain magic, and immediately the black smoke dissipated. The red flames died down, the traps collapsed, and even the statues of the beastmen turned to ashes.
As the card said, the road ahead became clear and smooth. Ye Junlin leisurely passed through the flaming mountain,
and a vast prairie opened up before him. The atmosphere here was much more comfortable, and a shiny diamond yang appeared in front of him. Ye Junlin rubbed his hands and laughed. Looks like I've got a big treasure this time.
Opening the yang, 2 streams of white light flew out, circling around his shoes, and Chinese characters appeared in the air. Congratulations, you can now run away at will. As if you don't see any obstacles until you leave the prairie, Ye Junlin laughed loudly. Good, good, this time I don't need to roll the dice.
As soon as he took a step, a mysterious force supported him, and his whole body shot forward. The air roared on both sides, the scenery changed rapidly, his silver hair fluttered, and he hummed a folk song in his mouth, running away with the wind. Freedom is the direction. In the distance, 2 figures were fighting. Hong Tianye narrowed her phoenix eyes at the black-clad figure riding the white steed. The familiar feeling made her slightly suspicious, while Chen Xiao controlled the white steed, filled with resentment. HMPH, don't even dream of surpassing. But at that moment, the white steed neighed and turned into starlight, disappearing. Chen Xiao almost fell head over heels. Hong Tianye laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, this time I'll win the first round. Suddenly, a strong wind rose, and a blurry figure like lightning passed by, stirring up dust and heading straight for the end of the road. Hong Tianye was stunned. Could something have just passed by? It looked familiar. Could it be the Yen family? No way, he just started. How could he have gotten here? As soon as she finished speaking, a figure suddenly stopped in front of her, turned to her, and smiled. Little Hong, so you're here. Hong Tianye was shocked, as if struck by lightning, and stammered in surprise. Shizun, Ye Junlin replied indifferently. Can't you see? I'm jogging. After saying that, he waved his hand again. All right, no more talking. I'll go first. You try your best, I'll wait at the finish line. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed away like the wind. Hong Tianye stood still, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She had just vowed to win, but in an instant it was shattered, leaving only indescribable bitterness. Chen Xiao was like a wooden puppet, staring blankly at the disappearing figure, muttering, What could be so fast? It's like the incarnation of the wind. The two looked at each other, without the previous fighting spirit, and lowered their heads to roll the dice, their hearts filled with only a faint sense of shared misery. Up ahead, a figure stopped. Turning back with a smile, Zhao Hong, so you were here. Hong Tianye was struck as if by lightning, stammering in shock. Master you, Ye Junlin casually replied. Can't you see? I'm jogging. With that, he waved his hand. All right, gotta dash. You keep at it, I'll be waiting at the finish line. Finishing his sentence, he bolted off like a gust of wind. Hong Tianye stood frozen, her heart a mess. Just now she swore to win, and in a flash her resolve shattered. All she felt was indescribable bitterness. As for Chen Xiao, he was like a wooden statue, dumbfounded as he watched the disappearing figure, muttering, What the heck? That fast, he's practically the avatar of wind. The two looked at each other, their fighting spirit completely gone. They sadly shook the dice, their hearts filled with a faint sense of melancholy. Whoosh, 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 the surrounding air howled, the sound of wind roaring in his ears. Ye Junlin, with unimaginable speed, took the lead, directly sprinting out of the Great Plains. For the following maps he relied on his incredible luck, sometimes riding a mount, sometimes using teleportation, crossing the checkpoints like it was child's play. Very quickly he arrived at the midpoint. Before him was an empty field, the hourglass above still half full. Ye Junlin shook his head and sighed. Ah, if I knew. I would have slowed down a bit. He casually tossed the dice behind him, which happened to land on 60 brightly lit points. Just then, his stomach rumbled loudly, Ye Junlin said with a smile. Running for so long, it's normal to be hungry. Gotta treat myself to something good.
After all, his cultivation level was suppressed down to the qi refining stage, so it's no wonder he felt hungry after so much exercise. On a mountain nearby, Liu Huangchu, the first-generation island master of the fallen immortal island, stared at the image in the water mirror, still in shock. He muttered to himself in disbelief. What the actual heck is this heaven-defying luck? A 1 in 1,000 chance dice roll that he triggered casually? A smooth process without any obstacles? Is this kid the Heavenly Father's favorite son, or what? Thinking so, he remembered that he had anticipated this. The final Doppio contest was based on luck, after all. Those who stood at the top of the pyramid in ancient times, who wasn't born with heaven-defying luck? Those who didn't were swept away by the tide of time, leaving no trace behind. But now, someone with even more heaven-defying luck than them had appeared. Wasn't this a turning point? Luck was a type of strength. But thinking about it, this luck was too exaggerated. The more he thought about it, the harder it was to believe. Just as he was about to smile happily, his eyes suddenly froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched. On the empty field, smoke rose from a cooking fire. Ye Junlin set up a barbecue grill, taking out a pile of meat skewers from his storage ring, flipping them, while brushing on spices, humming a folk tune. Soon after, the fragrant aroma of meat filled the air. Ye Junlin grabbed a skewer and stuffed it into his mouth, eating with relish, a look of satisfaction on his face. Seeing this scene, Liu Huangchu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, wanting to rush over and grab his collar, roaring, "What are you doing?" This is the Colosseum realm's top-tier inheritance trial, can't you be a little serious? But thinking about his senior status, he could only swallow his anger, forcing a stiff smile. Well, enjoying the moment can be considered maintaining a childlike heart, I guess. A moment later, Hong Tianye and Chen Xiao stepped into the midpoint, one after another. The two were panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Looking up, they saw the silver-haired youth casually eating grilled skewers, and a hard-to-describe feeling surged in their hearts. Ye Junlin smiled and called out, "Xiao Hong, are you hungry? Come and have some chicken." Hong Tianye blushed. Her master's words sounded weird, but she was indeed exhausted and hungry. That skewer was like a hot coal on a snowy day. She couldn't help but take it, nodding as she ate. "Thank you, master." Chen Zhao swallowed his saliva repeatedly, finally gritting his teeth and turning away, sitting cross-legged and swallowing a traceless valley pill, muttering, "HMPH, this is the true path of cultivation." A while later, Li Wuji also stumbled over, his clothes tattered, his whole body covered in dirt like a refugee. As soon as he smelled the meat, his eyes lit up, and he rushed over, shouting, "Oh, save some for me!" He reached out and grabbed a handful of skewers, his saliva almost forming a river. But instantly, a lightning-fast sidekick slammed straight into him, sending him flying dozens of meters, rolling around before finally collapsing face-first into the dirt, mouth full of sand. Li Wuji winced in pain, eyes wide, head spinning. Not only did he not get to eat the skewers, but he got beat up badly. Ye Junlin snorted coldly. "Are you and I that familiar? You came up and snatched food right away, so rude." Li Wuji was dumbfounded, face black with question marks. He endured for a long time before stammering, Master, I'm your third disciple. How can you not recognize me?" Ye Junlin froze, glancing questioningly at Hong Tianye, and seeing him nod helplessly, he instantly understood. Ye Junlin coughed a few times, hurriedly helping his disciple up, smiling a little embarrassedly. "Sorry, you've changed too much," Li Wuji forced a smile, pointing at the pile of grilled bugs, carefully asking in a polite tone, "Master, can I eat them all this time?" Ye Junlin blinked. "You can." Li Wuji, as if granted amnesty, pounced on a grilled skewer, eating like a starving ghost, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Ye Junlin stood beside him, sighing with emotion. "Little Li, if you had come any later, your master would have been full. But don't worry, I'll leave the rest for you." Li Wuji's movements froze, his face twisting as if he was about to cry, "Master, you really know how to comfort people." Afterwards, when the sand and the golden hourglass ran out, it also meant the end of this trial. Just then, a majestic voice echoed across the sky above fallen immortal island. "This round is over. Congratulations to the trial participants who have successfully advanced. The one who achieves first place will be granted an immortal art baptism." A dazzling immortal light shone down on Ye Junlin, his whole body instantly radiating countless auspicious signs. Gasps of astonishment rang out in the crowd, with some exclaiming, "Receiving an immortal art baptism, cultivation in the future will surely be divinely assisted. Senior Ye's ascension to immortality is within reach." But Chen Xiao gnashed his teeth, eyes red, jealous to the point of madness, while Hong Tianye felt his heart was a mess. Ranking second himself, looking at the back of the silver-haired youth bathed in immortal light,
he couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness.
Even when the aura dissipated, Ye Junlin remained expressionless, because in reality, to him, this thing wasn't even worth a grilled skewer. Li Wuji asked suspiciously, "Master, aren't you happy?" Everyone was also surprised. If this kind of benefit was placed outside, it would be enough to cause immortal sects to wage war and rivers of blood, yet Senior Yi just brushed it off. Ye Junlin raised his hands, forcing a smile. "Haha, I'm really very happy." Everyone was silent, feeling it was too perfunctory. Meanwhile, up high, Liu Huangchu's complexion was ugly, feeling his honor had been humiliated. It must be known that the immortal art baptism in the most prosperous period of the Lonely Wheel realm was a priceless opportunity, enough to cause immortal princes to fight to the point of destruction, yet someone was so indifferent. There was no need to be so happy you cried, at least there should be some expression. The result was like this, making him choke with anger, as if he had poured his heart out and fed it to the dogs. A moment later, the majestic voice echoed again. "The second round opens. Please enter the next location." Right in front, the huge cliff cracked open, rumbling apart, dust billowing, and the momentum was earth-shattering. Everyone walked along with trepidation, secretly guessing how strange the next trial would be. Li Wuji, while munching on grilled bugs, walked while looking at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. Hong Tianye also twitched his head, exclaiming in surprise, This is... Ye Junlin paused, his pupils reflecting tiny spots of light, like countless glowing insects moving, and he fell into silent contemplation. Everyone looked towards the front in astonishment, only to see long, 3-meter blocks of light, shaped like glowing insects, everyone guessing about the content of this trial. At that moment, a deep, sonorous bronze bell rang out, the sound spreading across the heavens and earth, then pouring straight into everyone's minds. Please, enter the projection space in sequence. The longer you survive, the greater your chance of victory. This time, only 100 slots will be kept, and the rest will be eliminated. Hearing this, both men and women exclaimed in shock. One round only allows 100 people to continue, and the rest are all eliminated. Just hearing it is already cruel. At this time, everyone entered the projection space one after another. According to the rules, they had to try to survive as long as possible. Outside of the 100 slots, all would be eliminated. Li Wuji opened his eyes, discovering he was on a strange mountain. Trees dense, the scorching sun shining down, making his whole body feel warm. He hurriedly touched his waist, searching for his treasured blade. But it was empty. He secretly cried out in alarm, then tried to exercise a few times, but realized his body was unusually weak, without any strength left. He looked down at his wrinkled hands, discovering he had turned into an old man in his twilight years, without even half a point of cultivation, and right in front of him appeared several lines of text. Hello, trial participant. You will play the role of an ordinary old man in the mountains, full of rampant wild beasts, and find a way to survive, until unexpected death. Li Wuji was angry, almost cursing. This trial is too much of a rip-off. This body is at least 70 years old, so weak, yet it's forced to survive in a deserted mountain. Is it playing with lives? He reached out to hold his chest, trying to adjust his breathing, almost dying on the spot, finally managing to calm down. In the arena, Liu Huangchu observed the trial participants, seeing them having to use weak, fake bodies to survive in a forest full of dangers. He stroked his beard, laughing and saying, This test is a challenge of adaptability and intuition. Even if you had heaven-defying methods before, here you can only play the role of a mortal old man, at most a little stronger than an average person. He believed that anyone who lived past 100 days would be considered top-notch, 150 days would be rare, and surpassing 200 days would be like a phoenix. But later on, the wild beasts would become stronger, the dangers would increase, and the difficulty would be no different from hell. While speaking, he suddenly remembered Ye Junlin, and looked to see how long he had survived. Li Wuji opened his eyes, and found himself on a strange mountain, surrounded by dense trees, with the blazing sun warming his body uncomfortably. He hurriedly reached for his treasured saber at his side. But it was empty, he muttered. Not good. Then, after a few attempts to move, he realized that his body was unusually weak, without any strength left. He looked down at his wrinkled hands, and realized he had turned into an old man nearing his final years, without a trace of cultivation. Right in front of him, several lines of text appeared. Hello, trial participant. You will play the role of an ordinary old man in a mountain teeming with wild beasts, and find a way to survive until your unexpected death. Li Wuji was so angry he almost cursed out loud. This challenge is way too much. This body is at least 70 years old, so weak, and you want me to survive in the wilderness? This is a joke. He put his hand on his chest, trying to regulate his breathing, almost dying on the spot. Finally, he managed to calm down, broke off a branch to use as a staff, and carefully moved forward. His priority was to find food and water.
On the first day, he tried to circulate his energy to cultivate, but his body was too weak. Even using breathing techniques to improve his physique had minimal effect, but it was better than nothing. As night fell, the cold wind bit through him. He huddled by the fire, struggling to get through the long night. The next day, he continued to search for food, crafting tools, relying on his skills to catch fish, roasting and eating them for a meal. He encountered wild beasts several times, but managed to avoid them thanks to the instinct of a saber cultivator. The third day, the fourth day, then the fifth and sixth days, he struggled to survive. His body became slightly stronger, thanks to regular activity and breathing exercises. He was relieved, thinking that as long as no surprises happened, he could endure. But on the 88th day, disaster struck. A venomous snake lunged down from a tree, biting him hard on the butt. Li Wuji knew there was no way out. He frantically grabbed the snake, opened his mouth and bit back, ultimately ending in mutual destruction. Meanwhile, other trial participants were also undergoing their tests. Most died within 30 days. And a few managed to hold on for over 50 days.
In the courtyard, Liu Huangchu observed the trial participants, watching them use their frail bodies to survive in the dangerous mountains. He stroked his beard and laughed, saying, "This trial tests adaptability and intuition. Even if they had heaven-defying abilities before, here they can only play the role of a mortal old man, at best a little stronger than an average person." He believed that surviving over 100 days was already top-notch, 150 days was rare, and surpassing 200 days was legendary.
But as time went on, the wild beasts became stronger, the dangers increased, and the difficulty was no different from hell. While speaking, he suddenly remembered Ye Junlin and checked how long he had survived, only to find that this person hadn't even entered yet. At that moment, Ye Junlin was just watching the pillars of light gradually fade, knowing that the trial participants had finished one by one. Many people came out, eagerly recounting their experiences. Some were bitten to death by wolves, some died after falling just 2 days in, and some choked to death on fish bones. Everyone was trying to outdo each other in how tragically they died.
Ye Junlin saw Li Wuji coming out and asked how he died. Li Wuji coughed and said, "I was bitten to death by a venomous snake, but before I died, I bit it back so it died with me." He said it with pride. Ye Junlin patted him on the shoulder, saying that was brutal, then turned to ask Zhu Wuhen. Zhu Wuhen forced a smile and admitted that he was struck to death by lightning, but he had survived for 160 days, still feeling a little smug.
Li Wuji heard this and gave him a thumbs up, while Ye Junlin wasn't sure if it was difficult or not.
So he asked again, and was told that it was indeed extremely difficult. Zhu Wuhen smiled and advised him to try it himself, thinking that Ye Junlin probably couldn't do as well as him. Ye Junlin nodded, saying, "Sounds lit."
Then he stepped into the pillar of light, entering the trial world.
Seeing this, Liu Huangchu laughed, his eyes full of interest, saying, "He wants to see how Zhu Junlin will die this time."
Zhu Junlin opened his eyes, and what came into view was a dense forest, soft and porous soil under his feet, golden sunlight shining through the leaves, forming mottled patches of light, fresh air, and the sounds of birds and insects echoing everywhere. According to the description, he was playing the role of an elderly man who had to survive in this dangerous forest.
He tried to move his body, taking a few steps, the stiff and helpless feeling reminding him of when he first transmigrated, entering an old and sick body, only this time he was a little healthier, at least moving around more comfortably. Looking up at the round and large sun, he chuckled and said, "This kind of experience is too realistic, just a little bit away from being a real transmigration." He tried to call upon the system, but his mind was just a silent void. Clearly the system couldn't interfere here. He shrugged, thinking it wasn't so bad, considering it as a stroll. Living another day was a bonus. Breaking off a branch as a cane, he walked while contemplating his next plan. Recalling the wilderness survival shows he'd watched, and the role-playing games he'd played, now personally experiencing the feeling was even fresher. He told himself to find food and water first, then craft tools, build a shelter, or find a cave to spend the night. But he also understood that it was easier said than done, especially with this old body. Everything became a hassle. He decided to find some wild berries to eat. For now, meat wasn't a priority yet, so he tried his best to open his cloudy eyes and search. Just then, a white blur suddenly shot out of the bushes. Taking a closer look, it was a plump rabbit, causing a hint of joy to flash across his old face, but then turned to disappointment. Because with this body, he wasn't even sure he could catch up to it. But before he could sigh, the white rabbit ran straight into a tree, hitting its head and dying on the spot. Fresh blood flowed out, a faint fishy smell in the air. Zhu Junlin stood dumbfounded, thinking, "It's dead just like that." Then slowly walked over, looking at the rabbit, lying still without breath, silent for a long time. A moment later, the branches were piled up, the fire blazed brightly, the skinned rabbit was skewered and roasted,
The smell of meat gradually spread. He shook his head, regretting that if there was some seasoning the flavor would be more perfect. But in this wild mountain forest, where could he find it? Thinking this, he laughed again. It's lucky to have something to eat. One should know how to be content. As soon as he finished speaking, a roar echoed. He was startled and hid behind a tree, looking out to see a huge black bear being chased by a swarm of honeybees. It ran and screamed, looking extremely distressed. He breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just a useless scare, but then quickly noticed that the black bear had exposed a beehive while running. A few minutes later, the roasted rabbit was covered with a layer of golden honey, the sweet aroma spreading everywhere. Ye Junlin took a bite. The meat was tender, sweet, crispy, blended with the fragrant honey, an unforgettable taste after just one bite. After eating, he felt very satisfied. Looking up at the darkening sky, his heart began to worry. Where will I sleep tonight? Suddenly he saw a cave nearby. Just like that, he ate and drank his fill, then went into the cave to rest. In the following days, whenever he felt hungry, all kinds of small animals would come and knock their heads against the tree to satisfy this old man's hunger. On the 8th day, wanting to stretch his muscles and bones, he sharpened a branch and went to the river to try spearing fish. Originally thought this would be very difficult, but as soon as he stepped on the rock, raising the branch high to prepare, the water suddenly rippled. Schools of fish, not knowing when they had gathered, crowded and pushed each other, spitting bubbles, raising their small heads, and naively looking forward to him stabbing down. Behind them were shrimp and crabs as well, all kinds, causing him to angrily shout, "You guys are too much! I came here to experience hardship survival, not to enjoy myself. Are you trying to make me decadent?" Half an hour later, a seafood feast was smoking on the rock. Ye Junlin sat cross-legged, sniffing the aroma, and sighed. Days passed. Relying on his tough spirit and some survival skills, he not only lived well in the mountains, but also lived a fulfilling life, lacking nothing. In his free time he crafted tools and built structures. After much effort, he finally turned hardship into abundance. If this process was witnessed by a weak person, they would probably cry. Then on the 180th day, in the deep forest sheltered from the wind and sun, a spacious thatched house stood tall, surrounded by neat terraced fields. The creaking door opened. An old man with white hair walked out, his face rosy and healthy. Greeting the morning sun and breathing the fresh air, a kind smile on his lips, he softly said, "I'm starting to like this place. The feeling of returning to nature and living a simple life is really not bad." Seeing this scene, Liu Huangshu next door was stunned, his heart filled with indescribable shock, because in his mind, an old and weak man living alone in a dangerous mountain forest was a life-or-death challenge. A slip-up could cost his life, but this place had turned into a place of enjoyment, with food and drink and peaceful days. How could this be called a survival game? In the outer world square, countless cone-shaped Kui shadows dimmed and disappeared. All those who came out of the trial were listless, everyone worried about how many days they had survived. In the crowd was a tall and slender figure in red, sleeves fluttering, a beautiful face, but a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Li Wuji immediately rushed over, asking in a low voice, "Hong, senior brother, how many days did you survive? Why did you die?" Hong Tianye sighed. 206 days, bitten to death by a pack of wolves when I went out. Li Wuji gasped, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Damn, that's a long time. Hong Tianye gritted his teeth. I could clearly have lived longer. Memories of the hardship in the mountains flooded his mind. Every precaution had been taken to the extreme, but in the end he was still attacked by a pack of ferocious wolves, resentment turning into a flame in his heart. Clearly, as long as there were no surprises, living a few hundred more days wouldn't be a problem. But strangely, after the 200th day, the beast seemed to mutate, both powerful and appearing with high frequency, hard to guard against. He had used all his caution, even transforming his old body into a strong physique like an adult's, with demonic secret techniques. He could say he did everything he could, but was still caught off guard by unexpected changes. In the end, he held a torch and desperately slashed, falling into the pack of wolves. Their calls led to waves of their kind rushing back, surrounding and tearing him to death. Thinking back to that scene, Hong Tianye clenched his fists, his lips trembling with anger. An ordinary person could never have survived there. He proudly growled at his mind. For me to have survived that many days is the extreme of extremes. No one can surpass me. He narrowed his eyes, looking around as if searching for someone. Li Wuji then said, "Are you looking for Shifu? Shifu hasn't come out yet." Hong Tianye was stunned, his face full of surprise. "Shifu hasn't come out from the beginning." Li Wuji quickly waved his hand. "It's not what you think. Shifu entered later than all of us, so don't worry." Hong Tianye breathed a sigh of relief, a rare smile appearing on the corner of his lips. "Really? So that's how it is, let's just wait and see."
A feeling of pleasure rose in his heart. Ye Junlin, you usually live in luxury, lazy and enjoying yourself. Now entering that world, you will definitely suffer hunger and thirst and experience hardship. Thinking of the scene of the other party running around all day looking for food, he sneered. Moreover, after the 200th day, that place turned into hell. Even closing your eyes to sleep was a luxury. I really want to know how you will die, bitten by wild animals, starving to death, or dying of illness. Ha! There will definitely be a suitable ending for you.
On the 200th day, in the deep forest, all the wild beasts suddenly mutated, their eyes bloodshot, their temperaments becoming extremely ferocious. They rushed about like the wind, roaring and searching for prey. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed. Leaves rustling down, a dead rabbit appeared beneath a large tree. Zhu Feng was still waiting by the tree as usual, muttering to himself, a look of surprise on his aged face. What's going on? How could a harmless rabbit cause such a heavy tremor that the tree shakes? If it bumped into my belly, wouldn't I cough up blood and die? He thought in fear. A vague feeling arose in his heart that the mountains and forests were changing. Suddenly, a low tiger's roar, like thunder, exploded, causing his entire body to bristle, and cold sweat broke out.
There's a tiger next to me! Unbelievable! A few days ago there weren't any threatening beasts within 100 meters, but now a tiger has appeared so close. This is too dangerous.
The roar grew closer and closer. Zhu Feng tensed his whole body, carrying the rabbit, standing motionless, goosebumps rising all over him. To be honest, it had been a long time since he had faced such a risk of death, because outside, he always had a golden finger, superior cultivation, and unparalleled divine techniques. Since his debut, he had never been defeated. But in this illusory world, he couldn't use his strength to stop the tiger. Danger, too dangerous. It's been so long since I've experienced this feeling. He briefly thought about the scene of sleeping peacefully and never waking up, but immediately shook his head violently. His eyes flashed with determination. No. How can I sit and wait for death? That's definitely not the way of a transmigrator. If that beast dares to come, I'll directly stab it with his sharpened wooden stick, slice its belly open, and let it bleed to death. At this moment, the white-haired old man seemed to have made a decision. His eyes flashed with fierce light, holding the sharpened wooden branch like a sword, preparing to act. But right at that moment, a wild bear's roar came from the other side, the sound filled with intense hostility. The fierce tiger, following the scent, was about to find Zhu Feng when it was blocked and provoked by a huge bear from the bushes. The tiger's eyes flared with anger, roaring with an earth-shattering sound, shaking the birds in the forest into a panicked flight. The bear grunted and stepped forward, its eyes overflowing with fighting spirit, wanting a life-or-death battle. The fierce tiger's attention was drawn, and it immediately prepared for a desperate brawl. The two beasts were about to erupt into an earth-shattering showdown. Seeing this, Zhu Feng was no longer in the mood to watch the show, hurriedly carrying his spoils and running home. On the way, the roars of beasts echoed continuously, causing his whole body to be cold and trembling with fear, unable to help but cry out in his heart, "Damn it, this is like walking straight into hell. The guy who set the rules of this game is definitely jealous of my leisurely life." Arriving home, he was so flustered that he didn't even close the wooden door tightly. Although he knew this was just a trial, death was nothing. But the deep immersion made him feel for himself, because no one wanted to experience being bitten to death by a beast. Seeing this, Liu Huangchu finally smiled with satisfaction, stroked his beard, and muttered, "This is what I originally intended, seeing you living too comfortably. I even began to suspect there was a problem with the trial mechanism. Clearly this was supposed to be a difficult test, but it had been turned into child's play." Seeing Zhu Feng finally no fear, Liu Huangchu felt relieved, and a surge of heroic spirit rose in his heart. He burst into hearty laughter. "Little brat, you're going to suffer next." Sure enough, from the 200th day onwards, Zhu Feng lived in a state of restless sleep, fearful at night, afraid that wild beasts would randomly break in and tear him apart. By the 205th day, his nerves were weakened, his face haggard and gaunt, as if he had aged several decades. So many days of tension made it difficult for him to rest properly, and at his age, constant insomnia was like pushing himself to the brink of death. He sighed. "Oh well, if I can't live, I'll just die." He was about to say some mocking words when a childish voice rang out, "Grandpa!" He startled and turned around. How could there be a child's voice in the deep forest, and a child at that? Then the sound echoed, "Grandpa, we're here." Following the voice, Zhu Feng stared blankly, speechless, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. You are." Another voice rang out, "Grandpa, don't be afraid, we will protect you." The voice came from a bright red gourd hanging on a vine. Around it were 6 gourds of different colors, glittering with spiritual light. Zhu Feng took a trembling step forward, looking up in awe at the 7 spiritual gourds, a familiar melody from childhood suddenly resounding in his head. "Hulawa, hulawa, 1 vine, 7 flowers, not afraid of wind or rain. La 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 la, that's right, this familiar scene suddenly brought Zhu Feng back to his childhood. Looking at the 7 graceful gourds hanging on the vine, a warm feeling rose in his heart. He stroked his white beard. Smiling, he said, "It seems that old people who normally grow some flowers and plants not only exercise their bodies, but at the crucial moment can also receive a pleasant surprise." But right after that, a rustling sound came from the forest, branches snapping, and a ferocious beast rushed out. Before Zhu Feng could react, the 7 gourds on the vine all vibrated at the same time, and the red gourd angrily shouted, "Beast, don't even think about hurting my family." With that, it broke free from the vine and fell to the ground, a fiery red light erupting. When the light dissipated, a little doll in red clothes appeared, strong and sturdy, with a childish face but bright eyes full of spiritual energy, gently landing in front of him, clenching his small fist, and shouting, "I'll stomp you to death." One stomp, and the sound exploded. The giant beast was instantly crushed to bits. If it were any regular old man, he'd probably have fainted from fright. But Ye Junlin just laughed and clapped. "Dawa, nice one, that felt so good. You think you can bully me just because I'm old? I've got grandsons." Suddenly, roars echoed from all directions. It seemed the commotion had attracted all the beasts nearby. They were swarming over. Dawa frowned and said seriously, "Grandpa, just stand there, I'll handle the rest." With that, he shot out, his body instantly growing mountain-sized, standing tall and shaking 100 meters of earth and sky. He stood tall and glared down. "You think you can come here to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped down hard. Dozens of mad bison were instantly crushed, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Then, he kicked out, sending a pack of vicious dogs flying into the air, blood spraying everywhere. While Dawa was rampaging, wolf howls echoed from another direction. Countless red eyes gleamed in the forest. Packs of bloodthirsty gray wolves squeezed out, drooling and staring at the old man, as if a voice was urging in their heads, "Eat him! Devour him! Good stuff, still coming, huh?" Ye Junlin's eyes twitched. According to this messed up setup, unless the old man can cultivate, how else is he supposed to deal with these mutated beasts? The wolves howled continuously, gray shadows rushing forward like the wind, fangs sharp enough to tear apart refined iron. But the little green gourd immediately spat out fierce flames, the scorching fire causing the wolves to cry out miserably. The golden gourd charged straight into the pack, its body like bronze and iron, fists and feet flying. The other gourds also used their divine powers, working together to wipe out the beasts. Half an hour later, the orange gourd used his telescopic eyes to scout around, listened for any movement, and then breathed a sigh of relief, reporting that there was no danger for now. Dawa ran over to ask Grandpa if he was all right. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the ground was littered with the corpses of beasts. Ye Junlin looked around and then laughed. "Grandpa's doing great. I can finally sleep soundly tonight." The little gourds obediently promised to keep watch and prepare food. Ye Junlin smiled and patted each of their little heads, and said kindly, "Grandpa's so lucky to have you guys here. I can finally enjoy the good life." But in his heart he thought, "With you little guys around, I can continue to lie back and pretend to be useless." But when the words came to his mouth, he changed his tone to fit the character he was playing. From then on, with the 7 gourd bros protecting him, he swaggered through the mountains. The beasts that came were no longer a threat. Thanks to the 2 with telescopic eyes and sharp ears keeping watch, they would report any movement immediately. Thanks to Dawa carrying him, even steep mountain slopes became flat roads. On the 250th day, when attacked by flying birds, the green gourd immediately spat fire, roasting the whole flock. The aroma spread, making Ye Junlin laugh with delight as he ate. On the 370th day, thanks to Dawa's strength, he built a tall, fortress-like house, complete with a swimming pool filled with water from the 5th gourd. The old man and his grandkids played happily. On the 1000th day, he wore tiger skin, held a sword forged by one of his grandsons, and stood on the city wall, looking out over the vast mountains and forests. Looking back on the years, he felt that he had been able to live so well because of his hard work. Ye Junlin survived to the end, living out his full lifespan, and died peacefully. Seeing this, Liu Huangchu stood still as a statue, his mind blank, his face constantly changing, from shock to disbelief, from confusion to amazement. He never thought the second trial would turn out like this. Others were scared and running, but you were leisurely cultivating, eating and drinking well. But what the hell were those 7 gourd bros? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. You're basically flipping the table in the middle of a desperate situation. Living to old age and dying peacefully in that terrifying place? Isn't that defying the heavens? Too scary, really too scary. In Liu Huangchu's eyes, Ye Junlin was no longer a person but some kind of never-before-seen monster. Meanwhile, outside the square, the trial takers were all buzzing with discussion, some pointing in shock, some muttering in a daze, chattering endlessly. Why hasn't he come out yet? How can an old man without cultivation survive in the Nightmare Mountain? Could he be cultivating inside? Every word made people's scalps tingle. Hong Tianye completely denied it, believing that, with such a setup, it was impossible. But in his heart, a feeling of disbelief arose, because he knew that after 200 days in the Great Mountain, it was absolutely impossible for a mortal to survive. At the age of 100, in a candlelit room, he was an old man with white hair, a haggard face, and a weak breath, lying on the bed, with 7 Calabash brothers beside him, their eyes brimming with tears. Dakawa held his hand and cried loudly, and the other brothers also burst into tears.
In their hearts, the old man with white hair was their closest person, their sky. Ye Junlin was filled with sadness, knowing that this was just an illusion. But the years spent together had turned into true affection, and now he had to leave. His heart was extremely uncomfortable. He trembled and said his thanks. "Thank you for being by my side. Thank you for going through these years with me. In the real world, I will always remember you." Hearing this, the 7 little Calabash brothers cried even more miserably, shouting, "Grandpa, you can't die!" They thought the old man was delirious, but Zhu Feng could feel the impending doom. His eyes gradually became calm, and a satisfied smile bloomed on the corner of his mouth. Then his eyes dimmed, and his old body completely lost its vitality. The room erupted in deafening cries. The 7 Calabash brothers painfully bid farewell forever to their kind and diligent old man. Ye Junlin survived to the very end, reaching the end of his lifespan, and died peacefully in Anran. Seeing this, Liu Huangshu stood motionless like a statue, his mind blank, his face changing constantly, from surprise to astonishment, from daze to shock. He never thought that the second trial would turn out like this. Others were afraid and ran away, but you were calmly cultivating your temperament, eating and drinking your fill. Lecturing was barely acceptable. But what the hell were those 7 Calabash brothers? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe it. What you've done is no different from flipping the table in the middle of despair. Living to old age and dying peacefully in that terrifying place. Isn't this defying heaven? Too terrifying. Really too terrifying. In Liu Huangshu's eyes, Zhu Feng was no longer a person, but a kind of monster that had never appeared before. Meanwhile, outside the square, the trial participants were all buzzing with discussion, some pointing in shock, others muttering in a daze, chattering endlessly. Why hasn't he come out yet? How can an old man without cultivation talent survive in the Nightmare Mountain? Could it be that he's cultivating immortality inside? Each word made many people's heads go numb. Hong Tianye completely denied it, thinking that with such a setup, it was impossible. But in his heart, disbelief arose, because he knew very well that after 200 days in the mountain, it was absolutely difficult for mortals to survive unscathed. Just then, the shining light disappeared, meaning that the last person had completed the trial. Under the gaze of 10,000 people, a figure in a black robe embroidered with golden patterns, with shimmering white hair fluttering in the wind, stepped out. Unlike the others who came out tired and listless, his godlike handsome face exuded an unprecedented tranquility, like the autumn wind sweeping through, peaceful and harmonious. The crowd immediately rioted, exclaiming endlessly, shouting in unison, "Ye Senior is out!" Hong Tianye was shocked. Unexpectedly, after coming out, this guy had such a reaction. He cried out in dismay, "Shizun, you finally revealed yourself!" Li Wuji saw the silver-haired youth appear, and hurriedly greeted him, anxiously asking, "How many days were you in there, and how did you finally die?" This was also the question that everyone wanted to know. All eyes were focused on Ye Junlin, full of doubt and incomprehension. Ye Junlin remained calm, seemingly still immersed in the role of the old man. He smiled warmly at Li Wuji, and slowly replied, "I died of old age." Died of old age? The crowd was immediately stunned. No one could utter a word. Zhu Wuyin was the first to regain his senses. He pointed tremblingly, his voice faltering with horror. Didn't you die a natural death?" These words made everyone's pupils contract. They looked at Ye Junlin as if he were a monster. Because being able to fake death in such a terrifying place, wasn't that living a full life and then leaving peacefully? Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with boundless shock. The whole place was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It must be known that this was no longer a matter of how many days he lived, but that Senior Yi had lived for dozens of years in the Nightmare Mountain. Hong Tianye's face was blank. He absolutely did not expect the result to be like this. This difference was really too absurd. No different from a villager who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, while the old neighbor had secretly become an immortal. A world of difference. Zhu Wuyin suppressed his shock, and humbly asked, "Senior Ye, may I presumptuously ask, how did you do it? What's the secret inside?" Li Wuji also eagerly interjected, "That's right, Shizun, the second round is over. Please tell us the secret to passing the trial." Everyone perked up their ears, their curiosity rising fiercely, like claws scratching in their hearts. Extremely unbearable. Ye Junlin nodded and said seriously, "Actually, the secret is very simple. Just relax your mind.
Plant some flowers and grass, and then you will get 7 magical gourds, and from then on you can dominate the mountain and live a leisurely life." Everyone was speechless, their expressions stiff. How could they relax their minds and grow grass in that situation? And what were the 7 magical gourds?
Shu Wuyin took a few steps back, looking at Ye Junlin in disbelief, his lips trembling. "This is also called simple?" Ye Junlin nodded seriously. "It is." Zhu Wuyin was silent. Then a flash of insight suddenly appeared in his heart. Could this be the will of the trial? To test whether people in despair can maintain a peaceful and calm attitude in the face of life and death? If that's the case, then everything is clear. He took a deep breath, clasped his hands and sighed. "Senior Ye, I am enlightened." These words were sincere, not at all false. Just the fact that he could still peacefully raise flowers and grass in the mountain was enough to make him admire him greatly.
Everyone around him also sighed. So we went down the wrong path. Everyone shook their heads regretfully.
Liu Huangshu watched this scene, and the corners of his mouth twitched straight. He was really helpless. He could only sigh that this guy's luck was too strong. Just then, a beam of immortal light 2 meters wide descended from the sky, covering Ye Junlin's entire body. The hazy light was like immortal energy from the 9 heavens, and a supreme majesty appeared around him, like an immortal king descending to the mortal world, causing the whole place to gasp in shock. Swish! The crowd immediately boiled over. Zhu Wuyin exclaimed enviously. Receiving 2 consecutive blessings of immortal techniques, Senior Ye's future is definitely limitless, and his immortal path will be smooth. Hong Tianye was so angry that he wanted to explode. He clenched his fists in his sleeves. His head seemed to be bleeding. The first trial was like this. The second trial was also like this. Could it be that this trial really has no part for him? Amidst the cheers, Ye Junlin only slightly curled his lips. Useless buffs. With no use whatsoever. Even if his aptitude is trash, his foundation is garbage. As long as he has the golden finger, he will become stronger when facing the strong, and he can defeat anyone who is 1 realm higher than him. So what difference does good or bad talent make? A surprised cultivator muttered, "Am I hallucinating? Why does Senior Yi seem to hate it so much? This is the blessing of immortal techniques in the legend." "If it were me, I would have been overjoyed," someone else awkwardly replied. Perhaps Senior Ye is not good at expressing joy. This detail made Liu Huangshu's eyes widen again. "Kid, what kind of expression is that? Are you looking down on my rewards? This is a blessing that even immortal venerables would be moved by. You have a 1/10 chance of being promoted to an eternal, unique, immortal emperor. Such a great feat is only bestowed by me in the world, but it's hated by a junior to this extent," causing Liu Huangshu to doubt his life. Could it really be that there's something wrong with me? But no matter. The next one is the third trial, which is also the final one of this trial. This is what I painstakingly created back then. It is absolutely the most unique idea in the myriad worlds. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up, like a mechanism master who was fascinated and wanted to show off his most beloved achievement. Just then, a majestic voice rang out in the air. "This trial is over. All trial participants outside the top 100 are eliminated." As soon as the words fell, with a flash of light, most of the cultivators disappeared in an instant. They were teleported out of Fallen Immortal Island, leaving exactly 100 people. Li Wuji clenched his fists, his stiff face showing excitement. "That's great! I wasn't eliminated!" Hong Tianye glanced at him and said indifferently, "Ha, you say that as if you have a chance if you stay." The majestic sound of the Hong bell rang again. Now, the final trial begins. A mysterious crack broke open in the void ahead, filled with milky white light, as if something was about to pour out. The white crack grew larger and larger, as if being pushed open by a fierce force, and then, with a swish, it expanded into a cave entrance. The milky white light surged, as if it wanted to fill the entire space. The voice rang out again. "Next, please enter the passage in order." Hearing this, everyone stepped into the passage, filled with apprehension, mixed with anticipation. In the ranks, there was a young figure wearing a black robe, his face as gloomy as rain, his eyes flashing with cruelty. It was Chen Xiao. He gritted his teeth, filled with hatred, and muttered in the darkness like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. "Ye Junlin, consider yourself lucky. You made me lose 2 immortal law blessings for nothing. But this time I won't lose again. As long as I win the final trial, I will get the inheritance of Fallen Immortal Island. At that time, your life, I can take it whenever I want." Stepping into the passage, everyone felt the world spinning, and when they opened their eyes again, they were stunned in surprise. What is this? Ye Junlin looked at the scene before him, his expression turning strange, never expecting to see this kind of thing in the world of cultivation. Despite having prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but feel it was too novel,
because what was laid out before his eyes was a virtual game interface, where you could sculpt your face, change your hairstyle, name your character, even exactly like a famous game from his past life.
Just as the group was still bewildered, a majestic voice echoed, "Welcome to the new reflection world. To ensure fairness, everyone can customize their appearance and participate in the battle using masks, so as to avoid retaliation after it ends. After choosing, you will ride a celestial ship towards Buji Island. The island has 6 areas, and everyone is free to choose their landing point. Equipment, pills, talismans, and cultivation techniques must be picked up or obtained by killing monsters. As time passes, deadly energy will turn into a circle, gradually engulfing the entire island. You must enter the safe zone while fighting each other. In the end, the survivor will be the heir to fallen immortal island."
As the words fell, the entire group was shaken, everyone bewildered, having never heard of such a trial, feeling like a new world had been opened. Ye Junlin was silent for a long time before finally uttering with difficulty, "Good heavens, are you trying to play, eating chicken, with me?" It was no wonder he was complaining, because this kind of setup was clearly the famous Battle Royale game from his past life. Soon, the cultivators began excitedly choosing their appearances, sculpting their faces, and naming their characters.
Someone chuckled darkly, saying,
"Worth it. Even if I return empty-handed, experiencing this novel gameplay is worth it," a female cultivator said calmly. "I must sculpt myself an absolutely beautiful face worthy of my flower-like appearance."
Ling Wuji looked at the character interface,
a feeling of itchiness rising in his heart. In fact, he had long had a bold idea. This time, he would definitely choose a female character, then adjust the body proportions to be strong, looking both beautiful and heroic, with a touch of mischievousness. After setting up the character, he pondered for a long time, and finally solemnly named it Supreme First Blade God. As for Ye Junlin, he was lazy. The character he chose had a bald head, a thin figure, and a face that was distorted into a wretched appearance, looking like he was asking for hate and love to be beaten. And for the name he casually wrote a few words, "Invincible so lonely." Immediately after everyone had finished choosing, a cold announcement rang out, without a trace of emotion. "Entering the ranks of reserves, trial participants please prepare." White light burst forth, the entire space blinding. When everyone opened their eyes again, before them was a vast celestial ship, its majestic aura shrouding the clouds, piercing through the layers of space, heading towards a mysterious island. Male and female cultivators gathered on the deck, and thanks to the disguised appearances, they were more relaxed, no longer awkward. Some pointed and praised loudly.
"That woman's image is very special."
Following the direction of their gaze, a tall figure appeared, muscles bulging like forged steel, a fierce yang energy erupting. However, what made it difficult for people to reconcile was that his face was as pretty as a maiden, with big, lively eyes and a small, cherry-like mouth, looking no different from an innocent girl. Someone couldn't help but tease, "Why are that young lady's pectoral muscles so prominent? What's it to you?" The person snorted coldly, kicking him to the ground with one foot. "I like it that way."
Noticing the surrounding gazes of surprise, the one with the bulging pectoral muscles puffed out their chest even more, raised their head high, and walked away proudly, smug in their heart. "Ha! You can't guess who I am." Just then, a teasing laugh rang out from the side. "Ha ha, surname Li, I didn't expect you to have such a special hobby."
Li Wuji's footsteps faltered, his face stiffening, and he slowly turned around. Beside him, a young man leaned against the railing with his arms crossed, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, a handsome appearance, and a hint of sarcasm hidden in his eyes. Li Wuji quickly waved his hand. "Ah, I'm not surnamed Li, don't talk nonsense." The young man's eyes swept over the title above his head, Supreme First Blade God, and looked straight into his eyes, the corners of his lips curving up meaningfully. "How do you think I figured it out?" "Li Wuji, this is bad. I've met someone smart, am I that obvious? Moreover, this person even called himself, this seat?" Li Wuji forced himself to calm down, looked up at the arrogant words above the young man's head. "Only I exist." Combined with the familiar tone, he replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "Hong senior brother, we're all in the same family, why expose each other?" Hong Tianye glanced at him, and said with disdain, "Stop pretending to be close. I'm just telling the truth. You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, are actually so perverted. If your identity is exposed, this might be the biggest stain of your life." "You?" Li Wuji was like being struck by lightning, his expression becoming even more awkward, but after thinking for a while he sneered. "Are you trying to scare me? Where's the evidence? Just based on the name above my head? That's too arbitrary. As long as I stubbornly deny it, who can prove it?" Saying that, he thrust out his pectoral muscles, glared with eyes as big as copper bells, with a provocative expression. "What? If you're not convinced, bite me." The corners of Hong Tianye's lips twitched slightly, admiringly sighing.
This guy is really stubborn.
Just as Li Wuji was still putting on that strange appearance, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the crowd.
I've never seen a face that looked so deserving of a beating.
Instantly, countless eyes turned to a slender figure in the distance. His head was shaved bald, shining brightly under the sun as if glowing, and his face had a wretched smile, extremely provocative. No matter which angle you looked from, anyone who saw it wanted to rush up and punch him, especially the words above his head, "Invincible, so lonely." It really made people angry.
The atmosphere instantly tensed up, and a murderous aura filled the air.
Hong Tianye frowned and muttered, "Why does this seat find this temperament so familiar?" Li Wuji clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. Who is this guy that looks so annoying? If it weren't still in the reserve stage, where we're not allowed to fight, I would have rushed up and beaten him up. Ye Junlin stood there, allowing the unfriendly gazes to sweep over him, only shrugging indifferently, silently sighing in his heart.
Alas, there's no way. I'm indeed too handsome.
He stood behind the railing, looking at the vast sea of clouds, vaguely seeing a huge island appear, which was Buji Island in the sky. In his mind, a map appeared, showing the entire layout of the island, with 6 areas: Ancient Sword Tomb, Chaos Blade Valley, Mist Bone Forest, Ice Frost Plains, Scarlet Eyebrow Mountain, and Crescent Moon Lake. When the celestial ship completely flew over the area of Buji Island, the trial participants were forced to choose a landing location. Ye Junlin stroked his chin, hesitating slightly.
Where should I jump down to in a moment? Because choosing where to land would directly affect his future development, from finding cultivation techniques and weapons to a convenient retreat.
Li Wuji, on the other hand, looked resolute. He said he would jump down to Chaos Blade Valley, because he was a blade cultivator, and would of course choose a place with many cultivation techniques and weapons related to blades. He turned to ask Hong Tianye where he planned to go, but Hong Tianye only said coldly that he would keep it a secret, not wanting to reveal it.
Li Wuji laughed lightly and teased, while Hong Tianye responded with disdain, believing that only the weak worried, and he believed that as long as he lived to the end, he would naturally prove his strength. He had originally experienced life and death in the demonic path, had rich survival experience, so he was even more wary of the people around him, and had already planned to choose a secret place, silently develop, and eliminate opponents step by step to grow stronger. In this virtual world, their actual cultivation techniques could not be used. Everything had to be found from the beginning, and only by collecting enough fragments could they be combined into a complete cultivation technique and be learned immediately. Equipment was also divided into clear levels, from low to high being white, green, blue, purple, orange, and gold, and pills were divided into healing and mana restoration. Talismans had many functions, such as invisibility, running fast, or weakening enemies. And there were also mounts that could be ridden, even participating in battle. All of this information automatically appeared in the minds of the trial participants, so that they could easily adapt. Hong Tianye did not hesitate, crossing the railing, his figure like a large bird in the air, rushing away, flying straight towards the place he had decided in his heart. Li Wuji also did not hesitate, shouting loudly and jumping down, directly choosing Chaos Blade Valley to develop.
As the number of people on the ship became less and less, Ye Junlin finally grinned, his bald head shining, his expression funny, his arms spread wide, his back facing outwards, imitating the action in a classic game, slowly leaning back and falling down. The action was originally very cool, but with that funny face plus the bald head, the whole scene became extremely ridiculous. Falling straight from 10,000 meters, the wind howled in Bai's ears, and the feeling of weightlessness washed over him.
Behind him, a pair of silver wings materialized, gently fluttering, emitting a crystal-clear light. He landed safely on the ground, revealing a vast, jade-green crescent-shaped lake before him, surrounded by lush vegetation and fresh air. Indeed, one of the 6 crescent lake regions, floating above the lake's surface, were clusters of light, all fragments of cultivation techniques, requiring assembly to obtain the complete manual. Immediately afterward, 5 figures plunged down, skimming the water like dragonflies. Upon seeing the orbs of light, they greedily rushed to snatch them. Mad laughter rang out, mixed with curses and threats. The group of men were no different from starving stray dogs, vying for every fragment, hoping to quickly piece together a technique and immediately kill their opponents. Ye Junlin stood by the lake, watching the scene, simply shook his head, and turned to enter the deep forest. Just then, a middle-aged man finished assembling a technique. His eyes were cold, his fist wrapped in crackling purple lightning. He roared loudly, his fist imprint like a furious venomous dragon, thunder exploding. A young man couldn't dodge in time, was blasted away dozens of meters, his body charred black before disappearing, leaving behind a box floating on the water, containing the fragments he had collected. The middle-aged man laughed viciously, continuing his attacks. 2 more people were killed, turning into floating boxes. He even picked up some equipment. An ambition began to stir in his heart when his eyes suddenly fell on a figure in the distance,
The middle-aged man saw a familiar figure, the buzz-cut head with the goofy face. He immediately smirked and charged fiercely,
shouting for Ye Junlin to stop.
As the figure turned around, the familiar mocking face was revealed, but he was no longer wearing ordinary blue clothes, but a rare set of imposing and cold black gold armor, holding a gleaming great sword in his hand, his body enveloped in a faint purple glow. He had collected a complete set of rare purple equipment and several earth-rank moves, his aura overflowing. The middle-aged man instantly felt his hair stand on end, and his whole body turn cold. What the heck? His luck is insane. The middle-aged man forced a smile, the threatening words turning into a tremble before he could even say them, only managing to stammer, "Be careful." Hearing this, Ye Junlin nodded, smiling faintly, and said,
"You're such a good person.
We clearly don't know each other, and yet you intentionally ran over to remind me to be careful in the middle of such a fierce battle. There really are still many good people in the world."
The middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, cupped his hands, and forced a smile.
"Invincible bro, if there's nothing else, this little bro will take his leave. Let's never meet again." Then he turned tail and ran like he was fleeing from the plague god, but just as his foot was about to step away,
the ear-splitting sound of a sword whistling through the air rang out behind him, its momentum like a tornado, sweeping away the grass and trees along the way.
The middle-aged man frantically erected an earth shield, runes lighting up, its aura as heavy as a mountain, but he couldn't withstand it in time. The shield shattered. Countless sword energies pierced through him, and he cried tears of despair. A second later, turning into a box, ending the battle there, Ye Junlin, clad in black gold armor, walked over step by step, purple light flowing around him. He sneered, "Hey, did you really think I believed those words? Now I can comfortably open the box, and empty all the fragments and treasures from the unlucky guy? Opening boxes after killing enemies is the essence of this battle royale game." As Ye Junlin continued to stroll around to kill time, he didn't realize that, in the distance, on the treetops, there were several pairs of eyes intently watching him. On the trees, 4 men and 1 woman stood watching, the eyes of each person filled with both surprise and ambition. A man dressed elegantly, holding a feather fan, frowned slightly, complaining that Ye Junlin's luck was off the charts, having gathered so many rare purple equipment fragments in such a short time. He was understandably jealous, because his group, although strong, only had a few blue-grade fragments, and were still very far from assembling a complete set. Another companion glared, angrily calling Ye a punchable face, already harboring the intention to take him down. One person said that they would definitely teach him a lesson before he dropped.
The girl in the team looked at Ye with longing, dreaming of taking the good stuff on his body.
Although the others shook their heads knowing it wouldn't be easy, the elegant man revealed his plan. Their team had close combat fighters and long-range attackers. If they coordinated well, there might be a chance to win by a smaller force. The key was that he had a few weakening talismans. If they were attached to the opponent, their strength would be reduced, and everything would be easier. The teammates immediately echoed their agreement, saying they were waiting to hear the specific action, ready to rush out and intercept Ye Junlin. On the other side of the forest, Ye Junlin was leisurely collecting light orbs, casually slashing a few monsters, when suddenly a soft voice rang out. "Invincible bro." Ye Junlin subconsciously turned around,
his hand on his sword, the blade reflecting light, a cold aura appearing. Ye Junlin frowned slightly. "Girl, what's the matter?" Before him was a girl with a shy but charming appearance. She waved her hand, her face flushed red, saying that she wanted to trade with him. He wouldn't hurt a fly. A girl in a fancy pink dress quickly stepped out, her walk exaggeratedly graceful, revealing a captivating charm.
"What's up, pretty lady?" Xu Feng asked, his tone laced with curiosity, wanting to see what she was up to. "Invincible bro, this girl here," she said, clasping her hands in front of her chest, her charming face showing a hint of shyness. "I want to make a deal with you. Is it the decent kind?" "Well, how do I put it? Not exactly decent, per se." "Then why don't you spell it out for me?"
Seeing Xu Feng's half-joking demeanor, the girl was both amused and afraid to laugh, fearing that a slip of the tongue would give her away. "Invincible bro, we're in this virtual world, all the appearances are fake, no one knows who's who IRL, but the experience is totally real. I want to trade some useful stuff with you, and as for the reward, you can't." She paused deliberately, a suggestive smile on her face. "Like, you know what I mean."
"Is this the right setting for this?"
Xu Feng raised an eyebrow, his eyes flicking to the words, "pickup artist," above her head, immediately understanding.
"Yeah. Does something like this even need a specific setting?" the girl said, giving him a flirty look, her tone teasing. "All right," Xu Feng nodded, a slight smirk on his lips, responding with feigned interest. The woman was secretly delighted, thinking that he had finally fallen into her trap. No wonder he's called invincible. Lonely, he's truly a lonely soul, easy to seduce. She pretended to be shy. "Let's get started." But unexpectedly, Xu Feng threw a pill at her feet, his voice expectant and serious. "Give it to me. I want to see you do push-ups."
The girl in the pink dress suddenly froze, her face blank, a big question mark seeming to appear above her head. "Wait, is there something wrong with you? I haven't even taken off my clothes yet. And he's telling me to do what now? You want me to do push-ups?" She blushed, her voice both embarrassed and angry. "Don't mess with me like that."
"Is one pill not enough? I'll give you a few more." Xu Feng waved his hand, 6 shining pills rolling to her feet, looking like he was giving alms to a beggar.
The girl in the pink dress's eyes widened.
"Invincible bro, you misunderstand me." She tried to remain calm, her smile forced. "What I mean is, you can arrange things however you want. Feel free to make any requests. The bolder the better." Xu Feng nodded, as if he understood. "Oh, so that's what you meant." The girl in the pink dress immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "That's right, so let's hurry up and get started. Then do a few sets of sit-ups too," Xu Feng said nonchalantly.
"You!" She was struck by lightning, her whole body trembling with anger. Seeing his teasing face, the fire in her heart burned even more fiercely. "This bastard is obviously messing with me on purpose." The girl in the pink dress gritted her teeth, trying to suppress her anger and rising killing intent. According to the original plan, she only needed to use her beauty to make him fall into her gentle trap, and then take action when he was off guard. The success rate would be much higher. But this man wasn't following the script.
Not only did he not fall for it, but he also made her exercise. Did he see through something? Or is he deliberately playing with me?
Just when she was confused,
a few pieces of high-grade, Suan-level cultivation manuals suddenly appeared at her feet. She looked up in shock, her voice trembling. "Invincible bro, I'm asking, are you gonna do it or not?"
Xu Feng raised his chin, his tone no different from a rich guy showing off his wealth. To him, these cultivation manuals weren't worth a penny. The girl in the pink dress was silent, her eyes fluctuating violently.
Finally, she bit her lip, bent down and started doing push-ups, her soft body trembling slightly with the rhythm. There was no other way. This man was being too generous. At this time, the group of people who were preparing to take action were dumbfounded, completely unable to believe the scene before them. One of them stared, trembling, and asked, "What is pickup artist doing?" "She's actually doing push-ups," another exclaimed in surprise. "No, now she's even doing sit-ups." The refined man's forehead was covered with bulging veins, losing his usual composure, and he roared in anger. "Damn it, that bastard is deliberately mocking us. No need to wait any longer, let's go." With a whoosh, 4 figures rushed out at the same time, one drawing his bow and shooting an arrow, the black light flying like shooting stars, one raising his shield and rushing forward like a bulldozer, his momentum fierce, and one holding a dagger, using shadow steps to transform into an assassin and launch a sneak attack.
Xu Feng smiled faintly, his voice mocking. "You've finally shown your faces." As soon as he saw the girl in the pink dress appear, he guessed that there were accomplices behind her, so he deliberately forced them to take action. Seeing that she was exposed, the girl in the pink dress immediately became ashamed and angry, and shouted, "How dare you mess with this old lady? I won't let you off." The silver whip in her hand lashed out, soft as a spirit snake, the wind whistling sharply, its power immense. But Xu Feng simply raised his great sword and slashed down with one stroke.
The brilliant swordlight swept across, the silver whip shattering into pieces, the shock causing the woman to spit blood, both in pain and humiliated, and that mocking face made her tremble with anger. A tall man shouted, "Mountain-shattering ram!" The giant shield in his hand was covered in earth-colored light, rushing forward like a collapsing mountain, dust billowing, its momentum unstoppable.
Xu Feng shouted, his great sword chopping straight down, the sword energy colliding, a deafening explosion, the giant shield shattering, and the entire huge figure turning into a wooden box. One after another, black light arrows shot over, Xu Feng not even bothering to dodge, letting them hit his black gold armor, making clanging sounds like metal. Immediately afterwards, a sharp wind sounded behind him. He turned around and swung his sword, a fiery ring of sword energy rolling out.
The assassin screamed miserably, his body shattered, falling right in front of him. Just then, the 6 talismans behind Ye Junlin lit up simultaneously. Black chi churned around him, and his body felt like it was being crushed by a demonic force, significantly weakening his condition.
He frowned, and turned around to see Ru Yanan standing before him with a smug look and a cold laugh. "The 6-fold weakening has sealed you. How much strength do you have left?"
He twirled his feather fan, unleashing a blinding white light. A low-grade, earth-rank spell shot straight toward Ye Junlin with supreme confidence.
He believed that in this state the opponent couldn't even lift his blade, and would be severely injured by this attack, allowing him to inherit all of his resources, techniques, and equipment.
But just as the radiance descended, Ye Junlin's body emitted a pure white light, dispelling all the black chi and purging all negative effects. Ru Yanan's eyes widened, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart.
Boom!
The spell was blocked by the sword, the energy exploded, and swirling lights scattered across the forest. Ye Junlin stood firm as Mount Tai, a smirk on his lips, and said nonchalantly,
"Too bad, I brought purification."
You had purification, and didn't say so," Ru Yan'an roared in anger, his heart aching. He had wasted 6 weakening talismans, only for the opponent to be saved by a purification talisman at the crucial moment. My fault? Ye Junlin shrugged, his voice indifferent. While looting, he had accidentally picked up a purification talisman, originally only considering it a spare, but unexpectedly, it was useful at the right moment, erasing all negative effects. Are you kidding me? Seeing the opponent's innocent act, Ru Yan'an was about to explode with rage, ready to curse him out. But as soon as he sensed the towering sword chi, his expression froze, and he quickly changed his tone, his face panicked. "Invincible bro, spare me! Invincible bro, don't kill me!"
The woman in the pink dress was so frightened that her face lost all color, and she looked at Ye Junlin's half-smiling, half-cold face, which was even more terrifying than a demon. "Why shouldn't I kill you? Just because you're pretty?" Ye Junlin smiled indifferently. The woman in the pink dress nodded repeatedly, her voice soft. "Yes, if Invincible bro is willing, I can serve you and help you alleviate your worries. Give me a chance, Invincible bro, give you a chance, your mom."
A sword slashed down, and the cold light tore through space. A deafening explosion shook the sky, the ground collapsed, and dust billowed. When the smoke cleared, only 5 wooden boxes lay there quietly. "You died peacefully, what are you doing?" Ye Junlin shook his head, gathered all the resources, swallowed a pill to restore his condition, slung his great sword over his shoulder, and walked away leisurely, humming a folk song.
At the border between the Scarlet Brow Mountains and the misty cloud forest, there was an area hidden on the map, as if no one had ever known about it before. Boom! A huge azure lightning bolt, as thick as a pillar of the sky, suddenly descended, the thunderbolt containing a bizarre power, striking the armored beast guarding the cave entrance. Its body immediately cracked and its flesh tore, blood splattering everywhere, and acrid black smoke rose. The beast roared in pain, its scarlet eyes filled with rage.
It dragged its huge, wounded body and swung its hand like a mace, smashing down. Boom! A black-clad youth was sent flying, sliding backward for dozens of yards, plowing 2 deep furrows into the ground. His handsome face was shrouded in darkness, his eyes flashed with anger, and his aura surged. Above his head, large black characters floated, as if declaring to the world,
"I have the aptitude to become an immortal."
This person was Chen Zhao, the holy son of the Feather Transformation sect, who had infiltrated the map. Upon entering, Chen Zhao originally only intended to collect light orbs, but he accidentally picked up a mysterious parchment map. It clearly marked the 6 divided areas of Puji Island. At first, he didn't find anything special about it, but the more he examined it, the more his heart trembled, because in that map, there was a hidden area between the Scarlet Brow Mountains and the misty cloud forest that was not displayed on the public map. Its name was Dragon's Lair. According to the records, the Dragon's Lair contained secrets left behind by an ancient divine dragon, and anyone who could find it would inherit a portion of the divine dragon's power, enough to overwhelm all living beings on this island. Chen Xiao was extremely excited at the time. The location of the Dragon's Lair was only known to those who possessed the parchment map. This meant that the secret was the key in his hands, and no one else knew about it. With this in mind, Chen Xiao followed the instructions and arduously advanced toward the Dragon's Lair. Despite encountering countless monsters blocking his path, he finally found the entrance. But just as he was about to step inside, a powerful armored beast appeared to guard the cave entrance, forcing him to fight desperately. Damn it, I hit it with a punishment talisman, and it's still not dead?
Chen Xiao gritted his teeth, glaring at the armored beast, its entire body covered in wounds. The punishment talisman was a rare treasure, specially designed to deal with monsters. He had always kept it a secret and dared not use it easily, but this time he had to take it out because the beast was too strong. Unexpectedly, a single strike of punishment was still not enough to kill it. The armored beast roared, its bloodied flesh surging forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey, its murderous aura filling the sky. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat. Right before his eyes was the entrance to the Dragon's Lair, where the divine dragon's power was hidden. As long as he inherited it, in the upcoming decisive battles, he would be unmatched, becoming the last survivor, and seizing the legacy of fallen Immortal Island. I, Chen Xiao, am the son of destiny. No one can stop my rise. His roar shook the earth, and his entire body surged with blood chi. Facing the charging armored beast, Chen Xiao leapt to his feet, made a hand seal, and released dozens of white rainbows, bombarding it continuously. Rumble, rumble, rumble! After a fierce exchange, the armored beast finally fell, turning into clusters of light, leaving behind fragmented techniques, talismans, and elixirs. HMPH? You forced my hand, Chen Xiao snorted coldly, collected all the spoils, and couldn't contain his excitement as he rushed into the Dragon's Lair. Inside the Dragon's Lair was a vast space,
like a strange cave heaven, resembling a mysterious stalactite cave. Chen Xiao followed the winding path and finally reached the end. Before him appeared an oval-shaped stone, radiating a heavy draconic aura that made others tremble. He reached out and placed his hand on it, and immediately a sacred light exploded, and a vast force flowed into his body, his entire body's blood boiling, his eyes shining brightly. In his dantian, a golden sphere appeared, surrounded by dragon-shaped qi, mysterious and noble. He had inherited a portion of the divine dragon's power. As long as he mobilized this sphere, he would have unparalleled power. Now I can crush those rare equipment-level powerhouses with one hand, and even the corpse level couldn't withstand a few moves in front of me. I'm invincible now. A proud laugh echoed throughout the dragon's lair. His hair flew wildly, as if he had already seen the vision of himself becoming the new master of fallen Immortal Island. Scarlet Brow Mountains, this holy sun is here to begin a killing spree. A portion of the dragon power overflowed from his body, and 2 shining dragon horns grew on his forehead. A golden dragon tail appeared behind him, his eyes like lightning, and his aura was extremely majestic. Whoosh! The half-human, half-dragon figure vanished in the dragon's lair. Outside the cave, a brilliant golden light tore through the void, rushing toward the Scarlet Brow Mountains at an unbelievable speed. Unlike the scene of wind and clouds on Puji Island, at this time in the real world, a Taoist priest with a scholarly demeanor stood in the courtyard, intently watching the surface of the lake where various images appeared. Oh, I didn't expect someone to find the method I deliberately left behind back then. When he saw Chen Xiao discover the dragon's lair and obtain the divine dragon's power, Liu Huangchu's face revealed a clear look of surprise. The so-called dragon's lair and divine dragon's power were actually just a special method, which could be considered a type of cheat, and the parchment map was just a clue. But the drop rate was extremely low. Chen Xiao's ability to receive this opportunity proved that he was indeed a person of great fortune. At this time on Puji Island, he was almost unmatched, capable of controlling the entire battlefield on his own. Could it be that the successor this time is him? Liu Huangchu frowned slightly, and he still felt a little averse in his heart, always feeling that this person was not a good person. Ancient sword seed. 2 figures were dueling, sword energy flying everywhere, techniques clashing fiercely. In the midst of it, a white-robed figure suddenly appeared. The person had long flowing hair, adorned with white icicles, a cold face, and eyes that hid starlight like stars in the sky. In his hand he held a blue longsword. It was Shu Wuyin. He launched an attack, his figure matched with the earth rank movement technique, rushing as fast as the wind. The ice soul sword in his hand waved, the sword body rippling mysteriously. A cold light flashed, and in an instant, snowflakes filled the sky, the cold air piercing to the bone. Not good. My body is becoming sluggish. A handsome man's pupils shrank, realizing something was wrong. The other gritted his teeth, trying to resist, roaring, "Kill!" But it was too late. In just 3 breaths, both were slashed over 100 times, the sound of blood falling into the void, directly turning into boxes. The snowflakes gradually melted, leaving only the white-clothed figure standing upright, holding a longsword, with 2 more boxes quietly lying under his feet. Shui Wuyin raised his head to look at Feng Xia, then noticed the newly updated map. A large circle covered 4 areas, with 2 places remaining outside the boundary. This is the death energy starting to spread. He frowned slightly. Fortunately, the location of the sword seed he was standing in was within the safe zone, so there was no need to worry for the moment. Even so, to cope with unexpected events, he still wanted to find a reliable mount so he could move in and out proactively. Because the area of Puji Island was too vast, if he couldn't get into a safe zone in time, and was devoured by the death energy, it would truly be the worst luck. Outside the circle, in Luandao Valley, inside a cave on the cliff face, a life and death battle was erupting at this moment. This giant eagle is mine, no one is allowed to fight for it. Get lost! Or die! Damn it, who are you? Several figures fought in chaos, one by one falling down, turning into boxes. Finally, the shouts gradually died down, leaving only a middle-aged man in a green robe, holding curved double blades in his hands, his face full of excitement. Haha, I finally won. This giant eagle is mine. He raised his head to look at the giant eagle, 8 meters tall, its entire body covered in feathers like cold steel, each sharp golden beak majestic, its aura soaring to the sky. He was extremely excited, his voice echoing, "This is my giant eagle!" At this moment the death energy was about to flood into Luandao Valley. Having this flying mount, he could leave quickly. Moreover, the appearance of the giant eagle was extremely impressive, truly a beast for both use and status. Is that so? A clear melodious female voice suddenly rang out. You're that freak woman on the ship.
The green-robed man was terrified, his spine turning cold.
He, this giant eagle is mine. The gigantic woman swung her great sword, the sword energy rolling like a storm, hitting the green-robed man before he could react, turning him into a box. That's right, it was Li Wuji.
Originally, he had planned to leave before the death energy arrived, but after hearing the sounds of fighting he lingered to observe. Seeing a flying mount, he immediately waited for an opportunity to leisurely reap the benefits.
Now the giant eagle was his. Looking at the imposing giant bird, its sharp eyes observing him, Li Wuji sighed. This giant eagle is big enough, I like it.
Misty pine forest was everywhere, covered by a thick layer of white fog, vaguely shrouding the lush green forest. Suddenly, a silver meteor streaked across the sky, trailing a brilliant light like a rainbow, then fell onto a mountain peak, causing a rumbling explosion that shook the area. What was that? Everyone was shocked. After a moment of stunned silence, One-Eyed Dragon Man went wild with joy. Could it be a treasure that fell from the sky? Treasures that fall from the sky were a rare setting in this trial, appearing with extremely low probability. Whoever could get to the crash site in time would reap countless precious resources. The situation was urgent. We must get to the treasure's landing site quickly. Then we'll split the resources evenly. Don't let others snatch them. One-Eyed Dragon Man shouted, secretly calculating in his heart. Now was not the time to turn against them. He had to keep them stable. Who knew? When they arrived at the treasure site, they might encounter another team, and then they would have to join forces to fight the enemy. But if there was no one, One-Eyed Dragon Man understood that the so-called splitting evenly was just lip service. If a supreme treasure really fell out, who would be willing to share it, take turns wearing it for the experience? By then, conflicts would definitely arise, and they would inevitably slaughter each other. The sound of wind whistling past their ears, 6 figures rushing forward quickly. Soon, they saw in the deep pit that had just been struck by the meteorite, the hot air still rising fiercely. In the middle of the pit lay a silver meteorite, emitting a dazzling white light. As long as a trial participant stepped up to open it, they would obtain the resources contained inside. The 6 people stood around the edge of the pit, their eyes unable to hide their burning desire. Because as long as they obtained all the resources, even a weakling could instantly transform into a phoenix. There's no one else around here, right? Is that so? Where? Isn't he right next to you? Before he could finish speaking, a palm strike carrying ink color suddenly struck. Arg! A tall, thin man was hit, his body exploding into bones and blood, immediately turning into a square box that fell to the ground. You dare to launch a sneak attack? The remaining 4 people's hair stood on end, both shocked and angry, immediately widening the distance, warily staring at the one who had just attacked. One-Eyed Dragon Man. He laughed coldly, his face smug. In this situation, who still cared about martial ethics? He understood in his heart that those few people would be opponents sooner or later. So it was better to strike first. Reducing one enemy would lighten the burden. You're too arrogant, thinking you can fight the 4 of us alone. Demonic bear roars heaven. One-Eyed Dragon Man roared, his figure rushing out, his hand covered in golden light fiercely striking out. In the blurred shadow of the palm appeared the figure of a giant bear, its mouth wide open roaring, its fangs bared, its eyes bloodshot, its murderous intent surging. The bodies of the other 4 exploded into bones and blood, immediately turning into square boxes that fell to the ground. This treasure is all mine. He laughed loudly, feeling a surge of accomplishment. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, throwing out 5 talismans, 2 weakening talismans, 3 flame talismans, all directly stuck onto One-Eyed Dragon Man's body. Who is it? In an instant, his state plummeted, his entire body burning in a strange flame, his life force flowing away madly. The person revealed himself to be a man in red, with handsome features, a teasing smile on the corner of his lips, and the words, "I alone am supreme," clearly displayed above his head. Is it you? One-Eyed Dragon Man trembled with anger, his eyes bloodshot, immediately recognizing the one he had seen on Immortal Boat. Hong Tianye coldly laughed. Being lamb should have the awareness of being lamb. Dare to dream of monopolizing treasure. Have you looked in the mirror? Are you worthy? He had actually arrived here earlier, knowing that extracting resources from the meteorite took time, and if he directly showed his face, he would be surrounded and attacked, so he decided to lie in ambush waiting for the opportunity. Therefore, Hong Tianye immediately used Concealment Talisman, taking advantage of the surprise to strike, weakening the opponent to gain the upper hand. You despicable shameless! One-Eyed Dragon Man gritted his teeth and roared, "Ha ha, don't forget, you yourself killed all your teammates, I'm just a bystander watching the show," Hong Tianye mocked, then quickly finished the job. Immediately, several streams of death lightning shot out from his hands, striking One-Eyed Dragon Man. A square wooden box quietly lay on the ground, its former owner having turned to ashes. Passing away peacefully, Hong Tianye didn't bother to look, striding straight to the meteorite.
After several dozen seconds, the bright meteorite gradually dimmed, turning into an ordinary rock. So, Hong Tianye opens his item, his heart surging. The white clothes on his body disappeared, replaced by a majestic dark purple armor. A mysterious aura radiates intensely. A pair of magnificent purple flame wings sprouted from his back, releasing scorching heat. A dark black Feng Tian Huaji halberd appeared in his hand, filled with killing intent, as if wanting to tear the sky apart.
A complete set of epic tier gear was now in his grasp.
Feeling the power surging through his body, the corners of Hong Tianye's lips couldn't help but rise. He finally looked up and laughed maniacally. Haha, as expected, this future belongs to me. I am the ultimate victor. He was already imagining himself slaughtering in all directions, becoming the only one left standing, inheriting the glory of Vanimmortal Island. Just then, a new circle appeared on the map, with the two locations of Luandao Valley and Bingcheng Plain covered by death energy. This time, the circle shrank to only include Chiwei Mountain. Although Chiwei Mountain is very far away, it's not a concern for me now. Hong Tianye laughed triumphantly. The purple flame wings behind him flapped powerfully, bursting with dazzling light. A sonic boom resounded as his figure transformed into a dark, purple beam of light, surpassing the speed of sound, flying straight towards the horizon. On Buji Island, a gray donkey clattered across the mountains. Hurrying towards Chiwei Mountain, the donkey looked both silly and foolish, with an unattractive appearance. Yet it was a true mount. Sitting on its back was a thin, shaggy-headed fellow, his face full of a nonchalant expression, always exuding an air of ridicule towards the world, making anyone who saw him want to punch him. That strange combination became a refreshing touch amidst the bloody battlefield.
The shaggy-headed guy glanced back, seeing the rolling death energy closely behind, and could only sigh. These circles are closing way too fast. He patted the donkey's head, urging, "Zhao Hui, hurry up a bit, hang in there. Later, I'll find you a female to breed with." The donkey raised its head and neighed in dissatisfaction, indicating that it had exhausted its strength.
Ye Junlin could only shake his head. This mount not only has a mediocre appearance, but even its speed is too slow. If he wants to replace it with a more powerful one, the top priority, of course, must be speed. Just then, a silver star streaked across the sky, like a shooting star falling straight down in front of him. Good stuff, isn't that a care package? Ye Junlin immediately understood that this was a type of treasure falling from the sky, containing countless benefits. "Zhao Hui, hurry over there." The donkey immediately charged forward. Upon arriving at the meteorite's landing site, Ye Junlin leaped down. He placed his hand on it, initiating the item retrieval process. When he clearly saw what was inside, Ye Junlin took a deep breath. Whoa! Golden legendary Chiwei Mount. The continuous mountain range undulates, appearing majestic and vast. Here, the rocks and sand are all a fiery red, and the temperature is significantly higher than elsewhere. Figures successively arrived, gathering at this final battleground. Those who had entered Chiwei Mountain early were quickly finding places to hide. No one dared to act rashly, because revealing oneself too early would easily make one a target for everyone's attacks. Suddenly, a white-clad figure, riding a white tiger, entered Chiwei Mountain. The white tiger was 3 meters tall, its entire body covered in snow-white fur, untainted by dust. Its deep blue eyes flashed with a fierce light. On the tiger's back was a cold, white-clad man with a long sword at his waist. His face was indifferent, and his eyes didn't seem to regard anyone as an opponent. Above his head appeared 4 large characters. Bai Yi Jianxian, white-clothed sword immortal, directly announcing his true identity in the real world. Not bothering to hide it was absolute confidence. It was sword immortal Shui Wuyin. Hidden in the shadows, many people trembled in their hearts. Everyone understood that this was a formidable enemy. HMPH, what's there to be afraid of? Everyone here is the same, relying on their own methods to achieve their goals. Daring to be so public. Isn't he just asking to be ambushed and surrounded? A deep voice sounded. Obviously, since Zhu Wuyin appeared on the most eye-catching white tiger in Chiwei Mountain, he had long been noticed by everyone. His contemptuous attitude and dismissive gaze made many trial takers uncomfortable, and murderous intent surged in their hearts, because having the opportunity to exchange blows with a sword immortal was rare in this lifetime. Even though this was just a virtual world, it could be considered indirectly engaging in combat with a strong opponent. After going out, they could still brag. I once fought against a true sword immortal, and it was a back-and-forth battle. Shui Wuyin, with his keen intuition, had already sensed that someone was lurking in the shadows. The murderous intent in the air was becoming increasingly concentrated. It seemed that someone was about to launch a joint attack on him. However, he didn't care at all, still calmly riding the white tiger, stepping leisurely. Suddenly, a clear cry pierced the sky, followed by hearty laughter, Just hearing the voice knew it was a girl. All eyes turned in unison, and immediately revealed a strange expression. On the back of a giant eagle appeared a small figure, in the shape of a loli, with her arms crossed in front of her chest. Seeing this scene, even the corners of Shui Wuyin's mouth twitched, unable to suppress a sense of annoyance.
At this moment the great eagle flapped its wings, soaring in the sky.
On its back, a petite girl, but her face revealed a mischievous expression, looking down at the white-clothed man with interest. Hee, your mount has style. Shu Wuyin nodded slightly. Thank you for the compliment, Taoist friend. The white tiger under him was a high-level mount, and could also assist in combat. Indeed a great help. The girl proudly puffed out her chest, saying smugly.
But my great eagle is bigger than yours.
Shui Wuyin was speechless. The person who had just appeared was none other than Li Wuji. After a few frivolous words he deliberately glanced around, sneering. Alright, how long are you all planning to hide? As soon as he finished speaking he immediately drew his broadsword, and shouted with imposing momentum, I hate these sneaky rats the most. If you don't come out, don't blame this old man for seeking you out one by one. The words were like adding fuel to the fire. The murderous intent in the air immediately surged. Those hiding in Shui Mountain were already dissatisfied, now even more angered. Shui Wuyin was a sword immortal. Arrogance could still be understood. But someone with such a strange lowly appearance dared to be arrogant. Wasn't that too much? Many people had already begun to stir, murderous intent rising like the tide. In this Shui Mountain, there were no less than 30 people hiding. Once they joined forces, it would be an extremely powerful force.
Even someone with enough rare equipment, holding Earth-grade cultivation techniques in their hands, once surrounded, it would be difficult to escape certain death. Li Wuji's provocation was like lighting a fuse, many people were thinking. It would be better to deal with that lowly first, as a way to vent their anger. Shui Wuyin smiled, sincerely suggesting, Taoist friend, you and I have similar goals. Why not temporarily join forces to clear out these rat nests hiding here? Li Wuji scratched his head, seeing that the other party was sincere and not too arrogant, so it wasn't convenient to refuse. He replied, Since you have the sincerity, I'll temporarily accept this cooperation.
Li Wuji waved his broadsword, slashing heavily at the mountainside of Shui Mountain. A violent explosion resounded, dust and rocks swirled, the mountainside cracked, and a crack revealed, inside, a scarred man kneeling halfway, shouting, At this point, what are you still hesitating for? Go up and deal with them. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of powerful auras erupted simultaneously, light and murderous intent soaring into the sky. Figures rushed out of the darkness, with all sorts of weapons, each displaying their own unique skills. Their faces were full of killing intent. Obviously they had been provoked. Deciding not to hesitate, first they must eliminate the two strongest people in front of them. Too much. Kill. The shouts of killing resounded like thunder, the murderous intent so thick that the air became viscous.
Shui Wuyin still maintained a calm expression, his right hand placed on the hilt of his sword, slowly drawing it out. With that movement, the surrounding air suddenly cooled, the temperature dropped sharply, snow flurries drifted and swirled around him. When the sword was completely drawn, a violent burst of cold air erupted, the ground around him quickly froze, ice spreading continuously. The long sword was about 1 meter long, with a dazzling ice blue light. Obviously an upgraded version of the Ice Soul Divine Sword, its quality reaching epic tier. Damn it, his weapon is epic tier, no wonder he's so arrogant. What's there to be afraid of? He only has the sword that's epic tier, the other equipment is all excellent grade, obviously strong offense but weak defense, we can beat him. Immediately, more than a dozen people rushed over simultaneously, displaying all kinds of attack skills. The corner of Shui Wunyin's mouth slightly curved. A cold smile, he gently crouched, his figure flying into the air, his white robe fluttering, his long hair waving in the snow. The scene was almost surreal. Swish. A sword was swung. The sword aura swept across like a violent gust of cold wind. Swoosh. A sword slashes out, its energy like a fierce biting wind sweeping across. Rumble. The surrounding space is filled with bone-chilling cold. The icy intent spreads, turning faces pale, bodies stiff, and movements sluggish like they're in chains. Shui Wuyin uses a top-tier earth-grade movement technique, his figure shifting unpredictably, reality and illusion blurring. His sword is so fast it's a blur, his attacks utterly lethal. In mere seconds, several people are struck, collapsing, instantly lifeless, leaving only small, square wooden boxes behind. White snow fills the sky, ice covers the ground, and the cold surges like a rising tide, swirling and spreading, a stark contrast to the fiery landscape of Shui Mountain. What kind of freaky sword is that? I can barely move, stay focused, stay calm. The crowd immediately descends into chaos. In the blink of an eye, Shui Wuyin's superior skills have shattered their initial overwhelming assault, like smoke in the wind. He grips the Bingpo divine sword tightly, his hair flying in the snowstorm, his face cold and emotionless as he swings his blade. Swoosh! Swoosh!
Swoosh!
The Bingpo divine sword flashes with a frigid blue light, its chilling aura spreading in all directions.
Everyone stares in horror as their bodies gradually frost over, the blood in their veins freezing, their movements growing sluggish, and their faces contorting in agony. No, this can't be.
Zhu Wuying glides through them, his cold sword light crisscrossing, each person falling,
transforming into boxes that drop with a thud on the ground.
Soon, all that remains are scattered boxes. Except for the two of them, not a single living soul remains. Heh, those little rats are taken care of. Now, it's our turn to duel. Li Wuji grips his great blade, his voice low. Their brief moment of perfect cooperation is fleeting. Now, only the two of them are left on Chimmy Mountain. A life-or-death battle is inevitable. Suddenly, Zhue Wunyin seems to notice something, narrowing his eyes. Swordlight shoots out a beam of chilling energy over 3 meters long, he says coldly. HMPH, still trying to hide. Get lost. A ring of icy blue sword energy sweeps through, slamming into a hidden corner of Chimmy Mountain, exploding with a deafening roar. Dust and rocks billow, the earth crumbles and slides, a scene of immense power. As the dust settles, a scornful laugh rings out, followed by a burst of dark purple light that obliterates the remaining smoke. In a large crater, a figure stands with their hands clasped behind their back, clad in dark purple armor from head to toe. The young man smirks, 4 bold characters floating above his head. Only I am supreme.
Who are you laughing at? Li Wuji recognizes the other person and blurts out in annoyance. Shu Wujin looks at the armored figure, warning him cautiously. Be careful, this guy is trouble. He knows the power of the Shushi equipment. He himself wields the Bingpo divine sword, which allows him to attack quickly and release freezing energy. But his defense is lacking. He compensates for his weakness with speed and deceptive movement techniques. But facing Hong Tianye in a full set of Shushi equipment, the pressure is on a whole new level. The figure in purple armor chuckles easily, saying that he planned to ambush them on Chimmy Mountain, watch them kill each other, and then reap the benefits. But he's been exposed. This young man is Hong Tianye. He's been lying in wait, carefully observing the situation, and finding Shui Wuyin the only opponent worth noticing. Seeing that the other person is too perceptive, Hong Tianye doesn't need to hide anymore. He steps out, and Shui Wuyin responds, You have good equipment, but that doesn't mean you can beat me. Hong Tianye says coldly. Want to find out? His eyes flick to Li Wuji, hinting at whether that person will really stand aside and help Shui Wuyin if necessary. Only Hong Tianye and Li Wuji understand the implication. If Li Wuji helps Shui Wujin, they will have conflict in the real world. Li Wuji understands Hong Tianye's meaning, but he can't object and looks troubled. Shu Wuyin frowns, warning, Don't threaten her. Suddenly, the petite figure explodes in anger, yelling, Shut up! If you dare say another word, I'll chop you to pieces. The anger and killing intent in her voice make the air crackle. Her expression is so ruthless that it sends shivers down your spine. Hong Tianye frowns slightly. He hates being threatened most of all, but seeing the other party's extreme reaction, he considers the person's identity and strength, and reluctantly swallows his anger. Even so, for the sake of his pride, Hong Tianye still refuses to back down, saying coldly, HMPH, I didn't say anything. You don't need to be so vicious. Do you think I'm scared of you or something? Hearing this, the lowly Li Wuji glares angrily, her breath coming in gasps, her chest heaving, grinding her teeth as she replies, I'll say this one last time, don't cross my bottom line. Li Wuji is both angry and worried. If her true identity is revealed, she will never be able to face anyone again. She will be considered a pervert. If she becomes the legendary knife god one day, this stain will definitely become an indelible dark history. Thinking of this, Li Wuji becomes even more furious. Even a killing intent flashes in her heart, wanting to just get rid of Hong Tianye once and for all. Shu Wuyin frowns. Seeing the attitude of the two, he guesses they know each other. If it weren't for their different positions, he would really want to ask Hong Tianye to reveal the lowly's true identity, because she is too special, making him want to know more. Hong Tianye snorts coldly. Who are you trying to scare? If you have the guts, let's have a one-on-one battle with me later. Li Wuji understands that this is giving him a way out, and calms down, replying using that as an excuse. All right, I'll wait. This statement implies that he will not help Shui Wuyin, and let the two fight on their own. After all, in the real world he and Hong Tianye are fellow disciples. Shui Wuyin doesn't care at all, raising his sword and pointing it directly at Hong Tianye, his voice as deep as steel. Watch closely, I'll show you how I'm gonna chop him down. Hong Tianye purses his lips, his face showing a clear expression of discomfort. He had just raised his Feng Tianhuaji, preparing to launch an attack, when a series of deafening explosions suddenly echoed from afar, shaking the earth. The thick, dark clouds in the sky are torn apart, scattering in large patches. In mid-air, a dazzling golden light splits the sky and descends. A golden figure, half human and half dragon, descends from above, his aura seeming to crush the entire Chimmy Mountain. 2 dragon horns grow on his forehead, his long hair flies, his figure is tall, handsome, and arrogant. He stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his golden tail swaying gently behind him, his entire body radiating a terrifying aura that distorts the surrounding space, causing shimmering ripples to appear. 6 large characters shine brightly above his head, as if to announce to the world, "I have the aptitude to become an immortal."
The person who has arrived is Chen Xiao.
He licks his lips and smiles coldly. "So, you're all that's left. Even though I can't fully enjoy a grand massacre, wiping out the strongest guys here should be satisfying enough." His lips curled into a cruel smile, his words overflowing with killing intent. What kind of technique is this that allows him to transform like that? Hong Tianye frowned, sensing a terrifying force engulfing his opponent. Hong Tianye tightened his halberd, his eyes narrowed, his whole body on alert.
"Who are you?" Chen Xiao chuckled, his arrogant voice echoing through the air.
"You ask who I am? Then I'll mercifully tell you. I am the chosen one of the fallen immortal island." As soon as he finished speaking, a violent storm arose in the sky, thunder rumbling. Hong Tianye's expression changed, and he replied coldly, "You are too arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible?" That's right, Chen Xiao's eyes were arrogant, his aura domineering. "This holy sun is invincible." Hong Tianye growled, "You just wait, I will wake you from your dream." With that said, he glanced at Shui Wuyin, his voice dropping. "Let's join forces and eliminate this guy first." "I think so too, his power is very strange," Li Wuji said with a serious face. Shu Wujin glanced at the Luli beside him and nodded. "Okay, I agree. Haha, great!" Chen Xiao laughed loudly, his eyes full of excitement.
"All 3 of you can come at me together. I don't have time to play around for long."
As soon as he finished speaking, the aura on his body exploded, surging like a storm. Boom boom, the sky changed, and lightning poured down like a waterfall of death. Hong Tianye roared. The purple wings behind him burst into flames, flapping violently, creating a scorching heat wave. His figure was like a bolt of lightning rushing straight towards Chen Xiao. The Fang Tianhuaji in his hand swung out, the purple light surging, the halberd blade shining brightly as if to shatter the sky. With a deafening bang, dazzling light exploded throughout the space. The corner of Hong Tianye's lips slightly twitched, revealing a smug look. This is a full-force strike from a death-dealing grade weapon, with astonishing power, enough to seriously injure anyone.
Shu Wuyin frowned slightly. If it were him, he was afraid that he would hardly survive that attack.
As the lighting gradually dissipated, in the dim light, a figure still stood tall, the corner of his mouth lifted, revealing a mocking smile. "Is that all you've got?" Chen Xiao squatted slightly, his body flashed, his palm turned into a dragon claw, and he unleashed a powerful palm. Looking closely, his entire arm was covered with dragon scales and surging spiritual pressure. "What?" Hong Tianye turned pale. She didn't expect the other party to be uninjured, not even a hair. The dragon claw collided with the Fang Tianhuaji, bursting out a violent shock, and waves of space vibrations spread throughout the sky. Cough ah! A stream of bright red blood flowed from the corner of Hong Tianye's mouth, and his eyes gradually froze, unable to believe it. What kind of power is this? Even a death-dealing grade weapon has to submit. Seeing that the situation was dangerous, Shu Wuyin immediately gathered his spiritual energy, pouring all his strength into the Ice Soul Divine Sword. A ring of blue ice sword energy exploded, entraining a whirlwind and icy snow as it swirled into the sky. Chen Xiao originally planned to kill everyone with one blow, but his rhythm was broken by the unexpected attack, and his movements faltered slightly. Hong Tianye took the opportunity to retreat, widening the distance, his eyes full of fear, and he questioned in a cold voice, "Where does your power ultimately come from?" "That's right, what makes you able to transform? And we can't." Li Wuji gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Chen Xiao smiled faintly. "I've already said I am the chosen one, the legitimate heir of the fallen immortal island. How dare you mongrels compare to me?" After speaking, he casually dispelled the blue ice sword energy, his eyes looking down as if into an abyss. "Kill him for me!" Li Wuji roared, extremely angry. He swung his blade and slashed fiercely. A brilliant blade light, as bright as divine punishment, descended, its aura surging. Clearly this was a top-grade combat skill. Li Wuji had always concealed his strength, and now he was forced to the point of desperation, before unleashing his full power. "The knife may break, the blood may flow, but you must die for me." HMPH, does this ugly thing dare to approach this holy sun? Chen Xiao scorned, his face full of disgust. He raised his dragon claw and swung it out like thunder, slamming it straight into the dazzling blade light. "Oh yan!" The blade light shattered, and the light dissipated. Li Wuji was blown away by the powerful force, his body slammed into the ground, and he spat out blood. The great condor screamed angrily,
spread its wings and soared into the sky. Thousands of sharp feathers rushed over like rain.
"Does a hairy beast dare to act presumptuously in front of me?" Chen Xiao sneered. He slightly lifted his hand, gathering spiritual energy into a 3-zang-wide golden dragon claw, filled with terrifying dragon might, and then snapped it straight down on the great condor. Suppressed by the dragon might, the great condor trembled, completely losing its ability to resist, its eyes full of fear and despair. Bang! The dragon claw tightened, and the great condor's huge body exploded in mid-air, turning into a rain of blood and falling down. My condor! Li Wuji's eyes were about to burst, and he screamed madly. "Aha! You killed my condor. I'll kill you." Even though he knew this was just a virtual world, the feelings between him and the great condor were as deep as bosom buddies. At this moment, witnessing it being crushed, his eyes were bloodshot, and his killing intent soared. Li Wuji gritted his teeth, a talisman appearing in his hand. He poured his magic power into it, his figure immediately blurring before disappearing. At the critical moment, he used a secret technique to quietly circle behind Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao immediately sensed something amiss. His body suddenly flashed. 8 talismans stuck to him at some point, all simultaneously erupting with a mysterious light. 6 weakened him, and 2 unleashed flames, all hitting their mark. Feeling a barrage of negative effects descending upon him, Chen Xiao flew into a rage, feeling like he was being played by this woman. He roared, dragon claws piercing through Lu Lai's chest, blood splattering everywhere. "Avenge my giant eagle, you too!" Li Wuji howled, his voice hoarse with anger. "Die!" Chen Xiao snarled, his dragon claws tightening. Bang! Lu Lai's body shattered, turning into a square box that fell to the ground. "No!" Xu Wuyin raised his head and let out a long howl, the north wind howling around him as snowflakes swirled violently. In his rage, he gripped the Ice Soul Divine Sword tightly, his entire body transforming into a stream of icy blue light, piercing straight through like an avatar of the Ice Snow Divine Dragon. The heavens and earth shook. White snow surged, as if wanting to bury the entire Crimson Brow Mountain. That was his ultimate technique, the strongest move Xue Wuyin could unleash. He wanted revenge for Li Wuji, and for the giant eagle that had fallen. At that moment, Hong Tianyé's eyes flashed. Seeing his teammate desperately creating an opportunity, he immediately poured all his magic power into the Fang Tianhua Ji halberd. Bang! A blood-red beam of light, wider than 10 zang, shot out, carrying an astonishing aura of destruction, sweeping straight towards Chen Xiao. Heaven-tier mid-grade ultimate technique, Destruction Ray. This wide-area combat state descended upon Chen Xiao. Being simultaneously attacked by 2 terrifying forces, he felt as if his entire body was being crushed, his internal organs churning as if burning. "You've completely angered me," a ferocious roar echoed, containing a faint dragon's roar of authority, shaking the very sky as if it were trembling. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth, exhausting all the power of the divine dragon within his body. In an instant, his entire body radiated a blazing light, his skin gradually covered in patches of hard dragon scales, shining with a brilliant crimson gold luster. Dragon horns sprouted from the top of his head, he was clad in dragon armor, his limbs transformed into dragon claws, and behind him was a dragon tail gently swaying, looking no different from a true little dragon person. When releasing the pure power of the divine dragon, Chen Xiao's aura soared, becoming many times stronger than before. Oomph. The air exploded. Waves of turbulent air surged out, instantly erasing the 2 attacks from before, dissipating them completely. What? Hong Tianyé's expression changed, staring in horror at the dragon person figure standing tall in the void. Impossible. Xue Wuyin trembled, his eyes widening, waves of shock rising in his heart. Without using magic treasures or operating cultivation techniques, where did this terrifying power come from? The sky turned gloomy, and the chaotic air current seemed to be reversed. Chen Xiao stood in mid-air, his eyes like lightning, the aura around him ancient and powerful, like an ancient divine dragon descending. Before that pressure, all creatures on the island trembled. Every monster knelt down in unison, kowtowing respectfully and shouting, "Greetings, Dragon King!" Even the donkey that Ye Junlin was riding stopped abruptly. Looking at the illusion of a dragon in the sky from afar, Ye Junlin blurted out, "Oh, there's a dragon. I wonder who cast this spell." Li Wuji was teleported out, gnashing his teeth and yelling, "Damn it, this dragon is too arrogant. Who is he?" Those outside were also observing the battle through lenses. Someone exclaimed, "This half-human, half-dragon form is terrifying, like a naked demon dragon. What if he had a mythic sword immortal? In front of this demon dragon, he's nothing more than an ant." Chen Xiao sneered, his deep voice echoing, "Before absolute power, all schemes or resistance are meaningless." His gaze swept over Li Wuji, who had just fallen and transformed into a wooden box, and a teasing smile appeared on his lips. Then he raised his hand and condensed 2 giant black and white light orbs. Chen Xiao waved his hand and roared, "Dual dragons devour the heavens!" In an instant, the two orbs transformed into dual dragons carrying vivid spirituality, shooting away. The two giant dragons, thousands of meters long, waved their tails with turbulent momentum, roaring and charging straight towards Hong Tianye and Xue Wuyin. Not good. The two were shocked, their hearts sinking to the bottom.
The previous ultimate move had consumed almost all of their magic power. They hadn't had time to recover, and now they had to fight again. This was definitely a desperate situation.
The dual dragons descended like divine punishment. Before this desperate situation, Xue Wuyin plunged his sword into the ground, creating a layer of ice defense. But in an instant, the ice shattered, and the dual dragons pierced through Xue Wuyin's body. Deo brother, I'm sorry, I can't avenge you and that giant eagle. Xue Wuyin's entire body was stained with blood, his voice hoarse and weak.
With those words, his head drooped, and his body transformed into a small, square wooden box.
After all, his protective gear was only fine grade. Under this terrifying attack, there was no way he could have survived.
Chen Xiao sneered. The inheritances and equipment you pride yourselves on are simply not worthy of this saint's claws.
Cough, cough. Not far ahead, a halberd was tilted and stuck into the ground. Beside it was the figure of a young man covered in blood, kneeling on one knee, panting. The mythic gear on his body was tattered, severely damaged, but still enough to keep his life hanging by a thread. Raising his head to look at the sky, Hong Tianye saw Chen Xiao's figure standing tall in midair, his power surpassing even the Dragon King. His face turned pale, and his heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness.
Damn it! Could it be that this great immortal destiny will belong to him again?
Hong Tianye gritted his teeth, his low voice trembling with anger.
It was clearly a supreme opportunity, a peak inheritance of immortals, yet now he could only watch it fade away in despair.
Ha ha! A mad laugh echoed across the Crimson Brow Mountain. Chen Xiao stood in midair, his entire body radiating a brilliant golden light, his face clearly showing the arrogance and extreme pleasure of someone who held invincible power in their hands. This inheritance on Fallen Immortal Island was now, in his eyes, nothing more than an easy game.
After bitterness comes sweetness. Ha ha! After bitterness comes sweetness.
Chen Xiao raised his head and laughed loudly, recalling the humiliation he had suffered, now washed away in glory. He spread his arms, the smile on his lips widening. All his enemies were just stepping stones for him to ascend. This moment was the best proof. When he obtained the immortal destiny, he would soar to the heavens in one step, sweep away all humiliation, and repay it 1,000-fold. Many people outside saw the scene and exclaimed, "As expected, he's the winner this time. This power is like cheating." "That's right, where's Ye Junlin? Isn't he always defying the heavens? Why haven't we seen him? He's probably been eliminated early. At this point, no matter who it is, they can't beat the demon dragon."
"As long as I deal with you," Chen Xiao grinned cruelly, slowly raising one finger,
"I will be the final victor." A terrifying aura radiated out, causing Hong Tianye's entire body to turn cold.
He thought to himself, his hands couldn't even lift anymore. Is it really the end? Now that I think about it, why haven't I seen my master this time?
Chen Xiao unleashed his claws, sneering. "The inheritance of Wu Immortal Island is only worthy of a heaven-ordained person like me. Remember to have a good reincarnation in your next life. Don't provoke me again." Clop, clop, clop. Suddenly, the steady sound of donkey hooves came from afar, sounding rhythmic. Following the sound, a donkey carrying a bald man slowly approached. There's still a third person in the trial?
Chen Xiao frowned in surprise.
It turned out that he was so focused on the battle just now that he didn't notice there was still a survivor on the map.
It's that idiot on the immortal boat from before.
Hong Tianye narrowed his eyes, recognizing the familiar figure. No. Could it really be him? He shook his head. Even if it was true, that person's appearance now would only lead to death.
After the battle just now, Hong Tianye had completely understood that the only winner could be Chen Xiao. Before absolute power, resistance was meaningless.
Luckily, I made it in time. Ye Junlin raised his head to look at the miasma that was spreading behind him, his heart still trembling with fear.
So this is Crimson Brow Mountain?
He looked around, seeing the devastated mountain after the battle, then lowered his gaze, catching sight of a seriously injured young man who was near death, along with a fierce figure standing high above. "Oh, there's a little dragon person in this game?" Ye Junlin exclaimed in surprise, blurting out, "Shut up!" Hearing that name, Chen Xiao angrily shouted, "What little dragon, dude? You gotta call him Dragon Lord, man." The crowd outside burst into laughter. "Ha ha, what kind of freak is that? Daring to mess with Ma Long, is he stupid? Stepping out now is basically suicide. Better to be a coward. Taking second place is fine too."
Seeing the bald guy with a naive face that just begged to be punched, Chen Xiao instantly flew into a rage. Moreover, for some reason, he felt a familiar, detestable feeling from this guy. No way, no way, you think you're really a Dragon Lord just by changing your skin? The bald guy shouted and waved his hand, his arrogant expression and shiny head making his words even more sarcastic. Hearing this, Chen Xiao's eyes twitched, his face darkened like water, and indescribable anger surged in his heart.
This bald prick made him feel even more nauseous than any enemy he had ever faced. Die, you son of a bitch! Chen Xiao roared, unleashing his dragon claw with all his might. Boom! The dragon claw was like a giant golden dragon hand reaching out in the sky. Spiritual power surged, and golden dragon phantoms twisted around his body. The oppressive force was as heavy as a mountain, pressing straight down on the bald head. But the bald head stood still without moving, looking like he was stunned.
Trisk, I knew it. Hong Tianye sighed, his eyes heavy.
He understood that the outcome of this battle was probably decided. This dragon claw is too scary. That bald head is probably going to be smashed into minced meat. I can't bear to watch, I'm too soft. Bye. Just then, brilliant golden light burst out in the air, and a domineering blade of light tore through the sky, shining so brightly that it was blinding. The entire sky seemed to be split in two, and an earth-shattering crack appeared, seemingly capable of shattering the limits of this world. Ah, impossible! Chen Xiao was shocked, and retracted his hand violently. The dragon hand was torn apart, fresh blood spilled out. He retreated in fear, his eyes filled with horror. I am the Dragon Lord, the Chosen One. How dare that broken knife hurt me? What kind of weapon are you using? With just that one slash, he clearly felt the threat of death. Deep in his blood, the instinct of fear rose up, making his spine tingle. Unbelievable. He had absorbed the power of the divine dragon. How could there be anything on this island that could make him tremble?
Hong Tianye took a deep breath, his eyes shocked when he clearly saw the scene in front of him. Legendary gold. This is the highest level weapon. We've swept through 3 areas and only picked up a few pieces of epic equipment. It's still a long way to go to assemble a complete one. That's right. He actually assembled a complete legendary weapon. How on earth did he do it? Before his eyes, the guy riding on the fire was bald and shiny, holding high a majestic broadsword, the hilt inlaid with dragon patterns, the body of the blade shining with golden light, its aura domineering, carrying a breath as if it could cut off the entire world. Ever played Legend? Heard of the Dragon Slayer's sword? Ye Junlin gripped the sword tightly in his hand, his aura surging, and his deep voice rang out. I'm Zhuo Zhuohui. If you're a brother, come and chop me. Chen Xiao stood there like a statue, a huge question mark appearing in his head. What is Legend? Who is Zhuo Zhuohui? What the hell are you talking about? A series of tangled questions swirled in his head. Wait, the Dragon Slayer's sword. Could it be that this weapon is specifically for slaying dragons? Chen Xiao immediately grasped that keyword. His eyes became suspicious and uncertain, his back was cold, and a chill ran down his spine. Those strange words, and this heaven-defying weapon? It's him, absolutely him. Recalling the bald guy's vague words just now, Hong Tianye immediately confirmed that this person was undoubtedly his shameless master. Could it be that he is Shifu? Only that person has such abilities. Shifu, please avenge your disciple, Li Wuji cheered excitedly. Such heaven-defying luck and ability. It must be Ye Junlin, I told you, he wouldn't be eliminated so easily. So he was holding back to unleash a big move. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted like a volcano, piercing through the sky. The sound of a dragon's roar shook and echoed throughout the sky. I don't believe it. I am the Chosen One. This inheritance belongs to me. The last survivor must be me. Chen Xiao raised his head and roared, his long hair flying, his whole body's muscles bulging, his height soaring to 5 meters. His skin turned into patches of shimmering golden dragon scales, as dazzling as the midday sun. Behind him, a huge dragon tail swept powerfully, carrying enough power to crush even bedrock. His dragon eyes gradually turned blood red, filled with violence and killing intent. This demon dragon can actually mutate, and the size is too much. Too terrifying. Even Ye Junlin may not be able to withstand it. At this time, Chen Xiao had completely released the divine dragon power in his body. He roared, his chest bulging. Then he opened his mouth and spewed out a golden shockwave about 10 zang wide, carrying the destructive power to level everything. With the treasure sword in hand, the world is mine. Ye Junlin gripped the Dragon Slayer's sword tightly. His figure shot up like lightning, his sword momentum surging, slashing straight at the opponent. Slash! A dazzling blade of light burst out. The sword force shook the heavens and the earth, tearing apart the golden shockwave, powerfully splitting the space in front of him in two. What? Chen Xiao's eyes widened. His pupils shrank, and his body instinctively dodged.
The blade of light brushed past right beside him, only an inch away.
The icy feeling of death swept over him, making his whole body crawl with goosebumps, and his mind suddenly became unusually clear. This person is too strong. If I collide head-on, even if I don't die, I'll be crippled.
Chen Xiao forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, quickly analyzed the situation in his head, and assessed his opponent with strategic eyes. This person, apart from possessing a legendary gold-level weapon, the rest of his equipment is only rare purple level. In other words, his defense is his weakness. As long as I seize the opportunity, I may not necessarily be unable to win. Twin dragons devour the heavens. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chen Xiao raised his hand to form a seal, condensing into two giant dragons, lifelike, their aura surging, circling around his body and then rushing out like lightning. It's useless. The Dragon Slayer sword is for slaying dragons. Seeing the two giant dragons rushing over, carrying overwhelming power, Ye Junlin sneered, raised his sword high and slashed down. A dazzling blade of light burst out, illuminating the entire sky, and the holy golden light filled the heavens and the earth. The blade light was too strong. One slash hit and cut the two dragons in half. Their bodies disintegrated, turning into spots of light falling like shooting stars. Now is the time. A figure shaped like a dragon rushed down like lightning, its speed extremely fast, and in an instant it appeared behind Ye Junlin. He put all his strength into his dragon claw, delivering an earth-shattering blow. Boom! The muffled explosion sounded like hitting a steel wall. What? Chen Xiao trembled all over. His arm ached, his dragon claw was shaken back, and he was extremely horrified in his heart. Before his eyes, a layer of crimson gold shield appeared behind Ye Junlin, emitting a dazzling light. The energy emitted from the Dragon Slayer sword in his hand. So that was the skill of the Dragon Slayer sword. An absolute defense shield, without a blind spot, protecting the sword holder from all attacks of the dragon race. Not bad, pretty quick.
But too bad. My Dragon Slayer sword has 100% no dead angle defense. Ye Junlin turned around. His expression relaxed, and his familiar teasing smile was still on his face. That smile just made his opponents want to go crazy. This holy son absolutely does not believe in so-called 100% defense. I am the strongest. Chen Xiao was both frightened and angry, feeling that his reputation had been severely humiliated. He gritted his teeth, clenched his hands into fists, his muscles bulged, dragon power surged, and then he frantically launched punches, bombarding straight at Ye Junlin. Suddenly, the crimson gold shield in front of the bald head automatically opened, blocking the storm-like punches that came, and deafening collision sounds burst out continuously, ringing like war drums, making people tremble. Li Wuji snorted coldly. HMPH. It's like scratching Shifu's itch. What terrifying power. Just one punch is enough to kill me 10 times. Can Ye Junlin's shield really withstand it forever? Hong Tianye witnessed the scene in the sky. He smiled slightly, hiding and observing. This side is still increasing its strength. Fight. Fight hard. It's best if you both die. Maybe this seat will still have a glimmer of hope. Taking advantage of the fact that they are fighting fiercely, I must quickly hide myself, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Break for me, Chen Xiao roared madly, determined to win. His roar was like he wanted to swallow Crimson Brow Mountain whole. Each fist hammered against the shield, the aftershock sweeping across the ground, sending sand, dust, and rubble swirling into the air. Hong Tianye strained to resist, coughing, and thought he had to get further away, or he'd be caught up in it. Ye Junlin was slightly annoyed, wondering why the other guy was so eager when he hadn't even done anything, but he shook his head, gripped the Dragon Slayer blade tightly, preparing to counterattack. This attack is terrifying. The energy radiating from it is likely something I couldn't withstand, but Senior Ye is dealing with it so easily. Just how strong is he? That's enough. Time to run. Hong Tianye had already run far from the battlefield, wanting to play the fisherman who profits. This holy son doesn't believe you can withstand this move. Golden Dragon Sky Howl. He roared, his chest puffed out, and then he opened his mouth to spew out a golden shockwave about 10 zang wide, carrying destructive power enough to flatten everything. This energy is terrifying. Even a legendary protective shield would have a hard time withstanding it. HMPH. Child's play. I told you I am invincible. A layer of golden light automatically appeared around me, blocking all killing moves. At that moment, the violent energy exploded directly, each hit strong enough to shatter a glacier. Hong Tianye was caught in the sweep, wave after wave of violent force crashing into him. His body went limp, and he fell, the world fading away. Because he was standing by watching the chaos, Hong Tianye suffered a fatal blow, killed by the after effects of the attack. Even the aftershocks from their battle are too much for me to handle. How laughable. This white light covers Crimson Brow Mountain. Could Senior Yi have been swallowed by the dragon breath? Li Wujian worried. Shifu, you must hold on. Avenge your disciple. In front of him, Ye Junlin still stood firm as a mountain, his face showing indifference, even a bit of leisure. Chen Xiao was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, feeling like the prey was in his hands, but he still couldn't bite it. How can this be? Why,
Don't you have any weaknesses? I told you. With the Dragon Slayer blade in my hand, this world is mine. A little dragon person like you. What can you use to resist? Now, is it my turn to attack? Chen Xiao growled. Ye Junlin answered leisurely.
Dragon Slayer strike. Obliteration. Boom! A sky-rending explosion. A golden blade light erupted, carrying absolute power to crush the space. The bright golden light filled his vision, so dazzling that there was nowhere to escape.
No place to breathe, Chen Xiao trembled. A terrifying thought flashed in his mind, his whole body cold as if falling into an abyss. Wait, Brother Invincible, give me a chance. His voice trembled, mixed with sobs. No, this holy sun has the power of the divine dragon. I'm the invincible one, so why is this happening again? I'm not reconciled. Chen Xiao's eyes widened, and before the curse could be uttered, his head left his neck. His body gradually dissipated. Ye Junlin sighed softly. How lonely it is to be invincible. So strong, as expected. Senior Ye is invincible. Senior Ye wins every match. I'm afraid he will be the #1 person in the eastern region in the future. Worthy of being my Shifu, never disappointing.
Divine light bloomed in the sky. Auspicious 7-colored clouds poured down. The sound of celestial music echoed as if praising the ultimate victor. A mechanical voice resounded between heaven and earth. Congratulations to the trial taker, great luck and great profit. Successfully passed the gate.
Ye Junlin stretched slightly, muttering, Finally won. It wasn't easy at all. If anyone heard that, they would probably vomit blood from anger. You say it wasn't easy. You crushed him from start to finish. Have you no shame?
Swish! A brilliant beam of light shot from the depths of space, shining on Ye Junlin, and he was seen soaring away from the ground, gradually. Why was Senior Ye teleported away? I wonder what the final reward is.
Wait, where is this? Why did I appear here? His consciousness left the arena. When he opened his eyes again, Ye Junlin found himself floating in the middle of the universe, surrounded by radiant starlight and floating pieces of space rock. Before he could collect his thoughts, a boundless rumble arrived. He turned his eyes and saw a radiant planet in the distance, being besieged by extraterrestrial Tao Lords. Why does this radiant star seem so familiar to me? Could this be Kunlun Realm? Is this the scene from ancient times? Now it's reappearing right before my eyes. So it turns out that the ancient Kunlun Realm was so powerful there were so many immortals. Is this the battle between immortals? So intense that even the constellations can't withstand the shockwaves. From the extraterrestrial spirit army, the frigid laughter of ancient beings echoed. They sneered. The outcome is set. Why do you stubbornly resist? A resounding voice from Kunlun replied. Are we cultivators afraid of war? We are willing to live and die with the Kunlun realm, hold our ground, and share Kunlun's fate. HMPH, useless stubbornness. You are merely pawns discarded by the divine court. Who do you expect to come and save you? We don't need to rely on the divine court. The Kunlun realm can save itself. If that's the case, let them taste the river of death. Let them know the price of resistance. The extraterrestrials have a grand scheme, wanting to blanket this planet with a fate of absolute destruction. Taking Kunlun is all that matters, no matter the cost. Kunlun cultivators ignited their suicidal resolve, but every drop of the river of death contained absolute destructive power. Even immortals, if tainted by half a drop, would suffer cultivation demise. Several blood-soaked immortal emperors cried out in panic. This is bad. Every drop of the river of death contains pure death energy. Contact means instant death. Retreat into the Kunlun realm. Within the extraterrestrial coalition army, several overseeing giants laughed triumphantly. He, the Kunlun realm, is about to be destroyed. This star will soon belong to us. But at that moment, a majestic roar filled with rage echoed through the heavens and earth. With me here, don't even think about succeeding. Formation activate. The magnificent voice shook the 8 directions, clearly reaching the ears of every living being. Immediately afterward, massive grand formations blazed to life, erupting with countless ancient, obscure yet profound runes. Boom! Instantly, the river of death, which was surging towards the Kunlun realm, was forcibly redirected. Like a wild beast changing course, violently rushing towards the extraterrestrial allied forces. It's the island master of fallen immortal island making a move. His formation can even redirect the river of death? In an instant, the river of death surged wildly, sweeping away the extraterrestrial army. Screams vanished amidst the death energy. Countless lives perished, and only a few survived by sheer luck. The formerly hopeless situation immediately reversed, and Kunlun realm cultivators cheered in unison. Many moved to tears. Great, we still have a chance to fight. The divine might of the island master, the Kunlun realm, is saved. Seeing this scene, Ye Junlin couldn't help but clap in praise, secretly marveling. Truly amazing, a heaven-defying move. Wait, did they mention the island master of fallen immortal island? Just as Ye Junlin was astonished, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Young one, You're very surprised, aren't you? This is just a fraction of the truth of the Kunlun realm from back then. Ye Junlin immediately turned around and saw a slender, middle-aged Taoist with an immortal demeanor, a faint smile, gently stroking his beard, exuding a carefree and natural air. Who are you? Listen closely, the man smiled and replied. I am Liu Huangchu, the island master of fallen immortal island, and also the supreme formation widely acknowledged throughout the myriad realms. Who are you? Listen closely. That person smiles and answers, I am Liu Huangshuo, island master of fallen immortal island. At this moment, space seems to freeze, so silent you can hear every breath. HMPH, little brat, did I scare you stiff? Liu Huangshuo smiles triumphantly, feeling this display of power was extremely successful. But immediately after, Ye Junlin tilts his head and asks sincerely, what about your 5 woohoo generals? Liu Huangshuo is stunned, completely not understanding what the other person is saying. He only knows this silver-haired youth seems to be speaking a language from another world. Little brat, I don't understand what you're saying. He frowns, waving his sleeve. In his heart, he vaguely suspects that this youth might have something wrong with his head. Then I'll call you Senior Liu. Ye Junlin says seriously. Liu Huangshuo nods, finally looking pleased. Senior Liu, so you're not dead, Ye Junlin says honestly, impressed. Liu Huangshuo is stunned. Can you even talk? He replies angrily. Back then when I stayed at Fallen Immortal Island, it was just a wisp of my divine sense, not my true body. Thanks for your concern. Ye Junlin nods, then solemnly switches to the main topic. Senior Liu, so the image I just saw was the truth of what happened in Kunlun realm back then? Correct. Liu Huangshuo nods, his expression softening, his voice becoming steady. That was an immortal war that broke out in the ancient times. Also a turning point that determined the fate of Kunlun realm. Back then, internal turmoil occurred, with traders colluding with foreign races, polluting Kunlun's essence core. Internal and external forces cooperated. The extraterritorial army took the opportunity to launch a major offensive, plotting to destroy our Kunlun realm, and what you saw was that tragic scene. Ye Junlin frowns. Back then it was all immortals, couldn't anyone stop it? Liu Huangshuo grinds his teeth, his voice full of anger. Because that traitor, his identity and strength were among the highest in the Kunlun realm, there were only 3 people who could stop him back then. But while hunting down the traitor, they fell into an ambush by many Ju-Yu powerhouses. Di Tian was captured alive, Floating Feather Empress fell, and Cheng Sheng Wang disappeared without a trace. Speaking to this point, Liu Huangshuo's eyes turn red. Even though it's just a wisp of divine sense, grief still fills him, leaving people speechless. Losing the 3 guardians, and with the essence core polluted, Kunlun realm spiraled into the abyss from then on. At the most critical moment, Ju-Yu took the opportunity to launch a great war. That battle was unprecedentedly tragic. The Kunlun realm immortals used their blood and bones to resist, suffering countless casualties, finally temporarily stopping the advance of the Ju-Yu army. Unexpectedly, to reduce casualties, they mobilized the River of Death. The most terrifying river of death in the universe was meant to destroy the entire Kunlun realm. Liu Huangshuo laughs coldly. Fortunately, I had set up a great formation early on, forcibly changing the direction of the River of Death, causing the death current to sweep away the Ju-Young allied forces. Because of this, they were defeated, and dared not invade again. He sighs, his eyes tinged with fatigue. Unfortunately, the essence core was polluted, the heavens and earth withered, the laws twisted, and it was difficult for immortals to survive. To save the roots, I and the remaining powerhouses joined forces, using a great formation to transform the central starfield of Kunlun realm, gathering the power of myriad realms, creating a new world called Immortal Realm. From then on, cultivators who reach a high realm can ascend from the lower realm and enter the immortal realm to cultivate. Although it's not as good as the peak of Kunlun, it's close. Hearing this, Ye Junlin gives a thumbs up, showing sincere praise. Good stuff, so the immortal realm was created by you guys. Good job, Liu Huangshuo says sternly. You must remember, if one day Kunlun realm recovers, people from the divine court will definitely come looking. At that time, absolutely do not trust anyone. Kunlun realm can only rely on itself to cut a bloody path to return to its peak. Ye Junlin nods, his voice steady. Rest assured, no matter how many powerhouses the divine court or Ju-Yu send, I will suppress them all. What? Liu Huangshuo pauses, his expression immediately becoming strange. He subconsciously takes 2 steps back, his eyes carefully assessing the silver-haired youth in front of him, muttering to himself, Are young people these days also arrogant? Ye Junlin opens his mouth. Senior Liu, now that the final layer of the trial has been passed, can fallen Immortal Island be handed over to me for inheritance? Hearing this, Liu Huangshuo retracts his thoughts. gently stroking his long beard, a profound smile appearing on his face. Of course, from now on, Fallen Immortal Island will be under your control, all cultivation resources are at your disposal, and all living beings on the island will also respect you as their new master. This is an unparalleled immortal opportunity that countless cultivators crave for their entire lives. In his heart, Liu Huangshuo secretly hopes to see this youth's ecstatic expression. Surely he'll jump up and down, laugh loudly in gratitude, or at least pretend to be calm and clasp his hands in thanks. But Ye Junlin only responds softly, his expression still indifferent, not even bothering to twitch the corner of his lips. It's as if the Fallen Immortal Island inheritance is just something he could take or leave.
Liu Huangshuo is stunned, the smile freezing on his face. What kind of attitude is that? He yells inwardly. Is he pretending to be calm? Or does he really not care? Liu Huangshuo dares to bet he's never met anyone so strange in his life. You must know. As soon as Fallen Immortal Island opens its inheritance, even immortal emperor powerhouses would squeeze in to beg for it. Yet there's someone so indifferent and unconcerned. He clenches his fist, anger rising in his eyes. Besides being the island master of Fallen Immortal Island, he's also a supreme grandmaster of formations. How can he let this little brat look down on him like this? He must regain his face. Little brat? What do you think of my level of formations? Mentioning his own specialty, Liu Huangshuo can't hide his smugness, his eyes shining, his voice full of confidence. Ye Junlin thinks for a moment and then nods. Very powerful, this is the truth. After witnessing the methods of this island master, he's indeed a little amazed. In an instant, a trace of respect rises in his heart. After all, this is the person who once saved the entire Kunlun realm, a great hero of countless living beings. Hearing the words very powerful, Liu Huangshuo is visibly elated. Formation masters, in essence, must be in sync with their spiritual power, Liu Huangshuo says slowly. If your spiritual power isn't enough, no matter how profound your skills are, you can't set up the corresponding formation. Right now, spiritual power is divided into 200 stages, from stage 1 to stage 200, and I'm stage 200, known as the Supreme Array Master. Stage 200, Ye Junlin asked doubtfully. Senior Liu, please show me your stage 200 spiritual power. He was thinking simply. If he could freeload some of the great master's divine sense, maybe his own spiritual power would skyrocket immediately. Liu Huangshuo almost choked, saying in disbelief, Impossible, I'm just a wisp of divine sense. How could I have spiritual power as abundant as my main body? Ye Junlin was silent for a moment, then waved his hand, saying casually, It's okay, I don't blame you. Liu Huangshuo's eyes widened, feeling that something was very wrong. Although I don't have stage 200 spiritual power, Liu Huangshuo said, with a hint of pride, I can use some tricks to check other people's spiritual power. He squinted at Ye Junlin, saying seriously, Do you want to try? In his heart, he had already decided that he had to make this kid face reality. Even if you're an immortal who attained the Dalio, your spiritual power would only be around stage 20, not to mention you haven't even entered the path of immortality yet, so it's naturally even lower. Liu Huangshuo muttered. Alright, then please help me measure it, senior. Ye Junlin nodded, feeling curious inside. Liu Huangshuo put 2 fingers together, held them upright in front of his chest, chanted an incantation, then suddenly opened his eyes, pointed straight at Ye Junlin's forehead, and shouted softly, Open! Instantly, Ye Junlin felt his head buzzing, his sea of consciousness shaking violently. It was as if a huge gate was opening in his mind, allowing others to see clearly everything hidden inside. As I expected, only about 10, 20, 50. It's still increasing. 100. Liu Huangshuo only felt his throat dry, his lips trembling, his heart shaking to the extreme. Stage 100 spiritual power. This person's spiritual power is comparable to an immortal king. No way. Ye Junlin also grasped the key point. His spiritual power is stage 100? So I'm only at stage 100? Compared to Senior Liu's stage 200, I'm still far behind, he said sincerely, with a tone of admiration. Senior Liu, you were truly amazing back then. And Ye Junlin's heart, the gap between 100 and 200 stages was huge, so he really thought he was still weak. Bang! With a soft sound, Liu Huangshuo's figure flashed in front of Ye Junlin, his hands gripping the young man's collar, his eyes sharp as knives. Only stage 100. Are you even human? Did I say something wrong? Ye Junlin asked, a little confused. Liu Huangshuo thought to himself. Anyway, this kid doesn't know how terrifying his spiritual power is. If I tell him, he might fly straight to the heavens. It's just that you haven't even become an immortal yet. But your spiritual power has already reached stage 100. It's really too exaggerated. Liu Huangshuo only felt that this young man was his nemesis. From the beginning of the trial until now, Every time Ye Junlin took action, it exceeded his expectations, shattering all his understanding. This time, he originally wanted to regain some face in his area of expertise, but he was beaten to a pulp instead. He looked up and sighed, feeling both bitter and helpless. The waves behind pushed the waves ahead, and I'm afraid I've already been buried on the beach.
Adjusting his mood, Liu Huangchu showed a kind smile.
Little friend, would you like to take a step further in learning formations? I can give you some pointers. You must know that reaching stage 100 spiritual power is already the limit of a heavenly array master. Just one more stage, 101, and you've already stepped into the threshold of a Dao array master. Facing such heaven-defying talent, Liu Huangchu's heart was truly filled with sincere appreciation. He wanted to impart all his knowledge of formations as soon as possible to cultivate Ye Junlin into a true heavenly array master. Just as Liu Huangchu's heart surged with passion, preparing to pass on all his knowledge to this junior to help the Kowloon realm rise again,
A calm voice rang out.
"Thank you, but I refuse." Ye Junlin's voice was very polite, but he still couldn't hide his clear rejection. Liu Huangchu was stunned, his eyes filled with doubt. What's going on? A dignified supreme array master is willing to personally guide him, but he actually directly refused. Such a precious opportunity. If it were anyone else, they would have knelt down and begged to be taken as a disciple, but Ye Junlin directly said no.
Liu Huangchu's face turned serious, his voice sinking. Little friend, do you know what you're saying? This is a heaven-sent opportunity. You should cherish it. Ye Junlin scratched his nose and replied casually. Oh, I guarantee that if you stay in this spiritual space for a little longer, I can make your understanding of formations surpass Earth Array Master, and even reach the standards of a heavenly array master. Oh, do you know what a heavenly array master is? Even in the immortal realm, they are as rare as buns in a basket. Oh, don't be like that. Give me a chance. Let me teach you. I'm begging you.
Oh, kiss my ass. Liu Huangchu finally couldn't bear it anymore. Originally a paragon of immortality, he had now turned into a shrewish person, losing all his composure, and bursting out with vulgar language on the spot. Ye Junlin was silent, thinking to himself, was that necessary? I have a direct transmission system. Who has time to learn manually? Outside, countless people were talking noisily, some shaking their heads and sighing, others pounding their chests in frustration, some looking up at the sky and sighing, each with their own emotions. As expected, it's still not my turn. From beginning to end, I'm just a supporting character. Don't be so hard on yourself, fellow Taoist. At least we made it to the third door. We'll have something to brag about when we get back. Aha, that's right. The important thing is that we participated. Hey, look, it's Senior Shu. Why was he also teleported out? A cultivator exclaimed in surprise. Who could have defeated Senior Shu? Whispers rang out everywhere, everyone stretching their imagination and guessing wildly. Among them, a figure in white robes stood silently with a sword. The wind blew, the robes fluttered, and his eyes gazed at the immortal Fall Island enveloped in immortal light, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. This farewell, I fear we'll hardly meet again in this life. Zhu Wuhen sighed, his voice melancholic.
From beginning to end, he never truly knew the girl's true identity, only that she was the most special woman he had ever met. This girl wasn't flowery or extravagant, but had a carefree personality, so genuine it was unreal. Her maidenly image was something Zhu Wuhen had never encountered before. A strange feeling arose in his heart, both endearing and protective. Common people think of Loli as annoying or even repulsive, but in Zhu Wuhen's eyes, she possessed a magical juxtaposition, outwardly strong, inwardly gentle and charming, utterly adorable, making you want to embrace and protect her. If she doesn't want to meet me again, I won't blame her. I hope that when I attain the Sword Dao, she will have the chance to witness everything I achieve, Zhu Wuhen muttered, feeling lost. The snow swirled gently around him, solidifying his emotions and dragging the scene, tugging at the listener's heartstrings. Below, many female cultivators seeing this scene, their hearts clenched. Some sobbed. Seeing Senior Shu like this, my heart aches. Wah! The friend next to her wiped away tears with a handkerchief, sniffling. It's so strange, it actually brings me to tears. Hong Tianye, seeing this, poked Mu Li Wuji with his elbow, teasing. Hey Li, are you falling for him? You see sword immortals being all melancholic. Why don't you reveal your identity so the world can have some gossip? Li Wuji blushed crimson. He knew that cross-dressing as a loli was the dumbest thing he'd ever done. Heavens! You'd think with such weird taste there still would be people to like that? At that moment, in the crowd, a figure stood silently, his handsome face twisting, muttering incessantly. It's over. My immortal fate is over. Chen Xiao recalled the scene, his heart breaking. Victory should have been his. He had everything in his grasp. with the divine dragon power in his hands, but then some dude wielding a Dragonslayer saber showed up and snatched everything right before his eyes.
Just thinking about that bald guy with that hateful face, holding the Dragonslayer saber and hacking at him until he almost pissed his pants, made him gnash his teeth, his whole body trembling with anger, his fists clenched tight, his muscles tense all over. Boom. Suddenly, Immortal Fall Island exploded, golden light blazing, a pillar of golden light shooting straight into the sky, illuminating the vast sky, auspicious chi swirling for 90,000 miles, immortal sounds resounding everywhere, filled with spiritual energy and profound charm. The scene was magnificent, as if proclaiming to the world that the new inheritor had been chosen.
Heavens, look there! Shouts of surprise rang out in the crowd. Is that the inheritance ritual of Immortal Fall Island? A powerful cultivator asked, his voice trembling. I just want to know who's the last man standing. Countless cultivators looked up, their eyes shining with anticipation. At this moment, a voice, pure and dignified, echoed from deep within Immortal Fall Island, resonating throughout heaven and earth.
Now, begin the official transfer of control over Immortal Fall Island.
As soon as the words fell, the entire Immortal Fall Island shook violently. Countless dazzling rays of light bloomed, like the sun being conceived and born, radiating an aura of unparalleled sacredness. Amidst the brilliant golden light, a familiar figure gradually emerged from a ball of light, standing in the center of the golden sphere, as if merging with Immortal Fall Island. Silver hair flying, a face handsome as a god, his whole body radiating an ancient and solemn aura. It's Senior Ye. When the figure became clear, the entire scene exploded with shouts of surprise. Great! Senior Yi got the inheritance! The Huangjiao cultivators cheered excitedly, dancing with joy. Ha ha! Master got the inheritance! Li Wuji was overjoyed, as if a burden had been lifted, breathing a sigh of relief.
Good thing it wasn't that guy who blew up his giant eagle. It really was him.
Hong Tianye bit her lower lip, an indescribable sourness rising in her heart. Heaven is so unfair. Why is trash like Ye Junlin, who eats and does nothing, getting all the luck, while she's been working her ass off for so many years with nothing to show for it? No! A heart-wrenching scream resounded. Chen Xiao's eyes widened. Why is it you again and again? Chen Xiao gnashed his teeth, his body trembling, hatred burning like fire in his heart. He'd rather let someone else snatch this immortal fate than see Ye Junlin get it, because the latter was the one who murdered his father. Now that enemy was stepping on his head, seizing his God-given opportunity. Seeing the silver-haired figure floating in the air, Liu the old-timer's pupils contracted violently, his face full of shock, muttering, "How is it him? This luck is ridiculously good." Before long, the immortal light gradually dissipated, and the inheritance ritual ended. Ye Junlin stood in the sky above Immortal Fall Island, his silver hair fluttering, his eyes as clear as divine light, the aura around him hazy, like a celestial being descending. This inheritance ritual is indeed flashy. He smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. Not bad, I like it. He calmed his mind, sensing the mysterious connection that was gradually forming between himself and this floating island. Although he didn't fully understand all the functions and effects of Immortal Fall Island, he knew that this place was once the resting place of a supreme powerhouse, and must contain countless mysteries to be discovered gradually. Senior Ye, congratulations, congratulations! Everyone cupped their hands in salute, their hearts full of admiration. Ye Junlin smiled gently, saying calmly, "Happy for all, happy for all." Looking at the cheering crowd below, he leisurely returned the salute, his demeanor as steady as an immortal. Senior Ye, you received the Truk Fuk blessing, immortal technique in the first 2 rounds, and then strongly seized first place in the last round, making me both admire and envy you. Shu Wuhen sighed from the bottom of his heart.
Hearing Shu Wuhen say that, Ye Junlin looked him up and down, then honestly replied, "You're not bad either. At least you were there for all 3 levels just now." The corner of Shu Wuhen's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that the praise was both awkward and mocking. Senior Ye, if you don't know how to praise, please don't force it. He forced a smile. Suddenly, Hong Tianye flinched slightly, her spiritual sense touching a cold wind. Her expression immediately changed drastically, and her voice hurriedly said, "Not good. The killing intent is too heavy." Boom! The originally still space suddenly shook violently. A huge crack was torn open in the middle of the sky, emitting a strange, ghostly green light, like the breath of the abyss filling the space. From the crack, a surge of black chi surged. "Ye Junlin, I am the strongest king of the underworld abyss. Today is the day you die, accept your fate." Rumble. The space in front suddenly cracked open, emitting a strange, eerie green light. A figure rushed out of the spatial rift, carrying a terrifying, murderous aura. It was a middle-aged man with turquoise hair, his hair braided into countless small braids,
flying in the wind. His face twisted with excitement, he roared, "Ye Junlin, I am Nang U Wang, the strongest king of the underworld abyss. Today is the day you die, meet your death." It turned out that Nang U Wang had been hiding in space all along, just waiting for the right moment to strike. Seeing Ye Junlin obtaining immortal fortune, his heart burst with murderous intent, unable to restrain himself from eliminating this person to remove future troubles.
"You little bastard, you've got some nerve, daring to act recklessly in front of this immortal," Zhu Wugan angrily shouted. The opponent was just a Tribulation Transcension Realm cultivator, yet he dared to attack in front of him. Boom! True immortal aura erupted from Zhu Wugan's body. The immortal power within him surged, pouring into the long sword in his hand, the sword body shining like a crimson sun in the sky, emitting dazzling brilliance, infinitely radiant. Die! With a single sword strike, the snow-white swordlight surged like snow waves, its momentum overwhelming, the explosion resounding like thunder, its power causing the entire world to tremble. Ha! With Senior Zhu making a move, what's there to fear from the underworld abyss? He's definitely dead. I don't know what he was thinking, daring to appear in this situation. We just need to spit once to drown him. It seems the underworld abyss has reached its end. Even the king has to personally take a desperate gamble. Trisk tisk. The cultivators discussed noisily, their tone filled with sarcasm. In their eyes, Nang U Wang's actions were no different from courting death.
But at that moment, Nang U Wang remained calm and unafraid. He slowly took out an ancient, jet-black lantern, the flame inside emitting a dark purple color, as cold as if it came from the abyss of hell.
"So what if you're a sword immortal?" he sneered, his voice resonating deeply. "This king has long been prepared." Open, pouring spirit energy into the ancient lantern, the seal was immediately broken. The dark purple flame suddenly erupted, surging violently, transforming into 9 ferocious demonic dragons, their fierce might overwhelming the sky, roaring as they rushed out. Roar! The 9 demonic dragons twisted their bodies crazily, spinning in the air, their entire bodies burning with terrifying purple flames, using those flames to forcefully break through Zhu Wugan's surging, tidal-like sword energy. Sensing that aura surpassing even immortals, Zhu Wugan's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in horror, How is this possible?" Nang U Wang sneered, his eyes flashing with madness. "Haha, this is the supreme underworld artifact bestowed upon this king by the envoy. You want to stop me? You can die first." Seeing the terrifying power of the ancient lantern, he became even more confident, his voice resounding like thunder. "Heavens, even Senior Zhu can't stop it." The cultivators looked up in a daze, their faces pale, their bodies cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. No wonder this underworld abyss leader dared to take such a reckless move. It turned out he held a celestial artifact in his hands, enough to fear no one. "With me here, you won't be allowed to cause trouble." Zhu Wugan gritted his teeth, his white robe fluttering, the long sword in his hand erupting with brilliant light, executing a peerless sword technique, icy sword intent spreading, transforming into snowflakes fluttering in the air, each snowflake condensing endless sword intent, falling to the ground capable of freezing thousands of miles, paralyzing rivers and mountains, its cold power unparalleled. Roar! The 9 demonic dragons roared, their entire bodies erupting with dark purple flames, incinerating all ice and frost. The purple flames rushed toward Zhu Wugan. Zhu Wugan, filled with unbelievable horror, trembled all over, the spiritual power in his body so chaotic that he almost lost control. What? How could this be? Was a true immortal level attack this weak? The power of this artifact definitely doesn't belong to this realm. Nang U Wang stood in the sky, black aura around him boiling like a sea of demonic flames. From his hand, the underworld artifact emitted a low rumble, like the wailing of the 10,000 spirits in hell, the corners of his lips curling into a cruel smile. HMPH, this is the supreme underworld artifact bestowed upon this king by the envoy. How dare you ants resist? Now, all of you shall become nourishment for my underworld artifact. Only to see a dark light explode, and from it countless black shackles shot out like venomous snakes, the chains covered in demonic runes, the ends transforming into cold, sharp points shining with eerie purple light. Each chain seemed to possess intelligence, spinning in space, emitting a horrifying hissing sound. They shot straight towards the cultivators. "No, my soul. Ah, no, save me." Dozens of chains pierced through the foreheads of the cultivators, fresh blood splattering, their eyes wide, their souls trembling. Then the black chains began to retract, pulling along a wisp of soul energy like white smoke being sucked dry. Nang U Wang raised his head and laughed loudly, demonic energy swirling around him. "Ha! The souls of immortals are indeed delicious." Zhu Wugan widened his eyes, his face pale. This is the true terror of a treasure from beyond this realm. Now let your immortal soul become the first drop of blood for my immortal slaying underworld artifact. Immediately after, the 9 demonic dragons, carrying terrifying might, simultaneously rushed towards Zhue Wugen,
feeling the surging heat wave rushing towards him. Like mountains collapsing and seas overturning. His face turned pale, his heart filled with a sense of impending death.
Could it be that I, who just became an immortal, am about to perish? Just as life and death hung by a thread, a familiar voice rang beside his ear.
Step aside. This one is here for me.
Senior Ye Junlin was stunned, shouted, Master! Li Wuji cried out in panic, his face pale, his heart about to jump out of his chest. Could it be that I have to die in such a hurry? What? Hong Tianye was stunned, muttering in disbelief. No! The desolate continent cultivators screamed in despair, tears streaming down their faces, their minds collapsing. They couldn't believe that the idol they worshipped was about to be destroyed by the underworld abyss. At that moment, Nang Uwang laughed maniacally, his face twisted with excitement. Ye Junlin, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Today this king will not only kill you but also kill all the rest. Today this king wants to carry out a great slaughter. Amidst countless horrified gazes, Ye Junlin calmly stepped forward, actively rushing towards the 9 demonic dragons burning with raging flames. His solitary figure amidst the sea of fire was both tragic and heroic. Rumble. The 9 demonic dragons roared, carrying purple flames surging like a sea of fire, simultaneously diving down, seemingly wanting to incinerate the entire world. Yet amidst that storm, and the overwhelming murderous aura, Ye Junlin was not afraid at all. The corner of his lips slightly curved up, a confident smile appearing. His 2 hands slowly spread open, that posture as if welcoming a sacred ritual. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is being attacked by an enemy at the 5th level of the true immortal realm, activating the passive effect of getting stronger when facing the strong. Cultivation level promoted to the 6th level of the true immortal realm. A moment later, Ye Junlin's body suddenly shook violently. All the magic power in his body seemed to be recreated, transforming into a majestic and surging immortal power. The aura on his body erupted, stronger than before countless times. Just a movement of raising his hand, a step forward carried the earth-shattering momentum, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. This is immortal energy. Xu Feng was shook, feeling that enormous power, like a dirt-poor dude suddenly sitting on the throne of the heavenly king, both stoked and overwhelmed. So damn strong, way stronger than he imagined. Preft. Xu Feng coughed, lightly spitting out some phlegm. Boom! A rumble echoed through space. The 9 demonic dragon heads, burning fiercely, were like doused with holy water, instantly extinguished, vanishing without a trace, like they never even existed, bruh. Space went completely silent. The previous mournful wails cut off immediately. Countless people stared dumbfounded at the scene before them, their minds blank, unable to react. In their eyes, the 9 world-devouring demonic dragon heads that were about to burn the heavens and earth were just gone, snuffed out by Senior Ye's Lugi. What? Zhu Wuhen, who was charging forward with his sword, suddenly froze mid-air. His sword stopped, his eyes widened, his face full of unbelievable shock. When he looked back at the silver-haired youth, he saw Zhu Feng's body radiating brilliant immortal light. An aura of a true immortal vast and beyond compare. Zhu Wuhen gasped, his voice trembling. Senior Ye? So you were already an immortal? Holy SHT! Is my master really an immortal? Li Wuji's eyes went round, his heart pounding like crazy, like it was about to explode. What kind of good karma did he rack up in this life to get to be a disciple of an immortal? No wonder his master could pull out countless extraordinary treasures, always cool as a cucumber when facing strong enemies. Simple, because to an immortal everyone else is just ants. This guy really is... Hong Tianye stared blankly at the silver-haired figure glowing with immortal light, completely lost. She recalled everything from the past, and the more she thought about it, the more obvious the signs were, especially that time in Yawang Valley when facing the rules set by immortals. Xu Feng could still adjust his cultivation at will. That was definitely not something a tribulation-transcending cultivator could do. Only an immortal could use their own Daoyo power to shake the rules of heaven and earth, moving freely and calmly. What is going on here? Nang Yuwang's eyes bugged out, his whole body trembling, his scalp tingling, so horrified that he let out a shrill scream. Before acting, he had anticipated countless possibilities, but he never expected to fail in such a bizarre and unbelievable way. Xu Feng's white figure flashed, instantly appearing in front of Nang Yuwang. His eyes shone brightly, as if seeing through all things, his body exuding the terrifying aura of a 6th heaven true immortal, crushing the space around him. That terrifying sense of oppression made Nang Yuwang's whole body stiff, afraid to move. After entering the realm of true immortality, each major realm is divided into 9 heavens, and the power that Nang Yuwang released earlier was only equivalent to a 5th heaven true immortal.
which is considered average among immortals. But that battle stimulated the stronger when facing the strong mechanism in Xu Feng's body, directly propelling him to the sixth heaven true immortal realm. With his unparalleled Tao foundation, coupled with various transformation methods and 2 immortal art buffs, Xu Feng, upon reaching the sixth heaven, became so powerful that he was almost invincible in the same realm. Therefore, when facing the 9 demonic dragon heads condensed from black flames, even with the power of the fifth heaven, he dealt with them without any pressure at all. To think that you could bring experience from so far away, not bad, not bad. Xu Feng nodded, his voice calm, as if he were commenting on some entertainment. Experience. Nangu Wang was stunned, completely not understanding what he was talking about. But before he could think more, his body unconsciously bent over, sweat pouring down like rain. The fierce arrogance from before had vanished completely, leaving only a pale face trembling as he begged, "Immortal, you're satisfied. Please, please, spare my life." In front of a powerful, immortal, Nangu Wang understood that resistance was futile. He trembled and bent his knees, bowing his head deeply, hoping to keep a sliver of a chance to survive. Xu Feng slightly extended his hand, the meaning too clear to need further explanation. "Immortal, take it." Nangu Wang hurriedly offered the ancient lamp, his expression humble, his hands shaking as he handed it over. "This thing is called underworld energy," Xu Feng asked casually, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. He gently turned the ancient lamp in his hand, observing the cracks covering the surface. Obviously, this thing had completely lost its effect, but just now, it had unleashed the power of a fifth heaven true immortal, enough to terrify ordinary people. Xu Feng nodded, his eyes calm. The person who created this thing has deep intentions. Even though it is only a one-time use item, if it were to be popularized in the cultivation army, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. "You once said that this underworld energy was given by an envoy?" Xu Feng's voice dropped, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "I am very curious. Who is the envoy in your mouth?" His eyes rested on Nangu Wang, bringing a cold power that made the other party's soul tremble. Boom! Nangu Wang's body trembled violently. His head felt like it was about to explode, suffocated by an invisible pressure. He understood that it was immortal might, something that a mortal body could not resist. I was momentarily muddled, and listened to the enticements of a villain. "Please raise your hand high. Spare my life. I am willing to lead the entire Mingyuan to submit to you." Xu Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes as deep as an abyss. "Mingyuan, you guys have been sending troops everywhere these past 2 years, fighting north and south, ostensibly to expand your territory." His voice became colder and colder. "But isn't it actually to seize areas with stargates? To control the number of stargates in advance?" Nangu Wang was frightened. His face changed color. You even know about our stargate plan." Xu Feng slowly stepped forward, each step like treading on the other party's soul. Stargates are doors connecting the myriad realms. Once opened, the allied forces from the outer realms will flood in, occupying the entire eastern region of the Kunlun world. And the envoy you spoke of, 8 or 9 times out of 10, is from outer realm forces. My analysis isn't wrong, right? Nangu Wang swallowed, forcing a smile in fear. "Immortal, I admit you are very strong in the eastern region, but compared to the real powerhouses of the outer realms you are nothing. Instead of waiting for them to flood in, why not cooperate in advance to find a better path to survival? I just wanted to seize the opportunity early." The corner of Xu Feng's lips twitched slightly, his eyes flickering with killing intent. "You want to seduce me into betraying? Interesting." Nangu Wang hurriedly knelt down trembling. If you have that intention, I can act as an intermediary, passing on the message to them." Xu Feng laughed softly, a laugh that made the entire space chill. "All right, then help me send a message to your master." Nangu Wang raised his head, his voice low. "Please instruct me, immortal." Only to see Xu Feng raise his hand, cold purple spirit light gathering at his fingertip, the light like a blade. "How dare you try to match me with just your power?" With a heaven-shattering bang, Nangu Wang's body turned to dust, his soul also crushed in a mournful scream. Xu Feng breathed out softly, his voice indifferent. "Yeah, the world is quiet again." In the distance, disciples from various sects shouted in unison, "Immortal Yi is courageous and unmatched. Immortal Yi is invincible. Immortal Yi's divine power is mighty." A gentle breeze blew past. The corner of his black robe fluttered slightly. Xu Feng looked into the distance, a faint smile on his lips. "Phew, this matter is considered done. It's time to take a trip to Fallen Immortal Island." In the Mingyuan royal palace, Nangu Wang's eyes snapped open. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His gaze was panicked, with extreme fear in his eyes. Since the outbreak of the Great War, he had been guarding the royal palace, secretly manipulating a clone, to bring Ming Qi to Huangzhou. His plan was to lie low and wait for the right moment, then launch a devastating attack, with the ultimate goal of eliminating Ye Junlin.
According to his original calculations,
this was supposed to be a sure win, a great achievement that would consolidate his power. But the outcome was beyond his imagination. He lost everything. Not only did he lose the precious Ming Qi bestowed upon him, but even the clone that he had painstakingly cultivated, which had the same cultivation as his main body and was his trump card to suppress the Mingyuan kings, was completely destroyed. Nang Yuang clutched his chest, his body trembling. The intense pain came not only from his physical body, but also from his mind, so painful that he could hardly breathe, and he couldn't even cry.
He never expected that this Ye Junlin would actually be a true immortal. Fortunately, it was only a clone. If it had been his main body, he would have been annihilated on the spot.
Just then, the void trembled slightly, and a dense stream of death energy condensed, revealing the figure of a young Ming clan member. He had a wicked appearance, with 2 sharp horns growing from his forehead. As soon as he appeared, his aura distorted the space. His eyes swept over Nang Yuang, who was kneeling on the ground, and a cold voice rang out. What happened? Did the mission fail? Reporting, Divine Envoy, that Ye Junlin concealed his true immortal cultivation. Although that Ming Qi was powerful, it couldn't do anything to him. Nang Yuang tried to suppress his fear and replied tremulously, his voice stuttering. What? Ming Yu was shocked, his face as gloomy as a storm cloud, and his voice deepened. That Ming Qi was clearly a method of a 5th heaven true immortal. Could it be that Ye Junlin has a cultivation of the 6th heaven or higher? Please forgive me for not seeing through it. I only know that the 9 raging flame demon dragons released by the Ming Qi were all, extinguished by him with a single gob of spit. Nang Yuang's voice trailed off, his eyes trembling, clearly still haunted by that image.
Ming Ye stood silently, his eyes becoming heavy. He knew very well that the power of that Ming Qi was equivalent to the attack of a 5th heaven true immortal. Yet Ye Junlin had dissolved it with a single breath. This proved that the opponent was definitely not an ordinary true immortal. This Ye is really hiding deep, and his mental fortitude is frighteningly tough. But that's good. If the mission were too easy, it would be boring. Next, we need to make him pay the price. Ming Ye smiled coldly, his voice calm but sharp as a sword. Nang Yuang said in a trembling voice. Has the Divine Envoy thought of the next step? Ming Ye laughed coldly. Mingyuan is a sacred ground opened up by the Ming clan's ancestor, containing a shocking secret. With that thing, even if a celestial king enters Mingyuan, they won't be able to leave alive, let alone someone like Ye Junlin. He's nothing. His words were full of arrogance, clearly showing that he was not afraid at all. Nang Yuang took a deep breath, then tried to regain his composure. He never expected Mingyuan to be so powerful. But how to lure the eastern region cultivators in? Ming Yuang revealed a profound smile. This matter requires using the pawn I have arranged outside. At that moment, at the Xuantianzong on Piaomiao Peak, Shu Yushinian burst into joyful laughter as soon as he saw the figure, his voice unable to hide his excitement. Junior brother Ye, the rumors outside are going wild. Everyone's talking about you. I never expected you to have become an immortal. The peak master of Kangjian Peak stepped forward, his eyes half complaining, half admiring. I really admire you. So you were intentionally hiding it from us all along? The peak master of Tianxing Peak raised his eyebrows, his voice full of jest but also a bit serious. Do you know how to talk? Junior brother Ye is tempering his Dao heart and integrating into the masses. His state of mind is different now. Ye Junlin gently waved his hand, his appearance as calm as drifting clouds and flowing water. Hey, be humble. Li Wuji laughed joyfully, his eyes as bright as if he had just seen a treasure. Master, don't be humble. This time, you even inherited the fallen immortal island, a top-level immortal realm inheritance. Hong Tianye stood beside him, looking Ye Junlin up and down with his arms crossed. Look at that face. He's starting to pretend again. A group of people surrounded Ye Junlin, their eyes burning. Junior brother Ye, quickly show us what that inheritance is like. Is there a chance for everyone to enter the immortal path? Ye Junlin lowered his head, carefully looking at the tiny thing in his palm. This is Fallen Immortal Island, the item I inherited from Liu Huangchu. Whether you can become immortals or not depends on your own immortal fate. Kangjian Peak's peak master stroked his chin, his face full of doubt. Why is the immortal island so small? How do we get in? Tianxiang Peak's peak master's eyes were full of expectation. Could it just be a magical treasure? It is indeed a spatial treasure. Inside, it contains its own heaven and earth, and it can be enlarged or reduced at will.
Not only does it contain countless cultivation resources, but there are also ancient, illusory beings living within.
Li Wuji said joyfully, "Master, then let everyone go in and see. Maybe they'll find a great immortal fate," Hong Tianye thought to himself. "This is my chance to return to the true immortal realm," Ye Junlin said. "Since you all crave immortal fate, then take a trip to the island. Everyone can seize their own creation."
Ye Junlin formed hand seals, condensing the universe into an immortal island to gather spiritual energy.
Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another landed on fallen immortal island, their forms also becoming extremely small.
Under a cliff, Li Wuji muttered, where is everyone? Why am I the only one left? Why does this place look so familiar? An idea flashed through his mind, and Li Wuji immediately froze. His nostrils flared, his eyes filled with tears, and his voice trembled. "Big! My big eagle! You're not dead! This is really Luandao Valley. I missed you so much!"
In front of him was a great eagle whose entire body was covered in feathers as sharp as swords, its form majestic and grand.
It was originally resting with its eyes closed. Hearing the sincere call, it was surprised to open its golden eyes. Looking at Li Wuji, the great eagle's eyes were full of doubt, and several question marks appeared in its head. Who's this guy? A pile of bird droppings fell straight onto Li Wuji's head from the sky. He stood there in a daze for a moment, his face turning dark. In the sky, the great eagle flapped its wings, acting as if it didn't know anyone, and swaggered away. Li Wuji was so angry that his voice trembled. He jumped up and shouted after it. "Big Eagle, don't run! Don't you recognize me?" He pointed to the sky, so angry that he wanted to explode. "You monkey bastard! It's one thing to not recognize me, but you didn't have to drop a whole pile of crap on my head."
Each feather fell from above with the wind, swirling around him like tiny beams of light. Li Wuji, who was grinding his teeth in annoyance, suddenly froze. Those feathers flashed with a golden light, emitting a faint spiritual glow. His eyes widened, his pupils trembled, and his anger vanished completely, replaced by a surprise that made him forget to breathe.
Then he blurted out, his voice trembling with joy. This is top-grade chi refining material." In Li Wuji's eyes, a light of greed and excitement burst forth at the same time. He lifted a golden feather, his hands trembling as if holding 1,000-year-old treasure. Forging a saber with this, it might be comparable to immortal equipment. This golden feather is completely different from the previous giant eagle. Could it not be a giant eagle, but an ancient immortal spirit? In a forest area, Shui Wuyin bent down to pick up a black lump like mud, feeling the surging immortal energy inside, and he immediately trembled with excitement. This is immortal soil, a great opportunity. Indeed, a great opportunity. Overjoyed to the point of madness, he grabbed a handful and stuffed it straight into his mouth, and even though it was extremely difficult to swallow, it couldn't stop his desire to become stronger. Eating immortal soil refines the immortal energy inside, and his cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The taste is bitter and astringent, but to him, it is the most delicious thing in the world. This is what cultivation is all about. Bitter first, then sweet. Just then, there was a noise nearby. Zhue Wuyin subconsciously turned his head, and immediately his eyes widened and his mouth gaped, his mouth still full of black mud, only to see a beast more than 2 meters tall drop a pile of hot black stuff. Looking at the pile of hot air rising, and then looking at the mud in his hand that he was still about to stuff into his mouth, Zhu Wuyin's expression froze, his nostrils flared, and his lips trembled. So he had been eating. Ugh! As soon as he thought about it, his stomach immediately churned, and he knelt on the ground, vomiting violently. This share of immortal fate was truly not something he was blessed to enjoy. As time passed, others also encountered their own opportunities. Sect leader Shu Yominian observed a single-horned thunder python, watching it spit out and swallow lightning, and from that, he gained a deeper understanding of the Tao of thunder. The heavenly fragrance peak lord immersed herself in a sea of multicolored flowers, and from that she created her own techniques, with colorful butterflies fluttering around her and immortal energy surging. On a small path in the forest, Hong Tianye walked slowly, his mood complex. Such a good place, yet I am destined to be without it. It's a pity. With his discerning eyes, he could naturally see the amazing potential of fallen Immortal Island. Every living being here is suppressed by the rules. If released outside the Kunlun realm, just one could stir up wind and rain, but here only the island owner can control them. Inside there is also a courtyard. Hong Tianye narrowed his eyes, an idea rising in his mind. This is very likely the residence of that ancient immortal.
Thinking like this, his heart tensed, mixed with intense anticipation. This courtyard is definitely not simple. If he can gain benefits from here, his path to immortality will definitely be greatly aided. With a nervous mood, Hong Tianye stepped to the front of the courtyard gate, pushing the wooden door open with a creak. He carefully went inside, his eyes scanning all around.
What caught his eyes was a small lake, a simple chicken coop, and a little donkey. He carefully observed all around, then shook his head in disappointment. Is that all? An immortal's residence. Is this ordinary? Hee-haw, hee-haw, hee-haw. The little donkey raised its head and brayed loudly at Hong Tianye. Shut up, you stupid donkey. The veins on Hong Tianye's forehead twitched. The donkey's braying made him want to go crazy.
This courtyard is too ordinary. There is basically no opportunity he expected. Damn it, making me expect it for nothing. This broken place has no immortal fate I need. Seeing the old and broken mud pot placed on the stone table, he felt a little annoyed, and raised his hand to smash it hard on the ground.
Bang! The pot broke, and the soil inside spilled out, revealing the emerald green grass. In his sight, the ordinary pot of grass suddenly trembled, each blade of grass simultaneously erected, emitting a flame that seemed to burn the stars. This kind of flame would burn even immortals to ashes if they touched it, never to be reincarnated. Isn't this the legendary, immortal burning grass? Hong Tianye shouted in horror. Inside the fence, the sound of chickens crowing rang out again. Dozens of roosters and hens simultaneously flapped their wings and flew out, glaring at Hong Tianye as if wanting to question him. Boom! Hong Tianye's mind was about to explode. What flew out in front of him was not roosters or hens, but peacocks and phoenixes. Their wings spread wide, emitting rays of seven-colored light, and sacred immortal energy filled the sky and earth. Phoenixes! They're all phoenixes. Hong Tianye's face turned pale, and sweat as big as beans dripped down his cheeks. Just then, he noticed the lake on the side. Countless golden carp surfaced, their bodies transformed into magnificent golden dragons, opening their mouths to emit majestic dragon roars, and a surging dragon might spread out. Dragons, moreover, they were pure-blooded five-clawed golden dragons. Hong Tianye was stunned, his mind as if stung by bees. What exactly is this place? Don't come here. Although he was once a demonic overlord who had experienced many storms, continuously witnessing things that far exceeded his understanding made his mind want to collapse. Nay! A horse's whinny echoed again. Hong Tianye instinctively glanced over, his pupils instantly shrinking. The little donkey slowly trotted forward. In an instant, its form drastically changed, towering 10,000 zang high. Demonic energy surged powerfully, its eyes like the sun and moon hanging high in the sky. Its open mouth seemed to swallow half a planet. Terrifying. Just how terrifying was this demonic energy? This is an ancient great demon. Even as a former demonic giant, having weathered countless storms, witnessing such things that defied his understanding one after another, his mind felt like it was about to collapse. Just then, a handsome figure happened to step into the courtyard. Seeing the scene before him, Ye Junlin froze in surprise. In his eyes, the once high and mighty leader of the demonic sect was now terrified by a little donkey, shaking like a leaf. This scene was truly too funny. Since when did this rebellious disciple become so timid? Ye Junlin looked utterly bewildered. Master, save me! Hong Tianye was terrified. Upon seeing the familiar figure, he felt like he'd grabbed a life-saving straw and hurriedly screamed. Ye Junlin looked towards Hong Tianye, asking in confusion, "Save you? There are only some chickens and a donkey here. What's dangerous?" Hong Tianye quickly explained. Master, you don't know how terrifying they are. These chickens are actually phoenixes in their true forms. The fish in the pond are all five-clawed golden dragons. That donkey is an unparalleled great demon, and those weeds can incinerate immortals. Look over there. Right there, Ye Junlin focused, carefully scrutinizing the livestock, asking in disbelief, "Are you running a fever? Where are there phoenixes or great demons here? How did this happen? It clearly wasn't like this just now." Ye Junlin stroked his chin, carefully evaluating the hen before him, but no matter how he looked at it, it only seemed like a normal chicken, nothing special about it. Remembering the possibility that the other party might be an unfathomable old senior, Ye Junlin took the initiative to speak. This hen is quite interesting. Reminds me of an old friend. Chicken, you're beautiful. Cluck cluck. Praised for her beauty, the hen happily flapped her wings, clearly enjoying the compliment. Oh, it actually understands. Interest piqued, Ye Junlin continued asking, I ask you, was what my disciple said just now true? Cluck cluck. The hen tilted her head, as if not understanding the question. Master, they're pretending! Hong Tianye excitedly accused, still trembling at the thought of being scared earlier. Seeing the livestock still putting on an act, Hong Tianye was so angry he was shaking all over. Ye Junlin turned his head to look at the little donkey, his eyes lighting up. He walked over, gently patted its head, and said with a smile, The others, I don't know about, but isn't this my little gray? How could it be a great demon? He could tell the little donkey in the third-level chicken-eating battleground was based on this donkey. Presumably, Liu Huangchu had copied the real donkey's appearance and added more impressive features for the mount character.
Being called Little Gray.
The little donkey whinnied in dissatisfaction, feeling that this name was too embarrassing, lacking any xie, ba qi domineering aura.
Ye Junlin bent down and picked up some fallen grass from the ground. And these weeds are just normal. How could they incinerate immortals? Little Hong, you've cultivated to the point of going crazy. You're hallucinating.
Impossible. How could it end up like this? They must be messing with me, little Hong. Don't overthink it, let's go. Oh, really, leaving? It's obvious that this place has secrets. Don't want to leave. Then you stay here and play with them. As he spoke, Ye Junlin stepped out of the courtyard, preparing to close the wooden door. No, I'm leaving right now. Hong Tianye looked at the livestock, recalling the terrifying scene just now, his face as pale as if he'd been burned, immediately rushing out of the courtyard. Creak, creak. The wooden door closed.
Ye Junlin clasped his hands behind his back,
took a few steps, then turned his head to look back, his eyes profound.
Master, so you were pretending.
Hong Tianye could tell that this silver-haired youth definitely understood something, which was why he didn't pursue the matter too much.
Shh, don't ask. Those who understand, understand. Ye Junlin shrugged and turned to leave. Behind him, Hong Tianye stood blankly for a few seconds, then hastily ran after him, muttering in his heart. Always pretending to be profound. That guy loves to talk in riddles. He turned his head to look back at the small courtyard, unable to help but shudder. So scary. This small courtyard is truly the most dangerous forbidden area in the Kunlun realm. A gleam of light flashed in Ye Junlin's eyes. Everything in this small courtyard likely has terrifying origins. Even though I inherited Fallen Immortal Island, I still can't completely control them. Perhaps the truth can only be revealed when the time is right. Oh well, since I manage the entire island anyway, as long as they're here, they'll tell me everything sooner or later. Ye Junlin thought it through.
At this moment, the hen's head was held high, looking quite pleased, as if deliberately showing off. She raised her head and said, "Look, the new island lord just praised this old lady for being beautiful. The new island lord is right. Granny Huang is indeed beautiful." Other hen immediately chimed in. "But the new island lord has no sense of aesthetics. Why give me such a lame name like Little Gray? It has no xia, ba qi domineering aura, at all," the little donkey complained, its voice carrying a hint of grievance. A cool, clear female voice suddenly echoed, carrying an irresistible authority. Even the high-ranking hens and the loudest little donkey shut their traps, not daring to breathe too loud. Their eyes were full of reverence, all looking in one direction, cautious every step of the way. The place they were looking at was the willow tree. And that willow tree was the highest status being in this little courtyard. Everyone, the appearance of the new island master means the wheel of fate has begun to turn. Our existence was left by the predecessor, prepared from that year. What we must do in the future is to assist the new island master in guarding the Kunlun realm. The green willow branches gently swayed in the wind, and the clear sound from the willow tree slowly sounded, echoing throughout the courtyard. The hen hesitated for a long time before speaking. "It's just that the new island master's cultivation is too weak, only true immortal level 6, and we have been sealed for too long. Our strength is not as good as before. I'm afraid there will be layers of difficulties later." An old carp floated to the surface of the water, its voice deep and slightly melancholic. Currently, the Kunlun realm is entering a period of recovery, but the laws of heaven and earth are not yet complete. For creatures of our level, casually taking action will lead to backlash. I understand your worries. The willow branches swayed, and the voice was clear but firm. But I believe in Island Master Liu's vision. This new island master must be the son of destiny, so what if he is weak now? People will grow up. What we need to do is assist him when needed. This is our mission. And also the promise we made to Island Master Liu that year. 10 days later, on Piaomiao Peak of the Xuantian sect, whoosh whoosh whoosh, several streams of light with different colors shot out from the small island in mid-air, landed on the ground, and transformed into human figures. Sect leader Xu Yunyan's eyes flashed with terrifying thunder runes, and his whole body exuded a powerful aura that made people tremble. After a period of comprehending the way of thunder, his cultivation had greatly increased, and he had become an outstanding figure in the tribulation transcension realm. In the future, proving the Dabio and becoming an immortal was almost just a matter of time. The other peak masters also gained considerable benefits from Fallen Immortal Island. Their realms and strength had increased greatly, and they were much more energetic than before. Sect leader Xu Yunyan turned to Ye Junlin, his face full of gratitude. "I still have to thank Junior Brother and your treasure. Thanks to you we have gained so much." Ye Junlin waved his hand. "Don't be so polite. Whatever good fortune you guys got is all thanks to yourselves." Suddenly, sect leader Xu Yunyan's expression changed. "Transmission talisman. What's the emergency? What's wrong?" "Sect leader, what's the matter?" Noticing the middle-aged man's abnormality, the Heavenly Fragrance Peak Master frowned and asked. Sect leader Xu Yunyan said in a deep voice, "I just received a lot of information from the elders, the Yuhua sect, is preparing to attack the Dark Abyss, wanting to end future troubles. What? They dare to take the initiative to attack? The Hidden Sword Peak Master said in surprise. HMPH. It's probably not that simple. Although the leader of the Dark Abyss was seriously injured by junior brother Ye recently, the fact that he is gathering all his forces at this time must have some kind of intention, sect leader Ye Junlin said thoughtfully. Junior brother Ye, what do you think? Should we go to that demon land?
Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the new check-in location Dark Abyss. Successfully checked in and obtained an unimaginable reward. The system's voice suddenly rang in his head. Ye Junlin opened his mouth and said, Mingyu once said that the Manhwa sect is colluding with the Dark Abyss. This time they must have a conspiracy. Back then, they dared to frame me. This time I will go and see what tricks they are planning to play. Then I will have to trouble junior brother Ye. With you in command, the eastern region will definitely return victorious this time. The transmission talisman just said that the allied forces will gather at Shanhai Pass in 3 days. Ye Junlin waved his hand. Got it, Akun, my disciples, let's go.
Haha, I've long wanted to go and kill those Dark Abyss guys to avenge the human race. This time following Master into the Dark Abyss is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Wuji was so excited that his eyes were blazing with fire, his hand gripping the hilt of the blade on his waist, his aura about to explode.
When the time comes, I must go crazy!
Time passed day by day, and soon the appointed time arrived. The eastern region was filled with wind and clouds, and heroes from all directions gathered. Rumble, giant battleships set out one after another, countless cultivators flew on their swords, some riding beasts, others controlling their mounts, all like streams flowing to one point, converging at Shanhai Pass.
Shanhai Pass? The terrain here is treacherous. The dark mountains stretch like giant dragons winding around, carrying a vast aura that fills the heavens and the earth. Behind it is the vast and endless sea, the raging waves constantly churning, sometimes rising several feet, sometimes crashing against the reefs. This place is even more special, because just 50 miles to the north is the forbidden area of the 14 provinces of the eastern region's human race, the Dark Abyss. This time, the Manhwa sect, as the leader of the eastern region allied forces, had brought its elders and disciples early to gather. People were densely packed on the mountains, and the banners of the various sects fluttered in the wind, with the 3 characters Manhwa sect emitting a dazzling golden light extremely eye-catching. Sect leader. The situation is progressing extremely smoothly. All the powerful figures from the major sects in the eastern region have arrived, except for one person. Elder Liu was wearing a gray robe, his beard and hair were white, his spirit was strong, and his old face was full of wrinkles but carried a smile. But that smile sent shivers down people's spines. The Manhwa sect leader stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes as deep as the dark night, his back as straight as a spear, and his whole body exuded an ethereal temperament, as if he could ascend to immortality at any moment.